We have had 1,000 stories of people being reborn in the world of Naruto, becoming shinobi and attaining power. But what would happen if one were to be born as a nobleman in the treacherous shinobi world? Chapter 1. Fire Lord Katsugawa Hiroshi. The Third Great Ninja War had erupted only a decade after the last one, bringing with it a new storm of devastation and destruction. The hidden villages were engaged in a conflict with each other, one that took lives by the hour, wreaking havoc across the whole continent and beyond. Yet, in the land of fire, another conflict had risen up. One was fueled by greed and ambition as the current daimyo of the nation felt his days number. His various children began to plot for his eventual demise, each gearing up support so they could take his place. It was nothing new to the fire daimyo Katsugawa Hiroshi. The man had risen to power after a similar struggle. Yet unlike his own father, Katsugawa cared for his children, or at least for those he had fathered through the love of his life, the Lady Mayo, a daughter of a rather insignificant Shogun, yet nonetheless, the woman had been the love of his life. His position as daimyo had forced him to take concubines as well, and father children with them. Yet his affection would only ever remain for his first love. She would bless him with 2 sons and a daughter, of which now only the daughter remained. His love for his lady wife had acted as poison for herself and their children. His other children, knowing of his favor, had first moved to eradicate his 2 sons by Mayo, and despite his various attempts to keep them safe, he had failed. And the sorrow of losing her 2 sons had taken a toll on his wife as well, as she made to follow them to the afterlife. And so now, he remained alone, growing weaker by the day, as only their little daughter remained to remind him of his failures. The court grew tense as his illness took him to bed. His greedy and ambitious sons now moved to tear each other apart, trying to prove to him that they were worthy of inheriting his position. As if he would ever let any of them. And it was this conviction that brought them to the current scenario as he sat in his castle and stared at the young boy sitting opposite to him in Caesar. He was young, younger than his 2 sons, and nervous, given the way his eyes continuously darted around the room when he thought he was not being observed. He was the son of one of his advisors, Akihito Shibuya, a man who had helped him in his own rise to the position of daimyo. And for his services, he had granted the man ample land, making him a jito. The man himself had succumbed to illness some years ago, leaving behind only a son, Akihito Shirahoshi. The boy had then taken control of the lands he had granted his father, and he had expected the boy to squander away everything his father had built. The boy had surprised him by transforming those very lands. The province of Shinoi, which were the lands he had granted the man, were now amongst the most prosperous in the whole kingdom, with their future looking even brighter. Many of his advisors had warned him against the progress of these lands, yet he could never bring himself to act against the boy. There had been no sign of disobedience or rebellion, the taxes would come on time and there would be subterfuge in the numbers. At ease, Jito Shirahoshi, he said, and the boy elevated his head after a small gulp. They sat in his own room, one where the daimyo would host his esteemed guests. They were alone in the room with only a servant bowing by the side, ready to serve tea at his command. The boy was still nervous. As he looked at him and spoke up. Jito Shirahoshi thanks the esteemed lord for granting him this favor, he said politely, a hint of hesitation in his tone as he continued to observe the boy finally reaching his conclusion. He would do. He glanced towards the female servant sitting in the corner of the room, and nodded, at which she stood up demurely and began to serve them tea. Do you know why I have summoned you today, Jito Shirahoshi? He questioned as the servant poured tea for him. And the boy shook his head. This one. The boy began, and he cut in. Speak normally, he ordered and saw the boy stiffen for a moment. After all, few would ever be granted the honor of addressing a daimyo so casually. I am not, my lord, came the answer, and he nodded as he closed his eyes. You must be aware of the happenings in the capital of all the plots and designs being hatched for my seat, he questioned and saw the boy gulp. I only pray for your health and prosperity. I am dying, he cut in again, not in the mood for any more of those perfunctory prayers. And the air in the room was heavy. I have come to terms with it, and I believe many of my sons would have tried to seek your aid in this endeavor of theirs, offering you unimaginable women, wealth and influence, he ventured. He was aware of those offers, and had the boy taken any of them he would not be sitting here opposite him. I have been approached by some agents on behalf of the princes, yet I have taken no sides. My loyalty lies with you, my lord, the boy at least had the audacity to tell the truth, not that lying would have done him any good. And that is why you are here, he said as he picked up his cut and took a sip, motioning for the boy to do the same. His friend's son quickly obliged and took a sip from his own cup. Your father was a friend of ours from old days, he helped me win this throne, and for that, I granted him the land that you now rule, he said. You are very magnanimous, my lord, the boy added. And he smirked. It seemed, despite his efforts the boy was still nervous, though he could see that mind racing behind those dark irises. He was being polite, yet even now, the boy was trying to figure out the reason for this social call. Indeed, we are. You, much like your father, have served us loyally, and for that, I have decided to grant you another honor, he said as he closed his tesson. We have learned that you are yet unmarried. He began growing tired of this and saw the boy's eyes widen as the realization dawned on his as just what was about to happen. Yes, my lord, I have yet to take a wife, the boy answered, and he nodded. Good, then we have decided, he began as he looked the boy in the eyes. You shall marry our daughter, Mayuki, he ordered and saw the boy still as he realized the implication behind those words. Mayuki was his daughter from his wife, and though a woman's claim was often considered weaker than one of sons, though they might be through a concubine. Yet if her claim was to be supported by someone of young Shirahoshi's influence, then that would be an entirely different scenario. Through his daughter, he was granting Shirahoshi a claim on his own title, and though it may appear as a blessing at first, it was just as tedious. While previously the boy may have been able to maintain neutrality in the upcoming conflict, now after this announcement all his sons would be coming for him and would plot to kill him. You honor me, my lord, the boy said as he gave him a bow. The marriage shall take place in a month's time, and shall take place in the capital, he ordered, and the boy nodded. As you wish my lord, said the boy. After this he beckoned over the servant who helped him stand, as the boy bowed. And just as he reached the door, he stopped and gave the boy a last glance. I love my daughter dearly, Jito Shirahoshi, and hope you understand the responsibility we burden you with, he said as he glanced towards the boy. Shirahoshi glanced up, and as he saw the glint in those eyes, he knew that the boy knew of his intentions. It shall be done, my lord, came the answer. And he nodded, as he left the room. He could never punish his own sons for their sins. He couldn't exact revenge on his own sons, no matter how much he may hate them. Yet he could empower someone else to do it for him. And he had chosen his candidate. 0000. Okay, this idea has been bugging me for years now. It's an SI into the fire daimyo court in the Naruto world. I don't know what I am even going to do with it, but here it is. I have decided to pen it down. Please mention any ideas you have in the comments. Otherwise, enjoy. A Jito is a lower noble, to whom a daimyo grants land to govern. They are entitled to 20% of the tax, while the rest goes to the daimyo. Chapter 2 A Wallowing Princess. Katsugawa Mayuki, the Princess of Land of Fire. Katsugawa Mayuki cared for little in this world. The last 2 years had taken everything from her, her mother, and her brothers. Everything. The loss of her mother had hit her hard, her gentle heart unable to sustain the loss of her sons. She had lost her life to the thousands of those plotting against her, leaving her all alone now. Though, the fact that she still lived was a miracle which was running out of time. Yet as her body withered away, she prayed. She prayed for this miracle to last just a bit longer. Prayed for a little more time so that she could fulfill the one purpose that kept her going despite the growing shadow of death that now hung over her. Her father remained oblivious to the fact that her mother's death had been anything but simple. Rather, it had been the result of a sinister plot by her father's many concubines, all of them trying to curry favor and gain influence so they could sit their own sons on the throne. Or he knew yet remained powerless to do anything. Or worse, unwilling. The news of her brother's death had broken her down. A tragedy, 2 princes killed in one fell swoop by rogue ninja. A farce. They had been killed, murdered by those who sought to replace them. And then they had come after her mother. And herself. She had survived, through that. Her survival was nothing but a miracle, one which threatened to run out at any given moment. Sometimes she had wished that she had died as well that day. Yet her body lingered on, and so she dedicated herself to the one last purpose. Revenge. It was perhaps all that kept her going now. Mayuki was never the smartest, yet even she could tell that he would not make a move against them. And so, it fell to her to avenge her brothers, and avenge them she would. She may be weak, but she was still a princess, a young one born to the daimyo himself, blessed with her mother's beauty, raised to be a perfect bride. All she needed was the person who would exact her revenge, and for that, she would give herself to them, along with the key to her father's throne. She didn't care what became of her, whether she would be loved or cherished. All she wished was to see the murders of her mother and brothers dead. And so she found herself sitting across the man who could help her achieve this. She was dressed in a red and white kimono as she sat there observing her husband-to-be. He was young, younger than even her. He was Jito, he had become one about 3 years ago, replacing his father who had been her father's aide once. And then had gone to transform his lands, much to the envy of several other nobles. She had rumored about the boy, for there were many. Some called him the heaven-blessed child, others referred to him as a foreign spy. Some spoke of his virtue, while others told of debauchery, believing him to have many lovers. Though she didn't know what to believe, she could understand the reasoning behind them now. Jealousy. The same thing which had gotten her brother and mother killed. Akihito Shirahoshi was truly blessed with a beautiful face, sharp eyes and chiseled jaw, and dressed in a red and black kimono, he looked regal, much like her own father. His own face gave little indication to what went behind those dark irises as he elegantly drank his time. You summoned me here, Mayuki-hime, but I believe it was simply for tea. He said with smile, and his voice was soft, each word said slowly and deliberately. Indeed, Akihito-sama, I wish to see the man my father had chosen for me. I seek forgiveness if this one has disturbed you, my lord, she apologized with a small bow, and the man was quick to intervene. No, not at all. Mayuki-hime. I was honored by your summon, you do not need to apologize, he said, and she straightened up. He didn't seem as the rumors described him, he seemed cordial enough. Or he could just be pretending. After all, there were many people in the castle who were rather good at pretending after all. So, in the end, she decided to lay all the cards on the table. Akihito-sama must have heard about this one's brothers, she began with a slow tone and saw him still momentarily as he lowered his cup. Indeed, and this one grieves on their death as well. Young Kazuhiko and Inari-san were gentle souls, he answered, and she nodded. Then this one shall like to speak plainly, she said, and the young Jito raised a brow, easing his posture. You may speak as you wish, Mayuki-hime, he said as he gazed at her with a quizzical expression. She straightened up as she spoke up, losing the overly formal tone. Thank you, Akihito-sama, she said before she began. I know that this marriage has been forced on you, and so I promise that I shall perform my duties as your wife dutifully, as long as my lord wishes. You may take concubines as you wish as well, but I request that you avenge me and my family and bring justice upon those who have wronged them, she said as she bowed to him. The room was quiet for a moment until she heard a rather foreign sound. Fuck. She didn't recognize the word, yet it sounded foreign. Then he finally addressed her. Please, don't embarrass me, Mayuki-hime, and sit up, he said rather forcefully, and her heart gave out as she straightened up. Was he rejecting? Was this all for naught? Had she made the wrong choice? As dread and shame bubbled in her heart, the young Jito looked at her with a piercing gaze. Mayuki-hime, may I ask if this is the only reason you are marrying me? He suddenly questioned, and the room stilled. She could feel her heartbeat quicken as she felt his demeanor change. Should she lie? No, she had begun telling the truth. There was no hiding from it. So, she looked down in embarrassment and chewed her lips as she answered. Yes, she answered, and she could feel him sigh. Seconds passed in silence as neither of them spoke anything. And then the man simply stood up and began to walk away, and with each step, her heart gave out, as tears welled up in her eyes. She had failed. Forgive her mother, for she had failed. I shall avenge your brothers regardless of your choice to marry me, Mayuki-hime, his voice suddenly cut in, and it took a second for the implication behind those words to register. She looked and found the man standing by the door. I won't have you trade away your pride for your revenge. You shall be my wife and the only woman who shares my life, yet only if you wish it were, the young man said, and as she glanced at him, she finally realized that though younger than her, his shoulders were broader, and he was much larger than her. His gaze was piercing as he stared into her eyes, and she realized just what he was saying. He was offering to exact revenge without taking anything. Without demanding anything from her, refusing to even take concubines, a rarity for the men of their age. She would have thought him to be lying if it wasn't for his gaze. It was powerful, too powerful, and seemed unwavering. If in your heart you have no desire to marry me, then tell of your decision by the full moon in 2 days' time, and I shall recluse myself of this match, in a way that would leave your honor intact, he finished as he slid open the door and walked out, leaving her at a loss for words. And so, as a literal flood of emotions, emotions that she had buried deep down, flooded her, Mayuki could do little except curl up and cry. Cry and weep as she felt herself breathe easily since her brother's demise. Chapter 3. Katsugawa Mayuki. 2 days had passed, and now she found herself sitting opposite to her prospective husband once more. Her mind had been a literal mess over the 2 days as she tried to process his words, trying to make sense of his intentions. The daimyo's court was full of deceivers and liars, people who spoke in honeyed words despite having the blackest of hearts. Was he like them as well, trying to deceive her, and if not, then what were his intentions, for no one would let go of the kind of opportunity he had been offered as he had. Yet as she sat there, all these thoughts racing through her mind, he sat opposite to her, uncaring and unaffected by the weight of his declaration, sipping his tea as the full moon illuminated the garden. Why? She questioned, for this was the question that had plagued her mind the most. From what she could recall, she shared no distant relationship with him, nor did his brothers from what she knew. Then why was he offering her his aid at no cost, for there was one rule in politics that everyone knew. There were no free lunches in this world. He raised a brow at her at this, gently put down his cup as he began in his soft voice. I believe I answered that before Mayuki-hime, what happened to your brothers was a tragedy, and your desire for justice should not force you to sell yourself, he offered as he had 2 days ago. And she clenched her kimono in her hands as she looked at him with a sharp gaze. And what if you were to object to this match now? What would you do then? She challenged, and he shrugged. Then this match shall be dissolved. I have no intention in taking someone so unwilling as a wife, he answered, and then she saw his lips turn up as he continued. No matter how beautiful they may be, and her heart skipped a beat at those words, and she looked down as she felt her cheeks flush. What? You think I am beautiful? She questioned demurely and heard him chuckle. Of course, I would argue that you are the fairest maiden in the continent, he replied, and she could feel her heat up at those words as silence reigned over between them again until she calmed her excited heart and questioned once more. What of the rumors? She managed to eke out as she looked him in the eyes, and he frowned. Rumors, and then his eyes widened as he continued with a smile. Ah, rumors about my proverbial harem. He was quick to make sense of her words, and she nodded. There were rumors that the infamous Jito of Shinoi was a generous patron and backed most of the city's pleasure houses and provided them with amenities. I will not deny that a few warrens in Shinoi do enjoy my patronage, and even the rumors that I offer the women in such establishments appropriate healing, protection, and now even education is also true, he replied much to her shock, and she felt her lips this at those words. And though that was nothing inappropriate, yet it somehow saddened her. Though, I must add that such opportunities are afforded to all those living in my lands, despite their occupation. Basic education and healers are afforded to all children in my land, even orphans, he continued, and she was surprised by those words. That made much more sense. Then what of the warren? Will you continue to visit them even after our marriage? Such a question would have been highly inappropriate under any other circumstances, and many lords would even have taken offense at that, and she only realized that later, when the words had long left her mouth. Yet, as she glanced up, she found none of the fury she had expected in his gaze as he slowly sipped his tea and spoke up. My acquaintance with them has always been purely platonic, and I have no intention of changing that, he replied, and she looked down embarrassed as she bowed slightly. I apologize for overstepping, my lord. That was inappropriate of me, she said, hoping that he would not carry a grudge. It is fine, though it seems my lady is not fond of sharing me, he teased her, and she could see him looking at her with a smile as she sighed and looked up. Then what is your answer, my lady? He questioned, and she felt her heart twist, for despite his honesty, she had been anything but. She had little to offer him in this match, and then there was the secret that she had kept hidden for years. Most people knew that her mother had died of disease, yet the truth was far more sinister. Her mother had been poisoned slowly over the years. Yet it wasn't only her who had been poisoned. I would be honored to be your wife, my lord, yet before you accept this, I must tell you something, she said and bowed her head. I am dying. 0000. Katsugurwa Hiroshi. This is a farce. The peace treaty offered to Iwa by the Sandame Hokage is a farce. We cannot accept this, my lord, argued one of his advisors, another lickspittle that had risen up the ranks using the influence of his daughter, who was one of his concubines. Indeed, my lord. The reparations demanded are a joke, we cannot accept this, another one spoke up as the court gathered to deal with the end of the war, at least on one front, though the conflict with Kiri had simmered down as well after the death of the third Hokage. I have heard that Hiruzen plans to take responsibility for this and plans to retire by the end of the year, he spoke up, and the Prime Minister, Kazuto, nodded. Indeed, my lord, he confirmed, and the news unsettled him. This conflict has gone on for long enough, and if the cost of ending this decade-long war is gold, then it is a cost I am willing to pay. This war has cost us enough already. There is no need to continue this. He made his decision and saw that several people in the court were unhappy over that, and he would be hearing many complaints about this. Yet he had made up his mind. His health was declining by the day, and the succession crises that loomed after his demise could spell the end of the Land of Fire, giving the foreign powers a chance to interfere in their affairs. If the war was settled before his death, it would make sure that his lands would come out of the succession conflict in a better condition. Yet it would all depend on one person. Akihito Shirahoshi and his capabilities, and how quickly and swiftly he would be able to put down all those who would oppose his own claim. With Hiruzen retiring, the Leaf must choose another Hokage, he began and saw several of his advisors perk up at that. Hiruzen Sarutobi had been chosen for his position by his successor, a choice that he had supported given his reputation and capability. Yet now, the man who had led Konoha for all these years was set to step down, and at very perilous times at that. So, he should have an equally able successor, and though the man had a right to nominate people, it was ultimately his decision to choose a nominee. Father, I believe we. His son tried to intervene. Tut, tut. He said, silencing him as he turned to look at the youngest member of the council, the Jito of Shinoi. Lord Shirahoshi, what are your thoughts on all this? Chapter 4. Katsugawa Tatsuya. Katsugawa Tatsuya watched as the infamous Jito of Shinoi stood in the yard, a practice bamboo sword in his hands as he stood there still as the water in an isolated lake. Shinoi, a small piece of land just west to the capital, with ample farms, and a few mines. They were, in truth, nothing special, yet somehow, the young Jito in front of him had transformed those lands from mediocre to amongst the most prosperous in the land. That boy could spell trouble for us, muttered the beautiful woman standing by his side. Hiromi was a woman born into one of the most influential lords in the Land of Fire. The man had been quick to support the rising Lord Katsuagwe, and when the previous daimyo had died, his support promised on a possible match between the new daimyo and his daughter. The match had occurred, and Hiromi had been married to the daimyo, yet she had never truly gotten what she had desired. With the daimyo choosing to favor a comer whore as his wife and putting aside the woman known as the Jewel of Fire. Indeed, father seems to favor him, and more than that, he has propped him up against us by making him marry his precious little daughter, he snarled angrily, as he turned to face his mother. Speaking of her, why is she still alive? You said that she would be taken care of by now, he questioned. They had already done their part in killing her mother and her two brothers. Yet somehow the little princess had survived. Her mother's eyes tightened as she shook her head. It is very difficult to move against her at the moment, but there is no need to worry. The physician told me that she is not long for this world. Other than that, I believe our backer would be happy to arrange a rather eventful journey for the newlywed couple when they return to the Shinoi lands after the marriage, and it all clicked together. One attack would take care of both of them. Interesting. And speaking of their backer. Speaking of him, he began as he saw mother perk up at the mention of their backer. Inform him that his dear friend has not recommended his name as his replacement, and his mother frowned at that. Then which names did the Hokage give as possible choices to replace him, she questioned. Fugaku Uchiha was one of them, though father was skeptical of that choice. Orochimaru was another, though the most interesting choice was one of a clanless shinobi, the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, he replied and saw her mother nod as she put forward her hand, and the servants handed her the smoking pipe. Namikaze, hey, that is an interesting choice, though he does have the repute to carry that name. After all, Iwa and Kumo have an order of flee on sight for the man, she replied. Indeed, but the man could be trouble for us. He is close to Jiraiya of the Sannin and is known to be some sort of revolutionary like the Shadame Hokage, he replied. More than that, Shirahoshi was quite favorable of the man as well, he replied, making his mother perk up at that. What? And he nodded. Yes, I had it relayed to Shimura as soon as I could. But maybe it isn't only us getting some support from a shinobi, he replied. Now that would be interesting, he replied, though suddenly he stilled as he felt the air crackle, and his head snapped towards the source of the disturbance. Yet the sensation was gone as soon as it had come, and the only change he could see was that the young Jito had brought down his blade. Yet what was that earlier sensation? Did you feel that, mother? He questioned, and his mother frowned and shook her head. Felt what? She questioned, and he frowned. Had it been nothing? Yet the sensation had been obvious to him. Nothing, he replied in the end, shaking his head as they moved away from the yard. Days later, during the morning practice, a serving girl would lean against that very tree, and the whole castle would erupt into fervor as the two would be known to have been cut down. The strike was so precise and quick that it had stayed upright for days only to fall when the serving girl leaned over it. 0000. Deep underground in the village, hidden in the leaves, a bandaged man stood opposite to a masked nin, who had just returned from the capital, bringing him word from his accomplices in the capital. So, Hiruzen has chosen to discard me again, such insolence, he would speak, his grip over his cane tightening in rage at the behavior of the man he had once called a friend. And is it true that Namikaze is supporting this Shirahoshi? He questioned his informant, who shook his head. No, Danzo-sama. There is no evidence at the moment to support such a fact. However, it is true that the man did support his nomination in front of the daimyo, the informant told him. That is enough. The boy could become an obstacle to us in the future, especially since I have taken such a risk of supporting young Lord Tatsuya. And risk it was. If anyone got wind of his involvement in all this, with enough evidence, he would be executed for high treason, and in such a case neither his reputation as Nidame's student nor his friendship with Hiruzen would be able to shield him from the consequences of his actions. The boy should be wedded by now and set to head back to his lands in a few days, he replied, and the informant nodded. What are your orders, Danzo-sama? The masked ninja questioned. Have him and his lady wife taken care of. Make it seem accidental, he ordered, though he stopped as he added. No shinobi, use some Rounin or bandits. I don't want any exposure over this, for though there is no evidence, there could always be a slight possibility that Namikaze may have links to the boy. As you wish, Danzo-sama. And with that, the masked nin vanished once more, leaving the bandaged elder alone. Chapter 5. Katsugawa Mayuki. Katsugawa Mayuki sat in the elaborate carriage opposite to her now lord and husband, Shirahoshi Akihito, as they moved towards his lands after the wedding. The wedding had been rather eventful, for it also marked the end of the Third Great Ninja War, and though the treaties were yet to be signed, the war is considered over by many and the populace celebrated as the rationing and other wartime measures were elevated. Their journey had been peaceful until now, as they entered the second day. The carriage was surprisingly sturdy, and unlike the usual carriages of the castle, didn't shake or move around much despite them moving over simple earthen roads. She looked to the side, and lady besides her gave her a smile. Her eyes held inside them a warmth that reminded her of her own mother. "Is there anything you need, Mayuki-hime?" she questioned, her words and tone the same as they had been since the day Akihito-san had introduced her to her as her lady-in-waiting. Her face was rather plain. Her most striking feature was the red hair that ran down her neck, like a waterfall of blood. A striking color not common to the land of fire, a color that reminded her of the legends of a now extinct clan. Kirin-san was her name, and both Akihito and Kirin-san herself had been rather obtuse about her family name, and she had picked up enough hints to not probe further. "No, no. I am fine," she replied, and the woman nodded. Though despite her works she turned towards her lord husband and spoke up. "Akihito-san, we have been traveling for hours now. Perhaps it would be better if we could have some time to rest," she offered, and it was as if she had read her mind, for indeed, they had been traveling for hours now, and she was getting rather tired of all this. And though the carriage was much more comfortable than those back in the capital, her health made it rather difficult for her to travel as such. Akihito-san glanced at her. He wore a red and black kimono, the top he wore loosely, with his arm hanging out of the sleeve as it held his smoke pipe, leaving the chiseled skin of his chest bare for her to see. She blushed as she evaded her gaze, as he spoke up. "It has been some time, hey." "Then so be it," he said as he picked up the sword from his side and tapped the inside of the carriage thrice with it, signaling for the man driving it to stop. And stop they would. The cook would prepare a meal for her and the whole retinue, which is rather small. When a noble lady would marry, she would often bring with herself her own loyal staff to the castle of her lord and husband, yet she had not done that. For she had none she could trust, and so it was rather small retinue of 2 carriages, which came out to 4 guards and the 3 of them. Akihito-san had been rather quiet for some time now, as he sat there his eyes tightened, as stood in front of her. "Here, Mayuki-hime. I have brought you, your food," her newest maid added from the side with a smile. "Thank you," she replied as she took the bowl from her as the maid plopped down by her side. She began to eat slowly, and when Akihito-sama didn't move from his place for the food, she gulped down and spoke up. "Uno, Akihito-sama, don't you want to eat?" she questioned, as a dutiful wife should, for though their time together may have been short, the man had been good to her, he had accepted her with all her flaws and faults. The least she could do for him was act as a dutiful wife, in their short time together. "No, you should eat," he replied, and his tone had seemed harsh to her for some reason. "Tisk. Tisk," Kirin-san from the side cut in. "Is that any way to talk to your lady wife, Akihito-sama? Mayuki-sama is worried about you, as a dutiful wife should. You should be gentle with her," she chastised him, her tone loving and indulgent, much like a mother's. With that, the red-haired lady shook her head and turned to face her as she spoke with an apologetic tone. "Do forgive him, Mayuki-hime," she said, and she shook her head. "There is nothing to forgive, Kirin-san," she said as she began to eat her soup slowly, and in the end she decided to ask the question that had been bugging her for some time. "May I ask you something, Kirin-san?" she questioned, and the woman nodded. "Of course, my lady," she said, with a bow, and she nodded. "For how long have you served, Akihito-sama?" she questioned and saw the woman gulp down as she answered. "For 5 years, hime," she replied, and that was a lot of time. Akihito-sama would have been quite young. "So was it Lord Akihito's father who hired you?" she questioned, and the woman shook her head and something rather complicated passed through her eyes as she replied. "No, actually it was Akihito-sama himself, who had me brought to his castle," she said, and she didn't miss how the woman had clenched her kimono, as if recalling a painful memory. "And just for that I am very thankful to him. If it wasn't for him," she continued rather sadly, as her lips thinned, before she shook her head. "Regardless, Akihito-sama had me brought to his castle, nearly 5 years ago, and I have served as a loyal servant ever since, for without him me and my daughter would be dead by now," she said, and she frowned at those words. But before she could finish, the red-haired lady had suddenly pulled her down, ushing her own body to cover her. "Watch out!" the woman shouted as she wrapped herself around her proactively, as dread pooled in her heart. Ting! And she heard the sound of metal clashing, and her breathing became erratic as she sat up and looked around and stilled as she saw them all surrounded by a dozen or so men. Armed men, with various scars on their faces, looked at her with that lecherous gaze that sent shivers down her spine. "Akihito-sama!" the guards shouted as they rushed toward her lord husband, and then she finally noticed how he stood in front of her and Kirin-san, his sword drawn, broken arrows lying around them. "Ah, this seems rather interesting, boys," one of burly man, who held a massive axe, spoke loudly, looking at Akihito-sama with the eyes of hunter, as H wet his lips. "Who sent you here?" Akihito-san questioned, his voice thick and serious, no fear or anger evident in his tone, which was chilling to say the least. "Ah, the little lord wants to know who sent us here," the burly man who was their leader said as the others laughed. "Are you fine, Mayuki-hime?" Kirin-san questioned, and she nodded, as they stood up, and Kirin-san put herself between her and those bandits. "Say what? You let us have our way with those pretty ladies and I will consider telling you that." "Hey," the man replied as he looked at her and Kirin-san, though Kirin-san was quick to shift herself behind her. "Just before I kill you too," he replied as they all laughed again. "Don't worry, Mayuki-hime. Nothing will happen to you," Kirin-san tried to assure her, and she realized that she was shaking. "Guards!" Akihito-san suddenly shouted, and the four men perked up. "Protect Mayuki and Kirin. Kill anyone who gets close to them," he ordered as the four guards surrounded both her and Kirin-san, leaving Akihito-san alone, who now began to walk towards the burly man with slow and measured steps. "What is he doing? He will die!" She shouted and tried to rush forward, yet Kirin-san held her back, and she looked towards the redhead woman with a betrayed expression. Had she been wrong? Had Kirin-san betrayed Akihito-san? "Don't worry, Mayuki-hime. He will be fine," she said, as she assured her and motioned for her to look towards Akihito-san, who now gripped his sword with both his hands and took a stance. "Ninpo, Kazakiri." And then she felt the very air rippled for but a split second as Akihito-san brought down his bald. Ching! A very sharp metallic screech rang through the air as the burly man turned to face Akihito-sama. His eyes widened, and just as he opened his mouth to speak up, his body was cleaned into two, as blood flooded from him. "Ah!" The men screamed as they saw their leader get bisected into two. Even the massive axe bound to his back had been cut into two, and as she watched his guts spill out of his body, the blood dyeing the grass scarlet, she felt her stomach turn, and before she could react, she felt her gut push in revulsion as the soup she had just eaten was spilled on the ground. Chapter 6. Akihito Shirahoshi. Power in the shinobi world was a necessity. It could be economic might, the kind possessed by Gato or other conglomerates in the world. It could be political as possessed by the daimyo and shigos and jitos, or it could be power in its cruelest form. For a person of his station and wealth, power was easy enough to buy. He could afford to hire several ninjas to guard himself and hire other people for his protection, and make no mistake, he did so as well, and a lot of other things through his wealth and influence. Yet that didn't mean that he had left himself helpless. Akihito may not have access to the various secrets to unimaginable power held by the hidden villages, yet his wealth and influence allowed him access to several people willing to impart upon him their own understanding and experiences, which, after mixing and matching with his own knowledge, had allowed him to progress over the years. The men surrounding him and his retinue were simple enough, a group of wandering Rounin and bandits, making their living by looting caravans, killing and selling flesh. Their presence was rather common at these times, given that the kingdom was going through tough times because of the war, and many had no choice but to resort to such measures to feed themselves. It was one of the reasons that in his own castle, no food was wasted, and all surplus food was distributed back to the people. Apart from that, there were several soup kitchens organized throughout the region for the destitute and helpless, just so people would not resort to banditry and killing. A crime done out of necessity and hunger, he could understand and, if enough remorse was shown, even forgive. Yet a crime carried out of joy was one that would get no mercy from him. It never had, and it never will. And so as he watched the bandits glance lecherously at his lady wife and servant, one whom he had acquired through an S-rank mission, and the woman in question had saved his life on numerous occasions, he gripped his sword tightly. His reserves were lesser than a shinobi of similar age, yet one didn't need massive amount of chakra for what he was about to do. He felt his body heat up, a familiar strength erupting through his core, traveling through his whole musculature, invigorating him, moving through his arms, up his sword, which gained a slight greenish hue over its edge. Ninpo. The burly man, who was the leader of this so-called group, continued to laugh, unaware of just what was about to befall him, as he calmly exhaled, flaring his chakra and pushing it into his blade with all his focus as he brought it down. Kazakiri. And he saw the laughter stop as a metallic screech rang out, making some of them wince, as the burly man's body took a moment to register his strike. And then the man turned to face him, his eyes filled with fear looked into his gaze, and as he tried to raise his hand, his body separated into two equal halves. Ah! The others screamed as they saw two halves of his body fall to the ground, his guts spilling on the grass, his blood dyeing it all red. What the hell? Who did this? This was supposed to be easy. Just who is he? They all backed away, weapons drawn, as his guards paled at the sight as well, yet they held firm, knowing that if they were to fall, they could put the lives of his lady wife and one of his most trusted servants in danger. Now, he began, and he saw them all look at him, as he spoke up again. I will ask again who ordered this, and the one who answers first gets to keep his life. He offered and saw some of them glance at each other, doubts creeping in their hearts as he heard a shout from the side. It was a man called Hikari, from Mahiro Court, he said. One of the members spoke up as he fell down on his knees. What the hell are you doing? Lords Mahiro will have our head for this. The others shouted, and he frowned. Lord Mahiro, the man, was an aged lord, one who was the father of Lady Mahiromiya, who was the mother of the third prince. From what he could recall, there was no animosity there between him and Lord Mahiro. Regardless, it seems the man was not fond of him, though that was a matter for more peaceful times. I believe he will have to wait for that, he replied to the earlier comment as he brought up his blade, taking his stance, and rushed towards the bandits, who backed off initially, and a few of them even ran away. Though few, it seems, wished to test their mettle against him. Well, regardless, their fates were all sealed the moment they attacked him. Ninpo. He began again as he pushed his foot into the ground and brought his blade behind him, positioning it for a wife slash. He pushed his chakra into his blade once more, and watched as its edge took on a greenish hue once more, yet this one was much brighter than the earlier one, and then, using all the years and years of training, he swung his blade, feeling the very metal of it screech as it failed to bear the edge of his technique. Ridicurb. And then, for a moment, nothing happened before suddenly the whole area was filled with screams of men whose bodies were cleaved into halves, at their navels, separated into halves, and they screamed as the pain registered as the ground around him was dyed in red. Ah! Hey, save me! Their screams were muffled by the sound of trees falling down and crashing, all of them cut down by the force of his strike. They screamed as he straightened up and glanced back. Few of them had wished to aim at his lady wife, underestimating his guards. Idiots, those men had trained with him, and though they may lack the kind of skill he possessed, the four of them were amongst the best blades in all of Shinoi. And they had shown that, making quick work of the four others who had wished to aim at the women. Speaking of that, he heard the redhead shout. Akihito-sama! Akihito-sama! She shouted, her voice distressed, making him rush towards her. As he got closer, he realized the reason for her distress as he watched his newlywed wife lying there pale and unconscious, her body shaking as the redhead tried to bring her back to consciousness. She is not waking up. She shouted at him, distressed, and as their eyes met, she gulped down. Aiku. No. He shot down the suggestion, already knowing what she was about to offer, but given Mayuki's perilous health, he didn't wish to make it worse by introducing foreign chakra like that into her system. He glanced into the distance, trying to measure the distance between him and the Shinoi lands. He had already sent a letter to the best healer of the continent in regards to Mayuki's condition, and even if she herself was too busy to react, she would have sent her to help him. It was the least she could do after he had taken care of all her gambling debts, not that she needed him to. But it was nice to have the best healer this world had ever seen. OU1, or he should say 1 million ryo. Kazugaya. He commanded his commander of the guards, his mind made up. I will take Mayuki to the castle on the horse. The rest of you will ride behind me with this carriage carrying everything else, he commanded as one of the guards rushed and brought him the white horse Kazuto was riding on. And bring that man with you, as well, he said, pointing towards the man he had spared, and the guards nodded. But my lord, the city is still quite far, and I can heal her. Kirin-san cut in, and he shook his head. It may be, but Mayuki is ill, and I have already contacted someone who could help her. Let us hope that they are there, he said as he crouched down and wrapped his red outer cloak around the shivering form of Princess Mayuki and picked her up in a bridal carry. And despite her age, she weighed almost nothing that would need to change. He thought as he jumped up the horse and, with a final nod to his guards and Kirin-san, pulled on its reins with his free hand. The horse galloped across the trees, the forest blurring behind him as he raced towards his lands. Chapter 7. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves, found himself once more in the capital of the Land of Fire. His visits had become rather rare over the last few years because of the ongoing war, and as he watched the people, the regular people, walk around the capital, laughing and celebrating as the war neared its end, he found himself content at what the cost of this peace had been. This war was being called the Third Great Ninja War, yet in truth, it was not that. It was simply a continuation of the Second War, a war which had been going on for the last decade now, a war that had taken a heavy toll on everyone. And though the treaties were yet to be signed, it was largely expected that an accord would be reached between Konoha and Iwa, the two main villages engaged in this war, for Kiri still recovered from the losses it had taken in their assault against Uzumaki Island, and the retaliation Konoha had shown. As for Kumo, they were stubborn, yet they had lost their rakeage and had pulled back their forces ever since, with Iwa the only other village left. Though Iwa was often stubborn by nature, even Onoki was not blind to favorable terms being offered to them for peace and what rejecting those terms would mean for them. Konoha had been on the back foot for most of the war, barely managing to engage 2 of the great 5 villages by itself, yet in the end, the will of fire had held true. And in its hour of need, a new beacon of hope had emerged in the form of Minato Namikaze, Konoha's yellow flash. Jiraiya's student had emerged as a symbol of hope for their village. His very name now caused fear to bubble in their opponent's heart, and in him he saw someone embellished with the same will to change the world as the first Hokage, Hashirama-sama. And so he found himself sitting against the fire daimyo, Katsugawa Hiroshi. The once towering and fear-inducing man had now become a shell of his old self, tainted with disease and loss. The man was thin and frail and coughed quite frequently. The relationship between a Hokage and a daimyo was rather unique, both operated rather independently of one another, with the daimyo being the head of a nation and the Hokage the head of its military, and though the rank of a Hokage was essentially nothing more than an advisor, the Hokage was afforded much more freedom and power because of the nature of his position. Him and Katsuya Hiroshi had worked together for 2 decades now, and it had been a fruitful partnership, yet it seemed that it was about to come. "You seem rather hale for a man who wishes to retire," the man said with a smile, as they both sat in his solar smoking their pipes, and Hiruzen smiled. "And you look rather ill for a man your age," he replied, and he saw the man's eyes still as the light in them vanished. He then took a large puff and replied in a mournful tone. "Death tends to do that to you," he said before he turned to face him. "You would know so as well," he said, and Hiruzen nodded. He was well aware of that as he recalled his own lost son, and the toll his death had taken on him and his family. "Indeed, and in that regard, you have my gratitude for accepting Asuma as one of the Guardian 12, it was magnanimous of you," he said, and the man waved it off. It was nothing, yet it was not that to him. And though this had cost him his relationship with Asuma, it had at least saved his life and prevented his son from losing his life in an unsuccessful attempt at revenge over his dead older brother. To stop that, he had asked the man sitting opposite to him to induct him into the Guardian 12 as a favor. A favor that the man had granted him. "Regardless, you seem rather ill, Katsugawa-sama. Perhaps I could have one of my healers." And the man shook his head. "My time has come, Hiruzen," he replied, and it was the tone of a man who had accepted his fate, had accepted his own futility. "I don't have much to live for anyway, now in this world," the man replied, and he knew why. He had heard about the death of Lady Mayo and his 2 sons recently. Losing more than half your family could break any man, and for Hiroshi, it had done just that. "Then tell me, why have you summoned me today, Katsugawa-sama?" he replied, and the man sat up as he looked him in the eye. "We both rose into power at nearly the same time, Hiruzen. Making you the Hokage was one of the first decisions I made after becoming a daimyo," the man began, making him frown as he failed to see where this was going. "Indeed," he added, for this was true, and the man nodded. "I had made that decision for I had felt that we were both similar to each other and believed that we could govern these lands together, in peace, with each mindful of their duties and role," the man continued. "And I would say I was right in my choice. Together we have faced 2 wars, and unlike many other villages, we have had each other's trust and support over the years, and that was right again. In Iwa, near the end of the Second War, the relationship between the daimyo and Onoki had collapsed, and now there were rumors of tensions between the Wind Lord and Raza the Kazekage, yet he and the Fire Lord had enjoyed rather an amicable relationship, with each aware and mindful of their duties and role. I would like our successor to get to enjoy the same luxury," the man finished, and it all came together. So it is about that. I can understand that, but have you made your decision about who shall ascend to the throne after you, Hiroshi?" he questioned, recalling the death of his sons. "Pa. I am not going to declare an heir, it shall not matter anyway," he replied, and the succession wars were somewhat of a right of succession. "Yet you have someone you favor," he added with a knowing smirk, and their eyes met. "Just as you do as well." "That boy, what was his name?" the man said as he rubbed his chin, emptying the ashes of his smoke pipe into the tray by his side. "Ah. Namikaze. Minato Namikaze, you tend to favor the boy as well, even more than your own student," the man replied, and he closed his eyes as he refused to answer. "The daimyo makes the final decision about who shall become the new Kage. All I can do is give my own recommendations," he replied, and the man smiled. "Recommendations? You practically wrote a whole report about the boy's virtues," the man replied as he chuckled. "However, it seems you are not the only one who favors the young lad," the man suddenly added, making him perk up, as he opened his eyes and saw the man's eyes glinting. "For some reason, this Namikaze has managed to impress the young lord of Shinoi. He is quite young himself, and spoke rather favorably of the young Namikaze," he added, and his mind raced as he tried to recall everything about Shinoi lands. A Hokage often received periodic reports about the lands as well, both officially and unofficially of course, and now that the man had mentioned this specific lord by name, it meant only one thing. Young Lord Akihito, he recalled the name and the various reports about the boy in question and the strange boy he was. He still recalled how the village had received an S-class mission request from the boy, a request which had named a very specific kunoichi. Indeed, young Lord Akihito, the boy spoke rather favorably of Namikaze, and as he recalled this young lord had just married Mayuki. So, this young lord was the one favored by him. Interesting, but what would you have me do? And if those words were true, then it was fortunate for Minato, for he didn't belong to a clan, and having a daimyo with a favorable view of him, would aid him in his role as a Hokage, especially a noble who seemed to be just as revolutionary as Namikaze himself. You do know that we are barred from interfering in the matters of the capita. And the man cut him. I know that, and I would never ask that of you, the man said angrily as he straightened up. Though I will say that I can feel some elements from the village interfering in the matters of the capital, he said, and Hiruzen's eyes tightened. I will look into it, he said, for if true this was neither good for village or the land of fire as a whole. On other matter, as I said earlier, I am not long for this world. I have given the young Lord Akihito all the support I was willing to, what the boy makes of it will be up to him, but I wishes for you to keep the hat for at least until a new daimyo takes my place, and leave the choice of the next Hokage in his hands, the man said, and Hiruzen nodded, now understanding the man's intentions. That seems reasonable, he replied, accepting the request, for it was not much. Plus, this would give the continent enough time to stabilize, and then their respective successors could begin anew and reshape the world as they wished. It shall be as your request. I shall delay my resignation until this whole crisis has ended, so your successor may make his own choice about who shall be the next Hokage, he acquiesced, though that didn't mean that he would not do anything, and neither did the daimyo expected him to, otherwise he wouldn't have mentioned the favor this Akihito boy held for Namikaze. Perhaps an earlier introduction between the two young men could go a long way in helping them and their villages. 0000. In the streets of Shinoi, a horse galloped through the street, and the people of the city, recognizing just who it was riding atop the white galloping horse, parted and made way for the ruler of these lands. The horse would come to a screeching halt near one of the city's most famous gambling houses, and the servants of such house would rush out of the establishment and prostrate themselves, for the person in front of them was none other than the lord of these lands, Akihito Shirahoshi. Is she in there? He questioned, his voice dry and thick, and before the profusely sweating man could answer, the door to the door behind him opened as a brown-haired girl stepped out. Yes, she is. And this girl was none other than the apprentice of the most famous Iryonin, Tsunade Senju, Kato Shizuan. Chapter 8. Kato Shizuan. It has now been nearly 3 since she had first come into contact with the young Jito of Shinoi. He had been nothing more than a literal boy when she had first seen him as she accompanied Lady Tsunade to the newly arisen young lord's castle. She had feared retribution because of the millions and millions of ryo Lady Tsunade owed to the various gambling establishments, and had thought that the owners of such establishments had reached out to the young lord for their due compensation. And the young lord, in his naivety, had agreed to their request and had summoned the infamous Senju princess to answer for her crimes. Well, if that had been the case, the young lord's reign would have come to a much quicker end, for no one in the capital had the strength to face the Senju princess. Yet they had been received and treated as honored guests, and then were presented with a chance to clear their debts. A mission in which they had been requested specifically, and what a mission it had been. And with that mission had begun a certain partnership that had now brought her to these ever-changing lands once again, as she watched Lady Tsunade examine the young lady lying unconscious on the futon, a young lady who was none other than the daimyo's daughter and the newly wedded wife of the young lord standing beside her. What happened to her? You wrote that her condition was stable despite the poison. She questioned, recalling the contents of the letter she had received 2 days ago, the very letter which had prompted both her and Lady Tsunade to return to these lands. We were attacked, he replied, and she should have guessed as much, given how he had rushed to the city on a single horse, carrying his newlywed wife. Gods! She gasped as she rushed towards him. Are you fine? Were you injured? She questioned, examining him as he shook his head. No, I am fine, and none in my retinue were. But she passed out from the shock, and given her fragile health, I rushed with her to the city, he replied as the scathing voice of Lady Tsunade cut in. And it is good that you did. She said as she stood up, her head snapping towards the young Jito, who stood there leaning against the door. If you had waited for even a day, even I wouldn't have been able to help her, she replied, and she gasped at that, for it seemed that the condition of the young princess was much worse than she had thought. Her whole body is riddled with enough of a lead-based poison to kill her twice over. I cannot even imagine how she is still alive, Tsunade-sama replied, and she saw Akihito-san's lips thin at those words. Will you be able to help her, Tsunade-sama? He questioned moments later, and the Senju princess nodded as she looked the young lord in the eye. Thankfully for you, yes. Though, her situation is rather precarious, you need not worry, she said as she smirked and continued. I won't let you become a widower a day after your marriage, she replied, and the young lord gave her a bow. For that, you have my gratitude, Tsunade-hime, he said. You and Shizun-san shall have everything you need for this. I will return shortly after having preparations done at the castle for your and Shizun-san's stay, he began, and just as he was about to step back, Tsunade-sama cut in once more. Stop! She said, her tone casual, something which would have landed her in trouble if it were any other noble, yet Akihito-san wasn't any other noble, and neither did the Senjua princess respond to the request of any other noble. The young boy stopped as Lady Tsunade walked up to him and looked at him with a narrowed gaze. "Where is that redhead?" she questioned. And there was no need to question about which redhead she was talking about, for there was only one redhead she would mention, the one with whom this all had begun. "She is fine and is on her way to the city with the guards and one of the bandits who attacked us," he replied, and Lady Tsunade nodded before suddenly reaching for the young noble's head and gripping it in her hand. "And did you really think you could hide that from me, boy?" she said menacingly, making her groan internally at the scene in front of her. "Tsunade-sama! What are you doing?" she shouted as she rushed towards him and tried to pry her hand off from his head. "Show me your hands, boy," she said angrily, and she stilled as she saw the young lord lips thin as she reluctantly pushed forward his hand, making her halt at their state. "They were injured. How did this happen?" she questioned as she began to examine the extent of the damage, which thankfully wasn't that much. "Let me tell you what happened," Tsunade-sama snarled as she removed her hand from his head and looked at him accusingly. "You tried to use those techniques despite my instructions, didn't you?" she questioned, and the young lord nodded. "I needed to send a message, and I don't think I need to explain to you the reason for that," he remarked, looking the Senjua princess in the eye, a feat that few could do. Tisk, Tsunade-sama clicked her tongue, for he really didn't. His recent marriage to the daimyo's daughter was an announcement of his candidacy to become the next daimyo, something which would make him a target of many, many people. She could reckon that this attack itself must have been orchestrated by one of these people, and in that sense he was right. The young lord did need to send a message. "I am finished," she announced as she finished wrapping the bandages around his wounds. "Thank you, Shizune-san," the young lord said as he gave her a smile, and reached for the door, sliding it open. "You do know that you have painted a massive target on your back now. These attacks won't end with this." "No, this is just the beginning," Tsunade-sama's voice cut in, a tinge of concern laced in her tone as she glanced at the back of the young lord about to exit the room. "I know, and don't worry. I am ready," he said with a final glance as he rushed out of the room. Tsunade-sama glanced at the closed door before she huffed as she turned to face her. "Shizune!" she called him out as she began to remove her green jacket. "Get me a bowl of boiled water," she said, and that was enough to tell her what she planned to do. "It will be good for us if the future daimyo owes us a favor or two for saving his dear wife," she said with a smirk, and she nodded as he made to rush out the door. "Yes, of course Tsunade-sama." Chapter 9. Akihito Shirahoshi. As soon as Akihito had realized the nature of the world he had found himself in, he had begun becoming more active. And while he may have hit roadblocks on many of the avenues towards which he had worked, he had succeeded in many as well. Transformation of the Shinoi lands had been one. His father, strict and distant he may be, but the man, upon recognizing his son's intellectual prowess, had involved him in the governing of these lands even prior to his death, and with that, he had been able to slowly implement several changes in how the lands were governed. Improved farming techniques, improved healthcare facilities, basic hygiene, a small and bubbling industrial sector had helped propel the region of Shinoi from moderately good farmland to one of the economic hubs of the Land of Fire. His other ventures like the soup kitchen, crackdown on banditry and corruption, had also won him the love of the people of his land, and so as he strode in through the gates of his castle, or Shiro, 2 columns of servants bowed to him as one of his most trusted aides rushed towards him. "We were not expecting you till tonight, my lord," spoke up the Lady Nakiri-san, the woman who had practically raised him. Nakiri Arina was one of her mother's lady-in-waiting, a common village girl whose parents had been but farmers. She had accompanied his mother to this castle when his father had been granted these lands and, upon her death, had taken charge of the household. He got off his horse and saw her eyes look beyond him, probably searching for the carriage. "We were attacked on the way," he replied, answering her unasked question, and she gasped at that. "Mayuki him?" she questioned, and he raised his hand, calming her down. "We weren't hurt. As for Mayuki Heim, the whole ordeal troubled her, so I rushed ahead with her." "She is with Shizune-san," he answered and saw her eyes widen. "I shall have accommodations prepared for the esteemed guests at once," she caught on quickly, and he nodded. "Good, and have I yet to call a council," he said as he moved past her, motioning for the aged woman to join him. "It seems you were right," he said as he gave her a pointed look. "We won't be able to remain neutral in this conflict after all," he said, and the woman smirked, though he didn't miss the hint of apprehension and sadness in her gaze at those words. That had been his initial plan. The developments in Shinoi had not gone unnoticed by those aspiring to become the daimyo, and over the last year he had received several offers, ranging from marriages, wealth, and power for his support. Many of them had been rather tempting, yet in all his strife he had wished to remain neutral to avoid this whole conflict. Though Nakiri-san had pointed out that his reasoning was nothing but flawed, that a rising lord such as him could scarcely avoid the crises lying ahead. "I would say that I told you so," but even I didn't see the daimyo marrying his daughter to you like this, she added as she glanced at him as they entered the castle. The Shirahoshi castle was rather large, for it served as a fortress as well as a dwelling for the Jito. It had 4 buildings made out of thick lumber and rose into the sky with its 5 floors, with guards stationed at each one. They entered the castle, the servants bowing to him and congratulating him on his marriage at each step as they moved towards his solar. I need to send a missive to the daimyo-sama about the attack. Have I to gather the ministers by then? I shall convene with them after a bath, he ordered, and the older woman nodded as he slid open the doors to his solar. He was stopped by a question from behind. Are you happy with the marriage, Akihito? She questioned, dropping the formality as she addressed him as the son she had helped raise. And how does one answer that? He was going to have to marry someone, and if her words were right, then it would have been the sisters of any of the other claimants or such, and the match would have been a political one. From the time he had gotten to spend together with the princess, he had been surprised by her. Hidden beneath that blanket of sadness was a gentle and pure soul, a rare and unsuitable combination for someone of her position. Someone like her, with a heart as such, would be easily crushed by all those around her. I am not unhappy, he replied, thinking it the most appropriate answer. The woman's eyes glinted as she lowered her head. But you do know what this means, right, Akihito? The attacks and plotting won't stop. They will only increase after this. Are you ready to face all of it? She said worriedly, and he looked straight ahead. He knew that. Though the rapidity of the first strike had taken him by surprise, it seemed he had been deemed quite a threat for them to target him so quickly like this. Yet what could he do? Give up? No. Akihito Shirahoshi was many things, but he wasn't one to go back on his word. And he had promised Mayuki her revenge, and so his eyes narrowed as he answered. It doesn't matter now, though, does it? I will have to be. 0000. The fire daimyo sat in his solar reading the letter he had just received from the young Jito of Shinoi. It seems their caravan had been attacked by bandits, though thankfully both him and his daughter were fine. And neither him nor the young Akihito had mistaken this for what it truly was. An assassination attempt. The first of many. Yet the boy had been quick to retaliate as well, for contained in this missive was another report from one of his own speaking of how the young lord had just imposed severe tariffs on the export of goods into the neighboring lands. Lands that were under the reign of Lord Mahiro. He was sure that petitions would soon arrive from the lord above over the unlawful nature of these levies. He would ignore them all, obviously that was all the help he could offer the young Akihito, the rest was up to him. So, he put down the letter and sipped his tea. It warmed his insides as it traveled down his mouth, simmering down the ever-present aches that now ailed his body. The moon shined above in the sky, as he imagined the tumultuous times waiting for his lands in the future. And so, it begins. Chapter 10. Katsugawa Tatsuya. The third prince of the Land of Fire frowned in frustration at the report he was receiving from his backers' liaison. What do you mean he survived? He questioned, growing angry and frustrated with the failure of the one task that had become quintessential for his ascension. The masked ninja, kneeling on one knee, simply reiterated. We are not sure yet. But we can confirm that Princess Mayuki and Lord Akihito encountered a small bandit group on their journey, yet according to the reports, the young lord and his group remained unscathed despite the attack, the man reiterated in his usual drawl and robotic tone, making his frustrations grow. First, his father had refused to announce an official heir despite the pressure from the ministers, and now this. That boy is more trouble than we realized, his mother added from the side, and he would agree with that. Akihito Shirahoshi was a dark horse in all of this. The young lord had been insistent initially on maintaining his neutrality during this whole conflict, yet all of it had now been revealed to be nothing but a farce. No, the young Jito dreamt of seeing himself on the daimyo's throne. The nerve of him, he thought as his fists balled up and he looked once more towards the masked liaison. I want him dead, along with my dearest sister, for as long as she lives, my father will not name a formal successor, allowing others to lay a claim to what is rightfully mine, he said through gritted teeth, but the masked man shook his head. That will not be possible for the time being. Attacking Jito Shirahoshi at this juncture is not possible, came the answer, and he frowned. What do you mean it isn't possible? You are killers, all of you, and yet you can't even kill Tatsuya. His mother's voice cut in, sharply halting him mid-sentence, and their eyes met, and he saw her eyes glint as she continued. That is enough. She said to him, asking him to calm down as she turned to face the masked man. Leave us, she ordered, and the masked ninja vanished in a blur, leaving him alone in the room with his mother. The Lady Mahiro had chosen a teal kimono today, her hair tied behind her with an intricately designed gold pin fashioned in the shape of a ryu. What have I told you about dealing with ninja? She chastised him, and he grit his teeth as he got up and waved away dismissively. I know you warned me to be careful when dealing with such men. Yet he is nothing but a mindless killing machine, he said, having learned already the true value of the masked men serving under Shimura. Mindless it may be, but you must remember that they don't serve at your pleasure, but under the commands of Danzo Shimura, and one must never underestimate a man such as him," she warned him, and he shook his head, a smile on his face. "Shimura needs me much more than I need him. He supports me only because he wishes to see himself as the next Hokage, a choice which now lies in the hands of whoever ascends to the throne after my father," he replied, for those were his father's intentions. It was now largely speculated that the daimyo had ordered the third Hokage to continue as such until this whole matter had resolved itself, a decision towards which he had mixed feelings. On the one hand, it tied his and Shimura's fates together, yet it also meant the man could lend him his aid very covertly, in fear that his actions may be uncovered. "Shimura supports you because your grandfather and him share a similar vision for the future of this continent," his mother cut in, and his mood dampened at the mention of his esteemed grandfather. Lord Hayama Mahiro, father of Lady Mahiromiya, was one of the oldest lords alive today, even older than his father. He controlled one of the largest pieces of land in the region. They were one of the oldest serving families with deep ties to the various daimyos over the years. Yet if Shimura wishes to see himself as the next Hokage, it is me who he needs on the throne, and so he should support me, not grandfather. He didn't say, but his intentions were clear enough. Shimura could always find another one willing to do his bidding. "I would caution you to be careful when dealing with him," his mother warned him as she stood up and began to walk towards the door. He stilled at those words, and his mind raced towards the reluctance showed by Shimura's man towards the assassination of Akihito. "Do you think he would approach Akihito Shirahoshi?" he suddenly questioned, and his mother shook her head as she slid open the doors. "No, that is highly unlikely," and his heart eased at that. "At least he won't have to worry about that." "But how can you be sure about that?" 0000. Danzo Shimura. Tsunade. He frowned as he read the report, and the informant nodded. "Yes, Lord Danzo. We confirmed twice that Lady Tsunade and her apprentice are now residing in Lord Akihito's castle, and that was rather interesting, not her presence in the Shinoi lands or her staying in the castle. Despite their militaristic nature, both Senju and Uchiha clans had noble ranks. Though they were little more than honorary titles, they were still given the ranks of Shogun for their role as the founders of Konoha. And are we certain that neither of them dealt with the bandits?" he questioned, recalling the report from earlier mentioning the details of how the bandits who had attacked young Lord Shirahoshi had been killed. "Positive, my lord. Both of them were in Shinoi lands at that time. They were not involved in the subjugation of those Ronins," the informant continued. And Danzo sat in his chair, in a dark room lit with only a single candlelight as he looked at the illustration of the young Jito. The boy seemed rather good-looking and had sharp features, yet it was his intellect that had taken him by surprise. Many lords over the years had tried to curry favor with the Senju princess, yet none had ever succeeded in doing so. Yet somehow, the young lord of Shinoi managed to get himself into the good graces of the Senju princess. Troublesome. And intriguing. "What are your orders, Danzo-sama?" came the question, and he frowned. "Have the bandit he captured handled. Apart from that, do not take any other direct action as long as the Senju princess resides in his castle. We cannot risk exposure," he ordered, and the informant nodded, yet it didn't vanish, making him frown. "What is it?" he questioned, and the informant halted for a second before he added. "My lord, there is one more thing I wish to mention," the informant began, and he motioned for him to continue. "In Lord Akihito's retinue, there was a certain woman by his aid," the masked nin began. "What of her?" "She has red hair, Danzo-sama. Similar to those of Kushina Uzumaki." Chapter 11. Iaitsujin. Iaitsujin watched as the advisors left the conference room, leaving him alone with their lord and leader. Just as the daimyo had a prime minister under him to do his bidding, he occupied a similar role under the Jito of Shinoi. Something which was rather unimaginable for someone like him, for he didn't come from a line of Shigos or Jitos or even other histories families. No, Iaitsujin was born out of wedlock, not an uncommon occurrence for these times, yet the thing that held him back most was that he was born with the western features of his father, a man whom he didn't even know the name of. He had travelled through the lands and had been shunned everywhere he went for his looks, and despite his qualifications, no lord would give him a place at his hearth until he had found himself in these lands, driven here by the news of the young lord who had turned their fortune around, transforming simple arable province of Shinoi into a literal economic powerhouse. The young lord was strange, lacking the usual spiral and haughtiness of those born into privilege, and unlike the others, hadn't looked at him with contempt in his eyes. And so, he had found himself sworn into his service, his skill with the sword and his mind now his lord's to use. And use them he had over the years, yet it was only now would he get the opportunity to truly lend the man his aid. He looked towards the young lord, who cracked his neck as Iaitsu questioned. "So raised taxes and tariffs, that's a rather meek response for someone who just tried to assassinate you and your lady wife," he questioned and saw young Akihito's eyes narrow onto him, as the young lord continued. "And who said that?" This was all, he finished in a cold tone, and he smirked. Of course, it was not. Their neighboring lord had just tried to kill him, and Akihito was many things, but a fool he was not. So, what is the plan? He questioned as he walked up and sat down opposite to the young lord, who pointed at the bordering region of Mahiro lands. Lord Mahiro drives much of his income from these iron and silver mines. It would be rather troublesome if these mines suddenly collapsed, the young lord said, telling him of his plans, and they were quite sound. But what of the war? Such an attack could draw the daimyo's ire, for we need that metal to make weapons, he replied, voicing his concern as a good advisor should. The war is over, and though the tensions remain high, I don't believe there will be much fighting now. Though regardless, the daimyo-sama won't move against us, he added resolutely, and he was reminded of how the young lord was now family to the daimyo-sama, being recently married to his sole daughter by his lady wife. Though, that was another headache in itself. The succession war was gruesome and cruel, and most of all, bloody. And now the young lord opposite to him had been thrust into it, by the virtue of his marriage. Speaking of that, how is Lady Mayuki? I have heard that she fainted due to the bloodshed, he questioned, and the young lord's face contorted with worry as he sighed. Yes, she did faint, but she will be fine, he replied, and he narrowed his gaze, as he recalled the rumors about the infamous glass princess of Land of Fire. So, how bad is it? He decided to cut straight to the point, and the young lord looked at him, examining him before he replied. It is bad, she was poisoned, heavily. If not for proper treatment, she would have died within the year, but now she will live, he replied, confirming the rumors, and he sighed. That means. And the young lord nodded as well. Indeed, the two princes were murdered, at the third prince's orders most probably, as was her mother, and now only she lives, the young lord confirmed, telling him of the news and information he had gathered over at the capital. And he nodded as he processed it all, his teeth continuously grinding the wheat stalk in his mouth as he looked towards the young lord, before voicing out what was on both their minds. So, war? He questioned, and the young lord nodded, accepting his words. War indeed, said the young lord as he loosened up, and plopped down his face on his hand as he leaned on one side. Tell me how prepared we are, he questioned, and Iyatsu sighed as he shook his head. Not well, Akihito. Not well at all, he said. The succession battles weren't fought by shinobi like the grand wars between nations themselves. No, they were fought with men, soldiers with pikes and swords and bows. And they were led by samurai. Samurai, masters of the blade, people who had spent years and years honing their skill with the blade to spill blood at their master's bidding. Each Jito wished to have more and more of these highly trained men under him to maintain peace in their lands for a scenario as such when conflict was to be had. Lord Akihito was a revolutionary, his vision had allowed him to help transform these lands into an economic hub, but he had little pedigree and was only the second generation to rule over these lands. The people they faced, though, had family histories spanning over centuries, and that itself meant that they had many more samurai sworn to them. Lord Mahiro has 9 samurai sworn directly to him. His mines also allow him to have vast iron and other metal to fashion into weapons for his armies, and given the man's connection with Lord Siagasa and Lord Hattori, we will be facing 3 armies, which will be well armed and under the command of experienced samurai, while we boast only 4. 6, the young lord cut in, as he pointed towards himself and him. 6 if you include me and you, and he shook his head. The whole claim hinges on your presence, Akihito, we cannot take a risk by having you leading the army and possible facing these men, he admonished the stubborn young boy who shook his head. I have trained for this for years, Jin. Plus, you and I both know none of these men could face me, he said rather haughtily, and he rolled his eyes. Regardless, I will not have you put your life in danger, he said as the young lord simply replied. We will see about that, refusing to back down. We shall, he said as their eyes met, his blue reflecting back in those black irises of the young Jito. Still, we need to build alliances, Lord Chiba, he pointed to the small lands bordering them and Lord Mahiro as well, and though they were small, they held strategic importance. The man only has a daughter left after his son died a few weeks ago, he has approached me for a potential match between you and his daughter. No, I will not take a second wife, the young lord cut in. Marriages are a way of sealing and ensuring alliances. You cannot behave like this, he admonished the young lord who replied. I have promised Lady Mayuki that I shall not take a second wife, the young lord added, and he was enraged by those words. That is nonsense. Did the princess ask that of you, he questioned, for how could the princess have such gall? No, it was my pledge, the young lord said, surprising him as he looked at the boy like he had grown a second head, for who does something like this? You are an idiot, and you will break that pledge. I will not. You will. He nearly shouted at the stubborn idiot in front of him, and he continued before the man could cut in. Moreover, we need to modify the rationing and the training of the men and levies, he began, though he was quickly interrupted by the sound of a knock on the door. Knock. 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 Who is it? He questioned, annoyed at being disturbed. It is me, Nakiri, and I wish to inform Lord Akihito that Lady Mayuki has woken up, came the voice of the mother hen, and he watched as the young lord stood up and gave him a bow. We will talk later, he said as he moved out of the room, and he sighed as he made to follow him, his legs long tired from sitting for so long. And so, he found himself standing next to his female counterpart, for if he was their lord's right hand, Nakiri-san was his left, looking after their household and such, a duty often carried out by the lady of the house. That sounded rather heated, she questioned with a raised brow as the young lord vanished into the side hall. He sighed as he answered. Yes, I was trying to convince the young lord to consider a second match between himself and Lady Chiba, he informed her and saw her eyes widen. That is a good match, she iterated, and he nodded. Indeed, but the young lord was apprehensive about it. Apparently, he has pledged to Lady Mayuki to wed no one else, he said and saw her eyes soften. As noble as that may be, he will have no other choice if he wishes to succeed in this uphill battle, she agreed with him. Yes, that is exactly what I was trying to tell him, he said, elated that the woman agreed with him. Leave this to me. I will handle it, she said, and he was surprised by those words, though he was happy to do so, for he had a lot else on his plate apart from this. Then so be it. I shall leave this to you. Chapter 12. Akihito Shirahoshi. Akihito found himself in his lady wife's room and watched her consciousness return as her eyelids filled nervously. Where am I? She questioned, her voice a bit raspy from being unconscious for so long. She was right now in his room, located on the third floor of the castle, and he moved to the side and handed her a glass of water. You are in my castle, Mayuki Heim, he began and saw her nod nervously as she took the glass of water and took a sip. Her fainting had kind of scared him, for if she were to die so quickly after their marriage it would not have been good for him, yet he also recognized that he shared much blame in this all, he could have made adjustments according to her presence, when he had faced those bandits. So, as he sat beside her, he gave her a short bow as he began. I would like to apologize for the gruesome display, on our journey. I should have been more mindful of your presence, he began and saw her still as she waved nervously. Please raise your head, my lord. It is who should apologize for the inconvenience I have caused you, she began, and he shook his head. It was nothing, he assured her as she nodded before suddenly he felt her frown as she spoke up. I feel different, more invigorated than I have done so in years, she began in an amazed tone as her eyes widened as she turned to face him. What did your healers give me, my lord, she questioned, and he was surprised that she could feel the after effects of the treatment so quickly, but he should have expected nothing less of Tsunade Senju. I am thankful that you feel as such, but I did mention that I wouldn't let you die, didn't I? So, as soon as you told me of your poisoning, I called the best healer in the continent, and according to her, you shall make a complete recovery, he informed her of Tsunade's words. Her eyes widened as she stilled, and then her eyes began to tear up. How? I thought it was hopeless, she mentioned in a slurry tone as tears dripped down her eyes as her body shook. I did as I promised, he told her as he wiped away her tears with his sleeve. But how? She questioned again as she held onto his shirt, and he sighed as he answered with a smile. There is little in this world that Tsunade Senju cannot cure, he answered and saw her eyes widen at those words. You cannot mean her. She said with widened eyes, and he nodded as he wept back her hair, wiping away the sweat from her face. Yes, indeed I mean exactly her, and before she could continue, the doors to the room slid open, making him frown. It is G. And it was none other than Shizun-san, whose face flushed instantly as she realized her mistake. I will come late. She was about to leave when he stopped her. Stop, he said as he stood up and beckoned her in as Mayuki, face flushed, looked down in embarrassment. I was just leaving, he said as he looked towards the princess. She is Tsunade-san's apprentice and will treat you until you are healthy. Kirin-san will be back by tonight, until then Nakiri-san shall see to your needs, he informed her as she nodded, and he then left the room stopping for a second by Shizun-san's side. Where is Tsunade-sama? He questioned. She is in the yard, near the forest, she informed him and he nodded as he thanked her. Thank you, and Nakiri-san will come by any minute now. Tell her whatever you may need and any other precautions that we need to take for her health, he told her, and she nodded, her cheeks still flushed as he left the room heading towards his private training yard. He found Tsunade-sama there, examining one of the tree stumps. Her hand was grazing the stump as he stopped and spoke up. I believe you have heard the news as well, your sensei has agreed to step down, he informed her and she nodded as she turned to face him. Indeed, I am aware, and of course she would be. He gave the daimyo a list of potential candidates to replace him. I must say I was rather surprised that I didn't find your name on that list, he offered with a smile, and she rolled her eyes. I am not. Even he knows that I have little patience for the village as it currently stands, she uttered as she looked him in the eye. Who was his recommendation? She questioned. Namikaze, Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash, your comrade's student, he replied, and she nodded, seeming thoughtful. Though I would have liked it if your name had been there, he teased, and she narrowed her eyes. I do hope that you didn't try and have it added, boy, she said, and he nodded. I tried, but the daimyo-sama wished for me to remain limited to the list sent by your sensei, he replied, and she shook her head. That's reasonable. But Jiraiya's boy, he is a better choice than I had expected. You would like to work with him from what I can tell, she offered, and he was surprised by those words. For that, I still would have to live long enough, he said as he raised his brow, and she nodded. You will, she iterated, and then his next words made the very air still. Not if Shimura has anything to say about that, and he saw her still at those words. What do you mean by that? She questioned. I mean that the third prince was rather insistent in his support of the aged man. And then I have heard rumors of his close ties with the Lord Mahiro, who is the prince's grandfather, he tried to thread the dots. That is a grave accusation to make, she said scathingly. I make no accusation, but I had hoped that you could perhaps enlighten the people of your village of their oaths in regard to the upcoming conflict, he said in a sharp tone, taking a big gamble. And she met his gaze as she processed his words. I will see what I can do, have your servants prepare my things. I wish to leave by tomorrow morning, she informed him, and he nodded. I will inform them of your plans, he said, and just then, he frowned as one of the guards rushed forward. My lord! My lord! The man shouted, making him turn to face him. And he was alert at once, his mind racing as he questioned quickly. What happened? It's about your retinue, my lord. They were attacked, and the bandit they captured has been killed. Chapter 13. Tsunade Senju. Tsunade Senju was rarely intrigued. She had seen much in her life. Her status as the Senju princess, and then as a revered Sannin had allowed her to see all aspects of the shinobi world, see the truth of that world for what it was. See Konoha for what it had become. Her grandfather had sought to end the fighting of the Warring State period when he had joined hands with the Uchiha, and when the other clans did the same, forming what are now the 5 great hidden villages, he had not tried to stop them, instead had called a council and had shared with them the tailed beasts he had captured to maintain the balance of power. Yet all his efforts to achieve peace had been nothing but a failure, and soon after his demise, the war had come knocking at their door, and it was only the pragmatic and practical nature of his brother that would salvage the situation. Though her grandfather may have helped build the village, it stands to this day because of Nidaime Hokage, her uncle. And it was the shadow of the same man that she now saw inside the young Jito crouching in front of his assailant's corpse, a frown marring his face. She had first met him some years ago, receiving a missive from the village where her dear apprentice had been commissioned for a mission. A rarity, though it had happened before, many young lords and even some lords themselves had found themselves besotted with her apprentice's looks and would often commission a mission to make overtures at her, and she had expected this case to be similar until they had met the one who had hired them. The young Jito lacked all of the pomp and entitlement associated with someone of his station, and even in their then brief encounter, she had been able to see the sharp mind hidden behind that gaze. And the mission details had further confirmed it. A recovery mission from Kusa to rescue a woman and her daughter, how he knew of them and their hair color and, more importantly, their heritage was a secret, yet he was right. And that then and there had told her that he was different than the regular breed of men, and the subsequent years had only proven her conjecture. This is the work of a ninja, she cut in from behind as the guards backed down. The young lord looked towards her with an accusatory look, for his earlier words about the involvement of shinobi in this war of succession had just gained quite some weight. Many of the guards gaped at her words as she stood beside the young Jito, who raised a brow. How can you tell? He questioned, and she pointed towards the dead man's neck. There is a small hole in his neck, one that I believe was caused by the senbon that tore his carotid, killing him. Such accuracy can only be the work of a highly trained shinobi, she replied. Their eyes met, and she could see his mind racing behind those dark irises, plotting and planning. The peace her grandfather had wished to achieve had fallen apart, and only a vestige of that vision remained in the form of Konoha. Shinobi still warred, children still died, and things didn't change at all. Tsunade had gone agonistic over the fate of this world long ago, with the death of Dan and Kawaki, yet meeting the young lord of Shinoi had sparked a certain curiosity in her, a curiosity about the world he would build. He was deluded by dreams of grandeur. No, he was pragmatic, yet that didn't mean he didn't dream or aspire to change the world. He had somewhat. The lands of Shinoi were a microcosm into the world he wished to build, its populace healthy and prosperous, and most importantly its children safe and cheerful. A rarity in these times of war. Leave us! His voice rang out into the clearing, his authority unquestionable as the men around them paced away. Though the red-headed woman, the one she had met all those years ago, gave her a small bow as she followed behind them. You were right, she spoke up as both of them stood opposite in front of the dead man's body. I know, but I am afraid this won't be proof enough if I am to make a case against this adversary of mine, he mentioned, making her frown. Why? She questioned, not seeing his point. This dead body showed a ninja's involvement. They could simply put the blame on any foreign nations, or at any rogue nin. In these times of war, both of these scenarios are quite common and much more likely than sabotage by someone from the village, especially someone as esteemed as him. He snarled at the last word, his frustration leaking out, a rare display from the usual stoic lord he pretended to be. Though he was right. She could see his point. That is why I wished for you to investigate this personally. If I were to make a massive claim right now, I would alert him, but if you investigate, I believe you would either find evidence against him allowing for a prosecution against him, or it stops him from interfering anymore, buying me time enough to win this whole damn thing, he said as he looked towards her. And how can you be sure that it is him? She questioned, and though she had never liked Shimura and wouldn't put it past him to interfere like this, the man was still an elder and a counselor to her sensei. It is him. But how do you know? I know, he cut in resolutely, looking at her as he had all those years ago. Both of them stared at each other before she nodded. So be it then, though I still wonder how you plan to win this war, she questioned, and he smirked. You will just have to watch me, he said, and there was a sort of childish cockiness in that smile, and it reminded her of his age. He was so young and yet had done so much. I had little intention of participating in this whole ordeal, but now that I am. He began as he looked into the distance. I plan on sitting on that throne. He declared, reminding her of some all too familiar declarations she had heard over the years. And then maybe I would nominate you to take the Hokage's seat, he said as he turned towards her, and she scoffed. You wouldn't dare. She said with narrowed eyes, and he had the audacity to smirk. Maybe I would, he replied. Even the Guardian 12 won't be able to save you from me, she challenged, and he chuckled. Threatening me with treason itself, that's new, he said, and she smirked as she shook her head. And truthfully, she was rather excited to see what he would do as daimyo. Would he be able to bring the change that her grandfather had failed to bring? Will he truly be able to transform this continent as he had done so for his lands? And if she wished to see that, the boy would have to live for long enough to ascend that damned throne. I will be leaving for Konoha right now, she said as she moved towards the dead body and took out a sealing scroll from her pocket. And I will be taking this with me as well, you know, for investigative purposes, she replied as she sealed the body inside the scroll. What of Shizune-san? He questioned, and she waved it away. Let her be. Tell her to rest here for some time and heal your wife, she said with a smirk as the boy frowned, the hidden implication lost to her as she shook her head and continued. Plus, from what I know, she rather enjoys staying here, she relied on, and the hidden implication behind those words was lost to him as he looked at her obliviously. And she vowed to guard this innocence from her white-haired comrade's clutches. He had been getting rather intrusive over her constant visits to Shinoi lands. She wouldn't let him corrupt him. Suddenly she recalled something rather important. Hand me your blade, she said, and the boy did so with a frown, and handed her his sword. She took it out of its sheath and pushed her chakra through it. And there it was. The blade had cracks in it, in its edge. The technique used by the boy had done this to the blade. She was sure that the sword would break with one more swing. As I suspected, the blade is damaged, she uttered, and the boy nodded. It is. I have tried everything, yet the nature of my techniques is such that no blade lasts for much longer and breaks after some use. This one might last 1 or 2 more swings, he replied, already aware of the nature of his technique and their effects on his blade, and then suddenly his eyes widened as he looked towards her. You did? He gasped, and she nodded, cutting him. I did, she replied as she took out another sealed scroll from her pocket. Your idea had merit, and all the information you provided was enough for me to get a prototype made, she replied as she unsealed the scroll. And in a puff of smoke, a katana erupted from the sole, its sheath jet black though near the hilt it had a symbol marked. The symbol of a whirlpool, in honor of the kunoichi who had helped her build this blade. She threw it towards him, and he caught the sword, his eyes widening as he took it out of its sheath, his eyes narrowing on the seal inscribed into it near its hilt. They managed to pull it off, a replica of the legendary cubic ribch, he gasped as he swung it in the air, the blade cutting through the air in a masterful manner. It's not perfect, but it will do the job. So, don't go dying on me, young Lord Akihito, she said as she gave him a small bow. I won't, he said as he lowered his head. Then I will be on my way, it is time enough I have a meeting with my sensei about what exactly is going on inside the village on his watch. Chapter 14. Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third Hokage sat in himself, rather pleased and intrigued, as he looked at the person sitting opposite to him. It is surprising to find you back in the village so soon, I had thought I wouldn't see you for quite some years when you left at the end of the war, he remarked, looking at his wayward student. However, he was wrong in using the term the end of the war, for the war hadn't even yet ended per se. But Tsunade had been in charge of the medical division during the war, operating mainly from the village, only rarely venturing to the northern front, though when the fighting died and everyone could feel the war coming to an end, she had packed up her bags and vanished with her apprentice. Tsunade, on her part, didn't respond to the insult and simply hummed away as she looked around the office. Me neither, yet here I am, she remarked simply as her eye settled on his hat, which lay right in front of him at the moment. So, you are finally going to give up that hat, she said, a hint of sadness and intrigue in her tone, and he raised a brow as he replied. Indeed, and I would be happy to pass it on to you if you be willing, and she would be a better choice than many, he knew. Yet he didn't even need to wait for her answer, given how her expression changed at his words. No, thank you. And gods forgive, what is it with me and being Hokage? You are the second person in this week to propose such a thing, and he didn't need to guess who is the first. Tsunade, on the virtue of being a sannin in her prowess, was afforded several liberties which were not available to a regular ninja. Like roaming through the continent, not fulfilling a mission quota, and so forth. Yet that didn't mean he would let his dear student roam freely, so a sharp eye was kept on her movements, and so he knew of her rather frequent visits to the lands of Shinoi and how she had been there just days ago. I believe that person was the current Jito of Shinoi, the young Lord Akihito, I believe, he questioned and saw her eyes narrow at his words. Yes, she replied with a raised brow. And what was your answer to him? He questioned as he smoked from his pipe. She wouldn't be idiotic enough to agree to him, yet with his students, he could never truly be sure. The same one that I gave you, she replied, and he nodded. It seemed that he didn't have anything to worry about on that front. Good, though I am afraid I did notice the lack of your apprentice, Shizuan, he began as his voice hardened. Why is she still in Shinoi lands? He questioned, knowing that she was aware of the tumultuous times they were living in at the moment. She is there to treat Lady Mayuki, the newlywed wife of Lord Akihito, she replied, and he hoped that it was the only thing she was doing there. I hope you know what you are doing, Tsunade. If she were to break the oaths, even I wouldn't be able to protect her, he replied, making his stance clear. And the oaths were simple. No Konohanin would accept a mission against any land of fire noble. This was the cardinal rule, and though many tried to scurry around it, it was his duty to ensure that no Konohanin took such a mission and, lest one did, that he be prosecuted and punished accordingly. You don't remind me of that. I know of the oaths and the treaty quite well, she replied, making his heart ease up. But I am afraid some people in the village don't, she continued, her tone sharp and cold as their eyes met, and the atmosphere in the room went tense. Why? He questioned, and she raised a brow. I cannot say yet, but don't worry, I will find out, she replied, and he knew he could have pushed, but a part of him also knew that he wouldn't like the direction this would take then. And he didn't wish to engage in a conflict with her on the first day she was back. Then so be it, he said, backing off. But I want you to tell me if you find out anything about this. We cannot have on our hands a crisis like the Land of Water, he reminded her, and she nodded. I will, for none would want such a crisis. In Land of Water, the daimyo had wished to depose the Mizukage over his continuous aggressions against the Kekii Genkai holders, and in response to such actions, the Mizukage had allegedly sanctioned a mission against the Mizukage. His assassination had rocked the country, and now Kirigakure was in civil war, with the money and support from the nobles dying out or being directed towards the rebellion. What do you think of the daimyo's possible successors? He questioned, knowing that she was aware of the capital political landscape, unlike the rest of the shinobi force. Plus, it would be good to talk to someone other than his council members about this. What's there to think? She scoffed, and he raised a brow as he took the exhaled smoke, morphing it into the kanji for 3. Then let me rephrase, whom of the 3 main candidates do you believe is more suited to win? He questioned, and she shook her head. There are not 3 candidates, she replied, and he frowned. The third prince, Lord Akihito, and Lord Suzuki. He counted the 3 names, and she shook her head. Lord Suzuki was born to the daughter of the late water daimyo. He has little support and ambition for his bid. The main struggle is between the third prince and Lord Akihito, she replied, surprising him with her clarity. And which one of the 2 do you think would win? He questioned and saw her eyes narrow. What do you think? She questioned, and his mind raced as he recalled all the information he had on either of the 2 contenders. Lord Tatsuya is older and has more men at his back. His mother is also the daughter of a storied family with many samurai at their back. Lord Akihito is younger and derives his bid from his marriage to Daimyo-sama's daughter. Yet, I believe the difference in power between them is too great, he concluded as he looked at her, somewhat challenging her to deny him. The third prince's forces will simply overwhelm him in case of conflict, he replied, knowing that a peaceful resolution was never truly an option here. In terms of sheer numbers, you are right, she agreed with him, surprising him, for he thought she would disagree. After all, he had reasoned that she held a favorable view of the young lord of Shinoi. But, let's just say bringing down Akihito Shirahoshi will not be as easy as you think, she replied, a confident glint in her eyes, telling her that she knew much more than she was letting in here. But he didn't need to push, for he cared little over who took the throne. Interesting. He muttered as he noted down her words in his heart, looking forward to what the young Jito of Shinoi had up his sleeve, for it was not easy to impress Tsunade, and the young Jito of Shinoi AHD somehow managed to do so. 0000. Danzo Shimura. As Tsunade sat in the Hokage office, Danzo stood beneath them in the many caves that ran down below the village as he read the report about her return to the village, and her continuous visits to the Shinoi lands. How could you miss this? He raged at the ANBU in front of him, kneeling down on one knee. We never thought it worth reporting, my lord. There was no pattern to her visits, and most of the time, she wouldn't even visit the castle of the young lord, came the answer, and he shook his head as he crumpled up the report, burning it with a quick flare of his chakra. Of course, there wouldn't be a pattern. She is not an idiot, and how did none have noticed the erratic journey pattern she would take after her visits to these lands? He shouted angrily, his chakra roaring in frustration and rage at the incompetence of those under him. It seems somehow, the young Jito had found himself an ally in the Senjua princess, and not just that, from the way her journeys were structured, it seemed as if she had taken a special mission from the young lord. A mission related to none other than the condemned Uzumaki clan. About that red-haired servant. What have you managed to find out? He moved on, trying to piece together all the information. Not much, my lord. She began working in the castle around 4 years ago. She has no last name or any formal ninja training. Though we were able to hear that prior to coming to the Shinoi lands, she was in Kusagakuer, the masked nin replied, and he nodded. Kusagakuer? He questioned, and the man nodded. Yes, Danzo-sama, and she also has a daughter, a 3-year-old girl named Karin. She also has red hair. Danzo's mind raced as he processed all that. 2 red-haired individuals within the same family, it couldn't be a coincidence. No. This was something else. It was highly likely that these 2 weren't just regular people. No, they were Uzumakis, and that changed a lot of things. Convey to Lord Mahiro to handle any leaks about our involvement and lay low for some time. Tsunade's abrupt return means that she has returned with a purpose, he said, frustrated by this whole ordeal. With Hiruzen deciding to keep the seat until this succession crisis was handled, it now tied down his fate to the 3rd prince, something which he did not like. But no matter, he would have to live with it. Yes, Danzo-sama, came the affirmation, and then he recalled one final piece of information. And investigate this Gato, whoever he is, and what is the nature of his dealings with Jito of Shinoi. Chapter 15. Katsugawa Mayuki. Katsugawa could never ever have imagined that she would be living the life she was at the moment. Plagued by a constant ache and overhanging threat of death, she had begun to count down the days till her eventual demise, growing hopeless over her situation with every passing second. Yet the dull ache and hopelessness that had ached her for over a year was now gone. Eradicated, her breaths coming easier, and the future seemed less bleak than it ever had, at least in the last year. Yet she still remains troubled. The situation in Shinoi lands was tense, and she was not blind to the tension building up, as the guards trained vigorously with their blades. But more than that, she was tense over personal reasons, reasons that concerned her rather abrupt marriage with the young lord of these lands. The very lord who for now stood in the yard below, in a simple hakama, his blade in hand as 4 of the castle guards circled him, sweat dripping down their faces. And despite being aware of Akihito-san's prowess with a blade, she couldn't help but flinch whenever one of those guards swung their blades at him as she stood on the balcony watching the whole ordeal along with the castle's caretaker, Lady Nakiri. Nakiri-san, may I ask you a question? She began, and the older woman nodded politely. Of course, my lady, she replied with a small bow. Nakiri-san was basically the person who had raised Akihito-san and was most aware of anything related to him. She fiddled around with her thumb, trying to frame the question in the best words, as she finally worded out. Do you think I am pretty? She finally voiced out in a near whisper. What did you say, my lady? She questioned again, probably her voice was too quiet for her. Yet she gulped down as she pinched her thumb before repeating. Do you think I am pretty? She questioned again, and saw Lady Nakiri frown a bit as she answered. Of course, my lady. You are, I would say you are the prettiest person I know, but may I ask why you ask this, she questioned, a bit of sharpness leaking into her tone as she moved closer to her. And Mayuki didn't know how to answer that without embarrassing herself, yet she was at the end of her rope. My lady, if any of the servants have made an overture. Nakiri-san began in a cold tone, aiming to shake her hand. No, no, not at all, she cut in quickly, knowing that. Then why did you ask me that, my lady? She questioned in a soft tone as she looked over her. Her eyes darted to the man in black hakam in the center of the yard, now standing alone as the 4 guards he faced lay on the ground huffing, and defeated, as 4 more walked forward to take their place, giving him no respite. You can tell me whatever worries you, my lady, Akihito has ordered that you be made to feel as comfortable as possible, Nakiri-san cut in, as she shook her head. Truthfully, there wasn't much she lacked here. She would even argue that her life in Shinoi lands was even better than the one she had had in the capital. The servants tiptoed around her, bowing and complimenting her at every turn, working tirelessly to fulfill all her wishes. There was a sense of safety here that she had felt for the first time in a year, and Akihito was kind to her. He often dined with her and took her out as he showed her around his lands. Do you think Akihito-san finds me beautiful? She managed to eke out, knowing that given her position, Nakiri-san was the only person who could help her in this regard. Of course, my lady, but what makes you question that? Nakiri-san inquired as she reached forward. She bit her lip, her eyes lowered as she fiddled with her sleeve. Then why does he, And she could feel her face heat up as Lady Nakiri looked at her with a narrowed gaze, before they suddenly widened. Oh! And she gasped, and Mayuki was sure that she had guessed what she had wished to say, and that made her fold into herself even more. Yes, he seems to be, rather uninterested, she managed to eke out, and Nakiri-san leaned closer. Ah, though you need not worry yourself, princess, she cut in as she held her hand and spoke gently. I believe his restraint was more out of concern for your health, though may I ask you a question of my own? She began, and she nodded, her face heating up. Yes, she had thought so as well, but with her having recovered quite a bit now, she felt that he simply didn't want her. Yes, she replied as Nakiri-san leaned closer. Do you wish for him to be with you, my lady? Or is this out of a sense of duty? She questioned, making her frown. And she heated up as that. He has done much for me, and I wish to. She was about to continue when suddenly, loud sounds of a bell ringing broke them out of their reverie, and she watched as Lady Nakiri paled at those loud banging sounds. Her heart leapt out of her chest as she watched the guards rush into the castle, arming themselves. What is happening? She questioned. We are under attack. 0000. Lord Hayama Mahiro. Lord Mahiro sat in his solar with his sons, reading the missive from his ally and comrade from Konoha, with a frown. His two sons, Sakazuki and Jukiyama, sat opposite to him, and he couldn't help but feel his disappointment and frustration grow as he looked at them. Why have you summoned us, father? Have you finally decided to have that upstart lord answer for his crimes against us? Sakazuki snarled in rage, his fiery temper and cruel nature evident in his very body as he towered over his younger brother. We still are not sure whether it was indeed Lord Shirahosa behind those explosions in the mines. You must not rush to conclusions, Jukiyama added, his voice soft and intricate, yet of his two sons, he was the one more like him. He had a sharp wit and an enlightened mind, yet unlike him, he lacked the necessary ruthlessness to make some hard decisions. Of course, it was him. That up-jumped bastard thinks he can become a daimyo and wishes to have us impoverished when he hits our mines. Do you have any idea the amount of losses we have had to endure because of those attacks? The mines have been closed for weeks, and some of them may not even be functional again, Sakazuki snarled, and he was right. The attack on the mines, which had shaken their lands, disrupting their biggest source of revenue, had come as a surprise to many. But not him. When he had heard of the assassination attempt failing, he had known that the young lord would try to retaliate, though he would do so with such precision and intensity, had come as a surprise to him. The attacks had closed off over 3/4 of their mines, and given that the revenue from those mines was necessary for sustaining their lives and buying food for their people, which was extremely expensive given the war, it was a major headache for them. Add to that the fact that the biggest exporter of food was also the said lord who had simply raised tariffs on them. They were right now on the precipice of a major riot from the impoverished populace of their lands, something which they could not afford at this time. And now he had just received a missive from Konoha detailing that he would get little support from his ally there, for some people in the village had begun looking into his activities. Your brother is right, Jukiyama. All of us know exactly who was behind those attacks. You do so as well, so it is time you stop playing, fool. He snarled angrily and saw Sakazuki smirking at his words. And Sakazuki, I sent you to Lord Hattori, to reach an accord with him to bypass the tariffs Lord Shirahoshi has imposed on us. What happened to that? He questioned and saw Sakazuki frown. Bah! Why must we accept that upstart's terms? Let me teach him a lesson, give me 4 of our samurai and I shall bring you his head, bringing an end to this whole farce. Sakazuki challenged, and he sighed. It was a viable plan, yet he didn't like the uncertainty in it. There was too much they didn't know about this young lord, too much that was secret. The robins that had been hired to kill him were not so simple, their leader was someone acquainted with chakra as well, a feat which was rare in men of his station. Yet somehow, the man had been killed, along with his whole crew. And all that when none of the 4 samurai sworn to Lord Shirahoshi accompanied him on his trip. Hayama Mahiro had wished to further his family's legacy, trying to achieve what many others before him had failed to do so. A wish to see their own blood on the throne of the daimyo, and just as it had all seemed a reality, the daimyo had thrown a wrench in their plans, the wedding of his daughter to the young Jito of Shinoi, propping up another rival to his grandson. Lord Akihito Shirahoshi, the young Jito of Shinoi, was rather mysterious as well, a boy of only 15 yet wealthy and smart enough to have transformed his lands into one of the most prosperous regions of the Land of Fire. He knew that the daimyo's days were numbered. The man was on his last legs, yet he clung to life, knowing that as much as he did so, it bought time for the young Jito to gear up his forces. Even now, he had heard rumors of the young lord making an alliance with the neighboring Lord Chiba. A minor lord, but still a troublesome thought, erupted in his mind. The young lord had a good reputation, and that meant many more would approach him with the offer of an alliance, alliances that could end his dreams, just as he was on the cusp of achieving them. He could not let that happen. Sakazuki, he began beckoning his eldest son, who perked up at his words. Write to Lord Hattori and Saegasa and have them gear up their forces as well, he told him, making his eldest frown. You wish to have him divide his forces, he concluded quickly, a feral smirk on his face. And he nodded. Yes, have them engage in small skirmishes on the border while you shall lead the main force, apart from 3, you shall have the rest of the 6 samurai under your command, he announced. 6, don't you think it's too excessive for someone like Lord Akihito, Sakazuki challenged, and she shook his head. No, I want you to end this whole farce once and for all, he said and saw Sakazuki's eyes glint as he questioned. Thank you for this father, and what of his lady wife? She is the princess. He questioned, assured of his victory. And he closed his eyes as he answered. War is a treacherous thing, especially for women and children. Chapter 16. Iatsujin. This is disastrous, Iatsujin gasped as he stood opposite the young lord, with a detailed map of the Land of Fire opened in front of him, as they planned their eventual response to the incursion by Lord Mahiro's forces. A response that seemed more and more complicated and unlikely as he noticed their precarious situation. With the constant skirmishes between our forces and those of Lord Saegasa and Lord Hattori to the east and west, the attack from the northern border is devastating, and from my intel, is being led by the heir to Lord Mahiro, Sakazuki, who has at his back 6 of their 9 samurai. 6. Nakiri-san gasped from the side at those words, at the sheer number, for this also showed the intentions of the invading force. They wished to end the Akihito family. Though he cursed himself for not seeing this development, the skirmishes initiated by Lord Saegasa and Hattori over the last few days should have been hints enough, yet they had overlooked the intensity of Lord Mahiro's attack. Our 4 samurai are right now defending our eastern and western borders, we will have to pull them back, and as he was about to move the 4 general pieces towards the northern front, the young lord's voice cut in. No, we cannot do that, he cut in, surprising him. If we do so, we will be pincered by a 3-pronged attack. Lord Saegasa and Hattori wield a considerably less force than Lord Mahiro, but it is a formidable force nonetheless. As soon as we pull back our samurai from there, we will be overrun, he added, and he could understand his fears. But what else can we do? We cannot let Lord Sakazuki approach the capital of our lands like this, we need to have someone combat his substantial force, he asked, and the answer to his worry took him by surprise. I will lead that force, Akihito cut in, startling all the 3 residents of the room with his words. Have you lost your mind? You alone will face 6 samurai, 6. He nearly shouted at the absurdity of the notion and Akihito shook his head. I won't have to face them all at once, and I will lead a small and mobile force and try taking on them one at a time, with the best of my men, I could turn this whole thing around, he offered, and he shook his head. That's a massive risk. You are the lord of these lands, if anything were to happen to you, everything becomes meaningless, I cannot let you put yourself in danger like this, he said resolutely, yet Akihito appeared to have made up his mind. I could write to father, Lady Mayuki cut in from the side in a worried tone. Her face was pale, and her demeanor anxious as she looked towards the young lord. Maybe he could intervene and have Lord Mahiro pull back. It won't happen, he cut in, knowing that such a thing would be futile. The daimyo-sama will not be able to intervene in time, let alone the political situation in the capital makes it very difficult for him to make any such intervention. The pace at which Lord Mahiro's forces are moving, we would be overrun before any such directive makes its way to this part of the land, and even then, Lord Mahiro could simply claim that he didn't receive it or manufacture any legitimate cause for this overture, he replied and saw her nod nervously, as the young lord added. We must face this ordeal ourselves, with an expectation of no intervention from the capital. I see, then what will we do? She questioned in a worried tone, and he grit his teeth as he scanned the map once more. We will do as I have commanded. Have Kazuto prepare the men, I will leave within the hour, he announced, and he grit his teeth, for though he was a valued advisor to the young lord, he was still an advisor and the final say would always lie with the young lord himself. Akihito, listen to me. You have no heir and are the pillar that holds our forces together. You are like the king in shogi, and only an idiot ever lets his king step into the foray, he tried, but the young lord was unmoved. "You doubt me too much," he announced, sounding more impassive and colder as he looked at him. He grits his teeth as he accepts defeat, yet even then, he wouldn't let him go on like this. "Then let me write to Lord Chiba, with him allying with us we could force Lord Sakazuki to divide his whole force, he could attack him from the side, buying us enough time," he offered as he moved the 2 general pieces from Chiba lands into the Northern's front side. "You know I have already made my decision regarding this," the young lord announced as he stood up, making him grit his teeth. "Damn it! Just listen to me, Akihito, and don't be so stubborn," he shouted at the young lord, who, without answering him, began to move out of the room. "I need to make preparations," he called out as the door closed in behind them. And in his rage and frustration Jin punched the table as he shouted. "That damned idiot!" He cursed the young lord for his stubbornness as the table cracked into 2. "Jin-sama," a demure voice from the side cut in, breaking him out of his trance as he looked to the side and found Lady Mayuki staring at him with a frown. "Yes, my lady," he replied after a gulp, knowing that he had debased himself enough for today, though if they all died in a few days, he doubted his honor or mannerism would matter much. "Why is Akihito-san against an alliance with Lord Chiba?" she questioned, startling him, and he looked towards Nikari-san by her side, who gave him a nod, beckoning him to tell her the truth. "Lord Chiba has sought an alliance with young Lord Akihito for some time now, and to cement that alliance, he has proposed a match between young Lord Akihito and his sole daughter," he replied and saw her eyes widen. "That means—" "Yes," Nikari-san cut in from the side. "Lord Akihito refuses this because he made a promise to you that he would not take another wife, and while under normal times none would begrudge either of you this, in these times for a lord in his situation, the truth is that he cannot fight all his enemies with a hand tied behind his back," Nikari-san added, and he saw Lady Mayuki gulp at those words, her eyes moving to trace the lines of wood on the floor as silence reigned through the room. Then, he noticed her eyes sharpen as she glanced up into his eyes as she began. "Then would Lord Chiba be satisfied even if his daughter is but a second wife?" she questioned, and he nodded as he frowned. "Of course, my lady. An offer came even after your marriage to the lord, but he refused it," he replied. The princess then halted and he saw her mind race as she stood there and stared at the map of their territories, her fists clenched around the fabric of her kimono until her demeanor shifted as she replied in a resolute voice. "Write to Lord Chiba and tell him that Lord Akihito accepts the match for an alliance between our 2 lands," Lady Mayuki announced, and he was struck by her words, unable to believe them. "But my lady," he tried to say, yet she shook her head. "Do it, leave Akihito-san to me," she added in a sharp regal tone, and he looked towards Nikari-san, who had a small smile on her face as she gave him a nod. 0000. Akihito Shirahoshi. Akihito was in his room, strapping up his armor when the door suddenly slid open, and he glanced to the side and found his lady wife standing there. "May I enter?" she questioned demurely, yet this time, he didn't miss how her eyes were trained in his form, glinting sharply. "Of course," he replied as picked up the shoulder guards, as Mayuki stepped behind him. "Let me help you," she said as she began to tie it up as he held it in place. Their eyes met through the mirror, sitting opposite him as she voiced out. "You planned for this, didn't you?" Her voice cut through the air, making him frown. He was caught by surprise by those words, for of everyone else, she had been the only one to see through it all. "How could you tell?" he questioned as they moved to the next piece, and she nodded. "You expected this to happen, or at least planned for it. That was why you were training with those guards for all these days," she added, and he was surprised that she hadn't missed that detail. She was still a princess, born in a perilous capital. And while she was innocent enough, she had fangs of her own, fangs that she beginning to bear as the shadow of death looming over her head receded. "Lord Mahiro and his heir were most probably involved in the assassination of your brothers, for he is also the biggest backer of the third prince's bid for the throne, and I remember I made a promise to you that I would escape justice for your brothers," he replied, and indeed that had been the major part of this. Yet even though he had been caught off guard by the intensity of this strike, he had expected a much measured response from Lord Mahiro, given the man's cautious nature. Yet this time had gone all out on the first move. Their eyes met once more, and he saw a glint pass through her eyes as her expression softened. "I know you promised me so, but I have waited years for this." "I could have waited for much longer," she said in a worried tone as she wrapped his face in her hands. "I don't wish to see you risk your life like this for me. For the first time in years, I have felt at peace by you in these lands, felt hopeful. I cannot lose this all once more, I cannot bear to," she gasped out as water welled up in her eyes. He smiled as he wrapped her hands in his and held them tightly as he turned to face her, and smiled. "While concern for my well-being is cute." And he saw her blush at his words. "Nothing will happen to me. I am much stronger than I look, you must believe in me, and while this may seem abrupt, conflict with Lord Mahiro would have happened sooner or later, and I believe it wis better that we dictate the timing and pace of this rather than him," he assured her, and he was not even exaggerating. While their lands boasted fewer samurai, the quality of their forces was superior in regard to regular men, especially when it came to his special guards. The conflict with the man was a necessity, more so after his brazen attempt on his life. If he had let him be the man, could have gotten even more brazen and could have hampered his rise, so it was better that he dealt with him now, rather than during the eventual open conflict. This way I would be able to chip away at the third prince's strength. He had trained these guards and were a force to be reckoned with. She stared into his eyes, and then, with an abrupt movement, he felt her cold lips land on his as she held his head in her hands and her weight shifted into his arms. Akihito pulled her into himself as he wrapped his arm around her waist, as he felt his one body heat up, their lips conjoined still as they hungered after each other, and he could feel the saltiness of her tears on her lips as they separated, both gasping for breath as she stared into his eyes. "Promise me then. Promise me that you shall return victorious," she said resolutely, and he nodded as he stared into her eyes. "I promise," he replied, and then before he could react, her lips crashed into his own once more, yet this time, her hands ruffled through his hakama, tearing through the knots as she clumsily rushed to pull it off him. And in that moment, he let himself indulge as he forgot about the incoming battle as the two of them became once for the first time. And then, as he stepped into the yard, apart from the guards, he was surprised for he found another person standing there clad in armor. "Jin. What are you doing here?" he questioned as he saw the blonde smirk as he replied. "Did you really think I was going to let you go on this suicide mission all alone?" he said rhetorically, and he shook his head as he gave the older man a pat on the back. "Don't hold me back, old man," he said as he moved forward, as Kazuto brought forward their horses. "Who are you calling old, hey? I am in the prime of my life, let me tell you." "Prime," he retorted as they mounted their horses, much like the rest of the force. At this, Akihito chuckled before his eyes darted to the group of men standing in front of him. "Today we ride to face an enemy with more men and weapons, some would argue even more experience." His voice cut through the clearing, and he could see the castle staff gather behind him as well as he continued. "Even a coward would fight when victory is certain, yet only brave men march into a battle where defeat is the likely outcome, for that is the definition of bravery," he shouted as he pulled out his blade and arched it up. "Then tell me, are you brave men or cowards?" he shouted, and the roar that came shook the whole clearing, was answer enough. Chapter 17. Iaitsujin. As the men rested after a fast-paced push towards the northern border of Shinoi lands, he found himself sitting opposite their young lord as he asked him about their eventual plan. "So, what is the plan?" he questioned as the young lord rolled out a detailed map of their lands. "Sakazuki Mahiro has divided his forces into 3 parts, the young lord began as he put 3 stones on the 3 coordinates on the map where, according to their intelligence, the enemy forces were stationed. First is the force with himself. He has about 200 men, along with 2 samurai, he began as he pointed towards the force located nearest to the border. Then the other 2 forces have 2 samurai each and are moving diagonally trying to reach the 2 defensive forts, near our eastern and western front." He pointed at the 2 forts that were basically there for defending against any incursion from lands belonging to Lord Saegasa and Lord Hattori respectively. Basically, they were arranged in a triangle with Sakazuki and his main force bringing up the rear, as 2 other apexes moved out to remove their major defenses to the east and west, hence giving a clear path for a 3-pronged invasion. "So, which fort do we choose to reinforce?" he questioned as he stared at the map and saw Akihito smirk as he glinted, and the young lord shook his head. "Neither," he replied as he pointed towards the largest of the stones, the one indicating Sakazuki Mahiro and his force. "We strike the head of the snake," he remarked, and he whistled as he saw the viability of the plan. "You wish to kill Sakazuki Mahiro by catching him off guard," he remarked before adding. "But what if any of our forts fall first? They are already facing pressure from the allied lords. Would they be able to stand an assault from the other direction as well?" he questioned, and the young lord answered. "That is why we won't actually be killing Sakazuki Mahiro. Our aim will be to capture him and neutralize the men he has with himself," the young lord answered, and he realized the point now. "Because if we kill him, then Lord Mahiro could simply send his second son, or any one of his grandsons with a supplementary force," he reasoned, and the young lord nodded. "Exactly, we have to be swift in our attack," he said as he placed his finger at their current location. "Sakazuki has already captured the northern fort, we strike there, capture him, and then divide into 2 groups, with each heading in the opposite direction," he said as he pointed towards the other 2 forts. "As reinforcements," he reasoned, and a nod followed. "Yes, we hit the other 2 forces at the back again," the young lord drew the arrows as he divided their force. "Speed and coordination are key here. We need to coordinate our own attack with our forces in these forts. We threaten them to lay down their arms, or we will kill Sakazuki, and then we take prisoners," he concluded. Jin could see the wisdom in the plan, yet it was all too risky. And he decided it was time to tell him of the other thing as well. "There is one more thing," he said cautiously, not knowing how the young lord would react to it. Yes. The young lord questioned as he peered at the map again. Before I came, I also wrote a missive to Lord Chiba accepting his request for the alliance. He decided just to tell him and saw him still as he looked towards him with a frown, and he could tell from that gaze that the lord was angry. I thought I was clear about that. You were, but I did so at the command of Lady Mayuki, he replied quickly before the wrath of the young lord could be directed at him. Mayuki? She agreed to this, he asked, and he nodded as he gulped. Yes, he replied. He could see the young lord's eyes narrow as he continued interrogating him. And why didn't you tell of this earlier, he questioned again, and he gulped down as he saw those eyes focused on him. It was Lady Mayuki's command, she ordered me not to tell you until it became necessary, he replied, conveying the words of the Lady of Shinoi. The young lord glared at him for a moment before he spoke up once more, his tone chilling as he inched closer. You do know many a lord would have your head for something like this, the young lord began as a shiver went down his spine, and he, of course, knew that. And so can you, my lord, he said as he bowed down. And maybe had miscalculated when suddenly pain raced through his body as he was hit in the gut by the sheath, forcing him to cough violently as he fell to his knees. He writhed on the ground as he heard his lord sigh as he spoke up. What the hell am I to do if my own lady wife and servants plot against me? Hey, he sighed before he lightly kicked him in the side, prompting him to stand up. And you? You were rather quick in rolling over your loyalty to me and following her command, he complained, though his tone was a bit lighter now yet, and Jin grunted in pain as he rubbed his gut, still reeling from pain as he answered. I did what the lady commanded, he said resolutely, and the young lord shook his head as he folded up the map. None of you had any idea why I was against this match. The young lord clicked his tongue as he shook his head, before he finished up in chilling voice. I will deal with all this later when all this is over. Still, we cannot depend on Lord Chiba's support. We can actually, he cut in, making the young lord frown. I looked into it as you commanded about why Lord Chiba seemed so interested in making an alliance with us rather than Lord Mahiro, and it seems the two lords have quite some bad blood between them, he informed the young lord, who frowned and seemed to rake his mind for a bit. I don't recall both of them having any armed conflict over the years, he mentioned, and he nodded. It's less of an armed conflict but more of an emotional one, and rumor has it that Lord Chiba loved a woman in his past, a woman whom Lord Mahiro acquired as a concubine through various bribes and pressures just to spite the man, and the woman in question later committed suicide, he informed the young lord of the intel he had gathered. Oh, I did not know of that, he said as he rubbed his chin. It's an incident from quite some years ago, so very few people still recall it. And that is why Lord Chiba was adamant about making an alliance with us rather than Lord Mahiro and why I believe he would lend us his aid, he replied and saw the young lord's mind race as he turned to face him. Then so be it. I will take the eastern front. You shall take the western front after the initial attack. But Lord Chiba's lands border the western side, and your life is more important. You should take the western fort, he complained. My life may be more important than yours, but there is another thing you are missing out, said the young lord as he turned to face him, his face cold as his eyes became dull. I am also much stronger than you. And he scoffed at those words, though he didn't refute them, for they were true. He may be older, but the young lord was a whole different kind of monster when it came to martial prowess. TCH. But how will we coordinate this all? This all requires extremely accurate information about the enemy's position and movement, and you haven't even sent out men for scouting, he questioned with a frown and saw the young lord smirk as he took out a piece of parchment from his pocket and handed it to him. He frowned as he opened it, yet as he read through it, his eyes widened, for there was a detailed report of enemy numbers, movements, and positions. How? He gasped out as he looked towards the young lord. It doesn't matter how. What matters is that we know everything. As long as the enemy is in these lands, I shall know their each and every move. He replied, and he could not fathom how the young lord was receiving such intelligence, for such a source wasn't even in his knowledge. As the young lord moved away and had the men make preparations, he could think of just who was providing the young lord with such information. 0000. Tsunade Senju. Tsunade Senju found herself outside a rather inconspicuous apartment in the village. The building was nothing special, and neither was the apartment per se. Yet the same could not be said of the people inhabiting this apartment. She knocked on the door once more, with a frown as a loud voice from the inside cut in. Coming, and then seconds later, the door opened up to reveal one of Konoha's most powerful weapons and their most well-guarded secret as well. Kushina Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, is believed to be the last Uzumaki alive today. They were cousins of sorts, yet the relationship between them was not too close or substantial. Yet, family they were, and that would always mean something to her. Tsunade-sama, she gasped in a surprised tone as she looked at her with wide eyes. The redhead was dressed in a rather simple dress, with an apron on top, and by the blemishes and the wet spots on it, told her that the redhead was busy in the kitchen. And she ended up scoffing as she imagined a shinobi with as much power and strength as her simply working in the kitchen. Hey, a chuckle escaped her lips, and she smiled as her red-headed cousin tried to make herself presentable. I didn't know you had come back, she said with an infectious smile, her eyes beaming as she moved to the side. Come in, I was just And she didn't miss how the redhead paled at that before a red blush crept up her face. Though there was no need for that, she could tell that the redhead was expecting someone else, someone with much darker hair than herself. Is Minato away on a mission? She questioned as she stepped into the apartment, and the rather homely feel and nature of the place reminded her of her own youth, of her own house, of times when it had been filled with a similar warmth. Yeah, those damned Kumonin were making some trouble, so the Hokage-sama sent him there to put them in their place, she replied as she closed off the door and led her to the table. Kumo, I thought they had retreated after losing their raikage. She questioned, and Kushina nodded. Indeed, they had. But this is new, and that is why Hokusama sent Minato there to deal with it, to see what this whole issue was, she replied as she put away the bowl and, after removing the apron, came and sat by her side. And what about you? I didn't think I would see you back here again. She questioned, her tone rather cautious, and she nodded. I had thought so as well, but there was trouble here that I needed to take care of, she replied and saw the redhead's eyes glint at those words. For never let an Uzumaki's chipper nature fool you, the red-headed devils were at one time the most feared clan in all of the continent, and there was good reason for that. Very good reasons. What trouble? She questioned as she looked at her, and she thought of what she could tell her. She had come here to speak to Minato, yet if he was away and wasn't set to return anytime soon, then she was the next best thing. How good is your sensing? She questioned seriously, making the redhead frown. Not at Minato's level, but I can hold my own, she replied before she felt her chakra spread throughout the room, activating various seals placed in the walls. Nice. She thought. But why do you ask? She questioned as she leaned forward, and gone was the chirpy girlfriend replaced by one of Konoha's deadliest elite jounins. Nothing. I just needed someone to keep track of the movements of certain shinobi in the village, she replied. She saw the redhead's eyes narrow before she nodded. I could do that, and she nodded. And Tsunade nodded, that would do, and then she looked over the redhead, and a part of her could still recall how broken the young Uzumaki had been when the news of her clan's demise had reached the village. A tragedy that she often thought of till this day. So, do you have it then? The mind's eye? She questioned as she recalled the other redhead she had met years ago, and the shift was instant as the redhead's eyes narrowed. No, but how do you have that technique? She questioned, and Tsunade thought of the answer as she sipped water that the redhead had brought for her. In the end, she decided that it was time enough as she began. Because I know someone who does. 0000. And while the land of fire erupted in the first conflict of the impending succession war, in Konoha, a silver-haired shinobi moved across the surrounding forest in a blur as he rushed to reach his kidnapped teammate, a teammate whose life his dying friend had entrusted with him. Just hold on, I am coming Rin. Chapter 18. Uzumaki Kirin. Uzumaki Kirin considered herself in the debt of Lord Akihito, a debt she believed she could never repay given what the young lord had done for her. The fall of Ozushio had taken her by surprise, and, with that, had begun a continent-wide hunt for all the remaining Uzumaki. They had been hunted down one by the 3 shinobi villages of Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri. Her own husband had been killed with her barely managing to escape, with their daughter before landing into the clutches of men from Kusagakuer. They had sought to kill them as well until she had begged them to spare their lives, telling them off her Kekii Genkai. She had watched as their leader's eyes had landed on her and her daughter, and she saw the greed and hunger in them, yet she endured as they led her and Karin to their village, her heart feeling dread rising at the kind of life that awaited her. She had felt hopeless and had resigned herself to her fate, and for weeks, her fears had proven right as she and her daughter were kept in a cage, like animals, as the leader of the village and his men came in only to have themselves healed. Yet she knew she had to endure, not for herself but for her daughter. So, she had put up with the pain, and the hopelessness she would feel every time those deaths would pierce her skin, draining her body of her vitality. And just as she had lost all hope, she had sensed it. 2 chakra signatures stronger than any other she had ever felt, with the larger of the 2 even bearing some semblance to her own rushing towards them. That was the day she had met Tsunade Senju and her apprentice, and it was also the last day anyone would ever bite into her skin without her permission. Life after that had been a whirlwind. They were taken to the capital and then taken into his household by the young Jito of Shinoi, Akihito Shirahoshi. She had doubted the young lord for some time, doubted his intentions, yet he had won her trust. He had given her much more than she had ever dreamt of: protection, safety, food, shelter, and most importantly, a life of freedom for her daughter. And in all the years, he had never once asked her of her Kekii Genkai, never. Until she had decided to tell him herself, yet his response had been shocking. I already know, but as long as you are part of this household, you hold no obligation to use these powers for anyone, including myself. And that was the day she decided that she would use those powers for him. Powers that she had thought a curse at one time, she would use them for him. And now was that time. Are you sure you can do this, Kirin? Nakiri-san questioned her as both of them stood in front of an elaborate ceiling array inscribed on the floor of the castle basement. I am, she replied resolutely, her mind made up as she walked to the center of the ceiling array and sat down, and after a deep breath, closed her eyes. And then it happened, as a crushing headache pierced through her, as she felt her whole body burn in pain. Yet she bit through it as she felt small chakra signatures spread throughout the Shinoi lands. The enemy forces in the east are now crossing the river, and they are divided into 3 groups. And then she began telling Nakiri-san all she could as she ignored the piercing headache, knowing that though this was not enough to repay the young lord for what he had done for her, it was at least something she could do for the young boy who had given her a new life. 0000. Sakazuki Mahiro. The heir of Mahiro sat in the northern fortress inside the Shinoi lands, wine in hand, as he celebrated the downfall of the up-jumped lord of these lands. The invasion had been going rather smoothly, they had been able to overwhelm the initial defenses rather quickly with their sheer numbers, and now, after taking the northern fortress, the army had divided into 3 parts, one stationed here and the other 2 leaving for the eastern and western forts. Ha ha ha, I told you this was going to be easy, he said to the 2 stoic samurai sitting opposite him. Hayama Shinso and Hitachi Shinso were 2 brothers, rather dull but quick with a blade. My father was overestimating the bastard, he is nothing but an up-jumped peasant, and it is high time he learns his place in this world, he scoffed as he took another gulp of the wine, savoring the warmth as it slid down his throat. My lord, we were successful so far because we were able to catch their forces unaware, yet despite their lethargic response, you cannot underestimate the enemy force. Even this castle that we took was inconspicuously empty when we reached it, and according to the men the area surrounding it have been evacuated as well, Hayama replied, and he frowned. Pa! They just ran away in fear when they saw us approaching, he reiterated with a scowl, proud that he could see what these 2 men of war couldn't. Still, my lord, it would be better to be cautious. We remain unaware of the enemy's movements, perhaps we could send some scouts. There is no need for scouts, he said as he drained one more cup of wine, wiping away his mouth. Those rats are nothing. They will come to us, and we will crush them like the rats they are, and then we will burn their castle and slave away their women, he replied with a smirk, the image of the petite princess appearing in his intoxicated mind. Such a shame that the daimyo had decided to marry the jewel of fire to that up-jumped bastard. Well, no matter, he thought with a smirk. Soon, she would be in his hands. But my lord, but what of the rumors regarding Lord Akihito, Hayama added, and he frowned as he turned to face the old man. What rumors? He questioned. The 2 brothers looked at each other before the elder Hayama began. Rumors that the young Jito of Shinoi wields a blade even more masterfully than the samurai of his lands, he began, and he frowned, recalling hearing something similar as well. Some say that he cut through a tree in the capital with such precision that it remained standing for days even after it had been cut, his other brother finished, and he shook his head. Pa! I don't believe that, and even if he can wield a blade, then that's even more pathetic, he snarled, refusing to believe that a boy of barely half his age could do something like that, something which even seasoned samurai couldn't do. I believe these are just rumors that his people have propagated, nothing more, he finished, and as he was about to pour himself another cup, sound of shouting from outside broke him out of his trance. Hey, fiery! Get some water! The shouts reached him, and he stood up and slid open the door and found smoke rising from one of their army encampments. What is going on there? He questioned with a frown, angry at his soldiers for causing such a ruckus. I will go and check, my lord, Hayama replied as he gave him a bow and rushed out of the room, making him frown. Those idiots, he remarked as he turned away from the balcony, and then suddenly, he felt the building tilt, and initially, he thought it nothing but a swaying of his own senses because of the wine. Lord Sakazuki! Hitachi shouted, and he could not brace himself as he felt the whole building tilt, as it came crashing down. Boom! Boom! Crash! Sakazuki felt his whole body ache, as he felt his senses return to him, and he was in severe pain as tried to open his eyes, and just then he felt the weight on his lesson as a ray of light reached his vision. Cough! Cough! He coughed up as the blood from his injuries dyed his vision red and found someone standing there atop of him while pandemonium broke out around him. Akh! Run! Save yourself! He could ably make sense of what was being said, and had thought that the man was one of their soldiers. Tack! But before he could continue he stopped as his eye landed on the sigil embroidered into a stranger's clothing. And then he finally noticed the unique hair color and the blue eyes of the man, and he stilled as he realized just who it was, for there was only one such man in the continent. Tsujin! Get away from me! He shouted, even as his body was in pain, yet the man looked at him with a scathing gaze as he gripped his hakama and pulled him out. I said let me go. Puff. And he stopped as the man kicked him in the torso, making him kneel down as he dealt with the debilitating pain. Tie him up, and let's go. And he felt two soldiers reach for him as they tied his arms and legs. His heart thumped in his chest, and he tried to struggle, yet the soldiers were too powerful and made all his efforts futile. And then suddenly, it happened as a huffing tone cut me from the side, lighting his heart with hope. I am going to have to axe you stop, and he looked to the side and found a bloodied form of Hitachi standing there, with his blade drawn as he looked towards the blonde gaijin. And who may you be? The blonde questioned as his own hand went up to his blade, his blue eyes sharpening at the samurai. I am. The man heaved with labored breaths, Hitachi Shinso, a samurai sworn to Lord Mahiro, and I promise you if you let him go right now, I shall make your death instant and painless, he said as he shifted his blade, making its edge shimmer in the moonlight. I am Ieyatsujin, sworn in servitude to Lord Akihito Shirahoshi. The gaijin began as he took out his own blade, as the soldiers pulled him back and stood in front of him, their own blades now drawn. And I offer to face you in a noble battle, but alas, you are. The blonde stopped mid-sentence, and then he saw it. Hitashi's eyes widened as blood erupted from the man's neck, and his head literally slid off. Already dead. Chapter 19. Lord Hayama Mahiro. Lord Hayama Mahiro sat in his solar scheming over the emergency missive he had received from the Shinoi lands, his mind racing as he came to terms with just what was stated in the message. This is a disaster, he snarled in rage and worry as he threw the missive towards his second son, who sat opposite him. Tsukiyama picked it up and schemed over it, his eyes widening as he read through it. They have captured brother, how? He questioned, and he nodded. Sakazuki underestimated the young lord of Shinoi and found himself too exposed, and with him captured, if he reached one of the two forts, he would have us on the back foot, he snarled, worried about his successor. The letter mentions that the young lord is rushing towards the western front with Sakazuki. We could send reinforcements, I could lead them, Tsukiyama offered, and though the plan was solid, he shook his head. No, that would take too much time and leave us all too exposed to a counter-offensive, we cannot thin out our defenses anymore, moreover, Sakazuki was already captured, he could not lost both his sons to this campaign. Especially not at this critical juncture. A letter came from the capital in the night, he added and saw his son perk up at those words. The daimyo-sama's condition is critical, it is likely that he will not make it past a week, and he saw Tsukiyama's eyes widen at that. That means. And he nodded before he could finish. Yes, this just makes all this more important, and we cannot afford a blunder at this juncture, we must be cautious not to make a mistake and give this young Akihito any chance, he said as he rubbed his chin. Then what are we to do? Tsukiyama questioned. I have already written to your sister to have her Tatsuya gather a force covertly in the capital in case the daimyo-sama dies. He will be able to take the capital swiftly. But for that, we must first take care of this young Akihito, he said as he looked over the map that opened up in front of him. Write to Lord Hattori, have him reposition his forces, and allow them passage through our lands, he said as he pointed towards the western fort in Shinoi lands. And have our forces in the west turn back and attack Lord Akihito's caravan, he commanded. But this will leave us vulnerable to a counterattack. The forces stationed in the western fort could attack us at the back, Tsukiyama pointed out. Indeed, but all of this will matter on timing, we need to strike first, and neutralize the lord before his forces in western front realize what is happening, he added as the plan began to take form. And what if we fail? Sayama's voice cut in. What if the young lord manages to do the impossible once more? Tsukiyama questioned, and his question, while insensitive, was not entirely stupid. The young Lord Akihito had proven himself to be rather troublesome and resourceful. If he was to somehow make out of this once more, then what were they supposed to do? For him to succeed, all he would need to do was to hold off against superior numbers until his forces from the western front realized what was going on. Then we must pray that the daimyo-sama doesn't live long enough to see the light of the next day. For in that case, we must have no option but to rely on help from my friend in Konoha. And that was the only scenario, for otherwise, with their forces spent, they would be left wide open to an attack from the up-jumped young lord. Basically, he is ending the bid of his grandson, and the only way to succeed would be an assassination. It would be highly risky given their circumstances, yet they would be left with no choice. Though speaking of that, how were you able to learn of Lord Akihito's plans so quickly? Tsukiyama asked suddenly, and he smiled as he looked up at his second son. The only way such a thing would be possible is if you someone. His son didn't need to finish his sentence as he nodded midway through it. Indeed, someone in his retinue is not quite satisfied with the young lord. 0000. Akihito Shirahoshi. The young Jito of Shinoi rushed through the woods along with his retinue of about 50 men as they rushed towards the western fort as part of their plan. Everything until this point had gone exactly as he had planned, yet an ominous feeling had filled him for some time now. The news reports from the capital had also dried up as Kirin-san had exhausted herself after utilizing her Kekii Genkai for so long. They were now an hour or two from the fort when suddenly he caught a glimmer in the distance and raised his hand in an instant. Halt! He shouted as he pulled on the reins of his horse, tilting his head to the side just in time as an arrow passed right beside his face. Boom! We are under attack! He shouted as his mind raced at this new intervention. They had taken up a new route specifically to avoid any confrontation with the Mahiro forces. Yet, for some reason, they had known of their movements. My lord, they have surrounded us, one of his men shouted, and he realized that they had been caught in a trap. He looked around and saw themselves getting surrounded by armed men, and he knew that there was only one way for them to get out of it. Men on me! We will have to make our way through the blockade. He shouted as the men cheered up behind him as he pulled on the reins of his horse, hitting it with his leg as it roared before it began to gallop straight on. He reached for his blade with his other hand and saw the sky glitter as one of the samurais sent another arrow at him, and he pushed his own chakra through his blade and slashed it at the arrow. Ninpo, World Cleaver! He shouted as his blade cut through the arrow, his wind-natured blade cut through the chakra-infused arrow as enemy forces began to pile up in front of him. He saw them get into formation as they put up their shields and spears trying to stop their charge, and his eyes narrowed as he pushed himself off of his horse and jumped over them. His loyal horse followed up and jumped over the blockade as he somersaulted behind the enemy line, his sword back in its hilt as he pushed chakra into the blade once more. A green hue appeared on the edge of his blade, as the enemy forces realized just what he intended to do. Get away! One of their men shouted. Yet it was too late. Ninpo, World Cleaver! And he swung his blade as once more, a green hue passing from it as it cut through nearly a dozen or so men gathering in front of him, cutting through them, their armors leaving nothing but a puddle of blood as his own horses rode through the puddle, and as he was about to hoist himself up once more, suddenly he stilled as his horse fell down, and he noticed how an arrow had hit it. Not in front, no. But from the back, and his eyes caught the man holding the bow, one of his own men. And it was cocked once more and aimed at him. He was sent rolling back as his loyal horse crashed into the ground with a massive grunt. His body rolled over the floor as his men thundered past him, many pulling on the reins of their horses. No, don't stop. Ride to the fort, and deliver secure Sakazuki as a hostage, he commanded even as pain rippled through him, as his loyal man loosed the arrow at him, forcing him to bring up his hilt to block it, and as he was about to race past him, he gripped the hilt of his blade once more, and pushed his chakra through the blade once more, and swung it at him. Few of his commanders seemed worried, yet as he gripped his blade, he shouted once more. Go! And the one holding Sakazuki ran off, while for some reason, others still chose to pull on their horses' reins and came to a halt and began to rush towards him as he shouted. Ninpo, Wind Cutter! And the vertical slash cut through the horse and its rider as it was divided into two, right in the middle. The traitorous captain's body separated into two equal halves as he was showered in horse and human blood. His men surrounded him, as a small retinue of men raced past. Few of the men tried to help him up a horse, but suddenly his senses perked up and he jumped back, as a slash cut through the horse's neck, cleaving it straight off, dousing him and his men in a fountain of blood. Damn, you truly are a monster, a voice cut in from the side, and as he looked to the side, he found a man standing there. His dark brown hair had hints of grey in it as a large scar running down the side of his face through one of his eyes, which was sewn shut. You are one of Lord Mahiro's retainers, he said as he recognized him from one of the posters. The man smiled as he nodded. Yeah, I am Ryuzen Kojiki. Remember that name, for I shall be the one who slays the demon lord of Shinoi, he said with a devilish smile. Akihito gripped his blade as he looked around and saw that they had been surrounded by enemy forces. This was not good. Not good at all. The men surrounded him, their swords drawn, none of them had any fear in their eyes despite being surrounded by a force that was nearly thrice their number. There was no need for any command as the enemy circled them like prey, the very air thick with smell of blood. Akihito's vision was dyed red from blood itself as he gripped his blade, his mind racing as he thought of a way to get out of the mess he had found himself in. The men from Mahiro forces were closing in until another voice cut in. Stop! The men halted at those words, and he looked around and saw an aged man step forward, a bow tied around his back, wearing a simple hakama, a katana and a shina tied to his belt, his hair thin and white, with wrinkles present over his face. You all shall only be a hindrance in this, so stay back and don't interfere, the man commanded. Akihito recognized the person immediately. He was practically a legend amongst the samurai of these lands. The man had been the right hand of the previous leader of Land of Iron for many years before retiring into Lord Mahiro's lands. His skill with a blade was said to rival the prodigious Mifune Habara of Land of Iron, the greatest samurai of their time. Watashi Masamune-san, it is a surprise to see you away from the Mahiro lands, he questioned the man, who nodded. Indeed, it has been some time since I have left those lands, but I couldn't let an opportunity to face a man like you pass over, especially not in this part of my life, he said as he looked at him, making him narrow his eyes. Yo! What are you saying, you shitty old man? He is mine, you should just stay back and drink tea or something. Ryuzan. The old man's voice cut through the air like cold steel, making the very air still with his authority as he looked at his colleague. Don't interfere, he warned ominously, and even Akihito was impressed by the man's prowess. He had used little to no chakra and had been able to silence his colleague with nothing but honed bloodlust. The younger brown-haired man had sweat dripping down his face as he gulped nervously and gave a small nod. And the shift in demeanor was instant as the man smiled. Thank you, he said before he turned to face him. Our forces outnumber you 3-1. If we were to engage in battle, we would emerge victorious, yet I find all this bloodshed rather nauseating at this point in my life, the old man began as he stepped forward. So let me make you an offer, young Jito Akihito, from one samurai to another, he said as he pointed the edge of his blade at him. Instead of a clash of our forces, let us decide the outcome of this battle. You against me, and when I slay you, this whole crisis shall to come to an end, itself. If. He cut in quickly, making the old man stop as he stepped forward despite much protest from his men. If you win, not win, he cut in and saw the old man smile generously as he continued. Indeed, it seems in my old age, I am rather prone to making mistakes. As I was saying, if I win, this whole crisis shall end here and now, and if you were to emerge victorious, then my forces shall give up their arms without a single word, he offered, and Akihito's eyes widened. The offer was too good, and truthfully, there was no way he was going to let this go. I accept, he said as he stepped forward, and the old man nodded. That is good, he said as he looked at his men. Now, please step back. I wouldn't want to kill you all accidentally, he said, and his forces moved back at his words as Ohashi made a similar command to his men, who stepped back, leaving the two of them alone in the center of the field, with nothing but their blades as a soft wind rippled through the air. Their eyes locked onto each other, their hands on their hilt as they prepared for the fight for their life, and then as a single brown leaf swaddled to the ground in the gentle breeze, motioning the beginning of their clash. And they were off. Ninpo, World Cleaver. Chapter 20. Tsunade Senju. How? The red-headed Jinchuriki of the Kyubi questioned in a tone that was nearly feral. Her chakra rippled through the room, its sheer force and density a massive surprise as the very lights in the apartment began to flicker as the Kushina stared at her. Because you are not the last of the Uzumaki, she told the redhead, who stilled at those words, her eyes widening as her face went through a mirage of emotions. Hurt. Anger. Rage before it settled down into one of relief and joy, her eyes watered up as she looked at her and spoke up in a shaky voice. You are telling the truth? She questioned, and Tsunade nodded. I am. As many suspected, many families were scattered all over the continent after the war, separated from their heritage with no one to depend on. They were hunted down and then killed or enslaved, she said, and saw the redhead rage at those words. For all that could have been prevented by some semblance of effort on Konoha's part, yet the village had done little for their sister village and had basically abandoned the people of her grandmother's village. But some years ago, a young lord hired me and Shizuan for a mission, she began as she told him of Akihito. A mission to rescue a woman and a child from the Kyuzagakuer, a woman and child with red hair, she finished and saw the redhead's eyes widen at those words. Uzumaki. She gasped out, and she nodded with a smile. He had little proof that we would find them there, little information, but he seemed certain, and through some sort of miracle, he was right. And we were able to rescue them, two women with hair just like you, she said, and saw the red hair touch her locks. Kirin and Karin Uzumaki, with the little girl barely over a year old at that time, she told her, and saw an elated expression appear on her face as she spoke up. And they are still alive? Did you tell them about me? About the village? Kushina questioned, and she nodded. I did, told them of our clan's status and even offered them a chance to come and join the village, she told her, and she had done so. But they refused, she told her, and saw the redhead frown at those words. Why? She questioned. And she sighed as she leaned back in her chair. Let's just say that their experience with shinobi until that point had been unkind, she began as she thought of how to phrase it in the best way possible. So, she didn't wish for her daughter to lead such a life, and so she decided to stay in the capital, taking the offer of the said young lord, and joined his household, she told her, and saw Kushina look down for a moment as she grit her teeth, as she gave a little nod understanding their sentiment. Why didn't you tell of this earlier? She questioned, anger and frustration laced her tone as she cast an accusatory glance at her, and she couldn't help but look down. I couldn't. When I told her that you were a shinobi, she didn't react in the best way and told me to not to disclose hers and her daughter's existence to you unless it became necessary, and after what she had been through and what I saw become of this village, I thought it better to let them hide away, she said, and Kushina grit her teeth, her fists balled up. She saw her mind race as she sniffed and wiped away the unshed tear from her eyes. I can understand that, she replied as she nodded and gave her a nod. The young lord, the one who took them in. Is he? And she replied to the unasked question. He is a true noble and has provided them every opportunity. You have my word. They have been treated extremely well, she assured her. She saw her give a sigh of relief as a smile appeared on her face. That is good, she said, and there was a hint of cheerfulness in her tone. It felt as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulder. Can I meet them? She questioned, and Tsunade nodded. I will bring it up when I see them again, but before that, I am in need of your help, she asked. She saw the redhead's eyes narrow as she leaned forward. I believe this has something to do with the crises brewing in the capital, Kushina guessed correctly, and she nodded. Indeed, she said. The crisis in the capital is expanding, with war on the horizon. The young lord I spoke of is also one of the few lords aspiring to inherit the daimyo seat. And while I trust him to be capable of dealing with his opposition in the capital, I believe there are certain elements in the village that would prefer if it was his opponent who ascended the daimyo's throne, she replied and saw the redhead's eyes widen. But that's treason. The redhead cut in with a gasp. Yes, yet that is only if you are caught doing it, she said and saw the redhead nod at those words. What do you need me to do? She questioned, and Tsunade leaned forward. With an allegation as such made and the situation in the capital being as volatile as it is. Any shinobi of the village who takes on a mission that would require them to enter the capital would need special permission from the Hokage, basically allowing him to track the said shinobi's movements, she cut in, and the redhead frowned. I didn't know that, she said, and Tsunade nodded. Few do, for the rule is rarely enforced. But it was established in the reign of Uncle Tobirama, who had it put in place just for a situation like this. So, I wanted Minato and you to use your abilities to monitor for any shinobi that may enter or move inside the capital in a suspicious manner and lack the official signature from the Hokage office, she said, and the redhead nodded. I can do that, but the chakra tag. And before she could finish, Tsunade slid forward a sealing tag, making the redhead quieten up. It was Grandma Mito who made that tag at the request of Uncle Tobirama. I still have several of them, but I believe that should be enough, she said, and Kushina picked up the sealing tag and passed her chakra through it as the tag glue with a particular red hue, and the redhead gave her a nod. That will do, she said, and Tsunade nodded, and with that, the trap was set. All it would take to implicate Danzo was one move, one single move out of the confines of the law, and he would be done. And most importantly, under these circumstances, they wouldn't even need the authorization of a Hokage to move against the man, for he would be compelled by law to persecute the person for treason. How are they? Kushina's voice shook her out of her trance. The other two Uzumaki, how are they? She elaborated when she frowned at her question. They are rather lovely, Kirin-san. She is the mother, serves the young lord as an advisor of sorts, and has two Kekii Genkai, both of which the young lord believes were inherited by her daughter Karin, who is now about 3 years old, I think. And then hours would pass as the redhead would bombard her with 1,000 questions or so about her newly found family. Yet the ever-present smile on her face throughout the conversation made it all worth it in the end. 0000. Akihito Shirahoshi. Ninpo, World Cleaver. He swung his blade with all his might, his chakra giving the blade a green hue, as the invisible slash ripped up the very ground between them as it paced towards the old man. Ninpo, Akatsuki's calling. And with it he swung his blade once more, and his senses perked up as he hastily jumped to the side as the ground where he had been previously standing was literally torn up as he looked up, and found out that the man's technique had literally cleaved through his technique. Impossible, he gasped as the dust settled, and the old man stepped forward, his sword now drawn, yet his hand shook slightly as he raised it up and examined it under the moonlight. Impressive, it has been years since someone has made my hand shake like this, he complimented him, though Akihito was in no need of compliments as he stood up and looked at the man. He had, of course, heard of the man and had an inkling that the old man in front of him wasn't like the other samurai. Yet it seems he had grossly underestimated just how good the man was. It seems you are going to make this old man come to you, and with that, the man suddenly blurred right in front of him, surprising him with his sheer pace. Speed that had been achieved without the use of chakra. He barely managed to bring up his own blade to block the man's strike as the metal of their blades clashed against one another, sending sparks flying. He pushed down any semblance of doubts bubbling in his heart as he hardened himself and dug his feet into the ground as he pushed more and more of his chakra into his blade. The edge of his blade gained a green hue, and he saw the surprise on the old man's face as he saw the hue, and he could feel his own blade dig into the old man's sword. Interesting, he whispered before his own blade gained a slightly red hue as they separated. Their clash was highly sophisticated as the man brought down his blade at him. He sidestepped it, and the man was quick to change the blade's trajectory, shifting the vertical strike into a horizontal one. He had to lean back, the blade passing right above him as he pushed himself off the ground and aimed a kick at the man's arm, forcing the man to jump back. And as he landed, he pushed himself into him, closing the distance between them in a single stride as he slashed at his neck. He parried his strike, bringing up his own blade to counter his strike, yet he didn't let go. Twisting himself on his heel, he swung from the other side in a swift move, yet the man crouched down and slashed at his heart, forcing him to go on the defensive once more. He parried the strike, and they clashed once more, their blades sending sparks everywhere. In the end, he got frustrated by the continuous exchange and took a step back as he pushed more of his chakra into his blade. Ninpo, World Cleaver! He shouted once more as he slashed violently at the man, who smirked, making his heart sink as he spoke up. In terms of skill, you could have beaten me, but I am afraid your impatience has cost you this battle. He said as he reached for the shina in his belt with his one hand and pushed it up, stopping his attack as the hue on his katana grew. Ninpo, Akatsuki's calling. And with that he swung once more, this time with all his might, but not at him. No, at his blade. Clang! Clash! And this time, as their metals clashed, he felt his sword break and a massive explosion rocked the whole clearing. He was sent rolling back, his sword in hand, as he coughed up and steadied himself. He glanced down and saw his blade cut into two as the old man stepped out of the dust. I believe it's over, he said as he glanced down at his own blade, which had a cut in its edge now, yet it was still whole. Akihito struggled back to his feet and got up, huffing as the pain ripped through him. The whole clearing was silent as the two of them stared into each other's eyes. And he didn't miss how the old man's eyes narrowed as Ohashi brought up his blade once more, no sense of loss or hopelessness apparent on his face. No, it's not. Not yet, he replied as he pushed his chakra into his sword, this time not into the blade but into the seal placed in its hilt. His sword gained a red hue as a sharp pain rippled through his hand, and blood began to drip down from his hand as he whispered into the wind. My sword. And he watched as the old man's eyes widened as the blade of his sword began to reform, as blood dripped down his hand. Drink my blood. Chapter 21. Watashi Masamune. Watashi Masamune knew that he was at the end of his life. The year slipping past had taken a toll on him, and with each passing day, he could feel his end draw near. The old samurai had spent his whole life pursuing the way of the blade, dedicating all his prowess in the pursuit of the highest form of kenjutsu, and that pursuit had been fruitful. He was regarded as one of the best samurai in the whole continent, and though the age had taken much from him, with the blade in hand, there were few who could measure up to him. The people who could pose a challenge to him and make his blood boil were too spread out and too important to come and face him. And he had resigned himself to a simple death, that was until the rumors told him of a rising young lord who wielded a blade. Many a lord would often be fascinated by the blade and try and learn kenjutsu, their enthusiasm for the sword dying as quick a death as their fascination for the way of the blade was not a simple path. It required dedication, focus, patience, and, though distasteful, it was to admit, a certain semblance of talent. Talent that few possessed. And so, few of the lords that ruled over them truly ever became masters, their skills merely perfunctory or barely passable at best, yet this lord was different. The young Jito of Shinoi, Akihito Shirahoshi, heir to a relatively new noble house, the young lord was said to be blessed by the gods, told to have transformed his lands from a back-trodden farm to an economic hub within a decade. Yet it was his skill with a blade that caught his ear. His own men spread all around the capital spoke of him in high regard. And from what he had seen, they had been right. The young lord was truly gifted. He made up what he lacked in experience in the sheer amount of talent and chakra he boasted. He fought not just with his blade but with his mind as well, scheming and planning as all great fighters did. It felt truly a shame that he would face him so early. Had he waited for a few years, the young lord could have become an exceptional opponent, one who would have been able to even defeat him rather easily. Yet it would all never come to be. It's over, he said as he straightened his sword and watched as the young lord saw his broken blade, a shame that his powerful technique damaged his own blade, weakening it more and more as the battle progressed. No. It's not. Not yet, he announced rather defiantly, making him frown as he felt the young lord's chakra rustle as something red trickled down his hand. Blood. He noticed as the blade gained a red hue as the young lord mouthed. My sword. He uttered as Masamune's eyes widened at the scene in front of him. Drink my blood. The young lord uttered as red blood dripped down his hand. The blade's broken edge gleamed an eerie red before it began to grow back, reform as it was just moments ago, the various scratches over it vanishing as the blade reformed itself in front of his eyes. Until the young lord stood in front of him, his body gleaming with a red hue, much like his blade, the very air thick with his presence as their eyes met. For some reason, Masamune smiled as he watched the young lord's lips thin, the fire in his chest blooming as excitement rose inside him. Interesting, he uttered as the two of them geared up for the second round. This time, the young lord was first to react as he brought down his blade with a simple exhale, yet his senses perked up, and he sidestepped as the air beside him was cleaved and watched as the tree behind him was cut into two. It seemed the young lord was finally letting it all out, yet he had little time to ponder over it as the prince was on top of him the next moment, his blade slashing at his neck. He parried the strike, and then they danced, a deadly dance under the moonlight, the forest filled with the sound of metal clashing against metal as the two of them faced each other with all their might. The battle went on and on until he saw the young lord's eyes narrow as he tightened his grip on his blade and pounced on him, the sword in his hand gleaming with the characteristic green hue. "Ninpo, world clever," he whispered, as he brought down his blade, and Masamune brought up his own blade to defend, yet as their blades met, the result was kind of a repeat of a previous event as the whole clearing was filled with the sound of a sword breaking. Cringe. His blade shattered as the two blades met, and he now understood the young lord's intentions, as he felt his blade cut through his shoulder, cutting through his chest, as pain rippled through him. "Thank you," he whispered. Boom! The explosion shook the whole area, and as the dust cleared up, he could feel his body grow weaker by the second as blood spilled from his chest. "Masamune-sama!" The soldiers gasped as they took out their blades and bared them at the young lord who stood opposite to him, huffing and breathing heavily, his whole body littered with cuts and scrapes, his once clean clothes now filled with dirt, grime and blood. He felt his mouth fill with a taste of iron and coughed up blood as he indicated for his men to step down. "Enough! Step down," he ordered, and he saw the men bring down their blades as he turned to face the young lord. "Stand proud, for you have bested Watashi Masamune, and for that, I dub thee," he began as he raised his sword with the final vestiges of his strength. "Zdekurb. The Sword Cleaver. 0000. Lord Fushio Suzuki." The fourth prince of the realm sat in his solar, sipping his tea as his aide and friend Kansai questioned worriedly. "Are you sure about this, Suzuki? Do you really wish to forego your claim on the seat of the daimyo?" he questioned, and he nodded. "I am," he answered, refusing to elaborate any further. Fushio Suzuki was born to the current daimyo of Fire Nation and Fumio Kurokabe, the daughter of the previous water daimyo. Their marriage was a political arrangement hashed out at the end of the Second Great War to mend ties between the two nations, yet such a thing was too much to ask. There was too much bad blood between the two nations, and her mother had never truly tried to win the favor of the Fire Daimyo, who already had a woman he loved, and the dignity and pride of Fumio Kurokabe would not allow her to deal with the dirty politicking of the court. With no one to care for her and no love from her marriage, when the news of the rebellion in the Land of Water reached the capital, her mother was devastated. Her own father was amongst the first casualties of the civil war, a war that continues to this day. Even now, the Land of Water remains filled with strife as nobles fight against nobles and ninjas fight against ninjas, causing only death and destruction. You may be sure of this, but going back to the Land of Water is a mistake. The whole place is filled with conflict, and your mother's whole family has been wiped out. You going there would be painting a huge target on your back, Kansai implored, but he shook his head, his mind made up already. "Maybe, but it is something that must be done," he said, and Kansai shook his head. "Why are we even entertaining going there? You could have ample land here in Land of Fire and rule peacefully. I could hash out an accord with the other claimants," he offered, and Kansai was wrong. There was no need to hash out any deal. Not with the one who would be the next daimyo. While many believed that the third prince would take the throne, they were all wrong, very wrong. The true successor had been decided the moment the daimyo-sama had decided to marry of his daughter to him, and the rest didn't know it yet. Akihito Shirahoshi would be the next daimyo of the Land of Fire. The young Jito of Shinoi was a force to be reckoned with, a fact which he had come to learn rather early in his life when he had visited his lands on his invitation. Even years ago, he had been caught by surprise by the astuteness of his mind and his visions and had known that he had come face to face with the kind of man who goes on to change the world. "There is no need. I have made up my mind. Moreover, we aren't going to the Land of Water for leisure," he answered again as Kansai frowned, and he saw his mind race until the old advisor's eyes widened. "It cannot be," he gasped as Suzuki simply sipped his tea. "You cannot mean to." "I do," he didn't let him finish as he cut in, making the old man's eyes widen. "You wish to inherit your grandfather's position?" he confirmed, and he nodded. "Indeed, I have the blood of the previous water daimyo flowing through my veins and am the last of males of Kurokabe lineage, and I shall see my family restored to its previous status," he announced resolutely, as he declared openly the plot which he had been hatching for years. "The daimyo-sama, your father, is dying." He cut in once more as he put down the cup and stood up, slowly walking out into the garden as he continued. "And that is the truth. He is dying, and even if he wasn't, I have already made up my mind, and even he wouldn't be able to stop me," he said. Not that he would care to, yet he didn't say that. "My lord, they will not accept you. The Mizukage faces a rebellion from his forces, he won't declare for you," Kansai implored, for a daimyo basically drove his power from the cage. Yet the fourth Mizukage had become too unhinged in his actions, and when the daimyo had chastised him and had asked him to control himself, the man had suddenly died. It was obvious enough who had been behind this, and hence, the nobles had cut off the funding and other support to Kirigakure, plunging the volatile village into a civil war. Who said anything about dealing with the Mizukage? He questioned with a frown and saw Kansai's eyes widen as he realized his intentions. No. I plan to make cause with the rebellion, he announced. That would be preposterous, my prince. The nobles will not like that. They will not accept you, let alone support you, and how will you even get in touch with the rebellion forces? Kansai implored, and he smirked. The nobles are inconsequential in all this. As for the rebellion forces, I already am in contact with them. 0000. Rin Nohara, the student of the infamous Yellow Flash, teammate to Kakashi Hatake and the now dead Obito, lay in a cave atop an altar with a massive ceiling array spread around her, her body immobile and restrained with various seals. Kiri Anbu moved around her, moving in close a massive barrel. The massive barrel's very presence was ominous, the chakra coming off of it ancient and ominous, making the brown-haired Kunoichi shuffle nervously as she realized just what the Kirin nin were attempting. A Jinchuriki. They wished to turn her into a Jinchuriki. She tried to move. She tried to wriggle herself out of her binds, yet her efforts were futile, and when all hope had seemed lost, a massive explosion rocked the whole cave. Boom! The whole cave was filled with a massive cloud of dust as Kiri Anbu perked up and became alert at the disturbance as the temperature of the cave rose in the blink of an eye, drenching the brown-haired Kunoichi in sweat. And then a sweet voice rang out through the cave. Let's turn up the temperature here a little. As an orange-haired Kunoichi, clad in a blue dress, with her bangs covering half her face, stepped out of the smoke, wiping away what seemed to be a small stream of molten lava from the side of her face. Terumi May had arrived. Chapter 22. Akihito Shirahoshi. The whole clearing was in drop silence as the Sword of the East, Watashi Masamune, fell to the ground with a thud, his chest unmoving as the ground around him was dyed red, his blood dyeing the glass in deep scarlet. His whole body was weak, drops of blood dripping down the hilt of his blade, his breaths labored as he himself collapsed, falling down on one knee, his sword clattering on the ground, as he huffed as pain ripped through his whole body, as he began to cough up blood. Kukh. Kukh. His vision blurring as he realized just how much all this fighting had taken away from him. The blood loss and the use of nearly all his chakra reserves had taken a toll on him, and now he was barely able to stand, as the men surrounding him finally realized just what had happened. He won. He defeated Lord Masamune, he heard some in the enemy force gasp, as his own men cheered at his victory. That was until another voice cut in. Men. And he realized that it was the voice of Masamune's companion, Ryuzen Koshiki, who stepped forward. Surround him. He announced as his heart sank. The enemy force themselves was hesitant to act. Now. He shouted again as one of the men stepped forward. But, my lord. But this man's, who seemed to be a high-ranking commander, words were cut mid-sentence as Ryuzen's Koshiki's blade shimmered through the air, cutting off the man's head in one swift motion, basking the whole clearing in ominous silence. Thud. The man's head fell to the ground with a thud, his showing the ground red once more as his whole body fell to the ground. Now. He shouted again as his men took out their swords and rushed towards him. This is wrong, we had an accord, some of his own men shouted as they began to surround him from the other side, forming a protective ring around him. As their forces clashed, a few of his men picked him up and hoisted him up and began to evacuate. Yeah, about that, you see, I have no obligation to stick with that old man's words, Ryuzen's voice cut in as he strode forward, sword drawn. Get him! He shouted, as his men hoisted him up. We need to get you out of here, my lord, Kazuto said, his leal commander, raised his sword and commanded his men. Men! Form up on Akihito-sama! Tear through the enemy! He shouted as his men began to get into formation even as his vision shifted. His men were well trained, their eyes were hardened, and their swords at the ready, yet they were outnumbered. They would die if they went on with the plan. Yet they were ready. They were ready to put their lives on the line for him. For they knew that if they were to win the war, he would have to win, that he would have to survive. And he knew that too, yet these men were amongst the most loyal in his retinue. And his heart didn't wish to abandon them like this, and it wished to pick up the blade once more, to fight with them, to die bleed with them. Yet he handled his heart as he sheathed his sword, knowing that this was a war much greater than this single battle. And he had already done as much as he could. All he could do was pray that it was enough. A massive roar erupted. They formed up on him. Ryuzen stepped forward on the opposite side, no smile on his face, as his men took out their own swords and geared up as they stood face to face against him, no fear in their eyes. Act! And then it began, as with a rabid shout, his men rushed forward and crashed into the enemy lines. Yet Ryuzen's blade simmered in the moonlight as he swung it in a swift motion. Ninpo, swift strike! And he swung his blade and cut down 3 of his men in one swift swing, yet his men were fearless that even with their dying steps, they pushed themselves into him, surprising the samurai as his men accosted him from all sides. Goo! Came the shouts as he was led through the hordes surrounded on all sides by the clash of metal against metal, as his men clashed with Mahiro forces. Yet the hope was short-lived as a sharp voice ran out through the clearing. Ninpo, wind cutter, and he was pushed to the ground as the men right in front of him fell to the ground. Ryuzen Kojiki stepped forward, dyed in red, from head to toe as Kazuto perked up. He reached for his sword, knowing that while Kazuto was rather skilled against a man like Ryuzen, he would not last for long. Ryuzen took his stance as well, as he fought through the pain and gripped the hilt of his blade. My lord. But Kazuto's words were cut off by a massive whistle that erupted from a distance as he shifted and saw a glimmer in the distance before he shouted with all his might. They are here. Came a shout, and then he jumped back, even as Ryuzen's blade cut his cheek, making him bleed, yet the man was too late to react as he screamed in pain the next second. Ah! As an arrow lodged itself into his leg, nailing him to the ground as the sound of horse hoof spread began to shake the whole area. His heart thumped in his chest and he could see his men gain a new life as they held on for dear life as shouts began to spread everywhere. His plan had worked. Reinforcements were here. Akh! Shouts erupted from the back as his forces began to clobber the Mahiro forces from the rear. Ryuzen Kojiki grunted and rushed towards him in rage. You! I will kill you. Even if it's last thing I do. He shouted as his sword glowed an ominous red, his chakra bubbling violently as he jumped forward, and shouted. Ninpu! But that was all he got out until his eyes widened as an arrow lodged itself in his chest, tearing through the armor, as blood dripped down his lips, his hand shaking as the glimmer of his sword died down. A man jumped from a nearby tree and put himself between Ryuzen and himself, his movements swift and smooth, a bow strapped to his back as he stood up, and in one swift motion, cut off Ryuzen's head before sheathing his blade once more. The man then glanced back. He was middle-aged, and had a smooth face with raven black hair tied in a simple ponytail as he wore simple black armor. Despite the situation, there was no stress on his face as their eyes met, and he glanced over him. What are your orders, my lord? He questioned. This was Shihei Tachiyama, the Raven of the West and one of his prized samurai. The man had a no-sense attitude and only ever spoke in small, simple sentences. Kill them, he announced as he saw the dead bodies of his men and recalled the betrayal of Mahiro men. Kill them all, and despite the nature of the order, the man didn't show any shift and simple gave him a simple nod. As you wish, he said as he swung his blade and wiped away the blood from it before his eyes narrowed slightly as suddenly the very ground around him erupted with cracks. Ninpo, Autumn Sea Call. Swing. 0000. Katsugawa Tatsuya. The third prince of the realm paced worriedly outside the room of his father as he waited for his mother. The news from the battlefield in the west of the capital was not good. His grandfather was facing loss after loss and the young Jito of Shinoi had taken hostage of his uncle. He had been commanded to prepare his own forces, which were waiting on the borders of the capital, yet even then, there was a nervousness in the capital. Many a lord were looking at the happening in the west with a keen eye, for all the court knew from where he drove his strength. And if the victories of the young Jito of Shinoi continue, the winds of change could blow and topple the deck of cards they had built so arduously. In the end, he heard the sound of footsteps and stopped, his heart thumping in her chest as he saw someone rather familiar race down the stairs. His mother was trapped in a simple white kimono, the robe she often wore gone from her face with her lips in her natural color. There was a sense of panic in her as she strode down and looked at him with a complicated gaze. The daimyo is dead, she uttered, and he stilled with his feet rooted to the ground. And all over the land of fire sounded the ominous drums of war. Chapter 23. Akihito Shirahoshi. Akihito Shirahoshi felt his body ache as he made to open his eyes. The vision was blurry. The injuries from the battles last night had been extensive enough that he had lost consciousness halfway through the journey to the western fort, yet it didn't matter. For they had won. At great cost, though, of the initial 100 that had ridden out with him, he had lost 23 men last night, yet the number was much greater for their enemies. The Mahiro forces had been routed and had been wiped out from the western side. My lord, you need to rest, came the voice of a servant as he made to sit up, yet he shook his head as he scanned the bandages wrapped around his whole body. No, I need to see Kato-san, he told the servant, who nodded. I will relay your message, but my lord, the healer, said you need rest. You have lost too much blood, the servant said, and he waved him off as he repeated. Call Kato-san, he reiterated, and the servant rushed out of the room, leaving him alone with his futon, as he sat up and began to look around the wooden room. The castle had changed little from what he could see, the room was as he remembered, but yet even as he lay there looking around the room his mind raced as he thought of their next move. Last night, they had exhausted their most potent weapon in the form of Kirin-san's special ability, but given that she was not a shinobi, she could not use it for long and would only be able to use it after a few days at least, which could easily become a week. Yet her help had been instrumental in directing their forces last night as they had mounted their counterattack. They had suffered losses but had taken down at least 4 of Mahiro's samurai, and that number could increase even more when he received word from Jin about his crusade on the eastern side. As he was lost in thought, the door to the room slid open as an old man walked in. Dressed in a fine black hakama, his head had no hair, yet despite his age, his face lacked any wrinkles, but he had a long scar running down diagonally across it, mishap penning his nose. This man was the oldest samurai in his lands, Shinohara Kato, and was one of the men who taught him how to wield. "It is good to see you, Kato-sensei," he said as he tried to stand up and give the man a bow. "Please, there is no need for that, my lord. Be seated," he said with a smile as he stopped him and sat down opposite to him, beckoning the servant to bring tea. "When I saw you fall down last night, I had feared the worst, yet it seems you remain as resilient and stubborn as the day I met you, Akihito." He praised him with a smile as Akihito recalled their ungodly training sessions when he was learning to wield a blade from the man. "It isn't so easy to kill me," he retorted as tea was served, and both of them took a small sip. "I must say I was rather impressed by Shohei-kun yesterday. You have trained him to be rather formidable," he commended the man's other student, Tachiyama Shohei, the man who had saved them yesterday. Shohei-kun has grown quite a bit over the years, though I haven't had much to teach him for years now," the old man replied with a smile, and both of them knew that was a lie. "But I was more impressed with you, my lord. Defeating Watashi Masamune in single combat, even I wouldn't be confident enough to take on the Sword of East like that," he continued with a smile, and Akihito shrugged. "It had to be done, so I did it, though I will not hide my blade played quite a major part in the outcome of the battle," he said as he looked to the side at his katana, and the old man's gaze followed along as he scrutinized the bale before extending his hand and asking for it. Akihito handed it to him, as he took it out of its sheath and examined it, his eyes lingering on the seal inscribed near its hilt. "Impressive. I haven't seen such seal work since the fall of Uchiha," he commented, surprising him, and he nodded. "I know that work was done by one of the few people who still hold that knowledge," he added. "I believe you aren't talking about the woman and child you rescued," and he shook his head. "No, this was someone from Konoha. I had the Senju princess act as an intermediary for this whole process," he added, and the old man smirked as he handed it back. "I still find it amusing that the infamous Senju princess is quite enamored with you, someone so young. It kind of makes me jealous," the old man said lecherously, making him roll his eyes. "She is not enamored with me, we have a simple working relationship," he retorted, and the old man's smile widened. "Yes, a working relationship," he began, and Akihito was beginning to get annoyed as he cut off the discussion and turned towards the main reason he had called the man. "Has there been any word from Jin?" he questioned, and the old man nodded as he reached into his pocket and handed him a rolled-up missive. "This came a few hours. Jin and his forces were able to box in the enemy forces as per the plan, though they weren't as successful as you, and one of the samurai was able to manage a somewhat successful retreat. But I believe even that is quite a commendable result," he added, and Akihito agreed with him. "Indeed, this way, the power balance has now shifted," he began as he looked over the missive for any other details, and it seemed Lord Chiba's forces had attacked Lord Saigasa's, hence hampering his ability to aid and coordinate with Mahiro forces. "Hayama Mahiro's forces have been routed, and we have his son. I can confidently say that we have won the first phase of the war. The old lord is smart enough to see that, and I believe soon letters would arrive for you suing for peace," the old man began as he sipped his tea, giving his assessment. "But the question is, what do you plan to do, my lord?" the old man questioned. "Any peace we establish would be a farce," he replied resolutely. "Lord Mahiro may have begun this war, but it will be I who shall end this," he said, and the old man nodded. "So, war it is?" he questioned, and Akihito nodded. "War it is. Have the men make preparations. It is time we launch an attack of our own," Akihito declared his intentions. 0000. Katsugawa Mayuki. Katsugawa Mayuki watched as Shizun-san cared for the red-headed Kirin-san, who had become pale and frail. She had seen firsthand as the war efforts were directed from the castle, with missives being sent minute after minute as she used her Kekkei Genkai to monitor enemy and ally movements. She had first thought of Kirin-san to be a simple servant, yet last night, she realized that things weren't as simple as they may seem. She had understood that her lord husband was not just a simple lord. Just over the few weeks of their marriage, she had met the Senju princess, who seemed quite familiar with him, and now she had come face to face with a Kekkei Genkai rumored to be extinct. "Will she be fine?" she questioned the Shizun-san, who nodded as she got up. "Yes, thankfully, it's nothing more than exhaustion, she will be fine," she answered as relief bubbled through her. Both of them then left the room and stood on the balcony of the floor and looked out at the war preparation going on all over the castle as men drilled and armed themselves, preparing themselves for the battle. "Is Kirin-san a shinobi?" she questioned, and Shizun-san shook her head. "No, she is not. Though I believe you must have reasoned out from her unique hair color that she is not an average person," Shizun-san answered, and she nodded. "Yes, those red hair. I remember reading about them in my youth, and that last name. I should have recognized it as well," she answered. "Uzumaki, the red-haired devils of Uchiha," she muttered the name, and Shizun-san nodded. "Indeed, Kirin-san is an Uzumaki but is a civilian. She is not trained in the ninja arts but was blessed with 2 Kekkei Genkai, making her very valuable and special, Shizun-san. But weren't the Uzumakis hunted out and elected after the war, and doesn't Lady Tsunade have an Uzumaki ancestry as well? She questioned, and Shizun-san nodded, as she replied in a somber tone. True, Lady Tsunade's grandmother Lady Mito was an Uzumaki, and it was herself and I who rescued Kirin-san and her daughter from Kusagakuria to the orders of Lord Akihito. It was actually the first time we met him, she answered, surprising him. Really? She questioned, and the kunoichi nodded. Indeed, it was quite a surprise, Shizun-san chuckled as she continued. We were called by the young lord, we were expecting a nonsensical mission as we would often get, and I had thought that I would have to hold back Lady Tsunade from killing the young lord, but when we first saw just who had commissioned the mission it took us by surprise, she replied, and she frowned. But how did he learn of her? And Shizun-san didn't rush to answer as she turned to face her. That is a secret we still don't know the answer to, that how did a 10-year-old boy know of happenings miles across, she reiterated, surprising him, that even they didn't know the answer even all these years later. And then, before they could continue, Nakiri-san rushed towards them, her face pale and ashen as she called out to her. Princess, she called out, surprising her as she turned to face the brown-haired woman. What happened, Nakiri-san? She questioned. A strange sensation of unease rippled through her as she saw the woman's eyes soften in sadness as she continued. My lady, a missive arrived from one of the 4th prince's men in the capital, she began as she felt still, her feet rooted to the ground as the older woman put forward a letter. The daimyo-sama passed away in the morning. Chapter 24. Tatsuya Shirahoshi, the 3rd prince. The 3rd prince of the realm stilled at his mother's words, his emotions roused by a sense of betrayal and rage at the actions of his now dead father. What are we to do now? He questioned, in a snarl filled with rage and anger at the naming of that jumped-up bastard as the next daimyo. How could his father overlook his own blood like that? His fists balled up in rage, yet a part of him had already expected that. His mother gave him a sympathetic look as she caressed the side of his face. We move forward with the plan. This changes little, my body, we have the men and the support, all that's left is to get rid of the last hurdle standing in our way, she said, and he nodded. You are right, he said as he took a deep breath. I shouldn't be so angry, he said, and she nodded. Yes, we are at the final stretch now, victory is so close now. The sooner Akihito Shirahoshi and his accursed wife are taken care of, the sooner we can put all this behind us, she began, and he nodded. Yes, but they are winning at the moment. I received word in the morning that grandfather had lost nearly half his samurai and a massive number of men in the initial crusades. There are rumors that the young lord could counterattack now and sweep through the Mahiro lands, he objected, and that did not bode well for him. His power was driven by his connection to Lord Mahiro, and if his power was to weaken, especially in such a way that it was that jumped bastard who defeated the storied of Lord Mahiro, then it would not look good on him and could cause fractures in his own supporters. I know, but right now, with the death of your father, the battle has become simplified. Now it is all about Akihito. As long as he is taken care of, this battle will be won, and your grandfather will see that as well, she iterated, making him frown for a second as he tried to make sense of what she was trying to say. And then it all clicked. You cannot mean. He gasped as she nodded. Yes, I mean so as well. This is the final stretch, and with his friend's ambitions at stake, he has written to his associate in Konoha to deliver on his promise, she confirmed his earlier suspicions and his eyes widened as she finished. Lord Akihito is not long for this world, she finished, and he smiled as he nodded. That is good, but what about the other one, Suzuki? That bastard supports him, right? They have been rather friendly for quite some years now, he began, and she shook her head, surprising him. Suzuki had little support himself, and he doesn't matter, for he left the capital last night without telling anyone. No one knows where he went, she told him, making him frown. That's suspicious, he added, and she nodded. Yes, but we don't have enough time to care about every little detail. We need to strike, and we need to do it now while everyone else least expects it, she finished as she looked around and leaned forward. I shall make an excuse that you are extremely ill, so sneak out of the capital and rush to the castle where our men have gathered. And in the night, lead them and seize the capital, she commanded him, and he nodded. As you say, mother, he said and took the key from her hand. This shall open a secret passage to the outside from your room. Now go before anyone else sees you, she said, and he nodded and, after pocketing the key, rushed towards his room, a determined smile on his face as he envisioned himself sitting on his father's throne. Soon, he whispered as he vanished into the shadows. 0000. Lord Hayama Mahiro. Lord Hayama Mahiro read the reports about the ongoing conflict between him and the Jito Akihito Shirahoshi and couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the sheer level of losses taken by his force. This is a disaster, he gasped out as he read more and more of just what had happened with the invading force. This is an absolute disaster, he repeated as the report slipped from his hand. A slight tremor emerged in his hand as he realized the precarious situation of his lands. He sat in his solar with his son and advisor, Tsunade, who had a grave expression on his face as he questioned. What are we to do now? 5 of our samurai are now dead. Both Lord Hattori and Lord Saegasa have pulled back their support, and the Shinoi forces are in prime position to mount a counterattack, he explained, and his mind raced as he realized the mess that they were. But what of the daimyo-sama? With Lord Daimyo dead, maybe Lord Shirahoshi will have to split his focus, giving us an opportunity as he focuses on the capital, his son chimed in, but he shook his head. From everything we know of the boy, he is highly intelligent and knows that the capital matters little as long as he neutralizes us, for Tatsuya-sama derives most of his power from his relationship with Lord Mahiro, without which the nobles will never align themselves with him, Tsunade conceded, and rightly so. I have already written to Lord Tatsuya's men, and they are ready to take over the capital, but still I expect the battle there to be deadly, for the daimyo-sama did not name a heir. The forces there will be looking to the battles here and will be hesitant to crown Lord Tatsuya as the next daimyo as long as Lord Akihito remains alive and standing. If Lord Tatsuya is to rise to the throne smoothly, we must deal with the young Jito of Shinoi promptly, Tsunade added, and he nodded. But how? Tatsuya cut in worriedly. He defeated 5 of our samurai. 5, and our main force has been decimated, and most importantly, he has an elder brother as a hostage. How are we to even combat him? Tatsuya cut in, rightly so, and he was worried as well. He had underestimated the young Jito, and now that was costing him. Yet still, the boy had gone above and beyond his imagination and had boxed him in. Watashi Masamune, the Blade of the East, was his most potent weapon, a samurai the likes of which were born only once a century. The old man was powerful enough to shift the balance of power single-handedly, he was also the reason he had been able to gather so many samurai under him. Yet the old man had been killed by none other than the young lord himself, highlighting that the young lord's prowess with a blade was no joke and that he could not be underestimated. My order was for Mia to suppress the news of Daimyo-sama's death to buy us time, how did it get out so quickly? He questioned Tsunade, who looked down in shame. We underestimated the preparedness of the other side. The 4th prince had his men entrenched in court who leaked the news before we could intervene. Trying to suppress it afterward could have led to some unintended consequences, Tsunade made excuses, enraging him further and further, for it seemed that nothing was going their way at this critical time. And it was all because of him, because of one man. Akihito Shirahoshi. He had underestimated him once. But he won't do it again. He took a deep breath, his mind made up as he picked up a scroll and began to write into it. We have underestimated young Jito Akihito, and that has cost us, but now it is time to deal with him and his newlywed wife, but we cannot do this alone now. So, we must first regain our lost allies. He finished writing the proposal and handed it to Tsunade, who schemed over it. A match between Lord Tatsuya and Lord Saegasa's daughter, it sounds reasonable, even though she would only be a concubine, the benefits should be enough to have him support us in this whole endeavor, and he nodded. As for Hattori, offer him a match between his daughter and Tatsuya, he spoke as his son's eyes widened. But father. Yet the protest died down instantly as he glared at him. There is no time to waste. We must gather our allies at once, he began, and his son's lips thinned, yet he didn't voice any more rebuttal. As you wish, father, he finished, and he nodded. Gather our men and have them prepare for the defense of these lands, he ordered, and Tsunade nodded. My lord, but the momentum lies with Lord Akihito. Leave him to me. You just have the men prepare, he finished, and the man nodded and got up and, with a bow, left the room, leaving him alone with his son. The silence was deadly as his son broke it after a few minutes. So, will you do it? He questioned, and he nodded as he took out a scroll from his hakama, a special scroll that he was meant to only ever use in case of an emergency, yet he believed that this warranted its use. Yes, I will, he said as he opened it up, biting his thumb and smearing a blotch of blood into the seal placed by the side, and the paper gleamed before he picked up the brush and wrote it out. Akihito Shirahoshi. Chapter 25. Akihito Shirahoshi. What? He questioned once more as the servant reported the news. Indeed, my lord. The daimyo-sama passed away in the morning, and the words shook him to the core, for he had received little news about the daimyo-sama's illness, and the news of his death was rather out of the blue. How? He questioned after a second, trying to piece together the whole picture. The servant handed him the missive as he began. The daimyo-sama fell down a few days ago, and had been bedridden ever since, and only passed away in the morning, though we are yet to receive the official word from the capital. This letter arrived from the 4th prince's aide telling us of his passing. The servant finished just as he finished scheming over the contents of the missive. Could it be a lie? Shinohara-san cut in from the side and he shook his head. No, he was quick to shut down the notion. The 4th prince wouldn't lie over something like this. I believe that the reason we are yet to receive word from the capital is that someone is trying to suppress the news, but word will soon get out, he reasoned as he rubbed his chin, his mind racing as he thought of just how this might affect his plans. Then this changes things, my lord, Shinohara-san added from the side, taking a sip of his tea. Indeed, he agreed with him as he dismissed the servant, leaving him alone with Shinohara-san once more. The third prince, Tatsuya, would probably move to capture the capital to try and force the nobles into swearing their fealty to him. I believe the recent rumors about movements around the city of Zereiwa outside the capital were connected to these developments, and the old samurai nodded. Yes, I believe so as well, but the daimyo-sama didn't name any specific heir for his position, so I believe the nobles would not be so easily persuaded to fear their fealties, the old man reasoned out, and he nodded along. Yes, and most importantly, the third prince's main pillar of strength is his relationship with Lord Mahiro. If we can neutralize that and gain a semblance of control over these lands, we will put a massive dent in his plans, he concluded, telling his plan. Then so be it. The plans will remain the same then. We gather our forces and attack the Mahiro lands, and he nodded. Yes, reject any offer of parley and negotiations. Gather men post haste so that we can mount an attack rather quickly, he ordered. I believe I might be able to make Lord Mahiro blunder a bit, he said with a small smirk, making the old man narrow his eyes. What kind of blunder? Shinohara-san questioned, and he looked the man in the eye. As he cryptically answered. One that would kill two birds with one stone, and he didn't elaborate further, for if the man were to learn of his plans, he would absolutely not let him go through with it. And may I inquire what this blunder actually entails? The old man questioned, and Akihito gulped down and shook his head. No, you may not, he answered, and the old man shook his head as he made to stand up. And Shinohara-san, he stopped the man as he was about to get up. Yes, Akihito-sama, he asked. Send letters to Lord Hattori and Saegasa, and please enlighten them about the benefits of remaining neutral in the conflict ahead, for I believe it would be quite troublesome if both of them were to team up against us, and the old man. I will see that appropriate message is conveyed, he acquiesced, and Akihito nodded as the door was closed once more, leaving him alone with his thoughts. His eyes went to the second part of the message from the fourth prince, Suzuki's entourage. Of all his brothers, him and Suzuki were closest with them, having struck a unique friendship over the years based on certain mutual agreement. And it seemed he was set in his way as well and had already left the capital. Good luck, Suzuki, he uttered as he lay down once more, hoping to recover as much as he could before the final battle began. 0000. Danzo Shimura. Danzo stood in his lair deep under the expansive village in a vast network of tunnels as he read the report from his informants, a sense of unease growing with each word he read. The young Jito was not only able to defend himself but is in a prime position to launch a deadly counterattack, he concluded as he recalled the emergency message he had received from Lord Mahiro, prompting him to act against the said lord to secure his position as the next Kage. Yet things weren't so simple. The nobles in the capital had become cautious after the recent defeats suffered by Lord Mahiro, and his prowess, which he had cultivated over years of painstaking efforts, had been eroded in a single night by Akihito Shirahoshi. For they understood the scale of the losses suffered by Lord Mahiro. The average number of samurai swords to a lord was around 2 to 3, and lords like Lord Mahiro were held in high regard and feared, for he boasted 9 well-trained samurai, of which one was Watashi Masamune, perhaps the best samurai in the land of fire. And now, with half his power gone in a single night, with his greatest weapon defeated by Akihito Shirahoshi himself, the young lord had turned the tables. And now the lords whom once Mahiro could have bullied into supporting his grandson's ascension were rebelling, their long-buried hatred for the old man and his family now on display as few rose to support him while he himself had credible reports that many in the capital were working against the third prince, though their actions could be representative of the previous daimyo's directions. Yet he was at an impasse, a very severe impasse, for he saw everything he had worked for crumbling in front of him. He was already aware of Lord Akihito's preference for Hokage, Minato, which meant that his power in the village would only ever erode further and further. Could he accept that? Could he accept losing his power and hold and retiring to the shadows? No, he thought as his fists balled up. It was a risk indeed, but one he was willing to take. Moreover, his recent investigations into the man named Gato had revealed some unflattering details about the young Jito, details that could provide cover for his actions. Gato, the man, had been the face of a rapidly rising shipping conglomerate. Yet one day, suddenly, all his businesses began collapsing out of nowhere. The losses he had suffered were substantial and were enough to beggar the man until a mysterious backer had saved the man. And that person he suspected was Akihito Shirahoshi. The purpose behind this was even more obscure, for Gato mainly traded in the land of water, a country going through a civil war. There were reasons to suspect that the young Jito was providing support to the rebellion. The actions were not overt enough, seemed to be done using several intermediaries, and weren't so out of the ordinary for a smart noble. Yet his choice of side in this war and the way he seemed to be pulling these strings was obscure. Crow. He whispered as he struck his cane on the ground. An operative with the crow mask appeared in front of him, kneeling on one knee. Yes, Danzo-sama, the nin said in a monotone voice. Assemble a small surgical team, he began as he gave the instructions. And assassinate, Lord Akihito Shirahoshi, leave no evidence, he began as he gave the nin a look. Not even yourself. Chapter 26. Katsugawa Mayuki. The princess of the Land of Fire lay in her room as the sky darkened, her mind a mess as she tried to process the news of her father's death. The news had arrived so suddenly and at such difficult times that a part of her didn't know what to feel about this. She was sad, of course, yet she had never expected to hear those words, readily prepared for her own demise. She had not thought that she would outlive her father. Yet here she was, alive, contrary to her expectations from months prior, yet he was gone now. And she didn't know what to do. Mourn him for the father he was, or hate him for what he wasn't. He was aware of who was behind the killing of her brothers, the tragedy that later destroyed her mother. Yet in his weakness, he had done nothing. Nothing, and her fists balled up in rage at that as she remembered him. But a sense of pity also bubbled when she recalled how he was affected by her mother's death. What was she to feel? Was she meant to be angry? Was she meant to be sad? For all she felt was a literal storm of emotions that didn't make sense. A small knock on the door interrupted her and made her realize just how late it had gotten as she spoke up. Who is it? She questioned as she realized that her face was wet with tears, shed without her knowledge. My lady, it is I, Irina Nagiri. Came the answer, and she wiped away her face as she replied. Come in, and the door was slid open as the aide walked in, a small tray in her hand and a soft look in her eyes. I brought food for you, my lady. The servants told me that you didn't answer when they came in the evening, and she nodded, she hadn't been hungry then. She wasn't now either. Yet the older woman didn't even ask her that, as she simply walked forward and set the tray by the table and began to set up the food. And it was then that she noticed how the commotion outside had died down. Have the men left? She questioned the older woman, who nodded as she set the food. Yes, my lady. It is why I couldn't come earlier. I was overlooking the preparation of the men, so I apologize for not being with you, she said as she gave her a bow, and she simply nodded and waved away the apology, for she knew just how important this whole conflict was now, especially given how the daimyo's throne now sat empty. There is no need to apologize, she said, and the old woman set the tray by her side and continued. I know that you do not wish to eat, but you haven't eaten anything at all the whole day, princess, so please have something, she said with sincerity, that she had long missed, and for some reason, she saw a rather familiar reflection of her own mother in her in that moment. I will try, she said as she picked up the porridge bowl and stared at it, her heart racing for some reason as she mouthed out without thinking. You must think me a rather callous daughter, she said, and saw Nagiri-san's eyes widen as she began. Why would you say that, princess? She gasped out. Because my father is dead, yet I sit here and don't even know how to cry, she managed to eke out sadly as she stared at the older woman whose eyes softened at her words. She slowly reached for her hand and held it. There is no need to belittle yourself, princess. Everyone mourns in different ways, she told her, and for some reason, the words made her angry as she spoke out. Then why can't I cry? Why? She nearly screamed, yet the woman didn't shift as she answered in a somber tone. Because you wish to be strong, because you do not wish to look weak, vulnerable, princess, and her words cut through her, as her heartbeat quickened, and her eyes got wet as sorrow gripped her heart. She was right. In the castle for years, she had presented herself as such, maintaining a certain image even as she was eaten away inch by inch on the inside. A facade that had now merged with herself, obscuring the lines between her reality and lie. There was silence in the room, as for the first time since she had heard the news of her father's death, she cried, wailed, openly against the older woman's side, breaking the image she had built, cried for the child that had left the castle all those months ago, cried for the man that had died years ago. And so, when she separated, the older woman took the bowl from her and wiped away her tears as she began to feed her. You remind me much of Lord Akihito when he lost his father, she said, realizing that Akihito was even younger than her when he had lost his father, and he hadn't ever known his mother. Why do you say that? She questioned, interested in the life of her lord husband, for they had never ever truly talked about him. He had always appeared as this dependable and unbreakable rock to her that she couldn't even imagine how he would react to losing his own father. When his lord father died, the province was going through troubling times, a small flood had ruined the harvests, and with the war going on, the situation was quite dire, she began, and she recalled hearing about the floods. A wave of illness spread all over the province. It began with shivers and then a severe fever that often followed a person to the grave, and when the lord died, people were anxious because Akihito-sama was barely older than 10 years old at the time, but he was strong even then. He worked tirelessly day and night, to get the village out the whole ordeal. And then the rumors began, she began, and she saw her fists ball up as she looked outside the window. What rumors? She questioned. They called him heartless, a heathen, a demon in the form of a child. And she could tell that the woman was angry. There were few of them, yet there were people who called him an ONI. 0000. Gato the shipping magnate. There were two kinds of people in this world. Those who had power, the predators, people who ruled the world, nobles, governors, cages, and then there were people who held no power, the prey, the common folk. Gato had always dreamed of becoming the former. Having been born in a small fishing village in Land of Waters, he had always dreamt of power and wished to obtain it in any way possible. And so, when the Land of Water had broken out into civil war, he had sought his chance, moving outside the country to bring his plan to fruition. And he had achieved success, using his knowledge of the trade routes to help supply both sides of the conflict. He had turned himself into a rather powerful entity, that was until all of it had come crashing down, for he had attracted the wrong kind of attention. The attention of a foreign noble who held considerable power in the Land of Waves, which was his base of operations, and his whole life had come crashing down. Yet he was helpless, for he had been utterly unmatched against the given noble, who held more power, wealth, and influence than him. He had tried to move against him, yet his efforts had been fruitless, and then they had come to a halt as the noble had retaliated, taking from him a hand as a warning to serve as a reminder of what would happen to him if he didn't behave. "My lord, please tell me, how can I help you? You have been waiting for hours," he questioned sweetly, looking at the man sitting opposite him, sipping on his tea without any worry as he sat in his solar, behaving as if he owned the place. And while he couldn't be sure, he was aware that this man was either the one behind his downfall or at least somehow deeply connected with that person. Yet even though he sat opposite to him, he could do little to harm the person, for such an action would mean an end to his own life. He was a prince, a noble twofold, his face long and sharp, exuding an air of confidence and sensibility as he sat opposite to him with his aide, as he smiled at him, making him grind his teeth in rage. "There is no need for that, they will be here soon," he replied, and it irked him greatly, yet he didn't show his anger and frustration as he sat there, a hostage in his own building. "But my prin." Clack. And then he felt it, the atmosphere in the room shift, as he felt his heartbeat quicken, as sweat began to drip down his forehead. He could feel an overwhelming presence right behind him as the prince lay down the cup, his gaze shifting to the person behind him. "So, you are finally here?" the prince questioned, and he could not believe how steady his voice was despite the tension in the room. "Indeed, I am," a feminine voice from behind replied as the person behind him stepped forward, a bundle of long orange-colored hair arching down her back, concealing the back of the blue dress she wore over a vest of steel mesh. Her eyes were razor-sharp, moving past him as if he was nothing but a pest, as she walked up to the prince in question and examined him with a scrutinizing gaze. And Gato finally realized who she was, and as he did, he broke out into rampant sweat, for this person was one of the most dangerous shinobi alive today. The leader of the rebellion forces of Kirigakure, which were constantly gaining the upper hand in the Kirigakure civil war, was the demon mistress of mist. Terumi Mei. "Yes, you will do," she voiced out as the tension in the room died down. The orange-haired Kunoichi smiled as she leaned down rather suggestively as the prince smiled. "Indeed I shall. Though, I believe you have a special guest of mine in your hands." The prince questioned, his voice even as the deadly, an equally gorgeous woman stood right in front of him. "Oh, indeed I do." And what a surprise she was. And with that, it all began to make sense to him as he realized just what was going on. The nobles in Land of Water had been reluctant to support the rebellion forces, for that would have unsettled the status quo. Due to that, the rebellion had been unable to arm and feed itself until several years ago, when the rebellion forces found themselves an anonymous backer, and that was when the war began to shift. Though the mystery of this unnamed guest perturbed him still, yet it made everything all the more clear. He believed that the anonymous backer was none other than the prince sitting opposite him. And with the rebellion forces gaining the upper hand, he was looking at the probable water daimyo of the Land of Water. Chapter 27. Ieyatsujin. Ieyatsujin rode back towards the capital of the province as he had been ordered by his lord to do so. After the death of the daimyo-sama, this war had become much more important, and while he would have liked nothing more than to lead the armies from the Eastern Front, yet with their initial victories, the tide of war was in their favor now. Hence, he had to move back, for their enemies could choose to strike at the princess as well, and though she was under considerable protection, Akihito had wanted him to move back as insurance. "So, you have told me about your lord yet, Jin-san?" He was blind to what it also was. A punishment? To escort the Lady Chiba to the castle from the Eastern Front. For some reason, the Chiba daughter was much more excited about the marriage than he had anticipated, and well, she was much different than his expectations. While Lady Mayuki was the demure princess, with a sense of responsibility and somberness to herself, Lady Chiba was nearly the exact opposite to her. "Mama, Jin-san, you still haven't answered my question," she teased from the carriage, propping her head out of the window. "I am sorry, I didn't hear it, he said politely as he slowed down his horse and addressed the lady in question, who pouted like a child. Sheesh, one would think you are deliberately ignoring me, Jin-san, she complained as she laid her head on the window and looked at him with those big, round, red eyes. I offer no offense, my lady, but you must be aware that with this whole war going on, I have a little bit too much on my mind, he excused himself with a small bow, offering a small apology, which was waved away. Mama, I understand, but why are you worried about the war, Jin-san, she began, a sly smirk forming on his face as she finished. After all, Akihito is going to win it all in the end, she said, surprising him, for there was not even a semblance of doubt in her tone as she made that statement. Tsujin had been a retainer under Akihito Shirahoshi for a number of years now, and as his aide, he was quite aware of the strengths and weaknesses of his lord, and though he believed in his lord's eventual victory as well, yet this coming from her was a surprise. Especially if one were to consider just what her status was and who she was. Lady Chiba was the sole child of Lord Chiba, and that was a rarity, much like Lord Akihito. Yet their similarities didn't end there. While Lord Akihito had seen his name get tarnished and revered over the years for his actions, the lady in question had also been born rather special. Born with flowing black hair and iconic eyes, she was at her birth name a blessed child, a blessing of the sun goddess Amaterasu, and had been raised to be a shrine maiden since her birth. A shrine maiden, who is famous throughout the capital for her ability as an oracle. Jin himself was not rather religious, refusing to believe in gods and believing himself to be the maker of his legacy, yet even he would admit that the lady in question was not so simple. Why do you say that with such certainty, my lady? He probed further. And she gave him a confident smile. Because I know, and he was sure that there was more to it than that. Now, you didn't tell how did you get Akihito to agree to marriage, she asked surprising him as he felt himself sweat. How could I do that? The marriage was Akihito-sama's decision. I do only as my lord commands, he replied, not elaborating on the true series of events for that would result in an insult to his lord. He saw her eyes narrow as she tilted her head. Ma, I don't believe you, she said playfully as she stretched her arms. But no matter, I will soon learn the truth from Aki-chan, and the tone of her voice surprised him as he looked towards her. Aki-chan? He questioned, refusing to believe what he was hearing. She looked towards him, wide-eyed as she complained. You are telling me Aki-chan didn't tell you about me, and he was completely out of the loop. Ah. It seems he has forgotten about me. Aki-chan and I were friends before I became a shrine maiden, you know, she said as she looked at the sky, surprising him with her words. And I was the first person to see him for what he truly was, she said as she giggled, and he was not sure but felt that there was more to her words than he realized as he heard her whisper into the air. Someone special just like me. 0000. Akihito Shirahoshi. Akihito watched as the sun began to rise out of the east, breaking the cover of the night as the army stood ready at his command. 1,200 men, of which 500 were fully trained soldiers while the rest were levies, though they had been drilling for quite some days now and even before that, as per policy, would have to drill once or twice a week. The hardened faces of the men told a tale of determination and hope, for by now, the whole kingdom knew that they had the advantage in a war which had become much more than a simple territorial conflict. Now, this was a war of succession. They had little time now, that was one reason the attack had been pushed up by a day. For with the daimyo's throne empty they couldn't dilly-dally for long. Today I stand before you all, with steel as we ride towards this battle, a battle which may perhaps decide the future of this country, he began as he stood at the head of the army, his two samurai Shinohara-san, his student, and his other samurai by his side as he made his speech. Yet I do not ride today with a greed for power or authority. I ride today for our futures, he shouted, and the men perked up at that. I ride for those across our borders who wish to eat us alive, wish to enslave us, beggar us, steal from us all we have built over the years as they have done so with those before us. But I say enough. He shouted, his chakra-enhanced voice thundered across the clearing as he brought up his blade. Their tyranny shall end today. We shall ride here today not for greed but for freedom and prosperity. Prosperity for all rather than few. He shouted, and the men saluted as they cheered on. Hey 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 hey. To war. And with that, the battle was on as his forces began their move toward the Mahiro lands. 0000. Back in Konoha at the hospital, the infamous Senju Tsunade sat in her room overlooking the Iryo ninjutsu training programs and lamenting at the disregard the program had received since her departure from the village until suddenly the doors to her office were struck open, startling her until she looked up and saw just who it was. Kushina Uzumaki had entered her office, and she felt herself still as she saw the pale and concerned face of the redhead. What happened? She asked despite having an inkling of just what this may all be about. And her fears came true when the redhead answered. It happened. I sense it, a small team slipping into the capital. She closed her eyes as she ground her teeth in rage, her chakra ripping through the room as she spoke up. Get me, Minato and Fugaku. Chapter 28. Akihito Shirahoshi. Akihito and his men raced through the countryside as they headed straight for the border of the Mahiro lands. Shinohara-san rode with him as Takayama-san had moved towards the central flank, leading the army there. Trenches had been dug as the Mahiro men huddled back behind wooden barricades, as Akihito kicked his horse slightly, making it go faster as he pushed himself down. Shinohara-san, he commanded, and the old man nodded. Leave it to me, and with that, he pushed himself further, as he reached for his blade as he took out his sword, and swung it wildly. Ninpo, dragon's scythe, and with that, a massive blade erupted from his blade, cutting through the air and the wooden fortifications to force them to go into the trenches. Forward! He shouted as he pulled on the reins and made his horse jump over the initial line of enemy forces, as arrows bounced off the armor on his horse. As he was in the air, he pushed himself off the horse as he gripped his blade, and pushed chakra into it. Ninpo, world cleaver! He shouted as he swung it with all his might at the row of archers aiming at him, and even though few realized the danger they were in and tried to get away. But they were too late. Ching! His attack cut through them, cleaving the initial 2 rows of men into 2 and dyed the whole ground red as he landed on the ground and began moving forward once more. Shinohara-san was in command of the army and would be able to lead the men adequately, but this time, they had to bring down the enemy guard towers rather quickly, and she rushed towards the massive wooden structure, evading and cutting through the small number of men that got in his way. The guards around the station realized the futility of their struggle yet still grit their teeth as they lunged at him. Ah! As one of the men brought down his sword, he evaded to the right, quickly slashing across his gut before parrying the next one strike and using his foot to push him to the ground, as he kicked away his blade. They tried to attack from behind, but he was farther, jumping to the right as he sheathed his blade. Ninpo, wind cutter! He said as his blade gleamed a gentle green as a slash cut through the 3 men. Akihito looked around and saw his men breaking through the enemy lines. The enemy center had fallen, and his cavalry had emerged victorious with what seemed to be minimal losses. The battle strategy had been somewhat dangerous, yet they couldn't afford to lose men so early into the war, for that was bad for both morale and logistics. He looked ahead and could see the last of the 2 men stepping back in fear as they realized that they had lost the battle, and as he twisted his blade, they dropped their weapons and began to run away towards the distant fortress, which was their primary target. The massive watchtower was now without any protection, and he took a deep breath as he pushed back his sword into the sheath and pushed his chakra into the blade. Despite the liberal use of chakra, the truth was that he was being very careful with the amount he used, for he knew he couldn't push himself to dangerously low levels in this case, for the war was not going to stop anytime soon, and though his forces were strong enough, losing him would be a disaster for them. Ninpo! He began as the sword began to glow, and he dug his feet into the ground, and then it happened, as his senses screamed at him, and he rotated on the foot and pushed his blade out with all his might. Word cleaver! He shouted, as he swung it at the air, and a massive slash erupted through the air, blowing away the kunao headed his way and cleaving a man 10 paces behind him into 2. Shit! He heard the man gasp, as the blade cut him into 2, as Akihito saw his form shift in a puff of smoke, as instead of a regular Mahiro soldier appeared a masked nin, the ceramic mask shaped in the form of a peacock. And then, before he could process it all, he felt his hair prick up once more as he jumped to the side and saw half a dozen senbon hit the ground just where he had been standing, as he felt another person rush towards him. He raised his sword and blocked the kunao attack. Another masked nin appeared in front of him, and his heart raced. Shinohara-san! He shouted for help as he pushed back the nin, and deflected the senbon aimed at him, unsuccessfully as one of them escaped his defense and hit his thigh, making him wince in pain. And then, before he could react, he felt another presence behind him, and then before he could turn to face it, he saw light glimmer behind him, as lightning flashed right in front of his eyes. Akh! The nin behind him collapsed to the ground in an instant, his arm cut off, showering him with blood when the yellowish blur vanished once more, and then a sound of painful screaming came from behind him, making him look back and he saw the dead body of the masked nin trying to attack him lying on the ground, as a new person stood over it. He was dressed in a blue uniform with the iconic Jounin flash jacket, and his bright yellowish hair stood out as the man titled his head and looked at him with those piercing blue eyes of him, looking through him as if all his secrets lay bare in front of that piercing gaze. Akihito didn't miss how the man's gaze lingered on his sword for a second more before it shifted to his face. I believe you must be Lord Akihito Shirahoshi, the Jito of Shinoi and the commander of the attacking army. He questioned, and Akihito nodded. Indeed, I am, Akihito replied as he sheathed his blade, already having an inkling of what was set to happen. I am. And Akihito cut in. I know who you are, Namikaze-san. Akihito cut in and saw the man's features soften as he nodded. Good, then I am afraid that I will need you and your forces to pull back from these lands, he replied, just as he had expected. According to the laws, if a lord or his retainers were found guilty or suspected of acts of a treasonous nature, as in this case when the man sought the aid of shinobi to kill him, the shinobi village in question was bound to intervene, and stop the act. Then, the lands of the said lord were sealed and went under the supervision of the fire temple until the daimyo of the land decided on their fate. I shall give my command, he said as he turned to face his men. And my lord, the yellow-haired shinobi called from behind, making him turn back to face him. When the war is over, I believe you and I need to sit down for a talk, he said, and Akihito nodded. I believe the same, and with that, he turned away and looked towards his men and shouted with all his might. Everyone! The battle is over. 0000. Danzo Shimura. Danzo Shimura sat in his house as the skies turned dark, and the night spread its fleeting arms. The whole village mourned the loss of the daimyo, yet those old enough and smart enough to realize the implications of his death held their breaths as they waited for the news about who would rise to the throne next. For while the daimyo held little control over the affairs of a hidden village, one would be foolish to ignore their importance. Leaf had been blessed with daimyo mindful enough to work hand in hand with a cage rather than those of some other villages, such as Kirigakure and Kazigakure. And then suddenly, he felt the seals around his house trip, as he felt the chakra signatures of root operatives guarding him vanish one by one, as his house was surrounded by 24 or so chakra signatures, 2 of which he recognized rather quickly. He reached for his cane and was up on his feet as his heart raced. It couldn't be, he thought as he moved towards the door and slid it open and was greeted by the sight of the Senju princess standing outside his house along with the leader of the Konoha's police force, and leader of the Uchiha, Fugaku Uchiha, as bodies of his nins lay there on the ground, some dead, others immobilized. What is the meaning of this? He shouted, as he stepped out onto the porch, as he looked the Senju princess in her eyes. Do you have any idea that what you are doing is treason? He threatened, as he let go of his own chakra and focused it onto the blonde in front, yet Tsunade didn't shift as she continued to look him in the eye, unbothered by his allegations and prowess as he looked on impassively. Shimura Danzo, she finally opened her mouth as her own chakra roared forward, clashing against his with all its might. By the treaty signed between the first cage and the daimyo, I declare you a traitor to Konoha and the land of fire, she roared, and he felt himself still as his eyes narrowed. He was right. This was about that. Stand down. She roared as his grip over his cane tightened, as her chakra overpowered his own and clashed with the walls of a wooden house, cracking the very ground in his house as she finished ominously. Or die. Before he could say anything or do anything, someone else appeared, their chakra roaring like no other, overpowering even Tsunade's as a tight and sharp voice cut in. What is going on here? Hiruzen was here. Chapter 29. Tsunade Senju. The Senju princess felt her presence get stifled as her sensei's chakra roared emphatically, flooding the whole area with his presence. She looked up and found him standing on one of the roofs, dressed in his Hokage robes, standing straight as he glanced at them all. What is going on here? He questioned, his voice oozing authority, the glint of his eyes reminding her of just why this man was given the title of the god of shinobi. Even now, while being older than most of the people here, he was able to overpower them all, including herself and Fugaku Uchiha, both of whom were at least S-ranked nins, powerful and famous in their own right. End this farce, and rein in your student, Danzo began as he turned to face her sensei, who frowned as he turned to face her. What is the meaning of this, Tsunade, Fugaku? Why have you surrounded Danzo's house like this? He questioned, and her eyes narrowed as she saw Shimura relax. The man must think he was saved. Yet how wrong he was. We are only doing our duty, as per our oaths to the daimyo's office, she answered, refusing to back down and pointing towards Danzo. Shimura Danzo has broken his oath and interfered directly in the succession process by sending his agents to the land of fire, an act that classifies him as a traitor, not to the village but to the land of fire itself, she announced, and she could see her sensei's gaze narrow at her words. She lies, she accuses me without any proof. I have proof, and she cut in, before the man could continue, as the redhead from behind her stepped forward. Lady Tsunade speaks the truth. I sensed a small squad of 4 shinobi enter the capital 30 minutes ago and was the one who submitted the initial report to Lady Tsunade, Kushina began. She could see Sensei's face shift at those words as Danzo's eye narrowed, a small twitch of anger and frustration that she didn't miss. Sensei looked at Kushina beside her with a complicated expression, his face cold and impassive as it gave away nothing to what seemed to be going on in his head until she saw the first shift in his expression as he sighed, his features taking on a resigned appearance as he turned towards his old teammate. What have you done, Danzo? He questioned, both resigned and frustrated as he looked at his teammate, who seemed to finally realize that he may be in trouble. I did nothing wrong. All of my actions were for the good of the village, he challenged again, using his usual tirade. And she saw her sensei's frustration rise up as his gaze sharpened up, as his presence thickened, yet not for them, his ire directed towards his old teammate as he spoke up. Yet this goes beyond the village. You face accusations of dabbling into matters we shinobi have taken oaths to never be part of. So, tell me, is she telling the truth? He spoke, his voice even yet powerful enough to shake the very ground as the 2 old war veterans stared into each other's eyes. Yes. And her sensei's face paled a bit at that answer. Yet I did so, for I found him suspicious and his actions treasonous. Danzo defended himself. Treason. You do realize that such words shall not be thrown lightly, especially not for the people you speak of during such critical times, Sensei said angrily. Akihito Shirahoshi is connected to the Gato conglomerate in waves and has partial ownership of the shipping giant, the same giant which I believe has been discreetly funding the rebellion in Kirigakure, Danzo accused, and she frowned at those words. She was aware of Akihito's dealings in waves yet was unaware of the complete details. So? What part of that is treasonous to the land of fire? Since questioned. Nobles funding wars and rebellions in other regions were as old as times. It was the most common practice in older times, which had become much more difficult with the consolidation of the 5 great villages, yet it was not a modern practice. However, only she knew that Akihito was not funding the war. No, this was someone else, it was his brother, the only one with whom Akihito got along. You had no right to interfere in such matters. This is for the ministers and the nobles to deal with. We are shinobi. We do not meddle in such affairs. Sensei roared as he shook his head. You have overstepped my friend greatly, he began, his tone light and resigned as he turned away from him and glanced towards her and Fugaku. I believe it was both of you who gave young Minato the special pass to enter the land of fire, he questioned as Danzo realized that he had been abandoned. Yes, Hokage-sama, as the 2 noble clans acting as the daimyo's right and left hand, it was decided to send Minato to stop the attackers and protect the honor of the leaf, Fugaku replied as Sensei sighed. Good, and Tsunade, meet me in the office after this, he said as Danzo cut in. You cannot be serious, Hiruzen. This preposterous, I would never betray the village. Whatever I did was for the best of the villa. And then she saw her sensei vanish, in the blink of an eye, as Danzo's words stopped for Sensei now stood behind him, his eyes glinting in rage as he mouthed. Stand down, old friend, and pray that whoever may sit on the daimyo's throne next decide to take mercy on you, Sensei's voice rang out as the god of shinobi made his appearance. Sensei may have always had a blind spot for his old teammate yet his fate was sealed as soon as he ordered those men to attack Akihito, for this went beyond the Hokage's jurisdiction and became a matter directly related to the daimyo's office. An office that held even greater importance in given times as the village needed much support and resources from the capital to recover from the decade-long Great War. And then he looked up towards Fugaku. Take him to the cells. The next daimyo shall decide his fate. 0000. Mahiromiya. Mahiromiya walked towards the main throne room, anger and frustration gnawing at her as the sun was about to set, yet her son had yet to enter the capital. For some reason, his armies had been stopped from entering into the capital by the intervention of the Fire Temple. The temple was a non-political force that often stayed out of conflicts, despite being active practitioners of their own form of martial arts. The doors opened, and she found herself looking at the 2 people who were proving to be the biggest thrown on her side. The leader of the temple and the commander of the Guardian 12, Chiriku-sama, the bald monk stood there, talking with Hyakuya Sosuke. The old man had hair white as snow, his back hunched as he stood there with a stick in his hand. Yet his appearance didn't fool her. Behind that wrinkly face was a mind as sharp as a samurai's blade. He had acted as her husband's prime minister for the duration of his reign, being his arms and legs and guiding him over the various troubling and perilous times. What is the meaning of this? She questioned as she approached the 2 men. They halted their talks and looked towards her as she approached with her 2 attendants. Lady Mia, how may I serve you? Prime Kasuke, the minister, questioned politely as he looked at her with his narrowed eyes. I demand answers on why the Fire Temple surrounded the capital. This is against the law. The temple has no right to interfere in the matters of the court, she began, and the Prime Minister. My lady, everything is being done according to the Emperor's wish, he answered, surprising her. So, it was that damned man's order, she thought as she cursed him in his head for messing up her plans once more. Even after death, he continued to be a nuisance to her and her ambitions. She had married him with hopes of becoming an empress, yet despite her beauty and status, he remained besotted with that country harlot of his, naming her above her and then claiming her children as heirs. Preposterous. It was her right. Hers, and she would take it. Emperor, you say, she repeated through gritted teeth as the old man nodded. Indeed, he replied as he looked towards the man standing beside him in his monk robes, along with the symbol of his status as a member of the Guardian 12. Daimyo-sama's instructions were very clear. No fighting shall take place in the capital, not until his final rites have been performed, Chiriku, the monk, replied, making her grit her teeth. What fighting? Those men are my son's companions. They mean to harm no one, she replied as the old man cut in. Companions, thousands of them, all of them armed for combat, the old prime minister began as his gaze narrowed. We may have become old, my lady, yet don't consider us imbeciles, he said sharply, making her grit her teeth. Prince Tatsuya shall be allowed to enter the capital with a reasonable number of men if he wishes. Otherwise, the temple shall do its duty, the monk cut in, making her wish that she could scream and tear off their heads. And maybe she would once her son was set on the throne. And about the final rites, when will they be performed, she questioned as the old man. I believe we will have to wait for the princess, for that was the daimyo-sama's wish. Chiriko replied, startling her as she realized the plot of the old man. They had been played. That cannot be. You will deny him his rest until the princess deigns us with his presence. What if she refuses to come? She shouted. Ah! She will come. Already a message has been sent to her, said the old man, and her fists balled up. Tatsuya-sama didn't name a successor, my son, as his eldest child, is the rightful heir. Accept this, and you shall both be regarded with honor for doing your duty to the country, she offered as the monk remained quiet, yet Kasuke-sama's lips turned up. I believe that is enough from you, my lady. We must leave to deal with the matters of the country, the old man denied her, making her grit her teeth as she looked him in the eye before he moved past her, leaving her alone to stare at the empty throne of her husband. So, close. It was all so close. And my lady, your lord husband didn't name a successor, for he knew one thing. The old man's voice rang out as she glanced back. That his successor will be decided as it always had been for him and his father before him, he said as she realized the meaning behind those words and finished his sentence. Through war. Chapter 30. Katsugawa Tatsuya, the third prince. The third prince of the realm couldn't believe his ears as he sat in front of his mother in a tent outside the capital walls. His men had been barred from entering the city by the Fire Temple and the Guardian 12, thwarting their plan of taking over the capital. The two groups' actions were clear interference in the War of Succession, yet they had a twisted justification for their actions. Their interference had been a massive hit for his campaign until he found her mother riding out to meet him deep into the night, pale as a sheet, her gaze filled with fear, in a state of panic and fear, unlike anything he had ever seen before. What happened, mother? He questioned, for while the actions of the Temple and Guardian 12 were troublesome, the war was far from over, they still held more men in alliances than the up-jumped peasant. She was still in a daze as her lips quivered. She looked up and put forward a scroll, and he didn't miss how her hands shook as he took it from her and began to read its contents. What is I? But he stopped as he read over the contents of the missive. And it all began to make sense. As he read over it again and again, trying to make sense of it, he failed and uttered out. What does this mean? He questioned, his own voice sounding cold and troubled, for while he could make little sense of why it all happened, he was able to make sense of what had happened. Lord Hayamamahiro, his grandfather, and all his retainers had been put under arrest by the Fire Temple on charges of treason, his lands now stood sealed, the man, nothing but a prisoner until his fate was decided in by a new daimyo. It means your grandfather has been found guilty of treason, of colluding with rogue elements to interfere in matters of the country, and that all his lands and resources are now under the control of the Fire Temple until a new daimyo emerges and decided on his fate, she answered, her lips thinning as she looked up at him. But ho! And he halted as it clicked together, the man from the hidden village, her grandfather associate, Shimura Danzo. Somehow, the temple had caught wind of their connection and had stepped in. This is a disaster, he reasoned out as all the implications behind this declaration began to dawn on him. Tatsuya drove much of his power from his connection to his grandfather, and the resources of his land. Without his backing the war effort would become troublesome. Indeed, it is, and it couldn't have come at a worse time, when the world of it spreads many a lord will pull back their support from us. They may not lend it to that accursed Akihito Shirahoshi, but their desertion will only hurt us, she reasoned, and he nodded. With his recent victories, he has gained a certain clout as well, we need to do something, he added, and she nodded as she wiped her eyes, as her expression hardened. That we do, for all intents and purposes we must consider all of the resources of my father lost to us till the end of the war. We must now plan ahead with that in mind, his mother added, and it was a big blow to them. The weapons, the money, and the connections would not be easy to replace, and if her words were true, they would continue to lose support with every passing day. They sat in silence, their minds racing as they thought of the way forward. Half of the Guardian 12 stand in our way while the other half protect the castle, he began as he looked towards his mother. I have 13 master samurai under my command here. If we plan it right, we could try and overpower. She said quickly, cutting him off. No, that would be futile, and he frowned at that. They say 2 master samurai could match a jonin, that is the rank of the Guardian 12. Yes, it would be difficult, but if we succeed. Special jounin, his mother cut in, and he nodded. Yes, but jounin still, he reasoned, and she shook her head. No, not a jounin. The choosing of the Guardian 12 is highly selective, 2 master samurai may be able to take on a regular jounin, though that estimate has many faults in it by itself. Yet these aren't those jounins. They will slaughter your men easily. We cannot make a move against the order. They are too powerful, and it would decimate the little support we have left, she replied, and the idea was shot down. He didn't know what was so special about these Guardian 12, and it was often believed that a master samurai could take on a chunin while two could take on a jounin. It was a crude comparison given their vastly different fighting styles, but still one that had been used as a reference for decades now. Then what? We cannot move forward, for they won't let us enter the capital, and the longer we stay here, the lower the support for our cause becomes. We need to act, and we need to do it now. He gritted out. You are right, my son, but our options are limited. We must act cautiously. We have already lost the momentum. We must act responsibly, she added as she stood up and began to walk to the tent. We still outnumber him. His forces, while high on morale from their victory, will be tired, she began as she turned to face him. And he finished her sentence. So, you believe we must strike at him rather than the capital, he questioned, and she nodded. Yes, apart from him no other claimant remains, he is the biggest thorn in our side. We cannot hope to take the capital as it is, and waiting for the funeral proceedings to conclude would only diminish our support and give him time to recover, she added, and it was sound advice. Then so be it. I will have the men make preparations. We shall attack that little peasant directly. 0000. Katsugawa Mayuki. The battle is over. The words from Nagiri-san surprised her as she woke up early in the morning. After the tiresome day yesterday, she found herself asleep in Nagiri-san's arms and woke up in a daze, realizing that Akihito was attacking the Hayama lands. But how? She questioned with a frown, as anxiety bubbled inside her, yet Nagiri-san's smile gave her a semblance of hope. Lord Hayama has been found guilty of treason, and so his lands and castles have been seized by the temple until a new daimyo sits on the throne, she replied as Mayuki tried to make sense of her words. Treason. In such a scenario, the temple was forced to step in and make it so that it could only be shinobi. She guessed, and Nagiri-san nodded. Indeed, you guess right. The man was colluding with shinobi, something that constitutes the level of treason in these times, she confirmed, and that was alarming. Is Akihito-sama fine? She questioned, and Nagiri-san nodded. He is and rides back home with the men, she added as relief flooded her. This is a big win for us, added Nagiri-san, and she nodded as well, as elation filled her. It is, she agreed. Lord Hayama was the third prince's biggest backer, his connections, his men and his gold were as much the Tatsuyas as they were his. With that gone, and Lord Hayama guilty of treason, the lords will have no choice but to support Akihito, she reasoned, but no affirmation came from Nagiri-san, as the older woman smiled ruefully. I believe it will not be as simple, she said as she helped her into her formal kimono as the servants braided her hair, for today was a somewhat special occasion, and she needed to look regal and do her duty as the lady wife of Akihito Shirahoshi. Why do you say that? She questioned. The lords were mostly opportunistic men, driven by ambition. They must see that the third prince's cause has lost its heat and hence would turn away from him. She knew they had little love for herself or Akihito and that most of their actions would be driven by self-preservation and ambition rather than any sense of righteousness. I don't believe that the lords will be rather eager to support Akihito-sama's bid for the throne, added Nagiri-san as Mayuki looked herself over in the mirror and found herself the perfect image of a noble wife. Why? She questioned as Lady Nagiri's lips thinned. For while popular and known as a visionary, many a lord still consider Akihito-sama as an outsider, an up-jumped peasant, and she could tell that Nagiri-sama was hurt by that sentiment by the way her fists balled up. Yet, it also made sense. It was something she had overlooked. Most of the noble families had been elevated decades before their ascension. Akihito-sama's family, on the other hand, had only been elevated a generation before. Add to that the fact that Akihito-sama isn't a more traditional lord. They looked down on him and would not wish to see him on the throne, Nagiri-san finished, and Mayuki nodded as she made sense of her words. Well, for their sake, I hope they come to terms with it sooner rather than later, she said, finishing her belief in her lord husband, and Nagiri-san smiled. Indeed, they should, and with that. Indeed, they should, and with that, the doors to the room opened as a servant entered and conveyed the message. My lady, they are here, she nodded. She looked over herself one last time in the mirror before mouthing to Lady Nagiri. Let's go. Then she found herself outside the castle gates surrounded by guards on both sides, with Lady Nagiri behind her as Jun-san knelt down on one knee and greeted her ceremoniously. May I present Lady Himiko Chiba? With that, the gates to the carriage opened as the lady who was set to be Akihito-sama's second wife walked out of the carriage. Her height was greater than hers, and the lady in question was older as well. Her hair was tied in an elaborate braid, and she had a small smile on her face as she glanced up at her. She couldn't help but notice how her lips seemed to turn up. I greet the moon of the and my empress, Lady Mayuki. Please accept my humble greetings, she began with a bow, the words surprising her. She had expected a taunt, defiance, yet she seemed rather docile at first glance and had seemed to defer to her as one of higher status. Yet she didn't let the surprise show as she nodded. I welcome into these halls, Lady Chiba, she said as the older girl raised her head and smiled radiantly. You are truly gracious, my lady. 0000. Rin Nohara had thought her life ended when she had found herself captured by the Kiri forces. Yet in the end, her fears had been proven wrong, for she had found herself out of one group of Kiri nin into the hands of another. Though her treatment had been different, she was still a prisoner yet was now afforded much freedom and had been assured of safety. And so she had found herself a guest in this massive castle in water country. She was not allowed to leave yet was afforded everything else. And it was all because of this person, the lord of the castle who now sat opposite to her for the first time. Who are you? And why are you so interested in me? She questioned and saw the young noble prince smirk. His face was regal and sharp. He seemed only a bit older than herself, and his black hair flowed nicely behind him as he sipped his tea. I am Fushio Suzuki, the daimyo of the water country, he remarked, and the words stilled her. She had just insulted a daimyo, that was not good. And my interest in your well-being is because I have been entrusted with it by someone I hold in high respect, he replied, his words coming as a surprise to her. Who? She asked. My brother-in-law. And who might that be? She questioned with a frown as alarm bells rang inside her head. The fire daimyo. He began with a smile as the severity of her situation began to dawn on her. Akihito Shirahoshi. And the only thing that went through her head was, what have you gotten yourself involved in, Rin? Chapter 31. Akihito Shirahoshi. Akihito Shirahoshi rode back with his men towards the capital of his fief. The quick victory was a double-edged sword for him and his men, though he personally would lean more towards the blessed part. They had come out relatively unscathed out of the battle, his men suffering little to no loss in the small skirmish that had taken place before the fire temple had stepped in. So, his men, while unscathed, remained unbloodied and untested, a small worry given the odds he faced. They had the momentum now, yet he didn't wish to squash it by making a mistake. He had already received word that the capital had been sealed by the Guardian 12 and the Fire Temple, denying the third prince and his men entry into the city, thwarting their plans of occupying the capital. This gave the third prince two choices, to remain put and lay siege to the capital and wait for the funeral proceedings to end before launching an attack and taking over the capital, or to turn back and attack him, for he remained his only true contender. What do you think he will do? He questioned Shinohara-san. The older man rode by his side as they traversed through the forest. Their riding speed had been slowed down so as to allow the men some rest after the sheer bustle that had been the last few days. It is tough to say, began the old man as they rode at the head of his army. Both choices carry a sense of risk. Waiting for funeral to end would leave him open to an ambush, and as more time passes many a lord could attempt to pull out their support after the whole mess with his grandfather. On the other hand, you have just won a great victory, and attacking you would mean battling you on your terms and land, a feat which his advisors would surely caution him against. Shinohara-san's reasoning was sound as the older man turned to face him. What would you prefer he do, Akihito-sama? And that was an interesting question. I would prefer he have a change of heart and decide to become a monk at a monastery, he said with a smile as they both chuckled at his answer. That would end the war rather quickly, the older samurai added, shrugging as he sighed. That it would, but his mind raced to the earlier question as he thought of what he wished the prince would do. Truthfully, there wasn't much difference between the two scenarios. It wouldn't make that much of a difference in either case, though I would prefer it if he were to face me in my own lands, that way I could at least hope to dictate portions of the whole affair, he replied after some thought, and the older man nodded. Then let us hope it be as you wish, and with that they continued to ride, until a missive reached them halfway into their journey. A letter had arrived for him from his own castle. He would open it and skim through it. It was from Mayuki, and contained the usual greetings on his victory followed by a wish to see him in earnest. It was all good until he reached the last portion of the letter. And he felt himself groan internally at the words. His discomfort must have shown as Lord Shinohara cut in from the side. I don't believe that groaning is an appropriate reaction on receiving a letter from your dear lady wife, Akihito-sama, he added smirking at him, and Akihito shook his head. It is not my lady wife that has me groaning, he replied as Shinohara-san's eyes narrowed. Ah, them who have you troubled, young prince, he questioned. My new wife-to-be, I am afraid, he replied, his voice a whisper, and had it been anyone else apart from him, except Nikiri-san, he would not have answered the same. Yet these two people had raised him and were like family to him. Ah, Lady Chiba, I recall hearing good things about her. She was rather famous as a Mako, wasn't she? The older samurai questioned, and he nodded. Ah, famous she was, yet few know the true reality of her fame, he mentioned as he pulled on the reins. Let us increase our pace a bit, we could make it to the castle by nightfall if we hurry, he shouted back, and the order was relayed to the man at the back. And what reality is that? The question from Shinohara-san was drowned out by the sound of horse hooves drumming over the forest, yet not to his ears as he answered into the ear. That unlike himself, the whispers around her have a nugget of truth to them. 0000. Itsujin. It was good to be back home, for the castle was just that to him. Home. And he found himself sitting in his room as he was accosted by the only family he knew. Nakiri-san was much older than him and was like a sister to him, with both of them being the hands and feet of their young lord, doing his bidding. So, how is she? She questioned, and there was little need to elaborate on who she was referring to. She was, of course, asking about the Lady Chiba, Lady Himiko Chiba, their lord's wife-to-be. She was currently having a meal with Lady Mayuki, and giving the princess her respect for she was of the higher status of the two. Truth was that Iitsu didn't know what to make of the former Mako. The Lady Chiba gave him an ominous feeling, the way dark clouds would give one before the storm came calling. And he had felt the sensation familiar and only now realized that being in her presence was similar to how he had felt the first time he had met Lord Akihito, with that gaze looking at him, more like looking through him as if all his secrets laid bare. I don't know, he answered before he recalled something. Though shouldn't you know about her yourself? After all, she told me that she used to frequent the castle in her youth, he added, and Nakiri-san nodded at that. Indeed she did, though that was years ago before she was dubbed as the Blessed Mako, and even then, she had been a child, she began as her gaze began to wonder. A peculiar child at that, much like our own young lord. She was the only one who seemed to be able to mingle with him, she began, and Iitsu could see what she meant. Well then believe time has only enhanced her peculiarity, let us hope that she proves to be a blessing for our young lord, I would hate for this to turn into something ugly, he remarked as he sipped the warm tea, letting it soothe him as he closed his eyes. You should rest, I will go and see how's the meeting between Princess and Lady Chiba, and with that she was gone, leaving alone. He would shut his eyes and lean back, resting until suddenly his rest would be disturbed by a loud banging at the door. Who is it? He snarled in rage at being disturbed. Lord Jin, I bring troubling news, a servant called out from behind the door, and the words flung the sleep out of him as he jerked up, picked up his blade, and rushed towards the door. Swinging it open, he found a servant standing outside nervously. What happened? He questioned, for these were times of war, and he had to be prepared for the worst. My lord, the army from the capital, he began as his heart sank. It marches towards us. 0000. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Being a Hokage was a heavy burden. Few understood that. The weight of the hat he wore was gruesome, for once you donned it, it meant that you must place the village first in all matters going forward, beyond even family and comrades. He had not felt the burden weigh heavier on him more than today as he sat in the Hokage office, having just dismissed his two older teammates. Both of whom had been livid at Danzo's arrest, and it had cut him deeply to make it clear to them that there was little he could do to help them in this regard. The door to his office swung open once more as the person who was at the heart of this whole conspiracy walked in. He had always thought that of his three students Tsunade remained most oblivious to the affairs of the village, yet after what had happened in the last hours he might have to change his evaluation. No greetings were exchanged as she walked in silently and sat down on the seat opposite to him as he sipped his pipe and scrutinized her face. You suspected this, he broke the silence. There was no accusation in his tone, no blame, for she held none. The actions that had started this mess were purely Danzo's own, and no one shared the blame apart from him. I did. She answered curtly, as he had expected. Yet you chose not to warn me, he said, a bit of anger and frustration leaking into his voice. I did warn you. You just chose to ignore it. She remarked, and as he was about to return, she continued. Much like you did for everything else when it came to your precious little comrade, she said, and he frowned as he tried to recall their last conversation. Playing it back, he could see the signs, the indications, the hints, everything that he had chosen to ignore. What had he done? He thought as he shook his head. In the end, he sighed. It was all too late now. You said that this Lord Akihito would become the daimyo. How do you believe he would act given everything that has occurred? He questioned, for the times were tough. They had just made peace, the ink on the treatise had yet to dry. Any spark or hint of cracks between the village and the populous apparatus could reignite the fires of war. Danzo attacked him and his wife. And though the attack was thwarted, the young lord believes this isn't the first time he has moved against him. Konoha has failed in its duties. He will be wroth with us, and he will demand answers, she replied as he looked him in the eye. Thankfully, he was set to resign regardless, this just made it certain. But he will not a spectacle of it, he understands discretion and is not like the rest of the lords. He could be reasoned with and placated, things will not devolve into what happened Tsunade. Her answer alleviated his fears. The nobility was often fickle and given to its own fancies. He had feared that this whole incident could spiral out of control, yet it seemed his fears were unfounded. Tsunade had a good measure of this rising lord, and he would trust her judgment now. Good, then. But his words were cut off as the doors were swung open, and he was angry at first until his eyes landed on just who had walked in. I have heard interesting things about the happenings in the village, came in a boisterous voice, as his other student walked in, his hair white much like his own sensei, yet he wore red like the Shogun, with a giant scroll at his back and a metal helmet with oil written on. Jiraiya was back. 0000. Back in the capital, a young man with black hair stood in the middle of the forest, yet it would be a mistake to call it as such, for at least the area around him. For little remained of the trees which once populated this area except empty stumps. A katana and a shina strapped to his side, as he stared at the poster of the young Jito of Shinoi. A frown marred his face as he pinched it with a bit more force. Swish! And the piece of paper was cut into 100 pieces, as he began to walk away from the forest. So, he is the one who finally got you, you old bastard. Let us hope he proves worthy of my blade. He was Ken's Hiroshi, a samurai who had lost only one battle in his life. 1 out of 563. 0000. As always, you can read ahead and support me on Patreon and help me write this and other such stories. So become a patron and support me, if you can. It would be pretty awesome of you. www.patreon.com/drkest. I have a new Dune FIC on now as well. Check it out. A/N, Samurai Power Level Explanation. This is an apples to oranges comparison, but here is a simplified explanation. A samurai has apprentices underneath him, and I have not covered them. But an apprentice can be like a weak genin, around the initial Sakura level. A regular samurai is around a peak genin, maybe regular chunin. Special samurai like MC, Watashi Masamune, and Shinohara, are unique. They are like Mifune and, hence, are difficult to classify. Each has his own skill set and power level but can be around chunin. The biggest difference between samurai and ninjas is their code of conduct and their mobility techniques. Just began watching Shogun. That show seems pretty cool at first glance. Chapter 32. Katsugawa Mayuki. The princess of the Fire Nation sat opposite to her lord husband's concubine-to-be, a tumultuous set of emotions beset her. Lady Himiko Chiba was beautiful. The years she had beyond her had allowed her to blossom beautifully from a girl to a proper woman. Yet Mayuki herself was a beauty in her own right, and that part of her didn't truly trouble her. No, what troubled her were the rumors and the words she had heard about the infamous oracle. Mayuki may have been too preoccupied in her grief as a princess to care for rumors much, but even she was not oblivious to the whispers spoken about the infamous oracle priestess. Said to be blessed by the Shinto gods, Himiko Chiba was an anomaly in the world of nobility, occupying a somewhat mythical figure in many religious circles for her prowess. You must have my condolences on the death of your father. Hiroshi-sama was a true noble who had brought much prosperity to these lands. May the gods grant you patience and the lands a ruler as noble as him, she offered, sounding as she should. There was no hint of malice or fabricated sorrow in her tone as she finished her words. The remainder of her father's death was a sorrow but one she must come to terms with quickly, given her station. Thank you for your kind thoughts, Lady Chiba, she said as she gave the woman a bow. And then there was silence again. Despite her attempts, there was not much to talk about, until Lady Chiba shifted slightly as she began with a gentle smile. I must say I was rather surprised when word reached of Akihito-sama accepting my father's proposal for a match, she began, and Mayuki frowned. She was missing something there. I cannot see why you would be surprised, my lady. Lord Chiba is an esteemed lord, and you, a noble lady, and my lord husband were honored by the matc. But he wasn't the one who accepted it. Suddenly she cut in, the words catching her off guard. They were dangerous words, words that could bring dishonor to Akihito-sama. So, she steeled herself as she narrowed her eyes. Himiko-sama, that is a prepostero. There is no need to lie. After all, you must know of my other name, Princess, Lady Chiba said. She was not sure what she had just gotten herself and Akihito involved in. Me and Akihito go quite a way back, and I had always known that he would end up marrying you, Princess, she continued, her words making her still as she felt the world around her halt. She knew. How? She knew of her status as the Oracle, as the Blessed Miko. She had predicted storms and wars and other calamities, yet this was unexpected. Marriage. Your fates were intertwined, his and yours. I had seen it. Just as it is in his fate to ascend to your father's throne, Lady Chiba continued, unaware or uncaring of the effect her words would have on her. How can you say that? That is my miracle, she cut in once more as she pointed her eyes, which were glowing ominously. You. She gasped out as she was lost for words. I can see it. A person's fate. Not everyone's, but for those whom the gods wish to tell me. It sometimes comes as dreams, visions, sometimes even a simple sensation of wrongness. What are you talking about? She questioned. I am saying that life is often too boorish. Fate is a fickle thing. And I had thought none had the power to change it, that was until I met him, cut in Lady Chiba as she smiled, and she felt a shiver run down her spine. And somehow, it all began to click together. And how the gods loathed him, detested him, she continued, her words snarling in absurd fascination as she talked about Akishio-sama. She was dangerous, she could tell that much. Himiko Chiba was not a normal woman. Yet she must be strong. Stronger. I warn you, Lady Chiba. She cut in, surprising herself and the older girl as she looked her in the eye. If you even dare to think of harming Akihito-sama, I will make sure that you suffer a fate so unspeakable that even the gods would shiver at it. She warned him, the words slipping out of her mouth as Lady Chiba looked at her with wide eyes. Harm him? She questioned in a somewhat puzzled tone before she raised her hand and began to shake her head. I believe you are mistaken, Princess, Lady Chiba said seriously. I do not wish to harm him. I wouldn't dare, she answered quickly, and there was a sense of inhumanness in her tone as her eyes glinted as she continued. I merely wish for him is to grasp his full potential, accomplish what none have managed to do so in 100 years, she uttered, and a frown appeared on her face and she continued grandly. To do what none before him have managed to do, to become the SH. But her words were cut off as the doors to the room slid open, cutting them off, and her eyes snapped up to see just who had done such disrespect, only to halt as she recognized the face standing there. I hope I am not intruding, he said with a smile as he looked towards her, and she gasped out. Akihito-sama. 0000. Katsugawa Tatsuya the third prince. With their decision made, the third prince, Katsugawa Tatsuya, found himself with his advisors as they planned their assault on the Akihito Shirahoshi. Yakumo and Kanti, two of his retainers and the men who had assembled the whole force, sat by his side along with the man he would call the crown jewel of his army. Ken's Hirohuji is a samurai who is young and able yet equally unpredictable. The young prodigy was said to have killed a jounin single-handedly during his training. He was a prodigy with the blade often said to be the heir to the throne once occupied by Watashi Masamune. Yet he was unruly and disrespectful, and even now, in his presence, the fool had the gall to sleep as he sat there with no decorum. Yet he would have bitten his tongue. For some time, he consoled himself. Only for some time, then he will learn. They will all learn. We have written time and time again to Lord Hattori and Saegasa, yet they have not responded to any of our letters requesting aid, Yakumo began from the side, his face even as he wore a golden kimono with a minister's hat atop his head. At this time, I am afraid we can expect little to no aid from them, he finished, and Tatsuya snarled. Those bastards! He snarled angrily. These same lords would skimmer to his side previously, but now, with the support of his grandfather gone, they had backed away. Opportunistic bastards! Yet thankfully, apart from these two, most of our other supporters have not backed away despite our fears. Many lords flock towards Akihito Shirahoshi's side as well, yet most of them are newly minted lords with barely a generation in them. They have lesser men to offer, and even now, we have yet to learn of any new alliance being made by him apart from Lord Chiba, Kanti added, and that relief was enough, he supposed. How do our armies compare? He questioned as Kanti moved forward and unfurled a map of the whole province. Lord Shirahoshi has lands with little natural protection. They are mostly plains and straits, and while our numbers of regular footmen are comparable, when it comes to apprentices and samurai, we have superior numbers, Kanti said as he placed a few wooden figures around the village they were currently residing in. My grandfather had a similar advantage, yet he lost nonetheless. I will not share a similar fate, he barked out. You will not. A rather snoozy voice cut in from the other side of the room as he looked up and found Ken's Hirohuji yawning as he wiped his eyes. At least as long as you ignore what these two idiots have to say, he continued as she pointed toward Kanti and Yakumo. You. Yakumo spluttered, but he raised his hand, stopping him. And what would you say then, Doji-san? What should we do? How should we attack Akihito-sama? He questioned, and the prodigy killer looked him in the eye. Say what you will, but that young lord has a mind greater than you and thus lot combined, if you turn this into a battle of wits, you will lose, he continued, insulting him and his retainers as if it was nothing. Yet perhaps for a man like him, it truly was. The man began to tie back his unruly hair as he continued. How many samurai do you have? He questioned. 13, came the answer from Kanti. And how many does he have, including himself? He questioned. 6, maybe 7, and with that, he yawned once more. So, you do the simple thing. You do not try to be clever or make elaborate plans. You use what you have. You fight using the advantage you have. He continued as he finished tying off his thick black hair. You smash into him. Together, all 13 of your men against all 7 of his. You take the brains out of the equation and let brawn do the talking. That is idiotic, Prepo. Yakumo tried, but he stopped him. And how can I be certain that this will work? He questioned. Oh, it will. After all, it is I, Ken's Hirohuji, making that claim. The man lightly tapped the table, and with that, he felt the air in the room shift. The hair on his skin pricked up, and then the table separating them was suddenly cleaved right in the middle. Thunk. I will be going now, and with that, the man stood up and left, yawning still, leaving him and his retainers sweating. 0000. Rin Nohara. Rin Nohara tried to come to terms with the words she had just heard as she gaped at the noble sitting in front of her. You are a brother of the fire daimyo? The current one? Lord Katsugawa. She questioned once more, recalling the face of the old noble leader of the Land of Fire. Ah, I should have been more clear. I was entrusted with your safety by the next fire daimyo. I am the son of Lord Katsugawa who passed recently, and then it became clear, yet she frowned. But you said you were the water daimyo, she questioned again. Indeed, I am, or more importantly, I will be, just as Lord Akihito Shirahoshi will be the fire daimyo, he added, and she was not aware of the politics much and failed to recognize the names. Perhaps seeing her confusion. My mother was the daughter of the last water daimyo, and hence, I held a claim to the position of the water daimyo. A claim which I have chosen to pursue to bring peace back to my mother's homeland, he elaborated, and it made some things clear. Yet you must also hold a claim as fire daimyo? She questioned. He nodded as he sipped his tea, motioning for her to take a sip as well. Indeed, yet I chose to give it up for Akihito, my brother in all but blood. And please, do have a taste, I can assure it is not poisoned. As a shinobi she was cautious enough, but given her treatment over the past days and everything she was hearing, she was involved in matters far greater than she had any right to understand. She sipped the tea, and it was better than anything she had ever had. It was even better than the blend her sensei would often make for them. Am I your prisoner? She decided to ask straight away, and the air in the room shifted at her words as the prince's eyes narrowed. No, you are not. You are a guest, an honored guest. You are as free in these halls as me, he answered, and the meaning of the last sentence was not lost to her. Yet not beyond these halls, she pointed out, and he nodded with a smile. I am afraid so. The situation in the village and the land is tumultuous at the moment. The country is rife with battle and conflict, and given your status and origins, if you were to step out of this hall, you would find yourself in much danger. As soon as the conflict ends, you shall be handed back to Konoha after peace negotiations, but until then, I must insist that you remain here under my protection, he answered, and his words seemed genuine enough. Status? What status? I am a simple chunin. She retorted, and the man's lips turned up as he answered. You undervalue yourself. After all, no student of the infamous Yellow Flash is just a simple chunin. Chapter 33. Tsunade Senju. Tsunade found herself sitting beside her old teammate, who continuously seemed to be looking up and down at her like a gaping fool, his gaze ticking her off until she finally found her patience end. Speak, or I shall leave, she said, and as he opened his mouth, she added threateningly. And if it is anything inappropriate, I will bash your head in, she warned him and saw him halt as he raised his hands placatingly. Maheim, shouldn't you be a bit more happy at what you have managed to pull off? He said. She sighed and began to stand up, before he finally ended his ruse and got serious. Okay. It has been months since we last saw each other. What's the hurry? After all, we do have much to discuss, he said, and she took a deep breath as she settled back into the seat. They sat in a private booth secured by seals in one of the Akimichi establishments, where no one else could hear them talk. I had always thought you were bad at politics and plots, but I must say your recent actions have me re-evaluating my assessment, he began, taking a sealed bottle from his pocket and placing it on the table. It was sake from the land of honey. Outmaneuvering and getting rid of Danzo himself in the way you did, I would never have thought you capable of such a thing, he said, and she shook her head. I did nothing. The man's downfall is because of his own actions, she answered, for that was the truth. And Jiraiya smiled at her words. Deny it as you may, but you did have a part to play in it, and so did that young lord of yours, Akihito Shirahoshi, and her eyes narrowed as he named Akihito. For most shinobi except the older ones involved in treatises and negotiations, names of nobility were of no concern. Yet Jiraiya's knowledge of him by name and her connection to him spoke of his looking into her. An interesting fellow, that one whom I fail to wrap my head around, he admitted as he poured himself some sake into a cup and gulped it down as he offered her the second one. Tell me about him, he asked her, and that was interesting. What's there to tell? I am afraid you must know all about him by now, she replied as he took the cup and drowned it down. The sweet sake warmed her insides as she savored the unique taste only found in sake from the land of honey, and interestingly, this was the same treat that Akihito would procure for her. Had Jiraiya brought this because he was aware of that, or was it all just a coincidence? Yet he is not just a normal noble now, is he? He questioned again as she poured them both another cup. Friendship of a Sannin, servitude of two pure-blooded Uzumaki, possessing a sword designed on one of Kirigakure's treasures that he stumbled upon, and the list goes on and on. he began as he lightly twirled the sake. His eyes narrowed onto her as he continued. Now, I wouldn't call it all normal, now would I? He questioned, and she shrugged. The boy has unsettled nearly all of the nobles on the continent. They shake in fear of his name, fear what he could become, he answered. Tsunade frowned as she drowned the second cup and questioned as she wiped away her lips with her sleeve. And what is that he could become apart from the fire daimyo? She questioned. A Shogun. 0000. Himiko Chiba. Life had been boring for her since she was born. It would be for anyone if they could see the lives of everyone around them, their futures, their pasts, and all in between. To her, the world had little secrets. Her eyes saw much more than anyone else. A curse she would call it, for it had taken from her the little joy of the unknown, the fear of the future, and the rarity of the present. That was until she met him. A boy, much like her own, with eyes that saw perhaps just as much as her or not more. Yet they eroded her visions, broke them, unraveled them, and filled the world with wonder once more. The fates detested him. His sheer presence broke their wove threads, palpable apprehension, yet they were powerless to do anything. And then she prayed for the first time, as she found herself lost and intrigued by the boy who was so like her. And then they were answered, as she saw atop the world, atop a hill which lay empty for over 100 years. Many would have rejoiced at a fate like that, yet not him. He had shunned it, refused to ponder it, believing himself to be the architect of his own destiny. She would offer him aid as a voice of the fates, for even as a child, she was not blind to her influence. Yet he would deny her once again and would do so for years to come, politely refusing the fated match between them until he finally could not. It is good to see you again, Aki-chan, she called out as they sat opposite one another. Her conversation with the princess had been cut short, yet the way her eyes darted between her and Akihito told her that she understood enough. His face didn't shift as she affectionately called out his name. Many would lay down their riches to have her call their name, but not him. So, you have begun poisoning my wife's mind with your petty dreams as well, he called out, his voice stern yet not angry. I told her just as much as I did you all those years ago about your future, about what you could become, she replied with a smile, and he rolled his eyes. You speak of the future as if you are certain we shall see tomorrow, yet we may not. Fate is fickle, and I would highly appreciate it if you were to keep your thoughts to yourself, he said. He could have been sterner, yet he wouldn't be her Aki-chan if he were. He had always been different. His mannerisms, his speech, and, most of all, his ideals hint at a time either long past or yet to come. She could not be certain, though she was sure that he was like her, different, unique. As you say, Aki-chan, she acquiesced with a smile. There was time she would wait, yet the fates would take their course. She would see to it. And please don't call me that. It is inappropriate, he said, and she smirked. Why, Aki-chan? She said with a smirk as she leaned forward and demurely covered her smile with her hand. Could it be that you didn't tell Mayuki-chan about our past? She guessed. His eyes narrowed, and the very air in the room shifted at her following words. There was nothing to tell. We have no past except your little obsession with me, he answered as he rolled his eyes. But have you forgotten I told you that we were meant to be together? She finished and saw his eyes narrow as he continued. You were wrong though, at least partly, he retorted, and she nodded. Indeed, I was, but that is what makes you so special, she replied with a smile as Akihito shook his head. But I did marry you in the end, didn't I, and so we can call it even, she offered, and he nodded as he began to stand up. You remain as much a mystery to me as the day I first met you. Yet you have gotten your wish. I shall marry you when this war ends, and then we shall see what the future has in store for me. With that, he gave her a slight bow. I will be honored to be your wife, she said in her own greetings. She reciprocated the bow as Akihito made his way out of the room. And then she was left alone once more. She stared at the place where he had sat just earlier, and a soft whisper would escape her lips. You need not worry about what awaits you, Aki-chan, for I already know what it is. Greatness. 0000. Iatsujin. Iatsujin was tired from his journey and had barely had time to rest. The way things were developing, it seemed as if he was not going to get any chance to rest anytime soon. He stood right now with Lord Akihito and Shinohara-sama. The older samurai had been his master for a time, and he had an astute military mind, and they would need his help. So, the enemy is simply rushing towards us, Lord Akihito questioned. He could tell that the young lord was tired from his journey as well, and he nodded. Indeed, my lord. Their army continues to move together as one unit. They are not making any notable maneuvers. I believe they plan to leverage their greater number of samurai and attack us straight on, he told them of the enemy's plans. That would be troublesome, commented Lord Akihito, for though they had better samurai than their opponents, the numbers were nearly double, and their strength lay in the quick and well-coordinated movements of their troops. If the enemy turned it into a battle of simple strength, though not hopeless, it would become quite troublesome for them. We have 7 samurai sworn to your cause at the moment, while the enemy has 13. The numbers may favor them, but I believe we could hold our own, Shinohara-sama added from the side as the older bald man peered over at the map. But we need to win, not just hold our own, commented Lord Akihito, and Jin could see their lord's mind racing. Nakiri-san told me that we have received letters of support from a few more lords, yet none can offer us enough men in enough time to make too much of a difference, but given the recent actions of Lord Hayama, I believe the third prince is also unlikely to get any more support himself, Lord Akihito reasoned out as he pushed away the marbles representing other lords surrounding them. We could try and split their force, Shinohara-sama added, and Lord Akihito shook his head. We could try, but we are at a numbers disadvantage. Doing anything like this would require me to leave large swathes of my land and population vulnerable to slaughter, an idea that doesn't sit right with me, Akihito-sama said. This is war, my lord, and wars are deadly affairs, he decided to add. Indeed, but we need a single decapitating strike. One strike and we break their already low morale and end this war, added Lord Akihito as the room stood in silence. Silence, which he himself broke as his eyes narrowed. I think I might have an idea. 0000. Read ahead and support me on Patreon and help me write this and other such stories. www.patreon.com/drkest. A/N. Himiko Chiba is not a villainess. She is more or less a religious fanatic, loosely based on Melisandre of Asai from Game of Thrones and Aqua. To him, Akihito is interesting and special because he colors her mundane world, and so she is somewhat fixated on him. Akihito avoids her because we all know how dangerous fanatics can be, and given her initial impressions, she is malleable enough, though her role and actions in the future shall tell us more about her. A/N. Explanation of the Shogun part. Okay, the 5 great nations are provinces of the land governed by daimyos. A shogun would be one above them all, whether a ruler of one of these 5 major swathes of lands or an independent person. A shogun has not come before. No one has been able to prove their dominance or get acknowledgement of the 5 major daimyos ever before. The idea was inspired by the show I am watching by the same name and I was able to bind the whole story as such. Hope you guys like it. Chapter 34. Mayuki Katsugawa. You are leaving again, she spoke up worriedly as her lord husband reworked his armor after having taken it off only for a few hours. He was tired, she could tell. Yes, I am. The enemy marches towards us with all its might. We have no time to waste, he replied as he tightened his shoulder blade before turning towards her. She bit her lip. But you could stay the night, she pleaded, a bit of desperation in her tone as he inched closer, raised her head by the chin, and looked her in the eye. I am afraid that will not be possible. There is much that needs to be done before we can face the enemy, and I must oversee it, he replied, denying her, and she couldn't help but feel saddened that it was her burden that he was carrying. Let alone the conversation she had just had with Lady Chiba, which was a whole other matter. The third prince himself rides with the army, he suddenly began surprising her with those words. The third prince Tatsuya, the man responsible for the murder of her brothers. If everything goes to plan, the whole war will end with this battle, he said as he pushed back a fringe of her hair and gave her a small smile. After that, I am all yours. Her face heated up at those words, and she pouted, yet she decided to tease him as well. I am afraid that is no longer true. After all, you do have another wife now, and we don't know just how many proposals you will be bombarded with after the battle, she added, and he chuckled at her words. From what I recall, it was you, my lady, who accepted the proposal from Lord Chiba, not me, and it was an overstep on her part. One that many a lord would not have tolerated. And I apologize once more for my overstep, she said as she lowered her head. What's done is done. There is little we can do to change it, but I would prefer it that you trust me over these matters and discuss them before making a decision, he chastised her as he had before. I shall, but believe me, what I did was out of my love and concern for you. I held no malicious intentio. Yet her words were cut short as a soft hand landed on her shoulders and lifted her up. I know, and I should have explained my reasoning to you in more detail. Let this be water under the bridge, he said, and she nodded. Then I shall be on my way, he said, with a small kiss on her forehead. He moved past her towards the door of their room and slid it open, stopping for a second and turning to face her. Do you remember the promise I made to you in that garden when you agreed to marry me? He suddenly asked, and she was reminded of his words from that time, words that had given her a new life. I do, she answered. Now, I shall fulfill it. Tatsuya Katsugawa shall die by my hands, and your brother's deaths shall be avenged, and with that, the door slid back as she stood there alone in their room once more as her eyes remained locked onto the door, her body basking in his warmth which still lingered in the room as she whispered into the air, her hands held together in prayer. Bless him and keep him safe. 0000. Ken's Hero Ougi. Ken's Hiroshi had always known that he was special. Ever since he had picked up a sword for the first time, he had felt at home. The blade and he were like a single body, two parts of a whole, and he had progressed beyond his peers rather quickly, even overtaking the dojo master within a mere 3 years. Praise and appreciation were lavished on him from all sides, his name became famous all around, and Ken's hero stagnated. For years, he was lost in his hubris as he traveled the lands, indulging himself as he continued to humiliate one so-called great samurai after another. And then he met him. Uchiha, the great sword of the West. Uchiha had humiliated several of his students in his dojo when the old man had stepped into the dojo, not a hint of anger or fear on his face as he closed the door behind him, and Uchiha had thought him to be as weak as the rest. But he had been wrong. The old man had picked up a blade and had entered the ring, and for the first time in his life, he had felt as if he was staring at a mountain. Fear gripped his heart as their blades clashed, and through their dance, he found himself at the limit of his hubris. He was defeated, humiliated, yet spared. And saved. His fame as the Jounin killer came after that fight. A noble had put up a bounty on his head for the insult he had done to him, and as he was about to leave that man's dojo, injured and shaken, his sword broken, the Jounin had struck. He had thought his life ended until the Jounin's head fell down before he could strike him. While all praised him for the feat, it truly was not him who had slain the shinobi. No, it was him. There is much to see in the world, young boy. Go and be worthy of the blessings you have been given. And ever since that day, his aim had been to live up to his talents so that one day he could walk back into that dojo and conquer the mountain of Uchiha. Yet he could never do that. That was taken from him and by none other than a noble a decade younger than him. And Ken's Hiroshi refused to believe that. He had seen nobles from all over the province. He was aware of their hubris, their pride, and their lies. It has to be a lie, a drummed-up lie by an up-jumped bastard who dared to besmirch the name of Uchiha. And he will not let that stand. And as the army rode into the province of Shinoi he could feel himself nearing the truth. These were the lands of Akihito Shirahoshi, the infamous noble who claimed to have felled the greatest samurai of their land. The other 12 samurai under the third prince were nothing special, many of them had been defeated by him years ago, and they all rode in a circle around the prince with him in front. An idiocy for this left him exposed, yet the prince values his pride more than his life, but no matter, he cared little for the prince and his pride. All he wanted was to face the lord of Shinoi and he would have that soon. And after riding for an hour, he suddenly raised his hand, stopping the march as he spoke up. They are here, and right in front of them was the army of the Jito of Shinoi. Tell me, who among them is the Jito of Shinoi? He questioned as one of the 13 stepped forward with a far eye. He is not here, though I believe I spot a massive tent behind the force. He must be there, came the answer, and he scoffed. He should have expected that. But, it's him. The one leading the army. It's Shinohara Kato, the man gasped out. He heard several other men gasp behind him at that name, and his own eyes narrowed on the old man standing at the head of the force. Kato Shinohara, a samurai whose name was second only to Uchiha, yet unlike the other person, he did not have a dojo and often wandered the lands rather than settling down, so he had never truly had an opportunity to clash blades with the man. Though today was as good a day as any. How many samurai are leading the army? He questioned. It's 6, apart from Akihito Shirahoshi all of them are there, came the answer. There is movement. Was added suddenly and he perked as he saw an arrow was shot towards them, yet this was not a simple arrow. No, this was laced with chakra and made out of special metal from what he could. Protect the prin, came the shout as he reached for his blade. Jumping off his horse, he pushed his own chakra into it and murmured in a soft voice. Ninpo, dragon's demise, and he swung the blade swiftly and felt it cleave the arrow, yet he was surprised to find another arrow right at the tail of the first, heading straight for his head. He felt a thrill as a smile appeared on his face, and he pushed his chakra into the sword's sheath as he brought it up. Kong! The arrow clashed with his sheath, and he felt himself get pushed back as the sound of grunts came in from around him as 2 of the samurai fell down holding arrows lodged in their necks. Clang! The metallic arrow fell to the ground and he looked and saw that his sheath was damaged quite a bit despite being reinforced by chakra and he was amused. This might as well be interesting, he uttered as he closed his eyes and prepared himself for the next barrage of arrows. Ninpo, dragon's demise. 0000. Kato Shinohara. Kato Shinohara was fond of change, the change of seasons, the change of scenery, and the change of times. And it was the rumors of this change that brought him to the province of Shinoi, a land said to be ruled by an Oni. He had thought that it would be another one of those cruel, misguided young nobles, though what he had witnessed upon entering these lands had been nothing short of a surprise. The people were happy and prosperous, even during times of war, they seemed healthier than those of any other region, and there were new tools in their hands for farming. The farms were lush, the people happy and content, and thievery and banditry nearly non-existent as apprentices patrolled the streets dutifully. It was a surprise and refreshing in a time when few lords truly cared for the well-being of the people who provided them with their luxurious lifestyles. And so, his curiosity would carry him to the castle of their lord, and he would find the young lord there, in the yard, sword in hand. He would be surprised once more as he saw the young lord trying to manipulate his chakra. It was coarse and needed much refinement, yet for a child, that was nearly unheard of, except for in the hidden villages. He would observe the young lord for days, watch him train rigorously, stumbling with instructions half-caked, watch him eat simple meals unlike the other nobles, and make plans for the welfare of his lands and people. He was the epitome of nobility, a true noble in a world filled with others blessed as such who had forgotten their duties. And so, he would enter his service, a first for him, and it was a decision that he was proud of to this day. He would teach him what he could, guide the young lord in the way of the sword, travel across the region alongside his apprentice, and see the young lord's work all over, and realize that what he was witnessing was change as it occurred. Jin, the younger retainer of their lord, clicked his tongue as his apprentice ran out of the specially made arrows. He truly is a monster, the blonde uttered, and there was little need to elaborate about whom he talked about. Even from such a distance, he could feel Ken's Hirohi's prowess. We were only able to take down 2 of them. That bastard was able to deflect the rest of the arrows, Jin informed them as Tachiyama handed back his bow to a servant. I am sorry for my inadequacy, the black-haired apprentice of his apologized as he waved it away. There is no need for that. We expected such an outcome. Even 2 kills is a nice outcome for us and cut the number gap between us by quite some, he informed as he reached for his blade and stepped forward as the enemy forces sped up. The other 5 samurai behind him stepped up as well, and the men prepared for the eventual clash. Do not falter. Stand your ground, for the life of our lord depends on it. He shouted as the men roared behind him. He saw that of the 11 that had remained, 9, including Uji, led the attack. Jin stood beside him, the right-hand man of their lord stood beside them and looked towards him. Are you sure about the plan? He questioned quietly once more, and he nodded. Yes, leave Uji to me. I leave the rest of the 8 to you, he said, taking out his sword and raising it above his head. I promise you, Ken's Hirohi shall not harm a soul as long as I live, and with those words, the ground around him cracked as his grip over the hilt tightened. Ninpo, dismantle. And then he brought down his blade, swiftly tearing up the world in front. 0000. Tatsuya Katsuga with the 3rd prince. The 3rd prince sat in his palanquin and watched as the 2 armies clashed, smiling sardonically. It seems the young Jito of Shinoi is scared. He famously led the attack against your grandfather's forces but now sits behind his men in fear, his aide, Yakumo, added from the side as the whole clearing was filled with shouts and screams of men. He should be, but fear will do him little good. I shall have his head, and then I shall march towards his castle and end it all, he added. The Jito of Shinoi drove his claim from his marriage to Princess Mayuki, his half-sister. After killing the up-jumped bastard, he would finish it all by ending her life just as he had ended the life of her brothers. He was guarded by 100 men who stood in front of him and 2 samurai who stood by the sides of his palanquin, a caution against any stray attack that might come their way. Boom! And then he heard it from behind as the samurai shouted. Look there behind us! He shouted, and his head snapped back, and he watched as the ground erupted in a massive explosion, right behind them as a shadowy figure rushed out of the sandstorm. Protect the prince, the samurai guards around him shouted as they rushed in front of him, and he heard a small murmur. Ninpo, World Cleaver. Chapter 35. Ken's Hirohuji. Ken's Hirohuji led the forces as they rushed toward the forces of the Lord of Shinobi. The arrows had stopped earlier after about 5 barrages. The arrows, on closer examination, had been smithied out of chakra metal, and hence, he could reason out that the enemy had a limited supply of them. Still, for a samurai to be so skilled in the art of archery and use it as such was a testament to their strength. Suddenly, as they were a yard away from the enemy forces, Uji felt the air still as the older samurai, Kato Shinohara, raised his sword. A smile appeared on his face as he reached for his blade once more and shouted. The old man is mine. Interfere, and I will not hesitate to kill you myself. He warned as the air shifted as the old man brought down his blade. Dismantle. And the very ground tore up in front of him, and he pushed his own chakra into the blade as he gently breathed out. Ninpo, Dragon's Descent, and he swung his blade at the majestic slash that was cutting down the very ground they ran on and stopped the attack in its steps, more or less saving a massive portion of their army. Yet the parry had not been clean, and he could feel his hand shaking. The metal of his blade shook, and he stood face to face with the samurai whose blade had just left a massive trench in the ground between them. Rejoice, for you are only the 4th person ever to survive this attack of mine, the old man with a scar running down his face spoke up as he brought up his blade. Their armies clashed around them, and the whole area was filled with screams of men dying, killing, and fighting. Both of them rushed towards each other, their swords meeting in a dance that sent sparks flying everywhere, as he realized that the old samurai's reputation was not for naught. His swings carried weight, and his sword moved through the air as if a blur, each swing fast enough that it would be impossible for any regular samurai to track. Yet he was not any regular samurai. Their blades locked with one another as they stared into one another's eye, and Uji decided that it was enough, and he shifted his grip on the blade and pushed his chakra into it, and whispered as he breathed out slowly. Ninpo, dragon's breath, and he saw the old man's eyes gleaming as the air stilled before the man suddenly jumped back, though he didn't miss the grunt the old man gave as his feet hit the ground again. Arg, the old samurai uttered as blood dripped down his arm, though the wound was much smaller than he had intended it to be. Yet Uji did not give him any time to settle down as he jumped towards him, his sword arching down at the older samurai, who shifted to the right and swung his own blade at him from the side, yet Uji pulled his blade back, blocking the strike with the hilt of his blade as he pushed his own chakra and swung once more. Ninpo, dragon's breath, he exhaled slowly. He saw the old man's eyes tighten. He immediately jumped back and pushed his blade to the side, and the sword's clang filled the clearing. You are nearly as good as they make you out to be, yet that is not enough, the old man began, his words making Uji's eyes narrow. What did you say? Uji spoke in rage at the insult. You remind me of myself, of a samurai wandering the lands without purpose, yet you are not a samurai yet, for you serve no lord, no purpose except yourself. The old man's words were part of an older dogma. The dogma of servitude, one he never understood. His life was about him, about his desires, his goals, and his ambition. The service or oaths to a shitty noble were nothing to him. Then let me prove you wrong, you old man, he snarled as he raised his blade. Ninpo, dragon's calling, he shouted as his chakra roared, mimicking his emotion as the ground beneath his feet tore up, the cracks reached all over as he stared at the old. Do not speak to me of service when your master takes the credit for your achievements and hides away as you wield your blade, Uji snarled as the old man stood there defiantly without an answer. I will kill you first, and then your so-called master, and end this whole war with my blade, he snarled as he shifted his feet and pulled up his blade. And that is why you shall lose. For you still fight for yourself, fight for your pride. You lack purpose, devotion, and emotion in your blade. Emotion that allows us sacks of meat to defy our basic nature and go above and beyond our natural limitations, the old man replied, his words making Uji frown as his blade lit up with a purple hue. The old man's chakra, unlike his, didn't roar in rage and fury. No, it was as if a sea, with its gentle waves in the full moon, as the old man raised his blade. You besmirch the name of my lord. Call him a liar and a cheat. Now let me prove you wrong, as I sever your blade with a technique he himself imparted upon me, came the answer of the old man, and Uji smirked. My blade shall tear you and your lie apart, and with that, he inhaled as his chakra became still, the enormous pressure vanishing as his blade lit up. Ninpo. Ninpo. They both spoke at once, as they stood face to face with their blades raised. Dragon's calling. Swallow reversal. Sub-aim Gaishi. 0000. Akihito Shirahoshi. Akihito swung his blade at the two samurai and felt it cut through one's flesh as he was showered once more in crimson blood as the other samurai was sent rolling away from the force of his strike. Arg! The samurai grunted as his eyes narrowed into the red palanquin some 20 feet from him where sat the third prince. The young prince was looking at him with wide eyes as the body of one of his samurai fell to the ground, his head rolling off. The regular army had caught wind of the ambush and was rushing towards them, that meant he had to end this soon. Akihito pulled up his blade as the last standing samurai put himself between himself and the third prize Tatsuya. He was young. His sword shook as he stood face to face with him, the difference in their strength visible to him after the first strike. Step away, Akihito offered. The boy was young and probably soared off to a lord who was supporting the third prince, and he had a future in front of him. His eyes widened at the offer, yet he bit his lip and held up his blade, refusing Akihito's generosity. So be it. I shall make it quick, Akihito offered as he pushed his chakra into the blade once more, reaching for his feet as his blade lit up. Ninpo, wind cleaver, he shouted even as the young samurai tried to push chakra into his own blade, but Akihito was beyond him in an instant. Clang! A second later, the young samurai's head and half-cut blade fell to the ground as Akihito stood face to face with the third prince, who had grown pale and sweaty as Akihito inched closer to him. Ah! He screamed as he tried to run away, stumbling out of his palanquin, yet he stumbled and fell to the ground as Akihito cut off the head of his two retainers. You! Where did you come from? He shouted as he tried to back away. From the ground, I waited for a day for you and your men sitting in a ditch in the ground all alone just so I could end this whole ordeal, sparing as many lives as I could, Akihito replied. There were many ways of winning this war, yet this was the swiftest way. The war had already taken much from the people, and it was his duty as their lord and ruler to soften the blow, and this was the solution he had reached. An ambush, one that came with great risk for the whole plan to work. Everything had to work. Many had spoken against him being the sole attacker, yet he had persisted. This was his war. And he had already promised someone else that he would exact their revenge for them, and he was not fond of breaking promises. So, as the third prince backed off, dragging his feet onto the ground, Akihito pushed his chakra into his blade once more as the shouts and screams of the approaching army got louder and louder. Mayuki sends her regards, he uttered as his blade arched through the air, and with a half-shout, the prince's head rolled off, yet the approaching army did not stop. Akihito sighed as he sheathed his blade and riled up his chakra once more, his face turning towards the hundreds of men racing towards him before he suddenly let go of his chakra. The very air thick with his presence tore up as a violent gust of wind erupted from around him, tearing up the very ground he stood on as his voice boomed through the clearing. The war is over. He shouted as the men of the enemy forces slowed down, coming to a halt as he raised the prince's head. Your prince is dead, he said, and then his eyes narrowed as his chakra sharpened, pulsing out of him in waves as his presence filled the whole area. Now kneel. Chapter 36. Ken's Hero Ougi. Pain. Pain that he had not felt for years rippled through his being as his grip on his sword loosened and the taste of metal filled his mouth. Kugh. He coughed blood as his knees gave out, and he fell to the ground as the older samurai stood there behind him, bleeding from his shoulder, yet the wound much shallower than the one he had suffered as he huffed. How? He questioned as the old man walked up to him. The world is much bigger than what we realize, the old man said, and Uji was surprised to see him sheath his blade. He was weakened, yet the wounds would not kill him. The old man could have used this opportunity to kill him, yet he was sparing his life. Uji was the commander of the forces. If he were to fall, their victory would be certain. There was a time when I believed that I knew everything, that the world was wrong. Lords ruled over peasants, and because of some divine powers, I believed I was better than them. So, I thought, why must I swear my allegiance to them? The old man's thoughts were much like his own. I was stronger than them, my blade much sharper. Yet only when I met our Lord did I see the fault in my thinking, the old man said as Uji listened on. This land is filled not just with samurai. It is filled with farmers, smiths, servants, beggars, criminals, ninjas, and all sorts of people. A true ruler is not either, yet he understands them all and uses them all to maintain balance, for without that, we would be just like animals, he said, and Uji could see the truth in that world. We, the samurai, swear our oaths to this balance and trust our lords to maintain that balance so we can be better men. Not all lords are like that, and not all samurai like me, yet I think that you and I alike in this sense, he said as he turned away from him and began to walk away. Why are you sparing me? He questioned, as he coughed out another blotch of blood as he tried to find out the reason for this pity he never wished for. The old man stopped and looked back at him. Look around you, young Uji, he said, and Uji's heart thumped as he realized the deafening silence he was surrounded by, and his head snapped towards the sides as he saw his army, kneeling down on the ground. All his men there, kneeling down, swords on the ground in front as the white flags of surrender were raised. The samurai were still alive, and he saw some of them kneeling down as well, yet that could only ever happen at his command. The war is over, came the voice of the old man, and his eyes landed on one person walking towards them, his sigil raised behind him in victory. The face matched the various pictures he had seen of the man, it was the Jito of Shinoi. The man whose technique had felled him down, the man who had taken his honor from him by killing Watashi Masamune, Akihito Shirahoshi. He walked, through the crowd, his own men kneeling down for him as he rode past them, and only the samurai sworn to him remained standing. Ken's hero Uji looked towards the old samurai, and then he looked down at his blade, and with his mind made he picked up his blade, and fought through the pain as he began to walk towards the path besides him, and found himself standing face to face with the young Jito of Shinoi, blade in hand, ready for a final battle. 0000. Akihito Shirahoshi. The battle was over. The succession wars over with the swing of his blade, and now he walked back towards his main camp as men both his and the third prince's knelt down for him. With their claimant gone, the battle was won, and so they had no cause to fight any more. Yet he was proven wrong, as a man stepped in the way of his small procession. He had a massive wound on his chest which had dyed his clothes red, and blood dripped down his chin as he stood there in front of him with his sword raised. Akihito had seen that face in posters and had heard many tales of him as well. Ken's hero Uji. He was a very strong samurai, one who had led the third prince's army. By tradition, the man should either kill himself by seppuku or lay down his arms, yet he still stood there opposite to him. Back away, Akihito said to his men, who had stepped forward to protect him from the man. Your prince is dead, and the war is over, Akihito told him as the older samurai wiped off the blood from his mouth and raised his blade. I know, but it is the war that has come to an end, not my life. Not yet, at least, he said as he coughed out blood once more. Akihito could tell that the injury was taking much out of him, yet he seemed determined toward his cause. Before I die, I wish to face the blade of the man who defeated Watashi Masamune, he said, raising his sword to challenge him. Akihito's eyes glanced over his body, and the man would not survive if he persisted. You will die, he told him as much as he took out his own blade and gripped it in his hands. My life was forfeit when you killed the prince. Grant me this favor, and let me test my mettle against yours, he said as his chakra roared forth. Akihito could deny the request. He had men at his command ready to intercept. But the man's gaze held determination he could sympathize with. He knew that he was going to die, and Akihito was not so cruel to deny a man his last wish. One swing, he said as he got into his stance, and the man nodded. My lord is very generous, he said as he got into his own stance, and then his chakra roared, cutting through the air, breaking the very ground beneath his feet, and Akihito replied in kind. Yet his chakra did not roar. No, his was controlled like a gentle wave coming to shore. His sword glowed an ominous purple as Akihito decided to use his most powerful technique, one he had spent all his years mastering. Ninpo! Ninpo! They both called out in a whisper as their chakras dried up, ending the crackling sounds in the air. The massive pressure vanished for a moment as they pushed all of it towards their blades. Dragon's calling. Swallow reversal. Tsubaime Ishi. And as he swung his blade thrice in less than second, he did not miss how Ken's Hirohuji's blade never came down. Slash. Akihito's blade cut through the man's flesh as blood burst out of his body. Akihito's blade itself broke down, the metal not strong enough to bear the sharpness of his chakra. Yet there was blood aplenty for it to regrow. He sheathed the hilt as the old samurai's body fell down with a thud, lifeless in a puddle of scarlet blood. 0000. Mayuki Katsugawa the princess. The castle was silent. There was no sound of metal being worked or of men being drilled in the yard. The whole army had left a day ago, and as she sat there and watched the sun break through the clouds, she could feel the battle nearing its end. Despite this being the third time Akihito had left for war, Mayuki could not find herself getting used to this feeling as she sat there with her breakfast, her appetite long gone from worry as she prayed for her lord husband's victory. The servants, or at least the few that remained, sat beside her, serving her, and Lady Chiba, who sat opposite to her, yet unlike her, she seemed somewhat relaxed. You shouldn't worry too much, princess, her voice broke her out of her reverie, and she looked up and saw the older girl smiling at her. It is my duty to worry, she replied stiffly, and the older woman nodded. I know, but your worry sobers the mood of the whole castle. You are the princess, you must be the source of courage in these testing times for the people inside this castle, she advised him, her tone light and free of malice at least, she could not sense any. Mayuki Chiba had been a surprise for her. She had thought that her relationship with Akihito's new wife would be as rocky and complicated as it had been for her mother. Yet that had not been the case. The woman was courteous enough, paid her appropriate respects, and deferred to her in all matters. Though Mayuki was yet to understand just what she was. She seemed nearly a zealot in her interest in Akihito, yet until she gave her a reason to suspect her a threat, she did not wish to intervene. And then, suddenly, she saw her eyes tighten as Lady Chiba put down her bowl and looked towards the window as a small gust of wind passed through the castle. It is done, she heard her whisper. Before she could ask her more, the door to their chambers opened, and Nakiri-san and Kirin-san walked in. Her heart skipped a beat as the two women walked to the side. Nakiri-san's smile eased her heart as the older woman spoke up. The battle is won, she said, letting out a breath she did not even know she was holding. And then she watched as Lady Chiba stood up and walked to her side. I told you, didn't I? You should not worry so much, and with that, she lowered her head as all the servants bowed down, as they would to her mother, her as tears dripped down her eyes, for she had never thought that she would ever live long enough to see such a day. Greetings to the moon of the land, they chorused together. Empress Mayuki Shirahoshi. 0000. Back in Kiri, the brown-haired student of the Yellow Flash found herself in a conundrum as she realized that her captors, for that, were what she believed them to, knew quite a bit about her. Just because I am his student means little, she began as the prince, and she ate their dinner, which had become a habit for them at this point. I am still a chunin, an inconsequential asset for Konoha. You will not be able to exchange my life for anything major, she retorted. The prince smiled, as he always did whenever she confronted him about this. I am not looking for anything major, Rin-san. Your presence here is little for a bargain but more as a service to the incoming fire daimyo. Your life is not in danger or a commodity to be exchanged for me, he assured her, yet she could see through his lies. Yet his next words surprised her even more. And who is to say that you are the only Konoha shinobi we have? Chapter 37. Danzo Shimura. Danzo Shimura could scarcely believe his life as he sat in his home as a prisoner. Hiruzen had refused to see reason, seeing his actions as treason. Treason. As if he would ever. He simply saw what everyone else was blind to. The young lord had a reputation, he was an anomaly, a harbinger of change, a disturbance in the great order of things. Danzo could not let that happen just like he could not let Namikaze become the next Hokage. Being the leader of a country and the village was a responsibility, one that came with darkness that few could understand. A burden that only he could bear. Yet his reasoning had gone unheard, as his own home had been declared a jail. He sat there surrounded by shinobi who allowed him neither a foot beyond the premise nor any contact with anyone outside. So, he sat there in front of a table doing calligraphy, biding his time. Waiting. And as the shadows shifted behind him he felt that it was time. Everything is ready, Danzo-sama, came the voice as one of his men knelt down in the shadows, his presence so thin that one could miss it while staring at him. Where are the rest of you? He questioned. Their chakras may be hidden, but Danzo had seals placed on all of his operatives to keep track of them. Many have been captured, my lord. The Hokage has ordered a shutdown of route. Jiraiya-sama led a special team to bring everyone in. Few resisted, but many were lost, and Danzo's lips thinned at those words, yet his anger and frustration did not show apart from the small crack in the brush in his hand. How many of you are left? He questioned. 20, Danzo-sama. We have made all the preparation. But suddenly his operative began to choke. Danzo's eyes narrowed as another figure came out of the shadows, his skin pale as snow, his chakra absolutely absent, yet that showed only his mastery of it. His golden eyes gleamed in the dark as Danzo felt himself at unease after a very long time as those slits narrowed towards him, as his agent lay there dead. What do you think you are doing, Orochimaru? He questioned as he looked at the third Sannin, the only one who shared some of his beliefs. Their similarities were thin, for while Danzo believed himself to be a servant for the greater good of the village, the snake Sannin was filled with avarice. His actions were driven by personal ambition and greed, not the well-being of the village. Tying up loose ends, the Sannin said, and Danzo saw a tonto gleam in the moonlight. Do you really think you could get away with that? You and I work together, and soon that all shall come to light, and when it does, you will find yourself in a place much worse than I, Danzo warned him as he put down the brush. You and I are in this together. If we can. It is over, Shimura. The pale Jounin said as he threw a missive towards him. The boy has become the daimyo. You are done, and Danzo was surprised by that. He had sent a special unit after the boy, yet he had still lived. Namikaze was able to intervene in time and save the boy, and now he has slain all his enemies. He is the next daimyo, and he shall not forget about your betrayal. Your fate is sealed, and there is nothing Sensei could do to save you, the snake Sannin said, gritting his teeth as he realized the truth of that statement. The same goes for you, he snarled in rage as the Sannin's lips turned up. I am afraid not, said Orochimaru as Danzo felt his body stiffen. Poison, a very deadly poison he realized. And as he was about to push chakra into the eye, he had always kept bandaged, pain rippled through him as he found Orochimaru in front of him, his fingers digging into his skin and plucking out the eye. Aghh. Danzo tried to scream, yet no voice came out as his vocal cords had been cut. Orochimaru gouged out his eye as he smiled down at him. You see, I have found myself a rather interesting opportunity, and you were the last loose end. He tried to activate his seals, yet somehow, all his chakras seemed to have been cut off, as he hankered for breath and his vision dulled. And the last thing he saw as darkness overcame him was a plant-like structure erupting from the ground and enveloping the snake Sannin and himself. 0000. Akihito Shirahoshi. The war was over. The battle won, yet that did not mean his struggles were just done yet as him and his procession made their way to the capital. He rode at the front, surrounded by 4 samurai with the other 2 behind him riding alongside the carriage of Mayuki and Mayumi as they rode towards the capital gates. The capital was still guarded by the temple, so he had not brought his whole contingent, only those he had felt were necessary. And on the massive gates, a retinue was waiting for them. The whole royal army stood in rows along a path that led to the main castle, and leading them was the small retinue of the Prime Minister, the leader of the Fire Temple and a few other ministers. Akihito halted his halt as the Prime Minister stepped forward. He had met the old man with the hunched back, Hayama Sosuke. He was a genial man, yet he also knew that underneath that civility and joyous nature lay a ruthless man. My lord, the preparations are complete, he said as the whole contingent bowed to him. Akihito nodded, and he rode past them, moving towards the castle. The stage had been prepared as the priest stood there with the special haoris and the crown. Akihito got off his horse and then walked back towards the carriage and helped out Mayuki, who looked around the capital with a forlorn and sad expression. However, he did not miss how her gaze chilled when it moved towards the part of the castle where the previous daimyo's concubines stood. Let me aid you, Empress, Himiko stepped forward as she led her towards the stage alongside him. Akihito came and stood in front of the throne, and the proceedings began as the special haori was tied around him, and he was dressed in the royal garbs. The layers of cloth were enough to break one's back, yet he waited as the proceedings were finished before suddenly Mayuki stepped out of the castle, clad in royal gowns as she had been when he had first seen her. She walked past him and up the stairs as the Prime Minister, standing at the sides of the Emperor's throne. Chiryu, the leader of the Fire Temple, stepped forward and, after a small prayer, motioned for the stairs. Arise, he said, and Akihito nodded as he began to ascend the stairs. The whole palace was quiet except for the sound of his steps as he ascended to the throne. He sat down on the throne as the Prime Minister stepped forward, and the ceremonial crown was handed to Mayuki. I give you the 14th daimyo of the Land of Fire. His voice boomed across the clearing. Akihito Shirahoshi-sama. 0000. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen read the reports from Jiraiya about the route operation, and the more he read, the more damning it felt. It was a travesty, such that if it ever got out, the whole village could end up in shambles. And all this had gone on under his watch. How could this happen without anyone noticing? He questioned, and Jiraiya raised a brow as he leaned back. People noticed, many did, including me, and tried to warn you about it. Yet you refused to listen, always taking his side, Jiraiya accused him, and he wished he could retort and deny that accusation. Yet he could not. He had put too much trust in his friend, and now that was costing him. No, it had cost him. Word has come from the capital that Akihito Shirahoshi was crowned as the next daimyo a few hours ago, Jiraiya told him. Though he had expected the news, it still surprised him. So, it seems my time as the Hokage nears its end, he said, and there was some comfort in that. Not until you solve this whole mess, you cannot leave it all for Minato, Jiraiya added a bit sharply. What do you recommend I do? He questioned, and Jiraiya seemed surprised by that question. Are you not going to ask your esteemed council members? Jiraiya asked, indigent in his tone, and Hiruzen sighed. Just answer me, he said, and Jiraiya leaned back. From what I know of Shirahoshi, he will demand. But Jiraiya's words were cut short as an ANBU appeared in the room, and that meant only one thing. What happened? He questioned, for they were barred from the office unless there was an emergency. Sandaime-sama, we have an emergency. 0000. In a desolate cave on the continent, a black and white human-like figure sprouted out of the ground, his body human-like yet none would doubt it for one. It stood in front of a massive statue as it spoke. We have a problem. Chapter 38. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen seethed in rage as he looked at the bloodied remains of his comrade. How could you let this happen? He questioned in a steely voice as the ANBU captain knelt behind him. We are not sure yet. It was as if we were under a genjutsu, he excused, and Hiruzen's gaze turned toward the head of the Yamanaka clan head. Inoichi, have a full workup done on everyone guarding this place and have the report on my table by the hour, he ordered. The head of the Konoha intelligence division vanished as Jiraiya sat beside Shimura's remains with a complicated expression on his face. What is it? He questioned as Jiraiya continued to look around the room at the two bodies lying there. This is a root agent, he said as he pointed towards the masked nin lying dead beside Danzo. Do you think the root agent killed Danzo? And Jiraiya shook his head. No, this is the work of a third party, he said as his eyes narrowed. Shimura was poisoned before he was killed, and I have seen that poison before, Jiraiya said with thin lips. Where? He questioned, and Jiraiya looked him in the eye. Orochimaru, and Hiruzen was shocked by that word. You cannot mean, and Jiraiya nodded. I do, it seems this was Orochimaru's doing, and Hiruzen felt that with passing hour the day was becoming more and more troublesome. Lion! He uttered, and the ANBU captain appeared behind him. I have a mission for you. Alert all the ANBUs. Run a full sweep over all of the territory, find and arrest Orochimaru, and confiscate all his holdings and laboratory. And also have his apprentice brought into T&I, he ordered, and the ANBU captain vanished as he sighed. You will not find him, Jiraiya said as he sat down near the white and woody mass that was wrapped around Danzo. Shimura died hours ago, and whatever this whitish thing is was mimicking his chakra signature well enough to fool a Byakugan. By now, he would be far, far away, he said as he began to take out a sealing scroll. What even is that thing? He questioned as he observed the humanoid-looking whitish mass. I do not know, but I plan to find out, he said as a seal erupted on the ground and engulfed the body and took it in. Jiraiya pocketed the scroll. Let me ask around about this, but we have another problem now, he said, and Hiruzen nodded, realizing what Jiraiya was alluding towards. Send a missive to Tsunade and Minato, have an account of Shimura's death conveyed to the new daimyo, and he sighed. This will not reflect well on us, he complained, and it could be even worse. The new daimyo could suspect bad faith and could suspect us complicit in this, he said, and Jiraiya nodded. He could now let us hope that Tsunade is able to convince him otherwise, Jiraiya began as both of them looked into each other's eyes. Orochimaru, he spoke half in pain and disappointment. Orochimaru, Jiraiya agreed, his lips quirked into an angry snarl. How could he do this? He questioned. This was the second betrayal he had suffered in as many days, the first of his dear old comrade and now his most prized student. He was very close to Danzo. We should have expected this, Jiraiya added, and Hiruzen slumped as he felt the weight of the whole world on his shoulder. I should have, he corrected as all his failures stared him in the face. He looked up at the sky, tired and frustrated with all he had seen in the last phase. Perhaps it is good that Minato is set to replace me, the hat grows heavier by the second, he uttered forlornly, destroyed as he realized just how badly he had failed the legacy of his sensei, the Nidame. 0000. Tsunade Senju. It had been quite a few years since she had visited the daimyo's castle. And though she had been a somewhat regular visitor of the castle in Shinoi, the royal castle held little similarity to the rather functional castle of Shinoi. The halls were studded with gold and jade ornaments. The floors glistened as servants rushed to wait on them. The host himself seemed different as well. Akihito now sat in royal garbs with the royal crown sitting atop his head, and though he had aged little since their last meeting, he seemed older to her countenance as she looked him up and down. You have changed, she remarked as she sipped the tea they had been served, and she could see Minato's eyes glance up and down their new fire daimyo as well. I would hope so. This whole set of clothes costs nearly as much as my previous annual budget, he joked, trying to ease the tension in the room. She did not correct him about how she was not referring to his clothes, though she did not think the correction was needed. So, I have heard that Shimura is dead, he began, and she did not miss how Minato tensed beside him at those words. This was a point of contention, one which could cause much strife in the relationship between him and the village. Though she did not know him to be overly aggressive, she could not underestimate the influence of pride and power. He is. We are still investigating how this happened, but he is dead, and we apologize for our incompetence, she said as she bowed her head. This is the second time the village has failed in its duties, and while I can understand that these mistakes were not deliberate, I would hope that such instances and lapse of judgment shall not be repeated, he said in a stern voice. She sighed in relief as Minato from her side spoke up. We shall endeavor to live up to your expectations, Minato added, and Akishio smiled and nodded before turning towards her. So, tell me, have you changed your mind about taking your sensei's place, he offered, and she could tell that the words surprised Minato, yet she could tell this for the joke it was. If Daimyo-sama values his life, he will not make such statements, she remarked as Minato paled by her side. Akishio chuckled at her answer. So be it then, he began as he turned towards Minato. I believe you let me and the next Hokage talk then. Shizune-san has been wanting to meet you for some time. 0000. Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze had been born an orphan, and his parentage remained obscure to him to this day, even as he sat in front of the most highly ranked noble of the realm. Akihito Shirahoshi, the Jito of Shinoi, the young Oni, the person in front of him had many names. Some more flattering than others, but few could deny that he was an anomaly among the natural order of things, much like himself. Both of them had little in terms of pedigree or family support, yet were now set to take the highest positions in their respective fields. There was a sense of comradeship in that. You were not surprised by the news of Danzo Shimura's death? He questioned. He was not fond of courtly obscurities and tact, so he spoke straightforwardly. The young daimyo sipped his tea and nodded. I was not, he agreed to his assessment as Minato continued. How? He questioned. The young daimyo smiled obscurely as he replied. Contrary to popular belief, I am quite knowledgeable to the happenings of the village, and had suspected such an event, he replied, and he recalled how all those years ago he had rescued the two Uzumakis, and then there was also the issue of Rin. Then why didn't you warn us, he questioned. Because I had a suspicion, a minute one at that, and I was busy fighting my own war. But that is water under the bridge. I know Shimura's actions were carried out independently, and though the village shall receive an official rebuke, you can be assured of my support otherwise, he told him as they sat once more. Then let us talk about the most pertinent issue at hand, he began, and the young daimyo nodded. Where is Rin? He questioned, his tone sharp yet respectable, and the daimyo smiled. How am I to know the whereabouts of your student? He said with a smile, and Minato's gaze narrowed. Though I disagree with Danzo Shimura's notion of you being a traitor, your deep connections to Kiri's rebellion forces are not lost to me. Kiri is not fond of keeping prisoners, let alone someone as special as Rin. Yet, for some reason, they not only rescued her from a cruel fate but now hold her as a hostage, alive and seemingly well treated, Minato concluded. Being a student of the Toad Sage, Minato dabbled into espionage as well, and his special hiration made that task much easier than many realized. So, he was aware of Rin being kept as a hostage by Kiri forces, and the seal he had placed on her told him that she was alive and well. So, I ask again, where is Rin? He questioned, and the young daimyo smiled. Your student is fine. Chapter 39. Akihito Shirahoshi. When the previous daimyo had proposed to him to marry his daughter, Akihito understood that he was set to come to a very extreme amount of power. Power to decide the fate of the whole continent through the position of the daimyo. He was faced with a choice. He could choose to maintain the status quo, following in the footsteps of his predecessor, ruling with reason. Or he could dare to dream bigger, to use Chiba's aspirations as a catalyst. The lands had not seen a shogun in many, many years, and though the path was arduous, he believed he could reach that pinnacle. But he was acutely aware that such a decision could ignite a war, a conflict that would cost countless lives. Yet that would cause war, a loss of life that unsettled him. Akihito believed that life was precious, and while he knew that war was a necessity, he also understood that things must change. And so, change them he would. Your student is fine, he told the man, who he believed would be his arms and legs to fulfill his dreams. Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash, was an anomaly in the shinobi world, much like Akihito was in the country. Born to nothing, yet now, through sheer willpower and some luck, he sat in the highest office in the village, with his name feared all throughout the land. As we speak, your student finds herself in the castle of the water daimyo and is a guest there, kept at that location for her own safety, for Kiri's rebellion has entered its final stage and will end soon, Akihito told him and saw Minato's eyes narrow. How do you know that? He questioned as Akihito passed him a message. Because the water daimyo calls me a brother, and he wishes to bargain a peace with us. I wish to endorse an alliance between Kirigakure's new establishment and Konohagakure. Your student's safety, though, will be guaranteed even without your assent to this alliance, Akihito told him. An alliance was a complex matter and could not be decided single-headedly by either Kage or daimyo. Both had to be on the same page. An alliance with Kiri is rather ambitious, the man said, and Akihito could feel the earlier tension leave his shoulders as he was confirmed as the safety of his student. That would ally Konoha to two of the great 5 villages, Minato added, and Akihito nodded. Indeed, and it would make what I wish to achieve much easier, Akihito added and saw Minato's gaze turn towards him once more, the small apprehension in it gone now as he looked at him with curiosity and wonder. And what is it that you wish to achieve? He questioned, and it had taken him much time to realize that. A better world, he said honestly. And the future Hokage's eyes narrowed as Akihito looked him in the eye and began. The world we live in today, good or bad, is a world built around the vision and ambition of 2, maybe 3 people if you wish to be generous, he began, and it was the truth. The hidden village system was envisioned and achieved through the actions of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, the later actions of Uchiha set aside, these 2 people and Tatsuya-sama's father who allowed them to make their alliance resulted in the formation of the village, and the world shifted improved. Akihito stood up and motioned for Minato to follow him as they retired to the garden. Yet now we have had 3 great wars, thousands dead, and I feel that it is time that we change once more, become better, achieve more than our predecessors, not to tarnish what they have achieved but improve it, to build a better world for those who are to come after us, he finished and looked towards the future Kage as they stood in his garden. The Kage looked at him with a complex gaze as he opened his mouth. It will not be easy, the people you speak of faced many obstacles and tribulations in their path. Your vision, while noble, will demand much the same, my lord, he began respectfully. Change is rarely easy, Akihito said as he looked into the sky. White clouds roamed freely over the blue infinity. And I am not naive enough to believe otherwise. It will require much from me but I believe I shall not be alone in this journey, I already have one who shares my beliefs, he said and saw Minato's eyes widen. The water daimyo, your brother-in-law, Minato replied, and he nodded. Indeed, but we are daimyo. The hidden village and its Kage are a daimyo's sword, and in this shifting of tides, I shall need my blade extensively, he spoke, asking him of his devotion. As a daimyo, he could command the Kage through his authority, yet it would be interference, and though he could justify much of it using Shimura's actions as a basis, he did not wish to use the proverbial stick. It would be much better if Minato could be convinced to stand by him as he tried to unite the people through the commonality of betterment and peace. The village will answer the call, and so will I, he said as he knelt down in front of him on one knee, and Akihito smiled as he offered him a hand. Stand then, Yandame Hokage. Let us vow to leave this world in a better state than the one we were born into, he said as he helped the man stand. What do you plan to do? Minato questioned. Not much initially, but first, we must heal from the devastations of the war. Your ascension shall do much for Konoha's morale, and I shall ensure that the village receives appropriate resources for its recovery, he assured the blonde, who smiled. That is highly generous of you, and Akihito continued. Then, when the situation in Kiri stabilizes, we shall form an alliance with them, though that is to come later. I wish to address some more internal matters in the meantime, Akihito began as they stood beside the small pond in the garden, the clear water held their reflections. I know that the Uchihas have felt somewhat slighted that their candidate was denied the seat of the Kage once more, and though there is little to doubt their devotion to the village and the country as a whole. I believe I have a gift to offer them as some console for the slight they may have felt, he said and saw Minato nod. The Guardian 12 have a vacancy, and as the next daimyo, it is my duty to fill that vacancy. I believe a young Uchiha shinobi would make a fine addition to the order. The Uchiha will be honored by this, Minato said, and they should be, for being a member of the Guardian 12 allowed one direct access to the daimyo, and hence his ear. I have heard much about a rising star of the clan, a young prodigy who has made quite a name for himself despite being quite young. Akihito began and saw Minato's eyes widen. I believe you talk of Shisui Uchiha. He is a fine shinobi, he accepted. Indeed, Shisui the teleporter, I believe he is called. Inform him of my nomination, and apart from that, I believe I have a gift for you as well, he recalled as the blonde Kage frowned. A gift for me, he asked, somewhat surprised. A little something for becoming the Yandame Hokage, Akihito said as he gave the man a letter. I know it is rare for a Jinchuriki to leave the village, yet I have heard that you and the Kyobi Jinchuriki are quite close and how she wishes to meet her other clansmen. This is a letter from the Uzumaki in my service. They have agreed to meet with her and wish to set up a correspondence, he informed him, and he saw the man's surprise. Kushina will be elated, he said brightly, like a man in love, as he pocketed the scroll. And do tell her that I wish to meet her as well. There are some things I wish to tell her. 0000. In a ravine deep into the earth, two shinobi met in another part of the continent. I had thought the letter a lie. Yet it seems I was wrong. You live indeed, one of them began, his voice filled with awe, his golden slit-like eyes with wonder as he gazed at the wrinkled life that sat in front of him. Madara Uchiha. He gasped. I do, and you wish to live even beyond me, to live till the end of time, the old man retorted. His voice held power and authority, even at in that decrepit age. As the old man sat opposite to a Sannin he looked imperious and unworried as if he could take him apart with ease. I do, the snake Sannin acquiesced, somewhat surprised that the old man knew of his wish. Then I believe we can make an exchange. And what do you require of me? The golden-eyed Sannin questioned. A new body. Chapter 40. Jiraiya, the Toad Sage. Given the situation in the village, Minato had opted to return quickly from the capital. The new daimyo had given their blessing to the new cage, and now Konohagakure prepared to welcome its fourth Hokage. Being a Hokage had been his dream once, taking the hat, leading the village, and changing the world. Jiraiya had once thought a Hokage was the ultimate existence, the one entity who could single-handedly change the world, change it for the better, bring about peace. Yet he had been naive then. A Hokage was just that, a cage, a leader of a village, a cog in the great war machine that encapsulated the world as they knew it. He was powerful, indeed, yet a Hokage wouldn't be able to change the world. No, the change would be brought by a revolutionary, a visionary, one who might become a cage. Jiraiya might never be that revolutionary figure. The Toad Sage had told him that all those years ago. No, Jiraiya would only ever be a helping hand to the man who would change the shinobi world, and he believed this child of the prophecy sat right in front of him. So, what do you think of our new daimyo? He questioned, wishing to know Minato's opinion of the young man. Tsunade was fond of him, an interesting point, for she was rarely ever fond of anyone, even him, despite all his various qualities. The impunity. He is ambitious, Minato added, and Jiraiya was surprised by the choice of words and the quick answer he had received. Though, he is pragmatic enough to make concrete efforts to achieve his ambitions, he added, and Jiraiya smiled as he saw his student reach nearly the same conclusion as him. Akihito Shirahoshi was an enigma to those who only saw the present. His actions, when looked at individually, didn't reveal much. But if one stepped back and saw his actions as part of a collective whole, that's when his true nature and prowess began to show up. His actions in Chino were a perfect indicator of that pragmatism. His family were recently ennobled, and so the connection between him and his people was weaker than that held by nobles who had ruled over their fiefs for generations. And so, he had first gained the loyalty of his people by giving them a better life when the whole continent was struggling. He established peace and order in his lands, nurturing in them a sense of belonging and privilege, that gained him immense loyalty in a few years as the people felt safe and secure in his lands. And then he prepared for war, slowly gathering resources while remaining outside scrutinizing gazes by never touting himself or making bold declarations. He hid in silence, like a snake, until he realized the appropriate moment had arrived, and he struck, surprising everyone with his prowess. And what of Danzo's actions? What was his reaction? He questioned. He was somewhat angry, though he assured us that he wouldn't put blame on the village. But he wants full accountability for the extent of Danzo's treason and what the village plans to do to remedy that, Minato answered, and Jiraiya was impressed once more. Danzo's actions were dangerous and could have caused a major headache for the village. Of course, there were ways to counteract this. Had the new daimyo tried to make a very big deal out of it, Jiraiya was prepared to leverage all the information he had on the young noble to dampen his influence. Though now they wouldn't have to resort to such excessive means. And that was good, for while he could handle shinobi and even regular nobles to some extent, Akihito Shirahoshi was a man mysterious and powerful enough that he did not wish to make an enemy out of him unless absolutely necessary. That is reasonable of him, he added, and Minato nodded as they both sat in their training yard as they would once when times had been simpler and their bodies younger, even though his student was still relatively young. Yes, he was angry over Orochimaru's defection and his getaway, Minato added, as he looked him in the eye, a sharp glint in them as he questioned, "Do you have any information on him?" He smiled. Minato was much like their new daimyo. They were dreamers, ambitious yet pragmatic and ruthless enough to slay 1,000 men. "Not yet," he answered, and it was both frustrating and worrisome. "I have scoured his labs and any other hideouts that he could use, but there is simply no trace of him," he told Minato. That was worrisome, for that meant either Orochimaru had been planning this for quite some time, which highlighted their incompetence in that they had never caught a whiff of this treason, or he was working with someone who would open a whole other Pandora's box. "We have his apprentice in TNI, but she claims to know nothing about it all," he told Minato, who shook his head. "I don't think he was the kind to divulge anything, plus she is a chunin. She wouldn't have been able to tell even if something was wrong," he said, and Jiraiya nodded. He had reasoned the same, but their sensei was not listening to him over this and blaming the little chunin for his failures. "There is also the seal he placed on her. We do not know what it is. They are trying to decipher it but have come up with nothing," he said as he passed on a scroll with the seal schematics to Minato. "I will take a look and ask Kushina to do the same," he said, and that was a relief. "I was also able to look into the whereabouts of your little student," he added as he leaned forward as Minato perked up at those words. He wasn't lying. Nohara-rin is a guest of the water daimyo and is currently residing in his castle. She has not been harmed and is being treated quite well, I have confirmed this through multiple sources. Minato had asked him to look into the whereabouts of his precious student and to ascertain the truth behind the daimyo's words, and it seemed as if the young man was not lying. From all the reports he had gathered, she was fine and afforded all the luxuries a guest would have. That is good. I have sent a message to her through our daimyo as well. Let us see how she responds, Minato added, and Jiraiya raised a brow. I have enough men that we could attempt to rescue, he offered, and Minato shook his head. Not yet. As long as she is fine, I do not wish to override the intentions of our new daimyo, he said, and that was pragmatic thinking. He has assured me of her safety and has been generous to Konohagakure despite our failures. I must also give him some trust and hold off on any action until we feel that her life is threatened. Otherwise, we shall wait until the mess in Kirigakure resolves itself, Minato said, and Jiraiya shrugged. So be it then, he then narrowed his eyes as he asked another question that had been plaguing him. Why do you think the daimyo wished to see Kushina? He questioned, and Minato shook his head. I do not know, but she should be reaching the capital soon. So, we will know soon enough. 0000. In a castle touching the skies in another part of the continent, a portly old man stood on a balcony looking down at his country as clouds lofted beneath him. He was dressed in a white kimono made of the finest silks, and he wore a ceremonial hat atop his head. My lord, word has come from the Fire Country. They have a new daimyo, the voice of an attendant from behind came, informing the esteemed lord of the Lightning Country of the shift in the political environment. Is it the young lord from Shino? He questioned. Yes, my lord, it is the very same one. He was enthroned yesterday, and there are rumors that he met with the Senju princess and the Yellow Flash today, which gives credence to the rumors that the Sandame Hokage may be retiring. A new daimyo and a new cage. Interesting, spoke the old man as a gust of wind blew, cool, and rustled the calmer clouds. An omen, he thought. I can feel it, Samui, he began slowly as he looked into the distance. Change is coming, and we must prepare for it, he said as he looked up into the sky. Establish a communication channel with the daimyo of Stone Country and have I come to meet me. We must prepare, or we shall all be swept away by this whirlwind of change. Chapter 41. Nohara-rin. Nohara-rin was still disturbed by her last conversation with the water daimyo, her jailer. She had tried desperately to get the man to divulge the meaning behind his words. Yet, he had been tight-lipped about it and, despite her various attempts, he had refused to divulge even a tiny bit of information. Yet they continued to meet, and he would often accompany her to her meals and sometimes escort her to the garden. The apprehension and fear she had felt when she had first woken up in this mansion had now lessened considerably. Though she stayed vigilant and acutely aware of her words and actions to not divulge any village secret, she had begun to understand that her life was not in danger, at least not in any acute danger in this enemy territory. And so as another day dawned, she found herself in front of the man who had both kept her safe and in prison sat in front of her, still dressed in ostentatious clothes as he sipped his tea regally. Word has come from Fire Country, he began, and she perked up at those words and looked up expectantly at news from her home country. The War of Succession has concluded, he finished. She was surprised that the conflict had barely lasted a few months, and though she was not an astute student of history, she could tell that the war was shorter than usual. Akihito Shirahoshi has been sworn in as the new daimyo, he finished with a smile before reaching into his pocket as he passed along another envelope. Konoha has also begun preparations to crown a new king, he added, and she stiffened, already an all too familiar name popping into her mind. Minato Namikaze has been selected as the fourth Hokage, he finished, and her guess was proven right. Her sense had been made the fourth Hokage, and she grit her teeth as she realized just what a precarious situation her capture put him in. She eyed the envelope, water daimyo held in his hands, before he suddenly slid it forward. You have letters from both of them. They have been scrutinized, of course. But their content was not incriminatory. He added, and she was not surprised that they had went through them. You would be allowed a response, which will be scrutinized, so I would advise that you try not to be too smart. He finished with a polite smile, and it did little to assuage her fears or her frustrations. What should I write in my replies? She questioned condescendingly. And his lips turned up, knowing that this was nothing more than useless banter at this point, for though she was a prisoner, she had little to complain about. I am not dictating to you about what you may or may not write in your replies. I believe you are smart enough for that, he replied, still smiling smugly at her as she sighed. You should enjoy your time here, Nohara-san. Few shinobi are ever welcomed and hosted in foreign lands as you, he said, and she narrowed her eyes. I would much rather enjoy myself back in my own home, she replied sarcastically as he shook his head in faux hurt as he animatedly clutched his heart. Your words wound me, Nohara-san, he spoke dramatically, acting as if her words had truly hurt him. I had hoped that you would grow to appreciate my company. After all, I have been making time, especially for you, out of my busy schedule, he replied, and she did not know how much of it was the truth. Though he had made an effort to dine with her at least once a day, she was not blind to the continuous going-ons of the castle as various nobles came to meet him during the day. She could tell that the war in Kiri was entering its final stages and that her time in captivity would soon come to an end. A captivity that had somewhat grown on her. When she had been captured, she had thought her life forfeit, for few shinobi ever made it out of enemy clutches, and those who did were never the same. Yet she had been spared that cruel fate. Though she lost many freedoms and was entrapped in a foreign land, she was safe and honored. And it was in some part thanks to the man in front of her. Yes, the fire daimyo had supposedly requested that she be treated well, but she was sure that if he wished, Kiri could make her life miserable, yet that was not the case. So, she bit her lip as she glanced down, building up courage as she opened her mouth. I know that you could have made my life much tougher, she began as she looked up. Yet you did not. And allowed me to live a life of dignity and peace. Even though I am a prisoner, you have treated me well, and for that, you have my gratitude, she said as she gave the man a small bow. There is no need for that, he answered, his voice smooth as he looked her in the eye. I have quite enjoyed your company as well, Nohara-san, he replied as he made to stand up and began to walk away and told her the following partying words as he gave her a small smile. And what do we know? Maybe our futures will not be as distant as you may seem to believe. 0000. Shisui Uchiha. Shisui found himself kneeling down on one knee in the Hokage Tower. The village had just celebrated the ascension of a new Kage with the Sandaime Hokage retiring from his position and the young prodigy, Minato Namikaze taking up the mantle of the Yandame Hokage. There were some tensions in the village with the recent demise of Danzo Shimura, an older and esteemed councilman. The man had been a teammate of the Sanadame, a student of the Nanadame, yet for some reason his funeral had been a quiet affair done in secret with no honors. There were some rumors around the man, and how he had committed crimes against the village, yet nothing had been made clear yet. Though thing causing the most anxiety was defection of Konoha's infamous Snake Sannin, and the news had all the clans and forces on edge, for the Snake Sannin was no ordinary shinobi. He had headed Konoha's R&D division and was a Kage candidate until recently, one who had been considered quite seriously for the position. His defection had severe implications for the village. An already specialized task force had been developed to track the man, yet Snake Sannin was anything but incompetent. The only ray of hope in these times had been the Yandame Minato-sama, whose strength and prowess inspired confidence in the village. Jounin Shisui, at ease, the Hokage-sama commanded him with a smile as Shisui stood up, still unaware of why he had been summoned. Thank you, Hokage-sama, he said as he stood up and saw those blue eyes staring at him with a glint as the Hokage-sama opened his mouth. Do you have any idea why you have been summoned? The man questioned, his tone lighter than the one Sandaime-sama would have, yet he knew that he should not let that fool him. Yandame Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was the only shinobi of their time to get an SS rank and a flee on-site order. And he had not gotten that rank through smiles and politeness. He was a projection of Konoha's might, one shinobi who had single-handedly slain over 1,000 Iwanin to turn the tides of the war. No, Hokage-sama, he replied evenly. However, he feared that it may have something to do with the grievances of the clan, which were growing as they felt slighted after Fugaku-sama had been overlooked for the position of the Kage, with the Uchiha once more denied a position they had sought for years. You have risen through the ranks quite quickly. I have talked to many a shinobi, and all of them have touted you as a true prodigy amongst your peers, and I would tend to agree with them. The Hokage-sama praised him, and the words coming from the mouth of a man, Shisui thought a role model felt good. Shisui, the teleporter they call you. An interesting name, the Hokage-sama continued with a smile as he leaned forward. And it seems your fame and accolades have gone beyond the shinobi world, he finished his words, surprising him. In general, most residents of the nation were not given any information about the hidden village, for they were hidden. Only the essential information was passed to the relevant bodies of governance, and only a truly fabled and stories ninja would be known to the common residents of the Fire Country. Jounin Shisui Uchiha, by the order of the current daimyo Akihito Shirahoshi, you have been offered a position in the esteemed Guardian 12. Your clan head has been informed of the offer and has given his assent already, and with that, a scroll was put forward. Further details and obligations of this assignment of your duties are listed in this scroll, and for a second, Shisui could not believe those words. Guardian 12. The daimyo's personal guards were all special shinobi, honored and skilled beyond a regular shinobi. It was an honor, a position of great influence and power. Me? He questioned, perplexed that a simple chunin like himself had been nominated for the position. But I am just a Takubutsu Jounin, of course there must be better options, he protested. He could name a few from the top of his head, and Hokage's student was one of them. Hitaki Kakashi was almost a household name at this point. The silver-haired ninja had been training with vigor and carrying out missions at such a pace that he was already being given an epithet of his own, the copy-in, as he made use of his friend's last gift to him. And the Hokage-sama smiled. You underestimate yourself, Jounin Shisui. After all, the recommendation for you came from the daimyo himself, and he stilled at those words. The daimyo-sama himself, he questioned, not believing those words. Indeed. The daimyo-sama himself nominated you for the position by name, he reiterated as he smiled while he tried to make sense of those words. You can reject the offer, of course. Though I believe you should think about it and maybe talk to Fugaku-san before you decide. And he nodded as he picked up the scroll. I will, he answered, still in a daze, with a single whisper leaving his lips as he left the office dazed, for he had just learned that not only was he becoming quite famous, he had just received a nomination from the highest power in the land. He had just received a nomination from the daimyo-sama. 0000. Back in the capital, in the training ground in the daimyo's castle, Tsunade Senju found herself standing opposite to the most esteemed noble of their land as Guardian 12 looked on worryingly from the side, their eyes locked onto her with worry and apprehension as the newly risen daimyo-sama stood opposite to her with an unreadable expression. Are you sure about this, Akihito? Killing intent is no joke, and I am no regular shinobi, no matter what you may think. I have participated in 2 wars. Even if I were to reel myself back, it could be dangerous, she reiterated, yet the young daimyo nodded. I know, but this is necessary, and I would not have asked you if I had not believed it to be. I will be fine, so let us get started, he said as he slowly took a breath. She nodded before closing her own eyes, knowing there was little she could do to stop him. Then so be it. She replied as she closed her eyes, bringing her chakra to just beneath her skin, before she let it go with a burst as she focused all her killing intent on the young boy in front of her. Crack. Sking. The ground beneath her feet cracked, and she suddenly found herself surrounded by 12 overly zealous shinobi, their blades at her neck. Halt! Came Akihito's voice, and she watched as the Guardian 12 pulled back, revealing a still standing but rather huffing form of Akihito Shirahoshi, and she was surprised by his resilience, for she knew full-fledged shinobi who would falter after such pressure. I ordered you to not interfere, he barked angrily, and the leader of the 12 stepped forward. But daimyo-sa. I was clear. She will not harm me. Do not interfere again. He ordered, and the man nodded. As you wish, daimyo-sama, and with that, they vanished once more as he locked eyes with her and as sweat dripped down from the side of his head. Again. He spoke, and she nodded, trying to reason out the reason behind this unique request. Just what are you planning now, Akihito, she thought as she got ready once again. Chapter 42. Uzumaki Kushina. When word of Ozashio's destruction reached her, she was filled with fear, apprehension, anger, rage, and, most of all, loneliness. Yes, Lady Mito still lived, yet she was nearing the end of her life and would soon depart from the world, entrusting her burden to Kushina and leaving her all alone. She had lost family, she had lost friends, she had lost everything she had held dear on that day. For years after that day, she would wait, eyes locked onto the open skies, watching every messenger hawk, hoping that it would bear the word of any survivor. Yet no such word would come, and soon enough, the vestiges of hope would breathe their last, dying as she resigned herself to a life without family. And so, years would go by, she would rage, fight, study. She would befriend many people, fight with many people, meet Mikoto, Shizuan, and most importantly, meet Minato. He was the only one who would never laugh at her dreams, who would call her hair a pretty red rather than the usual tomato insult. And she would fall in love, no longer alone, yet still a hole would remain in her heart, yearning for a family that may never come. Yet it would. Tsunade-sama would come bearing the news and would tell her the news she had long lost hope of ever hearing again. Word about Uzumaki, the red devils hunted to the last child, yet lived. 2 more, a woman and a child. Hidden away by a noble, and she had expected the worst, acutely aware of the shifty nature of those with such power. Yet she had been assured of otherwise, assured that they were well, that her family, distant though they may be, were being treated well. It had hurt her that they had not contacted her. She had wept that day, some in relief and some in pain because of that. Yet now the wait was finally over, and she sat in front of the 2 people she had long wished to meet. I had never thought I would see anyone like me again, her words shook as the Uzumaki woman sat in front of her. Kirin was her name, and she was a bit older than her. And though her memories were shoddy, she was sure that they were cousins, distantly but still cousins. That meant Kushina was already an aunt. She was already one to attack it, but still, it was by blood this time. Me too. When word of the ambush came, we were outside of the village. I tried to go back, yet by the time I reached the ports, I learned of just what had happened, of how everyone. And the older woman halted her words, sighing in pain as Kushina's fingers over the cup tightened in rage. Even after all these years, the rage had seldom lessened. She felt her chakra burn with her rage, the seal on her belly torching up as the kyubi fed of her rage. She sighed and calmed herself down as the older woman continued. We were stranded. I saw men searching for us, for any redheads, and hunting them down. So, we went into the forest. I saw many of our kin killed and captured, yet I evaded them, as I lived in the forest, until Karin felt ill. She spoke weakly, and Kushina had met the little girl. She was a mirror image of Kirin-san and was a jolly child with quite a mouth on her. She was 6, of age, to enter the academy. She fell ill, and despite my efforts, her condition only deteriorated. And just as I was about to seek the aid of a hidden village for her, we were saved. And since that day, due to the magnanimity of Lord Akihito, we have never wanted for anything. She spoke with reverence, and she did not know how to feel about that. He was their daimyo, and he had rescued them. Yet he had kept them from her. Why did you not contact me? She asked, seeing her lips thin as she looked down. I had seen some of the shinobi world and feared it, feared what it would mean for Karin. She was a child, and I did not wish to force her into a life I barely understood. And though she wished to ensure that such a thing would not have happened in Konoha, but she knew that was a lie. Even recently, the revelations about Shimura's operations had shocked her. It was all so damning that if it ever got out, it could shake the very foundation of the village. I apologize if that was wrong of me. I know how lonely you must have felt, but I had to choose what I thought was best for Karin, she said. And Kushina waved away her apology. No, you do not have to apologize, she spoke. I am just happy that you are alive, she elaborated, and she was being honest. You mentioned something about needing my help. Kushina asked as she put down her tea. All this ceremony was making her tiresome and restless. Indeed, spoke Kirin-san as she put down her cup as well. I know it is sudden and presumptuous of me, but Lady Tsunade-sama assured me that you were the best person to talk to about this, the older redhead began, making her frown. Of our clan's many Kakei Genkai, I am blessed with 2, she began, surprising Kushina, as the red-headed woman slid back her sleeve. The eye of the Kagura, which I have been told you share, and the special healing chakra, yet Karin is different, and Kushina's lips thinned as she saw the bit mark on her forearm. Karin, though, my little girl has been blessed even beyond that, she spoke somewhat proudly as Kushina's mind raced, as the dots connected. You cannot mean. She gasped, and the older redhead nodded, confirming her suspicion. She has been blessed with all 3. And her chakra reserves are greater than a regular child. Despite my wishes, she wishes to become a shinobi like Tsunade-sama, her savior, she said with a smile as the older redhead lowered her head. I cannot help her beyond my limitations, and so I implore you to take her under your wing and help her tread the treacherous world I know nothing about. The older woman's voice shook at those words as Kushina sat there awestruck. There was no need to think about it. She could never deny such a request. And perhaps this would be good practice for her in preparation for the life that grew inside her womb. 0000. Mahiromiya, mother of the 3rd prince. Mahiromiya's life was over. Her son was dead, and her father's lands lay besieged, him and her brothers a captive waiting for the daimyo to decide on their fate. It was all over, the struggle, the plotting, everything was over as she sat in court dressed in a black kimono for mourning as the new daimyo presided over his first session at court. Akihito Shirahoshi, the young Jito of Shinoi, sat on the throne, dressed regally as her lord husband once did, as her son was supposed to. Yet unlike before, he did not sit alone, for behind him sat the accursed princess. It was an archaic tradition that an empress would sit behind the daimyo, offering him counsel if he wished so, yet none before the young Jito had ever let the empress take such a position of power, often regaling them to the more womanly affairs. Yet the young Jito was different, for he placed his empress behind himself, honoring her beyond that Kerr ever deserved. She grit her teeth as she saw her daughter in that place. She seethed in rage. It was all because of her. Because of that wretched girl. Had she died just like her mother, none of this would have happened. Her son would be alive. Her father would be alive. The Prime Minister stood up, as the gong was sounded, stilling the whole hall as he spoke in a powerful voice. Let the session begin, and so the young daimyo's first court session began as many nobles came and began to extol various gifts of their new daimyo, trying to curry favor with him. Some went bold enough to present their daughters, insulting the empress behind them, yet there was no shift in his expressions. Neither at the fanciest swords or dresses nor the most promiscuous of girls, his eyes didn't wander as he sat there impassively, going through the motions. Yet he was a man, and men were fickle. Already, the daimyo had a concubine, Himiko Chiba, and she had a plan to use her. Due to the mourning, the young daimyo could not displace her or any of the previous daimyo's wives for a few months. And as she seethed in revenge and indignation, she promised to utilize that time to get her revenge, if not on the daimyo, then on the one who had caused all this. That accursed princess. She would put an end to her as she had done so for her mother, lest it be the last thing she did. The whole farce continued for some time, and then it would end, with the whole court tense, for the new daimyo had said no word, none knew what went in his head. I have seen enough, he said, his powerful and disappointed voice cutting across the room as the nobles tensed. Our country has just come out of a war of tough times which saw many sacrifices from our people. And while many of you would be expecting grandeur celebrations at my ascension, as have happened for many of my predecessors, I shall make it clear right now, I am not those men, he roared, and his presence filled the room. I will not languish in treasures as my people starve, and I shall not let any of you do so as well. Yet I am not blind to the need for celebration, he added a bit softly. So, I announce a spring gathering in honor of my ascension and the end of the war. And with so, I announce an end to the rationing. Let us rejoice in this new era of peace and pray that it may last us our whole lives, he announced as the lords clapped. But before that, he announced sharply, and the applause cut short. We must deal with an immediate matter, a matter of treason, he announced, and her heart shrunk as the gates were opened. Bring in the accused. And she watched as armed guards brought in her father and brothers. Chapter 43. Tsunade Senju. Tsunade Senju had known Akihito Shirahoshi for the better part of a decade, yet even now, the boy would sometimes be a mystery to her. He had risen from a simple Jito to now the daimyo of the whole Fire Nation. Speaking politically, he was perhaps the most powerful man on the continent, yet even now, he often remained an enigma to her, especially now as he sat huffing, covered in sweat, the unique training he had asked for her aid completed. Akihito was no stranger to the concept of killing intent, a skill ingrained in him through his rigorous samurai training. However, there was a distinct difference between the battle instincts of a samurai, where the emphasis was on form and function, and the shinobi arts, which focused solely on the art of killing. This nuanced distinction in his training was a testament to the complexity of Akihito's character. He was the daimyo now. He had at his beck and call a literal army that would do his bidding, tear down villages, slaughter thousands at his word. Yet what task was so important and secretive that he put himself through this training? Just what are you planning, Akihito? She questioned as the young daimyo wiped away the sweat from his forehead. Their eyes met, and he smirked. Why are you so curious? Don't tell me you are worried about me. He questioned, and she scoffed. You idiot, you are a daimyo now. I don't know if you realize this or not, but this whole country depends on you. You bear responsibility for millions of lives. So don't be reckless. Tell me what it is that you prepare for so that I may help you, she chided him. He glanced up at the sky, his breathing now calm and even as he had not spoken for some time. Have you given any thought to my proposition then? He asked, reminding her of the offer he had made to her earlier. I don't understand. You have the Guardian 12 and the Hokage at your beck and call. Why would you want me as an advisor, she asked. Well, for your beauty, of course, he japed, and she kicked a pebble at him, which he blocked with his sheath as he chuckled. Be serious, brat. She chided him as he smothered his laugh. Even though she knew someone else would have liked it a lot had those words been said to her. There are many things that I could use your aid in. There is much that I, as a civilian, will never understand about the shinobi culture and the village's operations. If I am to navigate these waters and do as I envision, I shall need an advisor well versed in the bloody world of shinobi, he spoke seriously as he turned towards her. One who is beguiled by propaganda and idiotic ideologies, but one who sees it for the mess and danger it is, and wished to change, he made his case. You do know that Minato has offered me a place on his council, allowing me to do as I had always wished and establish a true medical corps in Konoha, she told him. Minato's offer was tempting, yet it was legible. Akihito's offer was mysterious and contained many secrets and a vision that she was somewhat scared to know. Admirable, but that venture would demand little from you. Shizun-san would be able to do it just as well. She knows nearly just as much as you about Iryo ninjutsu and would be able to lead such a team just as well. He picked holes in her rebuttal, his assessment again showing her how he knew and saw more than many gave him credit for. And what would you have me to do as your advisor? She asked, after much thought, deciding to know of his real intentions. He looked into her eyes as he answered. I would have you change the world, and there was conviction in his tone, conviction that reminded her not of the boisterous and hopeful dreams of her grandfather, Hashirama. No, this was the cold and calculated conviction of her uncle, Tobirama. A dream, a vision based not on hope but on cold and cynical action. And this training is a part of that? She questioned, and he nodded. It is the beginning, he replied as her mind raced. Tell me then, and I shall have an answer for you, she offered, and after a second of thought, he nodded as he turned away from her and turned towards the sky once again. You do know that I quite admire your grandfather and Uchiha Madara for what they did. The latter subsequent actions ignored. They changed the world. Especially Hashirama Senju, he began, and it was interesting to see him speak of her grandfather, yet he did not speak of him as the god of shinobi, the most powerful man to ever live. No, he spoke of him as a man, as a kind-hearted man. Great as he was, your grandfather made a mistake in his endeavors. He committed a wrong of great proportions that must be corrected, and she frowned. Those words coming out of anyone else's mouth would have her enraged and angry. Yet she knew of him enough to know that if he was saying this, then he truly believed it. And what wrong was that? She questioned, a bite in her tone as she saw him trying to gather fault in her grandfather. And his answer would make her gasp as she realized just what the idiot was planning to do. And she was thankful that she had gotten to know of it earlier. For there was no way she was letting the fire daimyo stand in front of damned Baijiu. 0000. Minato Namikaze. Minato had been Hokage for some time now, and slowly but surely, he was beginning to understand the responsibilities that came with the hat. He had soon come to realize that he could not carry them on his own and that he must have allies, people who would advise him in matters of extreme importance. And he had just the people for that. Sandaime-sama became controversial after the sheer extent of disturbing actions Shimura Danzo had been involved. Though he remained a village asset because of his prowess, he had thought it best not to call him. So, 3 people had been chosen for it. His sensei had been first. Though he was a sannin and a very powerful shinobi, his actual utility lay in his vast information network that spanned all over the continent. The second one had been Tsunade-sama, even though the Senju princess had yet to give an answer to his offer. Lastly, he had made an offer to Fugaku Uchiha. The Uchiha patriarch was a phenomenal shinobi with an acute grasp on tradition and village politics, so he had formed his own council. Though unlike the previous one, they had little actionable power, they were valuable advisors to him. The war in Kiri is over, Jiraiya-sensei broke the news as Fugaku-san raised a brow. They have selected a new Kage and daimyo. Terumi Mei has been selected as their new Kage, and Fushio Suzuki has been named as the water daimyo, he informed him, and Minato could feel their new daimyo's vision take shape. Our new daimyo's brother-in-law, Fugaku added, and it was not a surprise to him that the man was acutely aware of the political situation. He was, after all, the head of a storied clan. Indeed, we can expect negotiations for an alliance to begin shortly, for the daimyo-sama wishes to make peace with Kirigakure and Water Country. He told them. The Hyaga's will not be happy about that. You must know of the treachery of the one they name Ao the Locator, Fugaku-san pointed out. Indeed, but an alliance with Kiri would be good for us. There is much bad blood between us, and with that alliance hammered out, 3 of our borders would be secured, he told them. Perhaps, but Kiri and Konoha have a bloody past. Never have the 2 villages ever forged an alliance to this day, Fugaku-san pointed out. These are newer times, and we must give peace a chance, he rebutted, and the man nodded. I believe Jiraiya-sama shall lead the negotiations, and Minato shook his head. No, I shall do that myself. Jiraiya-sama has a new mission, a highly secretive mission that has both mine and daimyo-sama's approval, he told the Uchiha patriarch, who was surprised. It was not wrong of him to assume that Jiraiya-sama would lead the negotiations. After all, he was more experienced with this stuff. And what would that be? He questioned. We are going to intervene in Omegakure and help broker peace between the 2 factions inside the village. 0000. Hyakuya Sosoke the Prime Minister. Hyakuya Sosoke has served as Prime Minister for the last decade. Before that, he was an executive tax officer, overseeing the collection of taxes from all the lands. The job involved much travel, allowing him to see the various fiefs and provinces in the region. When the Second Great War had broken out, he had watched as people had starved, the nobles ruling over them continuing their opulent and languish lifestyles at the cost of the people. It enraged him to see this injustice, enraged him to watch the nobles waste away food, waste coin while children in their own fiefs starved. The respite between the Second and Third Great Wars had been small, for true peace had never truly been achieved, only a truce had materialized at the end of the Second War after the losses had become astronomical. By the time the Third War had begun, he was the Prime Minister, and despite being the third most powerful man in the region, he held little power to interfere in the debauchery of the nobles. He would oft hear word of thousands dying because of famine, because of natural disasters, as the kingdom's resources would be stretched thin because of the war. Yet a ray of hope would emerge from the region of Shinoi. It would begin as word of massive migration into the flat region, with many lords laughing as their people fled their lands in desperation. Yet despite the influx, Shinoi survived, there would be no word of death and demise, and he would dispatch a royal scout to those lands to see the state for himself, and the report he would receive would shock him. Shinoi, a poor region, governed by a young lord, fared better than even the capital, its fields lush with grain, its people safe and healthy as the young lord dispatched swift and exemplary justice. It was the first time he would learn of the young Jito of Shinoi, and from then on he would keep an eye on the young lord. Sometimes even protecting him, as the lords grumbled about him, tried to bring him down by naming him an Oni. And when the news of the daimyo's son's demise would reach the capital, the daimyo-sama would be enraged, angry beyond reason, yet he would be helpless. The plot against his wife and sons involved lords too powerful and too closely related to himself. Prosecuting them based on suspicion could tear the realm apart. Of his children by the Lady Mio, only his daughter remained, weak and feeble yet alive, and though the daimyo-sama could not act himself, he could employ an instrument against these powers. Akihito Shirahoshi would be that instrument. The daimyo-sama would agree, and a match would be proposed between the young Jito and the princess, surprising the whole region. And now, as he stood at the grave of the late daimyo, the newly crowned empress beside him, his heart felt at ease. He had served the man for all his life, and had been close enough to him to call him a friend. "It is done, old friend. Your revenge is complete," he whispered as he prayed for him. "Prime Minister," a voice called from behind, and he found a servant bowing there. "The daimyo-sama wishes to see you." Chapter 44. Jiraiya the Toad Sage. An intervention in Amji-Kur, confirmed the Uchiha Patriarch. Minato nodded as the new council informally met in the Hokage's office for the first time since Minato's ascension, even though it was incomplete. Tsunade was yet to give her answer, and the way she was spending so much time in the capital and their new daimyo's loft ambition hinted at a greater plan. Now, it would all depend on what she would prefer to. If his conjecture was right, the daimyo could offer her a spot on his own council, an unorthodox measure but one completely legal given the novel status of the Senjo clan. It would be similar to the position offered by Minato, and hence, the choice would be entirely up to Tsunade. As for their new daimyo's lofty ambition, the young man had spent little time in trying to make his mark. Already, there was word about sweeping changes in the legal and tax structures of the province, with an emphasis being put on the lords to not simply rest on their laurels. Practices proven successful in areas of farming and mining in his own lands were being embossed on the daimyo's fiefs, and Jiraiya could foresee a substantial increase in the daimyo's incomes and power with the steps he was taking. That could be dangerous, Fugaku added, and Minato nodded. It could be, but it is not wrong to say that the last two wars were triggered out of the five great nations' greed to control the central region of AIM. Stability in AIM could help stabilize things in the whole region, allowing for peace to hold, he added. This is being done on the daimyo-sama's orders? Fugaku questioned, and Jiraiya spoke up. It is, though we are not going to do this the ninja way, he added, making the Uchiha Patriarch eyes turn towards him, as Minato passed him an official missive. Konoha and the Fire Country will officially be providing war relief to the war-torn Omegakure with the official blessing of the ruler of the land, and in so would offer our patronage to any peaceful negotiations between the two groups locked in a battle for the control of Omegakure, he told. And there was the beauty of their plan. The daimyo-sama plans to declare his intentions openly. Fugaku seemed surprised, just as he had been. Indeed, and given that we are the only nation with ample food production and money to support this effort, it is a role only we can take, plus he also had a suspicion that their new daimyo was aware of his connection to one of the two groups operating in AIM. Akatsuki, the young force that had swept up the eastern regions of AIM, was a mysterious group claiming to fight for peace in AIM. Hanzo had been keeping a close eye on the group and had yet to make an overt move against them. The salamander of AIM was growing old and would be smart enough to smell the change brewing in the air. Their new daimyo seemed aware of his connection to Akatsuki and had proposed his name for this mission specifically, showing his acumen for knowing things once again. It is a bold move, Fugaku conjectured. It is, but we can make one as the victors of the previous war. Despite everything that has happened, Konoha is strong, and with the funds arriving from the capital, we will be able to make substantial improvements to the given infrastructure. It is a move that I wish to make, and the Uchiha clan head nodded, knowing that he had little ground to reject or speak against it, not that it would be any effective, for the council's role had been made quite less by Minato after the whole Shimura debacle. And what would be my role in this? And that was why he was being summoned. Orochimaru. 0000. Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina Uzumaki was not fond of pomp and ceremony. She did not like the obtuse traditions and other such practices and was uncomfortable with them, even though she knew that such things could not be avoided sometimes. And it was one such time as she sat in front of their new daimyo. Akihito Shirahoshi, the young daimyo, sat opposite her, dressed in the finest silks she had ever laid eyes on, dressed as a noble of his rank should, yet he lacked much of the haughty attitude and overbearing pride held by most nobles. He was quiet and amicable, yet she did not let that fool her for a second. Kushina Uzumaki was a censor, and with their sheer proximity, she could sense his chakra rather thoroughly, and she was surprised. Akihito Shirahoshi was not a shinobi, he was a samurai, yet his chakra told her of a sharpness and training that went beyond the normal samurai training. His chakra nature was wind much like Minato's and had been trained to absolute precision. She could argue that his master over futon could even rival that of Minato's, and then there was the amount of chakra, his reserves easily rivaled that of Takubutsu Jounin and, given his age, would continue to grow. Had he been born in a hidden village, she was sure he had the makings of a prodigy. And then there was the setting. He did not have tens of servants waiting on him, they sat alone, him and Lady Tsunade, who seemed rather nervous as she sat beside the young daimyo. "Why have you summoned me here, daimyo-sama?" she questioned, for she could tell that the conversation until this point had been more perfunctory, and she felt that it was better that they moved to the point. "Truthfully, I wish to see and thank you for the burden you carry for the village and my country," he began, and she was taken aback by his sincerity. "And wished to see if there was anything I could do to lessen that burden," and with that, he put down his cup, and she felt his chakras sharpen as he looked into her eyes, and it was as if she was being stared at by Mikoto's Sharingan. "Being a Jinchuriki, I am aware that you have carried a heavy burden since the Baijuyu was sealed inside of you, a burden which would have interfered in your life greatly, and would continue to do so as we move forward," and she stilled at those words as his eyes lowered going towards her belly. He knew, she thought as her eyes raced towards Tsunade-sama. Her alarm must have shown, for the daimyo's next words surprised her. "I know of your pregnancy, Uzumaki Kushina," he spoke, and she stilled, for by law and tradition, it was highly risky for a Jinchuriki to carry a child. This could endanger the whole village, for the seal would weaken during the birthing, putting the whole village's safety in jeopardy. "There is no need to fear. None shall interfere or speak against your choices," he assured her, and she nodded. "I am grateful for that, daimyo-sama, but what is it that you seek from me?" she asked once more. He did not answer immediately. "I wish to meet the Kyubi," he answered, surprising her, and for some time, she couldn't recess those words. "You wish to meet the Kyubi?" she asked again. The young daimyo nodded as her eyes shifted towards Tsunade-sama for guidance, for she did not know how to react. By hierarchy, a daimyo was above the Hokage, yet this was an unusual request. A very dangerous request. "Of course, I do not wish to temper with the seal or anything of the sort. You are a sealing master yourself, and for your assurance, Lady Tsunade shall assist me in this," he said, pointing towards her. "As I would ever let you go through this madness alone, you fool," she called him out with a scoff, surprising him and herself. "You are going to let him do this?" she asked, and the blonde Sanin shrugged. "He is more stubborn than my own grandfather, all I can do is not let him die," she said, and then her eyes landed on the young daimyo once more. "But why? The Kyubi is a Baijuyu, a beast of destruction and unimaginable hate, why would you want to try and engage it?" she asked, and he smiled. "I believe there is more to the Baijuyu than you realize. This is a simple enough request. I have talked to the Hokage-sama about this as well, and though reluctant, he did not object to this," he assured her. "Okay," she acquiesced, not really having any space to object. With a nod, he put forth his hand, and Tsunade-sama stood up, came up behind him, and placed her hand on his head. "With his chakra control, he should be able to enter your mind space," she told her. She nodded as she took his hand and felt his chakra adjust to her own. Tsunade-sama gave her a nod. She closed her own eyes, calming her chakra as she reached inside for a place she rarely, if ever, dared to tread. And like a trickle, his consciousness followed her own as she felt herself fully immersed in herself. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in an infinite yet finite clearing. The ground beneath her feet was water that gleamed a red hue, and a faint orange glow lit the area. And right in front of her was the reason for her survival, her prisoner, her duty. Her burden. Chained and impaled on a massive boulder, covered with seals that had been perfected over centuries, yet despite all this, its chakra bubbled dangerously, filling the air with a sense of foreboding and death that made her own edge. And then she felt it as the red orbs opened, and she felt those slits land on her, sending a shiver down her spine. Thumb. The whole clearing shook as the weapon of mass destruction, Konoha's trump card. The nine-tailed foxes glared at her and bared its chakra. Despite the seals, it filled the air and made her gulp down as it growled dangerously. This was dangerous. The Baijuyu continued to roar and struggle. All her efforts to rein it in failed as the air thickened with its presence. This was a mistake. It roared as it tried to pull away from the chains. Kushina pushed her own chakra into it and tightened it, trying to rein in its chakra for the daimyo-sama, but the beast was unmanageable. It's too much, we nay. But her words were cut short as the daimyo-sama stepped forward unbothered by his sword strapped to his side as the water beneath their feet rose in waves, and the daimyo-sama walked forward and took out his sword and tapped it gently on the surface, and it all calmed down as he spoke up. Do you not think all of this enough, Kyabai? He spoke addressing the giant beast whose focus now turned towards him. Who are you? I shall tear you to shreds, I will break free and savage your soul. It roared again as it stared at the daimyo-sama with its red eyes. I am Akihito Shirahoshi, the daimyo of Fire Country. The daimyo-sama spoke clearly. And I have come to bargain, child of the great sage, he uttered, and the Kyuubi's eyes narrowed at those words, and it roared, furiously shaking up the whole clearing as it tried to break through the seals. How dare you take that name? How dare you? I will kill you. I will tear you to pieces. It roared angrily as she felt the seals heat up. I speak only the truth. After all, you are his child in a sense, aren't you? The daimyo-sama continued, unbothered by the massive pressure in the air. Kurama. Chapter 45. Tsunade Senju. The Senju princess had seen much in her life. She had traversed the world for years and experienced much during that time. Yet, the enormity of what she had just witnessed in the mind of Kushina Uzumaki was beyond anything she could have fathomed. She had, of course, known of a Baijuyu's ability to converse, yet she had thought of them neither as full of intelligence nor as individualistic. She had always considered them to be an aberrant concentration of chakra that had gained consciousness. Her entire understanding of the Baijuyu had been shattered in a single hour. Now, as she faced their young daimyo once more, a burning question consumed her: what else had he hidden from her all these years? And more importantly, how the hell did he know all this? Even now, after nearly shattering her mind, he sat content and at ease, sipping his tea as if he had not just conversed and bargained with the strongest Baijuyu, calling it by a name it had somewhat recognized. How? She gasped as her mind failed to understand how he could know all this. How what? He retorted, and she scoffed angrily. Do not play games with me. How the hell could you know that, know the secrets of a Baijuyu, secrets that even I am not privy to, yet somehow a boy decade younger than me, a civilian with no connection to the shinobi world, is? She retorted. What do you wish for me to say? He asked, and she gritted her teeth. The truth, I would have the truth. And if you find it inadequate, he retorted, and she was taken aback by his words as he put down his cup and stared into her eyes. For sometimes, the truth is not enough. People desire more, wish for more, expect more, he answered, her lips thinned as she replied. I would have it nonetheless, the truth and no lies. Please, have you not come to trust me yet, even after all these years? She implored, and she saw him contemplate. She saw his mind race as he looked into her eyes. So be it then, he said with a sigh as her heart skipped a beat in anticipation of the reveal. There was a time when I was young, I had a very specific name in the populace, he began as he looked out the window. They called me an Oni, a demon in human form. An escapee from the world beyond, a lost soul, he finished, and she did know of those rumors. They had prompted her first visit to his lands and set off everything that had followed. And as the implication behind those words dawned on her, she stilled as a chill passed down her spine. Being a medic and shinobi, Tsunade believed little in religion. She was a cynic even when it came to matters of God or gods. Whatever deity resided up in the heavens, she had long given up on it since the day it was taken from her family. Let us just say those rumors weren't that far from the truth, he finished, and she stilled as she processed those words. It comes to me in dreams, or it all did. Though most of it only ever clicked together later, as I realized just what it was that I was seeing, he finished as he looked down and sighed. What did you see? She asked again, and his lips thinned as he looked into her eyes and answered, his words sending a chill down her spine. A war unlike any, a danger that could unravel the whole world as we know it. 0000. Mayuki Katsugawa. Being back in the palace she had called home all her life was special, especially as she now wore the same crown her own mother had once worn, the crown of the Empress. She was now the Empress, her revenge for the killing of her brothers now complete as the Lord Mahiro and his sons were hung for treason, their lands cut up and divided for other lords. The Mahiro family had been ended in all but name, for only the previous daimyo's concubine remained childless and unable to continue the line. Yet now, as she looked at the woman kneeling down below her, she felt little of the hate that had once simmered in her heart. The arrogant woman had been reduced to bones and skin as she glared at her with hateful eyes. She felt only pity now, pity for the state she was in. Akihito had left her fate in her hands, allowing her to dispense whatever she saw fit, as he focused on more important matters. Do you know why I have summoned you here? She called, and the woman bowed her head. I am unaware why the Empress has summoned this humble serva. Do not pretend, Lady Mio, she cut in before the older woman could finish. There is no need for pretenses anymore, she spoke strongly as the older woman gritted her teeth. You! She snarled, her chest heaved as a very familiar face stepped out from the side. It was Lady Chiba, the daimyo's only concubine. She had been approached by the lady in front and a particular other faction, to bring down herself, so that Lady Chiba may replace her as empress and sway the emperor in his various decisions. I am already aware of your crimes, she added as the older woman's glare shifted from herself to Lady Chiba, who smirked as she raised a fan to cover herself. From what she had come to understand of the woman, she cared little for Mayuki. She deferred to her, yet Lady Chiba's true loyalty lay only with Akihito, which was strange. And when she had been approached, being considered naive and greedy, as the lords and Lady Mio tried to bribe her and turn her against herself and Akihito, she had come to her, knowing that with the negotiations with Kiri coming up, Akihito was rather busy as he focused on the recovery efforts. Even right now, the whole province's administration was being modified to his specifications as his techniques and methods, tested in his own lands, were now adopted for the entire country. Already the projected revenues were massive, and yet money was being spent just as quickly as Akihito established and patronized many research and advancement facilities, hoping for the Land of Fire to catch up to and then eventually go beyond the more technologically advanced Lightning Country. It was a bold move, along with many of his other actions and decisions. Akihito cared little for the status quo and was moving towards its absolute abolition as he ruled with an iron fist, and as she had feared, the lords had not taken this lying down. You have been found guilty of conspiring against the daimyo and myself, conspiring against people who provide you with heart and shelter in your time of grief, she spoke, and the older woman scoffed. I have done nothing wrong except helping to liberate these lands from the scourge that rules over us, and the insult made her nostrils flare. Silence. She spoke as guards brought their blades near her neck. The pity she had felt for the woman was replaced with anger. I speak but the truth. How could an up-jumped peasant become the ruler of this land? This a farce. A farce. If she utters one more insult against the daimyo, cut off her tongue. Lady Chiba spoke up from the side, her chilling tone and voice in contrast to the usually bubbly cheer the woman often carried. The guards and even Lady Chiba turned towards her as she nodded. Do as she says. She supported her call as Lady Mio shut up, realizing that this was no joke. I had thought of offering you mercy given the loss you have suffered. I need no mercy from you. You should have died along with your mother, you damned bastard. And the guards hit her with the blunt end of the spear, forcing her down on all fours. Aghh. She screamed in pain as Mayuki stood up. It seems she had not changed at all. Then so be it. And now you shall get none either. By my order as the Empress, you are to be taken prisoner and put in the black cells until you have given us the names of your conspirators. She ordered, and the older woman balked. The black cells. Have you lost your mind? I am the wife of the late daimyo. You cannot put me there. She balked, her face paler than it had been before. Yet Mayuki remained unbothered by the cries, and sympathetic pleas as she continued. And you shall be kept there until the end of your days. 0000. Back in Aim, in a country where the skies only ever rained, 3 people stood deep inside one of the region's taller buildings, contemplating the latest message they had received from the victors of the Third Great Ninja War. This cannot be serious. The Land of Fire offers us aid, mediation, and the recognition of our sovereignty and borders, said the orange-haired Aim, clad in a black cloak. Indeed, and let us not forget that Konoha is allied with Tsunade and, if the rumors are true, is also on the cusp of an alliance with Kiri. Hence, of the 5 great nations, 3 would potentially accept our borders and give us legitimacy, added the purple-haired girl. Her hair is decorated with a paper flower. Do you think Hanzo will accept such an offer? Asked the relatively quieter redhead, his forehead adorned by an Aim Hitai-8. He should. This goes beyond Akatsuki or Hattori. This is for the betterment of Aim, and if he accepts this offer of mediation, then I plan to sit across the table from him, spoke the orange-haired nin as he smiled. This is it, Konan, Nagato. We shall finally have peace in Aim, we shall be a proper country, he said cheerily as the atmosphere in the room eased. The 3 leaders of Omegakure's Akatsuki smiled until suddenly, the orange-haired nin shouted as he pushed away his red-haired friend Nagato. Look out! He shouted as he pushed his friend away as the kunai whizzed past his face, cutting him across the cheek. As the 2 quickly jumped back as the purple-haired Konan bombarded this intruder with a rain of paper-made shuriken. Ninpo, paper shuriken. Yet the shuriken were deflected by the intruder who rose out of the ground, his golden slits landing on the 3 before settling down at the redhead. You avoided that. Interesting, this might be quite interesting. The intruder said as he wet his lips. His golden snake-like eyes focused on Nagato, more specifically, the purple eyes that remained hidden under those red fringes. You. I recognize you. Uttered the purple-haired Konan as she gasped in fear, as her face grew pale as she was reminded of a scene from years ago, of a time when they had met their sensei and savior. You are Orochimaru. The Snake Sannin. Chapter 46, Ambition and Secrets. Minato Namikaze. Observation skills were crucial for a shinobi. In a world shrouded in secrecy and subterfuge, the ability to see beyond the surface was paramount. Thus, Minato couldn't help but notice Kushina's somber mood upon her return from the capital. He waited patiently, hoping she would confide in him, but weeks passed without a word about her meeting with the daimyo. Finally, he decided to broach the subject. He had met the daimyo himself and knew Tsunade had also been present. However, the nature of their discussion, which had left Kushina so contemplative, remained a mystery. Since his ascension as Hokage, especially during these tumultuous times, Minato had little time for himself or Kushina. Leading the village through the tribulations of the Third Great Ninja War demanded his full attention. Peace talks with Kiri were progressing smoothly, and the capital had allocated funds to ensure the village's recovery and rebuild its reserves. Kushina. He called out, deciding to take some time out for a quiet meal together. It wasn't much, but he knew he needed to make time for her and their unborn child. Lost in thought, Kushina jolted when she heard his voice. Yes? She asked. Minato smiled and gestured towards her now cold ramen bowl. Oh, she sighed as he chuckled and took it. Let me heat it up for you, he offered, walking towards the kitchen. She nodded in appreciation. You've been very quiet since returning from the capital, he remarked as he placed the bowl in the microwave. He couldn't miss the way she perked up at his words, though she didn't deny it. What happened there? He asked, seeing her chew her lip nervously. If it's confidential. He began and shook her head. No, he said I could talk about it with you, if I wanted to, she said, making him frown. What kind of conversation required such secrecy? The microwave beeped. He retrieved the ramen and returned to the table. What do you think of the new daimyo? She asked, the 10th person to ask him that very question. He seems highly ambitious and practical, Minato replied. One shouldn't underestimate him because of his age. And clearly, one with a lot of secrets, Minato thought. The daimyo had somehow convinced Lady Tsunade to reject his offer, and now the Senju princess was an advisor in his court. Did you know I asked Jiraiya and Tsunade about the Uzumaki they rescued? Kushina began, reminding Minato that she had also met with her clansmen. I wanted to know if they, or the village, ever had any information about them. This was an interesting question, one that hadn't even crossed Minato's mind. Both gave the same answer, Kushina continued. The village had no intel on their whereabouts. Nothing, not a single thing. Yet, this young lord from the capital not only knew they existed, but also had a good enough idea of their location to hire a team specifically suited for the rescue mission, she said, leaning forward, her voice growing heated. A team he knew would keep it quiet from the village. It's as if he was aware of the danger they'd be in if they came here, or understood their importance, she added. He knew of their existence, their location, and the connection between the Uzumaki and Tsunade to get her on the mission. A young lord barely into his teens. Minato's mind raced. The pieces didn't fit. And somehow, he knew about my pregnancy as well, Kushina said, her words widening Minato's eyes. What? He exclaimed, surprised. She nodded. Yes, he congratulated me himself, she confirmed. Minato's mind reeled. Kushina's pregnancy was a high-level secret due to the implications for the seal restraining the Nine Tails. If word got out, enemy villages could launch an attack while the seal was weakened. Could Lady Tsunade have told him? Kushina shook her head. She learned from him as well. She was unaware of it herself. Jiraiya hadn't told her yet, she explained. Minato gulped, surprised and perplexed. He had to reevaluate his thoughts on their young daimyo. And he congratulated you on it, he repeated. Was this what had upset her? But there seemed little to worry about if he hadn't raised any concerns. Such a matter wouldn't be his domain, yet he could have expressed some reservations. But he hadn't, despite knowing about the secrecy. If his own suspicion about the young lord were correct, then also the dangers this pregnancy would pose to the village and the nation subsequently. Yes, he did, Kushina said. But he also made me witness something I had never truly thought about, Kushina finished, her gaze dropping to her stomach. You said so yourself that our new daimyo has great ambition, that he wishes to seek peace, true peace, she said, meeting his eyes again. I think I saw firsthand how he plans to do such a thing, she continued, her voice gaining conviction. How? Minato leaned forward, intrigued. By using the 9 Baijiu, Kushina revealed, dropping a bombshell. Minato's breath hitched. The tailed beasts, the 9 colossal forces of nature, were legendary creatures of immense power. Each village coveted their might, and the thought of using them as tools for peace seemed unrealistic, at best. A heavy silence descended upon them, broken only by the clinking of chopsticks against bowls. The weight of Kushina's words hung in the air. Are you sure? Minato finally asked, his voice barely a whisper. Kushina nodded solemnly. He spoke of a future where the Baijuyu are not seen as weapons, nor as bargaining chips to force the other nations to the negotiating table. Minato frowned. While the idea sounded noble on the surface, the potential for disaster was immense. The Baijuyu were unpredictable and difficult to control. Using them as instruments of peace seemed illogical and something that had never been imagined. Yet he also knew that the young daimyo was not one to believe in fairy tales. Their short meeting and the deep surveillance he had run on the young lord cast an image of a practical mind that did not believe in hubris. Just what did the young lord know that he believed such a thing possible, and what it meant for them and the whole world? But wouldn't that just make them even more valuable targets? Minato pointed out. And more importantly, how does he even plan to accomplish such a thing? That's the question I also asked myself, Kushina admitted. But the daimyo seemed confident. He spoke of a way to tame their power, to somehow make them work for the greater good, and I believe I caught a glimpse of that as well, she added as she gained a look of guilt on her face. And what hint was that? Minato pressed, his concern growing. I cannot say much. I was only allowed a glimpse of it, but if it was what I think it was, then I believe that the young lord is even more complicated and complex figure than we realize, she added, filling him up with even more suspense. Minato pondered this for a moment. The young daimyo, Akihito Shirahoshi, was undeniably ambitious. His actions so far had been bold and decisive, shaking up the political landscape of the Fire Country. But using the Baijuyu for peace? It seemed like a fantastical notion, bordering on insanity. We should keep an eye on him, Minato finally decided. This ambition of his, it could be a force for good, or it could lead to unimaginable chaos. Kushina nodded in agreement. We should, but be careful not to make a move against him. His actions until now have shown that he trusts you, me, and the village. Breaking that trust could prove detrimental for everyone. I will be careful, he added as he rubbed his chin. Perhaps I need to have a talk with Lady Tsunade. 0000. Hyakuya Sosuke, the Prime Minister. Hakuya Sosuke, the Prime Minister, prostrated himself before the young daimyo, Akihito Shirahoshi. The young lord had been everything Sosuke had expected, a whirlwind of action and change. Months into his reign, the Fire Country had undergone a transformation. Stricter adherence to laws, prosecution of corrupt lords. Akihito was moving swiftly, capitalizing on the confusion of his rise to power to push through reforms before the more conservative factions could gather their bearings. Is it truly wise, my lord? Sosuke ventured, his voice measured. Despite his youth, Akihito cut a formidable figure as he sat on the throne of the Fire Country, ruling wisely and with intention as the daimyo of the greatest province of the continent. The young lord regarded the prime minister with a piercing gaze. What troubles you, Sosuke-san? The appointment of a shinobi as advisor. The lords are already tense over your more unorthodox measures. Making a shinobi an advisor could further unsettle them and potentially lead to more dangerous actions, Sosuke explained, offering his counsel as was his duty. Akihito scoffed. Let them wag their tongues. Words are wind, Sosuke-san, they matter little to me. The lords shall all fall in line or suffer the consequences of their unthoughtful actions. Sosuke hesitated. He understood the young lord's belief, but such an iron fist approach could backfire, and though he hoped it would not, it was his duty as a counselor to speak to the dangers of such an approach. My lord, if I may, he began, seeking permission to speak further. Akihito inclined his head, a silent signal to continue. I understand you must have some profound reason for your actions, but I must caution you that this all seems a bit too rushed. Perhaps it would be better to pace such decisions, Sosuke offered, hoping his words would be received well. Akihito, however, seemed unfazed as the young lord's eyes darted toward the skies, and he exhaled deeply. I do not think we have the time, he answered, a hint of tiredness leaking into his tone. We move ahead with this, the young daimyo declared, his voice leaving no room for argument. Sosuke bowed his head, accepting the daimyo's decree. As you wish, my lord, Sosuke replied, his voice laced with a hint of worry, yet he would do as he was bid, for that was his duty. Speaking of that, he continued, his sharp gaze shifting, you asked me to allocate grain and other supplies for a megakure. Our land itself has just come out of a war. Allocating such funds could disrupt our own food prices and cause unrest. The young lord's action spoke of his more pious and altruistic nature, of helping the poor and the destitute, yet Sosuke feared the implication such a move would have on their own people, and cautioned the young lord once more. A confident smirk spread across Lord Akihito's face. That will not happen. After the implementation of the newer farming techniques we discussed, our new production will be greater than the projected numbers. The higher yields will help us keep the prices in control. Sosuke raised an eyebrow, surprised. The daimyo had indeed mentioned these new techniques a while back, but Sosuke had dismissed them as youthful enthusiasm. And Sosuke-san? Akihito added, his voice hardening. Keep an eye on any lord who may try and hoard grain for undue profit. I will not allow such actions. Send the lords a warning that if they try to incite turbulence, I shall deal with them as I did with the other claimants. Sosuke gulped. The young daimyo's ruthlessness was on display once more. He remembered the swift and decisive way Akihito had handled the power struggle following the death of the previous daimyo. Several rivals had been dealt with swiftly, leaving no room for dissent. As you say, my lord, Sosuke murmured, mentally vowing to ensure the grain distribution went smoothly. Just then, the doors to the throne room slid open, and a woman of striking beauty entered, followed by another woman with a gentler demeanor. The first woman, adorned in regal attire, was Lady Mayuki, the daimyo's wife and the empress of the land. The young lord's gaze softened slightly as Lady Mayuki approached. She bowed gracefully. My lord, she greeted. Mayuki, Akihito acknowledged with a nod, his tone softer than it had been ever in their little talk. What brings you here? Lady Mayuki flushed, her hand lingered on her stomach for a fleeting moment, offered a radiant smile. I bring great tidings, my lord. A beat of silence hung in the air before Mayuki continued, her voice filled with joy. I am with child. A gasp escaped Sosuke's lips. The revelation sent a jolt through him. An heir to the throne would undoubtedly solidify the young daimyo's position and potentially appease the more conservative lords who craved stability, offering a new avenue in the pursuit of suitable alliances. Lord Akihito's eyes widened in surprise. Then, a slow smile spread across his face, which was soon erased as the lord's concubine standing beside the princess spoke up. Shall we announce a celebration for this great news? She asked, and Sosuke looked toward the young lord, who seemed to be conflicted on the decision for some reason. My lord, it would raise the morale of the masses, he added, and the young lord nodded in the end. We shall have a celebration, issue the missives. Chapter 47. Shisui Uchiha, a prodigy from the Uchiha clan, knelt before the young fire daimyo in the training grounds. The honor of being selected for the Guardian 12, the elite group protecting the leader of the fire country, was undeniable. Yet, a recent revelation gnawed at him. The strained relationship between Konohagakure, his village, and the capital, underscored by the treasonous act of the esteemed elder Danzo Shimura, cast a shadow on this relationship. The actions of the late elder had caused a chasm, one that he had been tasked to help bridge, by acting as a bridge between the village and the current daimyo. The fire daimyo, surprisingly youthful for his position, exuded a quiet confidence. He assured Shisui that the situation with Danzo was under control, but Shisui couldn't help but feel a new conflict brewing within him, a conflict that threatened to tear him apart. How could he reconcile his unwavering loyalty to Konoha with his sworn duty to the daimyo? It is good to finally see you, Shisui Uchiha, the daimyo greeted him, his voice warm. The honor is mine, daimyo-sama, Shisui replied, rising to his feet. He'd anticipated a seasoned leader, but the daimyo's youthful demeanor was unexpected. Most nobles, in his experience, fell into one of two categories, portly and aged or brash and detached from reality. This daimyo, however, seemed to defy both stereotypes. He possessed an air of confidence, yet remained polite and amicable. Most importantly, Shisui sensed a wellspring of chakra within him, potent and refined, suggesting a level nearing that of a seasoned jonin, despite his apparent youth. Now, as you might know, the daimyo began, there's a bit of tradition in the Guardian 12 of assessing a new recruit. Shisui vaguely recalled a retired guardian mentioning this during their pre-capital meeting. Though, between you and me, the daimyo continued, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, it's mostly just for hazing. After all, to even be nominated, one must meet stringent criteria. Suddenly, the daimyo stiffened, his senses sharpening. Shisui, mirroring the daimyo's reaction, felt a surge of chakra as several figures materialized around them. And since you were nominated, you must have. The daimyo's voice trailed off as Shisui blurred into action. Chakra surged through his feet, propelling him towards the daimyo. 3 senbon needles aimed at the daimyo's neck were deflected with a practiced flick of his tanto. Activating his Sharingan, the world seemed to slow down, allowing him to precisely land a kick that sent the attacker hidden below ground sprawling. The ground cracked with the impact. Standing protectively in front of the daimyo, Shisui surveyed the scene. 11 figures emerged from the shadows, one of whom he recognized Chiri, the leader of the guardians and a revered monk from the fire temple. According to the retired guardian, Chiri possessed power rivaling a cage. I told you, didn't I, Chiri, the daimyo's voice boomed, a hint of amusement lacing it. He would do just fine. He placed a placating hand on Shisui's shoulder, calming the Uchiha's tense posture. Chiri, unfazed by the Sharingan's ominous glow, bowed his head in acceptance. He is young, but his potential is undeniable. My apologies for doubting you, daimyo-sama. The daimyo smiled gently. No need for that. You were simply doing your duty. Now, would you mind vacating the area? I believe it's time we finished Shisui-san's initiation. With a murmured assent, the guardians dispersed, clearing the training ground. Now that little exercise is done, the daimyo, Akihito-sama as Shisui now learned, addressed him, "Shall we get on with it?" Shisui, unfazed by the sudden challenge, stepped forward. If they wished to test his resolve, he would meet it head-on. "Who would I be facing?" Akihito-sama chuckled. "Shisui-san, you are looking in the wrong direction." Turning back, Shisui saw the daimyo draw his blade, a confident smile playing on his lips. As the blade slid from its sheath, Shisui felt a surge of power, a testament to Akihito-sama's exceptional chakra control. This wasn't mere hazing, this was a true test. "You see," Akihito-sama announced, his voice resonating with power, "you'll be facing me." 0000. The daimyo of Lightning Country Shinso Kaminari. Of the 5 great nations and their subsequent hidden villages, 3 were truly consequential. Konoha has massive lands and history, Iwa has its will of stone, and Kumo has its elite shinobi forces. The others would need to make an alliance with one of these 3. Suna had allied itself with Konoha while Kiri had initially often joined Iwa and Kumo, though in the Third Great Ninja War, Kiri had been frequently sidelined by its own civil war. It had been this way for quite some time. Konoha, with its various clans and vast lands, was a behemoth that could only be contained by both Iwa and Kumo acting together. Alone, they would pose a threat but not near enough to bring Konoha to heel, for Konoha had a penchant for producing several prodigies in a generation who would be willing to tear down enemy villages single-handedly for their village. The Senju brothers, joined by the accursed Madara Uchiha, had been the first. Then had come Hiruzen and his squad members, alongside the infamous White Fang, and then the Sannin and now the damned Yellow Flash. In addition to that, the various clans, each with their own secret techniques and well-established forces, merged into the village structure and turned Konoha into an absolute behemoth. The heavens truly blessed Konoha, yet Kumo and Iwa kept them at bay. Madara, the Uchiha monster, would be slain by Hashirama himself, and the latter would die a few years later under mysterious circumstances. Tobirama would fall to Kumo's Kinkaku forces, yet would make way for his team to escape, and though Konoha stood alone during the first massive conflict since the inception of hidden villages, it would survive it despite its circumstances with the infamous Professor, Sarutobi Hiruzen leading the village. They would decline for some time, suffer massive losses, lose their most steadfast allies in the form Uchiha, and just as the massive behemoth began to look human the Sannin would arrive, Hiruzen's students and they began playing catch-up once more. And just as they felt themselves closing the gap once more, the Yellow Flash unleashed himself on the Iwa forces near the end of the war, decimating Iwa's infamous bomber brigade and turning the tides of the conflict. Kumo had also pulled back, choosing to conserve its strength, an act which was looking increasingly like a mistake as time went on. For Konoha the Fire Country seemed to be going from strength to strength. "Konoha is intervening in Omegakure, the 4th Reikage," grunted as he read the missive they had received from their informants. The death of his father and predecessor had hurt Kumo a lot. The 3rd Reikage was a force of nature and, in his own opinion, a great equalizer for Kumo, bringing them closer to Konoha's level. Yet the man had sacrificed himself to save thousands of Kumonin when their forces had found themselves trapped in an ambush near the beginning of the war. And though thousands had survived, he felt no shame in saying that he would have preferred that the 3rd had chosen to save himself on that fateful day, even if it had cost Kumo those 1,000 shinobi. "Not Konoha, the Fire Country," he corrected, making the man look up and frown as he questioned. His son was nearly as powerful as him, yet he was not him. And though he had full confidence in and his leadership, he was not blind to the fact that he was not his father, and though he was powerful on his own right, he was not the monster that was the 3rd Reikage. "What difference does it make?" I grunted, oblivious to the implications behind this little detail. Because this way, Konoha would accept AIM as a province, a whole entity along with its shinobi forces, allowing AIM to define its borders as an independent nation. "This is a big move," he added and saw I frown. Despite his appearance, he was an astute person, and no one would become a Reikage if they weren't. "What are we to do?" he questioned. "We need to push back and make preparations," he announced, surprising I. "You cannot mean," and he nodded. "We must prepare for war once again." 0000. Back in AIM, the 3 leaders of Akatsuki huffed in exhaustion as they faced the infamous Snake Sannin. All 3 were highly skilled shinobi, yet despite their skill set and their superior numbers, they were still outclassed by the man standing opposite them. "What do you want?" Yahiko asked as he raised his kunao. Now would I tell that to you?" the man said with a smirk before he suddenly vanished and appeared between their formation. "Konan. Nagato." Yahiko spoke, yet he was too late as he was sent barreling into a building, his back hitting the concrete and knocking the air out of him. "Argh." He coughed up blood as he fell to the ground with a blurry vision, his chakra reserves long exhausted as he saw Konan entangled in a cocoon of snakes. "No." He tried to get up, yet his body failed him as the snake Sannin gripped Nagato's neck and lifted him off his feet. And then he felt it. Another presence, a massive Churka presence, rushed towards them, and they hoped that it might be helpful. Perhaps Hanzo-sama had gotten wind of this and had come to their aid, an unlikely scenario, but he had to hope. He had to. It seems that I must end this, he heard the snake Sannin whisper as Nagato continued to struggle in his arms. He fought through the pain and sheer exhaustion to bring together his hands as he cycled through a set of hand seals, feeling his chakra drain out completely as he finished making the seal and used the last of his strength to use one final jutsu. Sudden, water ball. He uttered as he used the last of his chakra to throw a water ball at the snake Sannin to distract him. Arg! He heard Nagato scream as his vision blurred, and darkness began to envelop his senses before a loud explosion shook the whole ground, and he saw a glimpse of red appear in front of him. It's been quite some time. Old friend. Chapter 48. Shisui Uchiha. You? He asked, simply too perplexed by the notion of fighting the daimyo-sama himself, that he forgot his manners. Daimyo-sama, he added as soon as he got his bearings, though the young lord did not seem to mind his lapse in manners as he smiled, still chakra rushing off of him as waves, showing highly trained control. Indeed, me. Do not worry, though, Shisui Uchiha, I am not so easy to kill, the young lord spoke as if reading his mind. Regardless of his age, Shisui Uchiha was a fully trained shinobi, one who had achieved the rank of jounin because of merit and who spoke of his skill and prowess. He glanced back at the Guardian 12 and saw them unmoving. He decided that this was no joke. So, he leaned forward and reached for the tanto on his back as he riled up his own chakra in response to that of the young daimyo. Regardless of the words, he decided that he would have to be careful not to overwhelm the man, so he pushed his chakra into his feet as he raced forward, and the man's eyes narrowed. No Sharingan, he heard him utter as he blocked Shisui's strike with ease, looking him straight in the eye. I must say, I am rather insulted, and with that, Shisui swung again and again, pivoting off his foot and trying to slash from the side, from above in a flurry of blows which became faster and faster incrementally. Clang! Clang! Yet none were able to break through the young lord's defense as he continued to parry his blows with ease. Suddenly, Shisui saw the blade light up. In an instant, the young lord had coated his blade with wind-natured chakra, making him try and do the same. He saw him pivot slightly, avoiding his strike, before the lord took in a small breath. Ninpo, World Cleaver. He heard him whisper as he brought down his blade. Just as he brought up his tanto to parry the strike, he realized the mistake he had made and tried to jump away. Yet the strike was too strong, and even as he jumped away, he was caught off guard. Boom! The area exploded, and a cloud of smoke covered the clearing as Shisui jumped back, tanto still in hand, the hesitation from the beginning of the duel long gone from his face as blood dripped from his shoulder, the wound shallow yet still a wound. I believe I must apologize, he began as the dust began to clear up, and Shisui pushed his chakra into his eyes once more as he had 100 times before, and felt the world clear up and come into focus as the young lord smirked. I underestimated you, it was a lapse in my judgment, he said, and the young lord narrowed his gaze. Come, show me why they call you the teleporter, Shisui Uchiha, the young lord challenged, and Shisui cycled through a set of hand seals. Could he defeat the daimyo-sama if he used his full prowess? Probably, yet this was not about winning. It was about showcasing his skill and prowess in handling an enemy in a non-lethal way. Shunshin no Jutsu! He shouted as he felt his chakra reserves fall as two Shisui appeared beside him, as he raced forward towards the daimyo-sama once again, this time throwing kunao at him, forcing him to deflect them as three of him surrounded the man. He attacked the man from behind, yet he parried his strike. However, one of his other remnants moved and tried to attack the young lord's shoulder, which he avoided by jumping back. Shisui aimed a kick at his back, forcing him to jump, and he had him as all three of his forms jumped at once and surrounded the man. There is no more place for you to run, he said as he and his two clones zeroed in on the young lord. Well, that is what I was about to say, the young lord replied as he lifted his sword once more, and a wave of chakra rushed off of him. His blade gained a purple hue as he raised it into the air, and Shisui's tanto was inches from the man's neck. Sub-aim. That will be enough. Gaishi. 0000. Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Jiraiya had been impressed by the more global approach of their new daimyo, and surprised even more so by his ability to pick the right man for the job. He had made Minato the new Kage, and now, despite the major upheavals suffered by the village, the atmosphere in the village was hopeful. Minato's calm and positive demeanor and his prowess as a shinobi inspired confidence in the village, where they had suffered one of the greatest tragedies in the form of treason and defection. Making Tsunade his advisor showed his intent on keeping a close eye on the shinobi affairs, yet also showed a willingness to learn and follow advice in matters he did not have a full grasp on. If anyone thought that Tsunade's words were not going to matter in an advisory role, they were just being obtuse. And now this. He did not know whether their young daimyo had somehow foreseen this very thing or if it was this just another stroke of luck as he found himself face to face with the very shinobi that he had been searching for, the most feared roguenin to come out of Konoha, his very own teammate, and a sannin of the leaf. Orochimaru. It has been quite some time, old friend, he said scathingly as he checked in on his past students. They were all beaten up. Yahiko and Nagato the most, the latter of which was still screaming as the blood dripped from his face. Ack! Nagato screamed as Yahiko lay unconscious beside him, and Konan heaved fearfully, looking him up and down, placing herself between himself and her other two friends. Who are you? She asked, as he turned to face her, and she stopped mid-sentence as she saw his face, and he saw relief fill her face. Sensei? She asked in a shaky voice, pale and covered in injuries all over. He could tell that they had been fighting for some time, and he was impressed that they had been able to hold back his teammate for so long. They had all grown up so much. Look after Nagato and Yahiko, he said to her with a reassuring smile as he turned to face the infamous Snake Sannin, a man he had once called a friend. And leave this to me, he said as he let go of his chakra and looked Orochimaru in the eye. I never thought I would see you again. After all, you have been avoiding me for quite some time, he spoke vehemently, and Orochimaru smirked. I am surprised to see you here, Jiraiya. What is the Leaf's infamous Toad Sage doing so deep into Aim's territory? Orochimaru asked. I could ask you the same question, you damned defector, he challenged as Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Ah, me. I just came here to collect a little something, and with that, he saw Orochimaru drop a pair of eyeballs into a glass container filled with a green liquid, the sight of those eyes sending a shiver down his spine. He looked at the screaming form of Nagato and realized that those were his eyes. Those were the Rinnegan. Well, then you must have run out of luck, for no matter what, I am not allowing you to leave this place, he said as he bit into his thumb, just as Orochimaru did the same. You wound me, Jiraiya, coming after me and labeling me a criminal while you should be thanking me, Orochimaru said as his golden eyes lit up. He could feel his teammate gathering a large amount of chakra as well. After all, did I not kill Konoha's greatest traitor, he said. You are Konoha's biggest traitor. He retorted as he struck his hand on the ground. Ninpo, toad mouth trap. He whispered as they were immediately covered by the red membranous wall of the insides of the sage toad's stomach. It was an unbreakable trap, yet Orochimaru seemed unbothered as he smirked. This brings back quite some memories, but if you think this is enough to stop me, then you are quite mistaken, old friend, he uttered before he struck his own hands on the ground. Ninpo, summoning jutsu. 0000. Back in Konoha, Kushina Uzumaki lay awake late into the night, unable to sleep as she tossed and turned, her mind continuously fixated on the events of the last few days and the revelations they had begun. Minato was still working, preparing for the eventual negotiations with Kiri for an alliance, yet in some ways. It was a relief that he was not here, for it gave her the solitude she needed to think about what she had heard. She had spent all her life blaming the Kyuubi, the Baijuyu, for what had become of her clan, blaming it for the loneliness, the discrimination and the isolation she had suffered. Yet only now did she come to imagine just what it must have been like for a sentient, self-conscious being to be trapped inside another being forcefully robbed of its freedom. She had barely suffered such helplessness, and her anger and frustration were unexplainable. So what would the Kentucky no Kurama feel? And as she thought of that, she felt uneasy and conflicted until she decided to sit up as she calmed down her breathing and reached into the insides as she had done so in front of the young daimyo. And she found herself in that same place once more, the floor covered in a thin stream of water, a thrum of ancient chakra in the air as she felt those red slit-like eyes focus on her. Boom! The chakra hit her first as a wave that would have rocked a lesser shinobi. And it still impressed me that despite the seals, the Kyuubi had so much chakra at its disposal. Why are you here? You witch! He roared, and Kushina steeled her heart as she gathered up her courage. Do not call me a witch! She roared before she sighed and looked the Kyuubi in the eye. So, tell me Ku. Do not call me by that name. It roared, as it thrashed against its bindings, surprising her with the sheer vehemence it said those words. All right, I won't, but I came to talk. I have nothing to talk with you. Then just listen because I am not going anywhere, and though you may be stubborn, I can tell you my clan would give you a run for your money when it comes to stubbornness. Chapter 49. Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Summoning Jutsu. And suddenly, he felt a massive chakra explosion right below him, and as he made sense of it, it was too late. Shit! He jumped off the ground, as it exploded. Boom! And a giant snake erupted from the ground, its mouth open and ready to devour him, and as it made to close its mouth, he opened his arms and legs, and pushed against its giant teeth, and forced its mouth wide open. Impressive, his old teammate added from the side, and he looked towards him. He used all his might to keep himself from ending up as snake food. Orochimaru was not doing so well himself as he stood there surrounded by the massive red internals of a giant toad, and he knew that if he moved an inch, the walls would close in on him and try to devour him. You are done, Orochimaru. You have nowhere to run, he shouted as he pushed his chakra into his limbs and opened the snake's mouth before he jerked it out and jumped up. Ah! He screamed as chakra rushed to his hand, molding into a blue orb, as the snake jerked in pain and agony and rushed towards him once more in revenge, yet he was unbothered as he pushed forward his own hand now holding a blue sphere of destruction. Ninpo, raise Nan! He shouted as he smashed Minato's technique into the summon, as it was torn into shreds and sent back to the summoning realm in a cloud of smoke. I wouldn't be too sure of that, and he looked up and found Orochimaru smiling at him, as a floral structure rose from the ground and wrapped around him. You damn traitor, he snapped as he rushed towards him, as the cocoon closed off around Orochimaru, yet he was too late as he saw the cocoons close, as those golden eyes vanished behind that flower-like plant. Stay and fight me you damn traitor! Do not run away like a coward! He taunted, yet Orochimaru just smirked as he whispered. See you soon, he said as Jiraiya punched the whitish cocoon, only to not even be able to make a dent in it. Boom! It did not even budge, enraging him as he tried again to pry it open. Arg! He pushed chakra into his hand and punched it again, yet it did not budge, as he stepped back, angry and frustrated with this failure. He looked at the structure trying to make sense of what it was, and he did not miss how it was similar to what they had found near Danzo. Sensei, he heard his name getting called out from behind and turned back and found the pale face of Konan staring at him as she stood over the bodies of Nagato and Yahiko, both of whom seemed to be in critical condition. Orochimaru was gone, and he could not sense a shred of the bastard's chakra anymore. He could try going into sage mode, but there was not enough time. In the end, he sighed as he walked towards his older students and began to examine Yahiko and Nagato. Nagato's eyes had been gouged out, and the redhead had lost a lot of blood. He was in a better condition than Yahiko, who was suffering from severe chakra exhaustion and seemed to be on the edge of his life. I have tried everything, but nothing seems to be working, Konan added weakly as she held Yahiko's arm, looking at him with worried yet hopeful eyes, the very same eyes that had made him help 3 little orphans from an enemy nation. Do not worry. He will be fine, he remarked as he reached into his pocket and took out a special scroll, one that had been given to him by Tsunade. He swirled it open and cycled through a sequence of seals as he placed his hand on the sealing formula and pushed his chakra. Unseal. And with that, in a puff of smoke, an all too familiar creature emerged from the smoke, nearly the size of his arm. It was none other than apart from the last great summon of the infamous three-way deadlock. The infamous slug, Tatsuya. Jiraiya-san, it is good to see you again after so long, the female summon greeted him kindly, unlike his own toads, as he greeted her back. It is good to see you as well, Tatsuya-sama, he said and saw it turn away from him. I believe I am in need of your help, he said and saw it move towards Yahiko, as it slid onto his body as Konan eyed it distrustfully. It gleamed an ominous green. He has severe chakra exhaustion and severe internal injuries. I could stabilize him for some time, but you are going to need a full-fledged Irionin for this, she remarked, and he looked towards Konan. Do you have someone like that? He asked, and she shook her head. No, our medics do not know Irionin justice, she replied, making him grit his teeth. Stabilize him, he said, as he sensed a massive chakra signature rushing towards them, a signature he recognized quite well. And could you please have Tsunade come here through a reverse summon, he added before standing up and facing away in the direction of the massive chakra signature. I am afraid I might need her to get out of this mess, he added in a very serious tone as lightning crashed and in a blur, another figure appeared on the edge of the cliff, clad in a black cloak, his hair grey and his face obscured by an intricate mask. What are you doing here, Jiraiya of the Sannin? Hanzo the Salamander was here. 0000. Tsunade Senju. Tsunade Senju was starting to understand that being Akihito's advisor was not going to be as easy as a task as one would think. His words and his actions were already a headache, and his premonition about this great enemy, or whatever, had her on edge. Tsunade was not superstitious nor religious. She believed in sciences and cold, hard facts, yet one would have to be a fool to deny those things. And she was no fool. And given what she had seen from Akihito, she was inclined to believe his words, so if the so-called enemy he spoke of was dangerous enough to destroy the very fabric of this world, then she was inclined to believe him. And that was one reason why she was so angry with him when she found him, a daimyo, the leader of their country, engaged in a fight with a full-fledged jounin. A young jounin, but a Uchiha prodigy the likes of which the village had not seen since Kagami Uchiha. Thankfully, she had been able to intervene in time before any lasting damage could be done, and now their daimyo was away in a council meeting with his advisors as the castle prepared for the celebration of the Empress's pregnancy. I cannot believe it, she chastised the young Uchiha as she healed his wounds using her Irionin jutsu, closing off the massive nash on the young Uchiha's shoulders, dolled on by their young daimyo himself. What the hell were you thinking about facing the daimyo in a fight? The daimyo. She rebuked him as he looked at her helplessly. But he was the one who made me do it. He is the daimyo. What am I to do? Deny him. The young Shisui tried to defend himself, and she knew firsthand just how impossible that was. I do not know, but you are not supposed to fight the damned daimyo. Do you have any idea of the implications? Had you injured him gravely, even in an accident during the fight, or if there was even a single mishap? She asked him, and he seemed to realize his fault as he looked down. I was being careful. I am not an idiot, he added weakly, and she bit her lip as she sighed. I know. That is the only reason I am even healing you, she said as she finished the healing and looked at the long scar that ran down the young Shisui's shoulder before looking him in the eye. If you ever spar with him yourself or find him sparring with anyone else, inform me so that I may be present, or at least have the servants inform Kirin-san so she may be there. If we cannot be there, do not fight him. Do you understand? She asked, and he nodded. I do, he replied as he moved his shoulder and began wearing his shirt again. Still, I never expected him to be so strong, he said, sounding impressed. I knew samurai were strong, but this I did not expect, he said, tracing the scar before he pulled down the shirt. I am not the strongest, but I do pride myself in my speed. It has been quite some time since someone has landed a hit on me like this, he said, and she scoffed. Most samurai are not as strong as this, she corrected him. She picked up the sake bottle and poured herself a cup, staring into the garden in front. She had been given her own quarters in the castle, a massive room with a slew of servants, and a small cozy garden where she could grow medicinal and other plants. I would go on to say that there are 5, maybe 10 samurai as strong as our Lord Daimyo, and even amongst them, none as young as him, she added. But still, the only reason you got injured was because I disrupted your attack, she added. No, the Uchiha answered, surprising her as he plopped down by her side. Even without your intervention, I do not think I would have been able to defend against his technique. His blade, it was too fast, nearly approaching an inhuman level, he added, dazed, and she was shocked to hear that, yet could see the point. She had seen this technique herself and had been quite surprised. But she stopped as she suddenly felt a scroll in her pocket heat up, a scroll connected to the summoning realm, and she reached for it instantly, getting rid of the alcohol in her body using her chakra as she slid it open, and bit into her thumb. Summoning jutsu, she uttered as she placed her hand on the formula, and in a puff of smoke, Tatsuya appeared. What happened? She asked. Jiraiya-sama needs your help. Chapter 50. Hanzo Hattori the Salamander. Hanzo looked down at the white-haired Konohanin with apprehension, recognizing him to be one of Hiruzen's 3 brats he had fought all those years ago. Yet what he was doing here, deep into his territory, irked him. I ask again, what do you think you are doing here, Jiraiya? He asked as he focused his churka onto the white-haired man. The ground underneath him cracked up, yet the white-haired nin did not back down and met his gaze. He was impressed. The boy had grown quite a bit since he had faced him. I come in peace. Peace, he scoffed as he looked towards the 3 unconscious aim lying beside him. Though he recognized them as the leaders of the Akatsuki, they were yet aim in, his nin, and so if this brat had attacked them, then it was up to him to bring him to justice. You attack my men and call it peace. Has Konoha lost its bearings that they have sent a shinobi to attack my men in my own territory, and he shook his head. I did not attack them, I came here as the daimyo's representative for the dispensation of aid, and to facilitate talks between you and the Akatsuki, he made an excuse. And it was an excuse for which noble would send a shinobi on a peacekeeping mission. Uli. He is not lying, a third voice cut in as 2 people appeared from behind Hiruzen's brat. He recognized the taller one. She was with him all those years ago, the one with that Iryo ninjutsu so reminiscent of her own grandfather, the Senju of princesses. Tsunade Senju. Yet he did not recognize the person standing in front of her. He wore no hitaiate, and was clad in ornate robes that no shinobi would wear. Yet his chakra spoke of years of training and was trained to perfection as he stepped forward. He is indeed the representative I chose for the dispensation of aid and to facilitate the peace talks between you and the Akatsuki, he answered. I chose, and it took him a second to make sense of that word. Who are you? He asked as he pulled in his chakra and jumped to their level. I am the fire daimyo, Akihito Shirahoshi, the young man said, closing his fan as he stepped forward. And his hunch was proven correct. This man was no shinobi. He was a noble. And not just that, he was the damned fire daimyo. Do you have any idea of how vulnerable you are? You stand here in a foreign land all alone, face to face with a man whose very name strikes fear into the hearts of even the most seasoned shinobi, he began as he took a step forward as both of Hiruzen's brats stood in front of the young daimyo. I believe I stand face to face with Hanzo Hattori, the man who wishes to lead aim, and though you could try and attack me, it would be futile, he began. And why would that be? Because I am just a clone. He answered with a smile, and he stopped in his steps before he suddenly burst into a chuckle. Ahaha, he laughed out loud at the brat's cheek and courage. It was no wonder Konoha was becoming so bold and why the other nobles of the surrounding nation seemed so apprehensive about his ascension. Yes, he saw it in those eyes. He was not an ordinary person, no, he was something else, and it reminded him of those two brats, the ones who had started it all those years ago, the very men he had once looked up to, the ones who changed the very fate of this world. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. His eyes reminded him of those two monsters, and so he pulled his chakra and cycled through a set of seals, before he struck his hand on the ground. Doton, earthen castle emergence. And with that, the ground shook as a castle appeared out of the ground, a simple one to shield them from the rain. Then let us talk as one leader of the nation to another, he offered as he pointed towards the door, and the daimyo's clone nodded. Of course, but before that, he looked to the side at the three young nin. I believe those three need medical assistance. Allow my shinobi to heal them, he asked, and he nodded. They have my permission. 0000. Tsunade Senju. Never ever put me in a situation like that again. She raged, knowing full well that her words would have no effect on the person sitting opposite to her. Do you have a death wish? Sending even a close with me to aim could have ended in a disaster. I don't even know why I agreed to it in the first place. She raged as she threw up her arms in indignation at her own behavior. Without me, things could have become more complicated. I was able to placate Hanzo Hattori and absolve Konoha of any blame that may have come our way because of Orochimaru's attack on those nin, he answered. And he was right. Orochimaru's attack on Aim's territory could have soured their peacemaking efforts and made this whole exercise moot. Yet, with Akihito sitting down with Hanzo, they had been able to make progress as the young daimyo had somehow convinced the seasoned shinobi of their better intentions. But more than that, we have a problem, Akihito began, and she had not missed how he seemed to be on edge ever since he had met Hanzo. And what is that? She asked. Orochimaru, I was told that he killed Shimura, yet I was not told of the presence of that whitish material, he questioned, surprising her. His words had frustration and anger in them, a first in all the years she had known him. It did not seem relevant at the time, and even now, the village does not know what that material is and what it represents, she answered honestly. Many speculate that it is part of a jutsu he may have crafted, she added and saw him shake his head. That is no jutsu, he answered, surprising her, for he spoke as if he knew what that thing was. Then what is it? She questioned. Something that tells me that we may not have enough time, he said ominously before he stood up and began to face, his face marred by worry. It was her first time seeing him worried. He had not been like this even when war had begun. Just what was that? Why are you so worried over some whitish material? What does it represent? She asked, seeing him stop as he bit his lip, and she could see him hesitating. Does it have something to do with what you told me of the last time we met? She asked. Is it related to the danger, and the enemy you spoke of? She confirmed and saw him nod. It does. Who is it, then? Tell me so we may be better prepared to deal with it. What kind of an enemy are you so worried about? Konoha has 5 S-ranked shinobi in its ranks. What enemy is out there that we cannot even face? She asked, and she saw him sigh as he plopped down. If my fears prove right, then even if we gather 20 S-ranked in, they would be useless against that man, he said tiredly, and she frowned. That man? One man? What kind of a man would have him worried like this? You believe one shinobi could defeat 20 S-ranked nin? Just who is it? She asked. I speak of the very man who built Konoha besides your grandfather before deserting the village. He began. She stilled at those words, and she realized just whom he talked off. I speak of the ghost of the Uchiha. And she could not believe her ears. Madara Uchiha. 00000. Have you recovered the eyes? Came the question in a husky voice as Orochimaru found himself deep in that cave once more. I have though, I was not able to finish off the one who possessed them because of an intervention, he added. Then so be it, came the answer, and even as he was on his deathbed, Madara Uchiha was a monster, and he could see why nations would cower in fear of his name. Now, how long will it take you to build a body worthy of myself? Came the question. It will take time. Your conditions and chakra are quite unique. Building something that could handle both those things atop these special eyes of yours will not be easy, he answered. I have waited so many years for it. What are a few more years? Chapter 51. Tsunade Senju. There were few shinobi in the world that inspired fear in their enemies, and of those names, few could cause more dread than the very name she had just heard. Madara Uchiha, one of the founders of Konoha, was a shinobi, unlike anything the world had seen in decades. His prowess was rivaled only by her own grandfather, who fought the man to a standstill yet at great cost to himself. The Uchiha Patriarch was a ruthless warlord raised in a world rife with conflict and is, to this day, one of the strongest ninjas ever born. You have to be joking, she gasped, believing Akihito's words to be absurd. Yet the young daimyo showed no shift as he continued to stare into her eyes, not backtracking from his words. I am afraid I am not, he added, making her speechless as she sat there trying to make sense of his words. But how? He died, my grandfather killed him, it broke. She couldn't finish the sentence as she recalling how his smile would never be the same after that accursed fight after he was forced to slay his closest friend. The how does not matter. Of course, it matters. She shouted as the wooden floor beneath her cracked her chakra, roaring with her emotions. Do you truly understand the severity of Madara being alive? Do you? She shouted at him. Do you know of the horrors that man is capable of? She questioned. Of course, you are not, and yet you sit here and talk that he's alive, that monster is alive. She went off in her rage, unaware of how she was suddenly surrounded by the Guardian 12 and how the raised hand from Akihito was the only thing stopping them from trying to put a kunai through her throat. What reason would I have to lie to you? He questioned, and she did not have an answer as she gritted her teeth. I do not know, but there has to be one, she persisted. This was one reason I did not speak of this to you before, Akihito added with a sigh before he stood up, reached for a box on the shelf behind him, and began fiddling with it. The absurdity of my statement is not lost to me, Tsunade, he began as he picked out a letter from a secret compartment in the box. And believe it or not, I am much more aware of the atrocities and prowess of Madara Uchiha than you would believe. I would go even as far as to say that I am more aware of them than you yourself, he added, surprising her before he suddenly turned towards her. How? She asked. That I cannot answer, but there is someone else who might be able to confirm my words about the re-emergence of the threat of Madara Uchiha, he added as he passed on the letter to her and motioned for her to open it. What is it? A contingency, he added, surprising her. Against what? She asked as she ripped off the paper and took out the contents of the folder. When the Kirinin associated with Suzuki captured Nohara Rin, she was not the only Konoha shinobi they captured, he added, surprising her. They captured another shinobi, one whom I believe came face to face with Madara himself, and she stilled as she saw the photo. It was the photo of a shinobi bound in seals, yet what surprised her was the whitish material forming the right side of his body and how familiar it was to what she had seen in aim and near Danzo's body. His name is Obito Uchiha, and he should be able to tell you the truth. Back in Fire Country, celebrations were being held for the Empress who was with her first child, yet those astute enough in the political ways could sense the subtle tension in the air, which unsettled many a people. It was in one of these very celebrations that the Empress and the daimyo's other concubine sat judging the poetry drawn up in the honor of the heir, when the servant came to inform them. The daimyo-sama has departed, and with that short message, he went away leaving the two noblest of women alone in their own contemplating. I do not understand why he had to leave today, the Empress complained, fully aware of the tension that blossomed inside the castle. I question the same thing, Lady Chiba added from the side. He has seemed more worried for the past few weeks, yet I cannot fathom how these negotiations would cause him such distress, she mentioned, knowing full well of the relationship the two daimyos had between them. Indeed, he has been worried. I had initially hoped that with the position of the heir now secure, he would grace me with his presence, yet he in his worries he seems to have forgotten of his other duties, and as those words registered her head snapped towards the concubine who had become somewhat of a sister to herself over the time they had been together. You cannot mean. I am afraid so, Princess. 0000. Akihito Shirahoshi. The attack on Nagato really came as a surprise to him, and it also refreshed his memories of the real danger faced by this world. He believed that with his actions, he could have prevented the rise of the infamous Tobi. Yet it seems he had been naive. And now, if his suspicions were correct, Orochimaru had allied himself with Madara Uchiha. They were in possession of the infamous Rinnegan, and that was a scary prospect, one that worried him nearly as much as the report lying in front of him. Kumo is gearing up for war once more, he asked his prime minister, who nodded as he bowed. I have confirmed the news myself from 3 different sources. Kumo has been gathering supplies and clearing our routes. Of course, there is no threat of an imminent attack, but all things point out the fact that Kumo has not given up on its ambitions, and this was a headache. The truth was that IWA had been gutted in the Third Great War and would need a couple of years to get back to their full strength. The only villages that still had most of their strength intact were Kumo and the Lightning Country, respectively. Yet, with the end of the war, he had hoped that saner heads would prevail, though it seems he was wrong. This could not have come at a worse time, he added through gritted teeth as he sat there shaking his head. The talks with Kiri were set to begin, and Tsunade Senju was already growing increasingly irate with every passing day, and now this. It was all becoming too much. Why the hell would Kumo want to start a war again? Haven't we had enough bloodshed, he spoke as he threw the report back in frustration. I believe they are doing so for fear of the upcoming talks with Kiri, Hyakuya-san added. What do peace talks have to do with this thing, he asked. If Kiri forms an alliance with us, that will make it so that 3 of the 5 great villages will be allied with Konoha, hence tilting the advantage in our favor. I believe Kumo fears that and is doing so because of that, he added, shaking that. But we are not preparing for an attack. They are, he added, though he somewhat understood the point. I am afraid you are missing one very important thing, my lord, Hyakuya cut in as his mind raced to formulate a plan for dealing with this disaster. What? He asked with a frown. My lord, it is not just Konoha and its prowess that they fear now, he said as he looked straight into his eyes. They fear you as well, he added, his eyes widening as he asked in a perplexed tone. Me? And he nodded. Yes, you my lord, he spoke respectfully as he seemed to carefully contemplate his words. When you rose to your position, becoming the daimyo of the most prosperous country from a simple lord, the other daimyos began to feel threatened by your ambition, he added. What ambition? Everything I have done to this day has been to establish a semblance of peace and order in this damned continent. Even as a victor, I have offered favorable terms to my enemies. Our lands literally feed more than half the continent. Kumo would starve if I put an embargo on the export of food to their lands, yet they fear my ambition. Mine. And he shook his head at the sheer absurdity of the thought. Even now, food was being transported from their lands to Aim and Water Country, both of which were devastated by war and needed emergency supplies, supplies which came from his lands, which he could have easily withheld. And that is exactly why they fear you, Hyakuya added. He stilled as he realized what had dawned on him, and he closed his eyes and shook his head. They see your actions, and they do not see the actions of a daimyo. They see the actions of a shogun. A/N, here the concept and title of shogun is adopted from the shogun, which means one who rules over all provinces, rather than the actual meaning of it. The accurate title could be emperor, but it is what it is. Chapter 52. No Hara-rin. It had been quite some time since she had begun living in the new manse of the water daimyo. Her captivity had lasted months, yet today it would end as she found herself standing outside a fully decked caravan ready to leave the city for the peace talks with Konoha. I thought the talks were not going to happen for another month. She asked the water daimyo who stood beside her as the final preparations were being done. Well, that was the plan, but plans change, and things fell in the way they did, he answered as he looked towards her, the lower half of his face now hidden by a white cloth. Shouldn't you be happy now, Rin-san? You are getting to go home early, he added with a chuckle, and she was indeed relieved. The peace talks have not begun yet. We do not know how they will finish, she added worriedly. No need to worry about that, he replied as she felt a pair of footsteps walk up to them. We will have peace, that is without question. Neither I nor my half-brother wish for any more conflict, these talks are more of a formality, he added, surprising her. Is everything ready, Yandame Mizukage? He suddenly said. She perked up at those words and looked up and found herself staring at a rather familiar face. You. She gasped out, recognizing those orange hairs. Everything is ready. We have made contact with the liaison from Konoha as well, she added as she took off her hat, making her eyes widen. The Yandame Hokage is on his way as well, alongside the daimyo of Fire Country, she added. That is good, let us be on our way as well, and with that he suddenly turned towards her, just like the Mizukage. I believe introductions are in order, he began as he saw her surprise. No Hara-rin, I would like you to meet the Yandame Mizukage, Terumeme, and just as he was about to point towards her. I know who this brat is, she began. She is the Yellow Flash's precious student I rescued, she remarked as they began to move. As they boarded a giant ship, she did not miss the small whisper. Is the other package secure? It is, I have my best nin placed around it. But I do not understand the reason for it. Who are we protecting him from? I do not know, but the only thing he mentioned was that he must always be guarded. 0000. Jiraiya. Jiraiya has been in AIM for a month now, acting as a representative of the Fire Daimyo as he oversaw the dissipation of aid to the war-torn regions and saw to the establishment of a truce and peace talks between the two factions of power in AIM. His students had, of course, been delighted to see him and thankful for his help in saving their lives, yet the implications behind the attack had not been lost to him. Orochimaru's attack had been targeted and specific. He had not come to kill them. No, he was here for Nagato's eyes and the way their young daimyo had paled at the sight of the red-headed AIM nin. Jiraiya had an inkling that the young lord knew more than all of them about this whole thing. He had heard about the young lord from Tsunade, yet seeing him with his own eyes had only heightened his curiosity. The young lord was an enigma to him, breaking the usual norms of nobility. His chakra was trained to such an extent that he would be able to become a good jounin, which was quite an achievement given his age. And there was his little conversation with the infamous Hanzo Hattori. There was a reason AIM had continued to stand despite its atrocious geography, and the mere existence of AIM as an entity could be traced back to man. He had noticed a visible shift in the man's demeanor since his meeting with their young daimyo, evident by how the man now sat opposite to the two young leaders of Akatsuki as the two opposing factions of power in AIM sat down for the parley that may decide the future of the world. I accept, Hanzo's voice rang out and he could feel that everyone was surprised by the man's deisance. What? Yahiko gasped out in surprise. I said that I accept these terms, Hanzo the salamander reiterated. It is time indeed that AIM gives up on its isolationist policies. We have tried to shut down our borders in fear, yet despite our best efforts, it has brought only carnage to our lands, he began. Perhaps it is time to move forward and start a new age, he added as he glanced toward the Yahiko and Konan. AIM shall form a new government separate from the ninja village body. The village hidden in the rain and the rain country shall become separate entities, with one ruled by a king and the other by a daimyo as the rest of the 5 great nations, he offered. We accept, Yahiko answered resolutely, his fists balled up in excitement, and Jiraiya felt that at this moment, he was experiencing the beginning of the next great change, that he saw history being made and that the map of the world was about to change once more after nearly half a century. And in that respect, I would have liked to nominate you, Yahiko, as the new Kage of the village. Hanzo's words made the whole room still, and his own eyes widened. But you are too weak as you are. And I shall not let you disgrace the name of a Megakure with your weakness, he taunted. Though Yahiko was angry at the insult, he was indeed weaker and nowhere near the level of a Kage. He was strong, yet not at the level of a Kage. Then will you take the position for yourself, Hanzo-sama? Konan questioned sharply and the man shook his head. You seem to forget my second name. I am Hanzo no Hattori, head of a Megakure in the Hattori clan. If I am to become the Kage, then who shall lead the country? He scoffed, then suddenly felt the atmosphere in the room shift as the salamander let go of his chakra. His suffocating presence permeated across the room. Tell me, boy. You wish to change your country, yet you are too weak. AIM is being held back by your weakness. What will you about that? He barked out as the wood where the 3 of them sat began to crack, and he could see Yahiko stiffen at those words. Konan, on seeing the distress, tried to intervene. He is not. No, he is right, Yahiko began as he began through gritted teeth. I am weak. I couldn't protect you or Nagato when we were attacked. How can I change the world, change a Megakure, if I cannot even protect my friends, he answered before he looked up, and Jiraiya smirked as he saw the glint in those eyes. So, help me. He began as everyone in the room looked at the boy with wide eyes as he slammed his head on the ground. Smack. Help me become someone capable of that position. Someone capable of leading a Megakure, of protecting my friends. He shouted, and he saw Hanzo's eyes narrow. Do you have any idea what you are asking, boy? Yes. And I believe you are the only person who can help me become the person I must. So I beg you train me. He begged again as Jiraiya saw the wood turn scarlet as blood seeped from Yahiko's head. I will not coddle you like Hiruzen's, brat. I am Hanzo the salamander, a man feared all over the continent. If you wish to become my successor, then you must be prepared to die. Otherwise, you can give up on your dream of becoming a Kage in my village. So, tell me, Yahiko of Akatsuki, are you prepared to die for your ideals? I am. Yahiko shouted. And then he saw the man stand as he began to walk towards the door. Then meet me in the yard tomorrow. We have around 6 months to see if you are capable of becoming my successor. Hours later, Jiraiya found himself alone with the man who had once nearly killed him. Why did you agree to those terms? He questioned. The same question had been plaguing his mind ever since the end of the parley. The truth was that despite Konoha's and Fire Country's influence, there was little they could force the man to do. His decision to restructure AIM and step down were both his own. I am old, the man answered after a few seconds of silence as he sat there staring at the moon in the sky. Old enough to remember when Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha decided to join hands and lay the foundation for Konohagakure and form the first hidden village. That time, I was extended a hand to join the incoming change, to become a part of it, he expanded and he recalled reading how Lord Hashirama had extended an offer of alliance to AIM when Konoha had been first made. And to this day, I often think what would have become of my lands had I taken that offer. Of how different the world would have been today had I joined hands with that man, he scoffed as he turned to look him in the eye. In all these years, I have slain thousands of men and women, shinobi and nobles, yet to this day, I have yet to see a man with the same gaze as that man, he answered. That was until I met him, your young daimyo, and I decided to take advantage of the opportunity I had denied myself all those years ago. 0000. He is on the move, Madara-sama, a white and black plantain creature spoke as it knelt in front of the ailing form of the ghost of the Uchiha clan. Good, then I believe you already know what you must do with that information, the old, decrepit voice said into the shadow as the red Sharingan spun ominously in the darkness. Yes. Chapter 52. No Hara-rin. It had been quite some time since she had begun living in the new manse of the water daimyo. Her captivity had lasted months, yet today it would end as she found herself standing outside a fully decked caravan ready to leave the city for the peace talks with Konoha. I thought the talks were not going to happen for another month. She asked the water daimyo who stood beside her as the final preparations were being done. Well, that was the plan, but plans change, and things fell in the way they did, he answered as he looked towards her, the lower half of his face now hidden by a white cloth. Shouldn't you be happy now, Rin-san? You are getting to go home early, he added with a chuckle, and she was indeed relieved. The peace talks have not begun yet. We do not know how they will finish, she added worriedly. No need to worry about that, he replied as she felt a pair of footsteps walk up to them. We will have peace, that is without question. Neither I nor my half-brother wish for any more conflict, these talks are more of a formality, he added, surprising her. Is everything ready, Yandere Mizukage? He suddenly said. She perked up at those words and looked up and found herself staring at a rather familiar face. You. She gasped out, recognizing those orange hairs. Everything is ready. We have made contact with the liaison from Konoha as well, she added as she took off her hat, making her eyes widen. The Yandere Hokage is on his way as well, alongside the daimyo of Fire Country, she added. That is good, let us be on our way as well, and with that he suddenly turned towards her, just like the Mizukage. I believe introductions are in order, he began as he saw her surprise. No Hara-rin, I would like you to meet the Yandere Mizukage, Terumeme, and just as he was about to point towards her. I know who this brat is, she began. She is the Yellow Flash's precious student I rescued, she remarked as they began to move. As they boarded a giant ship, she did not miss the small whisper. Is the other package secure? It is, I have my best nin placed around it. But I do not understand the reason for it. Who are we protecting him from? I do not know, but the only thing he mentioned was that he must always be guarded. 0000. Jiraiya. Jiraiya has been in AIM for a month now, acting as a representative of the Fire Daimyo as he oversaw the dissipation of aid to the war-torn regions and saw to the establishment of a truce and peace talks between the two factions of power in AIM. His students had, of course, been delighted to see him and thankful for his help in saving their lives, yet the implications behind the attack had not been lost to him. Orochimaru's attack had been targeted and specific. He had not come to kill them. No, he was here for Nagato's eyes and the way their young daimyo had paled at the sight of the red-headed AIM nin. Jiraiya had an inkling that the young lord knew more than all of them about this whole thing. He had heard about the young lord from Tsunade, yet seeing him with his own eyes had only heightened his curiosity. The young lord was an enigma to him, breaking the usual norms of nobility. His chakra was trained to such an extent that he would be able to become a good jounin, which was quite an achievement given his age. And there was his little conversation with the infamous Hanzo Hattori. There was a reason AIM had continued to stand despite its atrocious geography, and the mere existence of AIM as an entity could be traced back to man. He had noticed a visible shift in the man's demeanor since his meeting with their young daimyo, evident by how the man now sat opposite to the two young leaders of Akatsuki as the two opposing factions of power in AIM sat down for the parley that may decide the future of the world. I accept, Hanzo's voice rang out and he could feel that everyone was surprised by the man's deisance. What? Yahiko gasped out in surprise. I said that I accept these terms, Hanzo the salamander reiterated. It is time indeed that AIM gives up on its isolationist policies. We have tried to shut down our borders in fear, yet despite our best efforts, it has brought only carnage to our lands, he began. Perhaps it is time to move forward and start a new age, he added as he glanced toward the Yahiko and Konan. AIM shall form a new government separate from the ninja village body. The village hidden in the rain and the rain country shall become separate entities, with one ruled by a king and the other by a daimyo as the rest of the 5 great nations, he offered. We accept, Yahiko answered resolutely, his fists balled up in excitement, and Jiraiya felt that at this moment, he was experiencing the beginning of the next great change, that he saw history being made and that the map of the world was about to change once more after nearly half a century. And in that respect, I would have liked to nominate you, Yahiko, as the new Kage of the village. Hanzo's words made the whole room still, and his own eyes widened. But you are too weak as you are. And I shall not let you disgrace the name of a Megakure with your weakness, he taunted. Though Yahiko was angry at the insult, he was indeed weaker and nowhere near the level of a Kage. He was strong, yet not at the level of a Kage. Then will you take the position for yourself, Hanzo-sama? Konan questioned sharply and the man shook his head. You seem to forget my second name. I am Hanzo no Hattori, head of a Megakure and the Hattori clan. If I am to become the Kage, then who shall lead the country? He scoffed, then suddenly felt the atmosphere in the room shift as the salamander let go of his chakra. His suffocating presence permeated across the room. Tell me, boy. You wish to change your country, yet you are too weak. Aim is being held back by your weakness. What will you about that? He barked out as the wood where the three of them sat began to crack, and he could see Yahiko stiffen at those words. Konan, on seeing the distress, tried to intervene. He is not. No, he is right, Yahiko began as he began through gritted teeth. I am weak. I couldn't protect you or Nagato when we were attacked. How can I change the world, change Omegakure, if I cannot even protect my friends, he answered before he looked up, and Jiraiya smirked as he saw the glint in those eyes. So, help me. He began as everyone in the room looked at the boy with wide eyes as he slammed his head on the ground. Smack. Help me become someone capable of that position. Someone capable of leading Omegakure, of protecting my friends. He shouted, and he saw Hanzo's eyes narrow. Do you have any idea what you are asking, boy? Yes. And I believe you are the only person who can help me become the person I must. So I beg you train me. He begged again as Jiraiya saw the wood turn scarlet as blood seeped from Yahiko's head. I will not coddle you like Hiruzen's, brat. I am Hanzo the Salamander, a man feared all over the continent. If you wish to become my successor, then you must be prepared to die. Otherwise, you can give up on your dream of becoming a Kage in my village. So, tell me, Yahiko of Akatsuki, are you prepared to die for your ideals? I am. Yahiko shouted. And then he saw the man stand as he began to walk towards the door. Then meet me in the yard tomorrow. We have around 6 months to see if you are capable of becoming my successor. Hours later, Jiraiya found himself alone with the man who had once nearly killed him. Why did you agree to those terms? He questioned. The same question had been plaguing his mind ever since the end of the parley. The truth was that despite Konoha's and Fire Country's influence, there was little they could force the man to do. His decision to restructure aim and step down were both his own. I am old, the man answered after a few seconds of silence as he sat there staring at the moon in the sky. Old enough to remember when Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha decided to join hands and lay the foundation for Konohagakure and form the first hidden village. That time, I was extended a hand to join the incoming change, to become a part of it, he expanded, and he recalled reading how Lord Hashirama had extended an offer of alliance to AIM when Konoha had been first made. And to this day, I often think what would have become of my lands had I taken that offer. Of how different the world would have been today had I joined hands with that man, he scoffed as he turned to look him in the eye. In all these years, I have slain thousands of men and women, shinobi and nobles, yet to this day, I have yet to see a man with the same gaze as that man, he answered. That was until I met him, your young daimyo, and I decided to take advantage of the opportunity I had denied myself all those years ago. 0000. He is on the move, Madara-sama, a white and black plantain creature spoke as it knelt in front of the ailing form of the ghost of the Uchiha clan. Good, then I believe you already know what you must do with that information, the old, decrepit voice said into the shadow as the red Sharingan spun ominously in the darkness. Yes. Chapter 53. Darui. Darui knelt in front of the third Raikage as he gave the leader of their village his report, a report about some crucial intel he had received through quite an obscure source. The Raikage-sama was quiet after he received the report, as he rubbed his chin. Are you sure the intelligence is credible? The man questioned. I tried to be as thorough as I could be, everything held up to scrutiny, Darui reported. See, what of the man who provided the intelligence? Were you able to confirm his origins? The lord turned to his companion, who knelt beside him. I cannot be sure, my lord, but his chakra signature quite reminded me of an Iwa nin, he added, and he could see Isama frown. I do not like it. It all seems a bit too fishy, all this could be a trap from Konoha, Isama added, and that was indeed a possibility, especially after what had become. It could be that indeed, but what if it is not, added Samui-sama representing their daimyo-sama. Our daimyo-sama has managed to form an alliance between us and Iwa, yet despite that, if Kiri joins the Konoha-Suna alliance, the power balance will tilt heavily in Konoha's favor, and that is without their recent venture in AIM, Samui-san added. And this was the whole crux of the matter. Konoha had become too strong. The Third War had culled their power quite a bit, yet the behemoth that was Konoha had managed to turn the tides at the last moment with that damned yellow flash demolishing an entire Iwa platoon single-handedly. Now, peace had been achieved for quite some time. The skirmishes had ended about a year ago, and even in peace, Konoha seemed to be progressing ahead, forming an alliance with Kiri and supporting the elevation of AIM to a full-fledged province associated with a hidden village. If this intelligence is correct, then this shall be a major opportunity to strike at Konoha and cripple their strength, Samui-san added, and Isan hummed as he closed his eyes. According to the intel, the two daimyos are being escorted by their respective cages and so forth, which means he will be there as well. And there was no need to elaborate on who he was. Lord Tsuchikage bears him a heavy grudge, he will wish to strike at him. And the only person who could face him on even footing would be either myself or Onoki. I doubt anyone else would even stand a chance against that yellow devil, the Reikage-sama added. So, you mean that if we are to attack them, then we must do so with you and Tsuchikage both involved, Samui-san questioned, and Isama nodded. If this folly is to prove its worth, then that is what must be done. But do make it clear to the daimyo Samui that if we are to do this there will be no half measures like the last time. If we do this, then we will plunge the continent into another great war, Isama warned, and Samui-sama nodded. I will convey your words to the daimyo-sama, but I believe it is prudent that we begin preparations for the attack in the meantime, she advised and Isama nodded. Darui, see make the preparations. But keep it discreet. As you say, Reikage-sama. 0000. Minato Namikaze. Minato sat in his office, reading the latest report from their intelligence division. He had a very impassive face as Shikaku Nara sat in front of him. The Jounin commander, who would usually have a lazy behavior, sat straight as well, showing his own concern over the matter placed in front of them. This is concerning, he commented as he closed the file. It is. We have just begun recuperating from the disaster of the Third Great War, and now this. Another useless war, Shikaku said, frustrated, his tone eking out as he shook his head. Minato agreed with their new Jounin commander. I had hoped that we would have learned our lesson, that the losses of the Third Great Ninja War would have made everyone reconsider their choices, yet it seems I was wrong, he spoke, frustrated himself. The daimyo-sama received a similar report earlier and has issued edicts to reinitiate wartime measures, Shikaku added, seeing Minato stiffen momentarily at the mention of the daimyo. So quickly, Minato questioned, and Shikaku nodded. Yes. Grain is already being hoarded, a strategic reserve is being built up, and supply lines are being cleared up. Smitheries in the country are now running day and night to produce weapons. Though he did mention that Konoha must strive and expend every effort to maintain peace until all such efforts prove fruitless, Shikaku added, and Minato nodded. This was a prudent measure, yet he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Given what he knew of their daimyo, did he already suspect that a war would happen? Yet still, the measures enacted by him were timely and adequate and would ensure that Konoha would not be caught off guard. That is prudent. Enact similar wartime protocols in the village as well. Call back shinobi on faraway missions and secure our borders. If Iwa and Kumo are to attack, they shall do so before we reach an accord with Kiri. Since I will be with the daimyo-sama, I want you to oversee all such matters yourself during my absence, Minato commanded. I will see it done, Shiko replied, yet he did not miss how his Jounin commander seemed hesitant for a second. What do you wish to say, Shikaku? He asked and saw the man tisk before he spoke up once more. Don't you think that it would be prudent to abandon this parley with Kiri? Controversial, it may be, but if making peace with Kiri and Water Country thrusts us all into another war, then what good is that alliance? Shikaku questioned. And the same thought had run through his mind. And such a dichotomy it was that an effort at making peace was thrusting them into a war. We are doing nothing wrong, he replied, Shikaku's lips thinning. We are not, but are we doing something essential? He questioned. I guess the definition of that would differ from person to person, he replied. He saw the Jounin commander nod as he sighed. I will do as you say, he added, and Minato nodded as he stood up from his chair and reached for his cloak and hat, and then, before vanishing, he took out one of his special kunao and handed it to Shikaku. Keep that with you and push chakra into the seal if an emergency arises, he mentioned. He already had markers at a few other places in the village, yet he felt it prudent to leave one with Shikaku Nara as well. And then, with a final nod, he pulled on the cloak and reached for his chakra as he pulled on the hat, and then he felt the world shift, and then in the blink of an eye, he was out of his office and in front of a massive and ornate castle. His sudden appearance startled a few of the guards, who stepped back. He turned back and saw the full retinue of the daimyo-sama ready to depart. His eyes met with the young Lord Akihito as they gave each other a subtle nod. Let us depart. 0000. Back in Konoha, a pregnant Kushina found herself being hosted by her other pregnant friend, the Lady Mikoto Uchiha, the matriarch of the Uchiha clan. Both of them had been friends from their time at the academy, and though chances for both of them to sit down and talk for hours had become scarce over the years as each was beset by their own slew of responsibilities, the friendship remained strong to this day. And so, with the Uzumaki redhead set to welcome her own child, she turned to her friend for advice, hoping to learn from her experience with her first child. Yet she was not alone in her visit. I cannot believe that we are being forced to re-engage the wartime protocols, the Uchiha matriarch recommended, and it was a shame indeed. Indeed, it is such a shame, Kushina agreed as she sat beside her. But it was necessary. With Kumo not backing down and their recent activities being what they are, we cannot afford a misstep, Kushina defended the decision despite how much she loathed it. Here he is, the Uchiha matriarch added as the door was slid open, and a child walked into the room. His face resembled Fugaku quite a bit. "Come in, Itaka-kun," beckoned the Uchiha matriarch as the young child stepped into the room and gave their guest a small bow. "It is good to see you, Uzumaki-san. Mother has mentioned you quite fondly," he greeted perfectly, and Kushina gushed out the manners of the child. "I have heard much about you as well, Itaka-kun," she said as she smiled. "Itaki, Kushina-san has brought a relative of her and had hoped that you would be willing to become friends with H." And as she was saying that, she halted as she turned her head, slowly, as loud sirens began to ring all over Konoha. Both Kushina and Mikoto gasped, in worry at the sound as they heard those all too familiar sounds, and the Uchiha matriarch instinctively reached for her son, and held him in his ear. "How could this happen?" she gasped as a confused Uzumaki Karin came back to Kushina. "Uzumaki. What are those sounds, Kushina-ne?" But the Uzumaki was too awestruck to answer, and it was Uchiha matriarch who answered. "My dear, those sirens mean that Konoha is at war once more." Chapter 54. Akihito Shirahoshi. The journey to the parley location was done in silence, as they moved through a lush forest to a rather local and obscure location already chosen and prepared for this occasion. With the recent upheaval caused by Madara's nefarious activities, this parley was a crucial step in the right direction. It was their chance to unite their forces, to hunt down Madara and quash his evil before it could fully manifest. "We are finally here," his half-brother began as both of them stood face to face with each other. Their two respective parties were led by their kages, who stepped forward and greeted each other. "It is good to see Kiri and Konoha coming together to make peace," Minato began. "Indeed, it is Hokage-san," Terumi-san replied as she shook hands with the kage, and the tension eased slightly before she turned to face him. "I hope that this alliance can help both our lands prosper and move forward," she said, and he nodded. "I believe this very hope has gathered us all here despite our bloody and cruel history. This, I believe, marks a first step in the new era," he answered. "But before the negotiations begin, I believe you have a treasure of ours that we must see sent back," he said, facing Fushio, who smiled. And what if I wished to hold on to this treasure?" he teased, and he watched Minato's eyes narrow at those words, and the tension erupted once more. "I was just kidding," he said, nodding to the guard beside her. The door to his carriage was opened once again, and an all too familiar face walked out. "Your student is quite an credit to you, Lord Hokage," he complimented as he faced Minato, whose eyes were glued to the form of Nohara-rin, and once he saw her hale and heart, Akihito saw him ease up, as he turned to face the water daimyo. "And I am thankful to you for being a gracious host," Nohara-rin said, joining them and walking up to her sensei. "And what about the other thing?" he questioned. "It is secure," he answered. "I would like to meet with him before we begin the talks," he asked, and Fushio nodded. "I will see it done," and with that, Akihito turned towards Tsunade Senju. "Come with me, Tsunade-san. It is time for you to have your answers," and she gave him a small nod as a Kirinin led them towards the castle. They were led into a rather detached room of the castle. The castle was a border outpost long abandoned after the demise of Uchiha. Still, it had now been reconstructed, and of fate would have it will soon be remanned as he planned to extract safe passage to Uchiha so that the Uzumaki, fewer as they were, could once call the island their home and begin clearing it up. Sealing formulae could be seen on the bindings around this shinobi, whose black hair had grown wildly and covered half his face, giving him a wild look. "That will be all," Akihito said to the Kirinin, who hesitated for a bit before leaving them. "So, this is him," Tsunade-san spoke up as she walked up to the chained Uchiha, whose chakras were kept at bay using seals. "It is 0000. Tsunade Senju." Tsunade Senju did not know what to think of what she was seeing with her eyes. The whole last month she had spent poring over what Akihito had told her, trying to make sense of it, yet in the end she could not. She had been acquainted with Akihito for years now and believed that they shared somewhat of a comradeship, and hence had quite a bit of trust in him. Yet she could not come to terms with the story he had told her, the story of how their world was under threat by a man whose prowess rivaled her own grandfather's. Yet now, as she stared at the white material forming on the other side of the body of the young Uchiha before him, she wondered whether she had been wrong to doubt his words. She reached for the seal on his neck and pushed her chakra into it, chiding the Kiri seal makers for their shoddy work while doing so as she felt the chakra ripple through him once more. And then she saw his eyes open as Akihito's chakra sharpened up behind her. "Where am I?" the young Uchiha asked, as he looked around, his soul eyes looking around the room before it landed on her. "Tsunade-sama," he whispered out. "What are you doing here?" he asked, and then she felt his chakra spike. "Rin. Where is Rin?" he shouted as his eye turned the signature scarlet. Three tomos spun ominously as she put her hand on his head and stopped him from struggling. "Uchiha Obito, I have some questions for you. Where is Rin? They have captured her. I will kill them all. All of those Kirinin. I will." "Calm down, Obito Uchiha. Nohara Rin is safe," Akihito cut in, and she saw the Uchiha's eyes land on him for the first time. "Who are you?" he snarled in rage. "I am Akihito Shirahoshi, the daimyo of Fire Country, and I believe we have some questions for you," Akihito began. Answer her question, and you will get to see Rin again," Akihito asked as he gave her a nod. "By all reports, you were marked as dead, killed when you and your team were attacked by Iwa Nin. Yet you are alive. How?" she asked sharply and saw the Uchiha hesitate. "I thought myself dead, too. I could not feel half of my body, it was crushed under a boulder, but somehow, weeks later, I opened my eyes once again, alive," he answered as he looked at Tsunade-sama. "Who rescued you? Who was it?" she questioned sharply and saw him hesitate. "Answer her, and you will be free to see Nohara Rin," Akihito added from behind. He was an old man. Very old, eyes like mine own, and he claimed himself to be Mada. And before he could finish, she felt her senses scream and immediately backed away, pushing Akihito to the side. "Get away! Boom! 0000! Terumi Mei!" The Mizukage watched the Hokage greet his student warmly as Nohara Rin cried in his arms, and it was surprising seeing the infamous Yellow Devil of Konoha like that. Namikaze Minato was infamous for his ruthlessness annihilation of Iwa's bomber squad, where he had slain about 1,000 or so nin single-handedly, more or less ending the war himself. He was the only shinobi alive to have a flea on sight rating in the bingo book because of his sheer skill set. She had thought of him to be a hard and cruel man, yet seeing him interact with the young kunoichi was quite a welcome surprise. The kunoichi seemed rather attached to him and was talking to him quite animatedly. There was no fear on her face, no apprehension, despite having put him in a rather compromising position. They had trust and belief in one another and cared for each other, qualities that she wished to replicate in Kiri as she tried to pull it out of the desolate place her predecessors had led it into. "I never knew that the Yellow Devil of Konoha could smile like that," she teased and saw the man perk up as he looked towards her, and asked with a frown. "What?" "I said if the stories about you are to be believed, then you are the devil incarnate himself, a being so cruel that one must flee just at the sight of your hair," she elaborated before she turned towards the young kunoichi. "Yet I never thought that you would be so attacked by your student despite her failures," she elaborated. "Are you insinuating something, Mizukage?" he asked. There was the shinobi feared by the elemental nations, but she shook her head placatingly. "Of course not. But I was just surprised that it is good to see that you are not the man rumors make you out to be. Such displays," she pointed towards him and his student, "are not so common in Kirigakure, and through this alliance, I was hoping I would get to see such things in my own village as well," she added truthfully. "That is nice of you," he said as the kunoichi blushed and excused herself, leaving them all alone as their forces spread all around and formed a perimeter. "And it is nice to see another Kage striving towards such goals. I hope this alliance can help us put our bloody past behind us and make sure that our future generations do not repeat the mistakes of the past," he added, and then suddenly she saw him shift as he looked around. "We are under attack," he answered, and she perked up at that herself when suddenly she saw his eyes widen as he looked up, for she could see no enemy soldiers around them. "Ao!" She summoned her second-in-command, who blurred behind her, "Byakugan active." "We are surrounded," he answered, and she snapped towards the Hokage. "This was a tra. No, this was not you. My lady, up there." Ao spoke. She looked up and saw a figure floating into the skies deep in the clouds, and she felt a massive build-up of chakra. "Get the daimyo-sama to safety. We are under attack from Kumo and Iwa." And though she was too far away to see, at that moment, the third Tsuchikage of Uegakure used his infamous Kekii Tauta and let out his most destructive technique. Particle Style, Atomic Dismantling Jutsu. Chapter 55. Tsunade Senju. Tsunade coughed as the dust cleared, her body seared in pain, as she looked down and saw that one of her legs had been absolutely demolished, yet she bit through the pain as she looked around her in search of Akihito. "Akihito! Akihito!" she screamed, ignoring her own pain as she tried to search for the young daimyo. She heard a faint murmur from the side, and she pushed herself to the side, and her eyes widened as they saw the blood pooling on the ground. The young boy was pale, and covered in dust, and without an arm. His whole arm had been disintegrated, with no sign of an injury, much like her own leg, and she saw him grunting in pain as she felt a number of chakra signatures surround them. Signature she found too familiar. "Tsunade-sama. Daimyo-sama." The ANBU blurred around her and the young daimyo. "Bring him to me," she ordered immediately as she roused her own chakra and cut off the blood supply to her lost limb, stopping the bleeding. "Now!" she screamed as the ANBU captain finally brought him to her, as her hand glowed the characteristic green as she began to heal his wound first. "We have been betrayed, Tsunade-sama, daimyo-sama. We need to retaliate." "No, Akihito gasped out through the pain as he pushed himself up with his other hand. Stay down, you idiot. She barked at him and saw him relent as he looked at the ANBU guard captain. Kiri, no. My brother would not do something as stupid as that. This is not Kiri's doing, he said. But Dayami. He is right, she added and saw the ANBU captain turn towards her as she turned away from them and towards the gaping hole in the roof, or more specifically, at the chakra approaching them. This jutsu. I am sure I recognize it. This is not an ordinary technique. It is a Kekkei Tauta, one which only one shinobi alive today can use, and her words were proven true when a solitary figure descended down from the gaping hole. You are nearly as astute as your teacher, princess, the old man began. His chakra cut an imposing figure as he floated in the air, his hair white, and a characteristic cage hat atop his head, with the symbol stone inscribed on it. It's him. The fence sitter, the third Tsuchikage, the ANBU commander realized as him and his team came forth and stood in front of her and Akihito, whose condition was far worse than she had realized. Indeed, though I am disappointed that Hiruzen did not accompany you all on this trip, he taunted as he looked at her. He would have made it a lot more fun than you, princess. You simply stand no chance against me, he said tauntingly as she gritted her teeth. My lady, you need to get away. We shall buy you time. Please take the daimyo-sama and run. The ANBU commander added as he took out his tanto, and she knew that such a thing would be futile. Minato had not come to their aid, which meant that this attack was planned, and since IWA alone did not hold enough power to pull off such an offensive, they left only one village with which they could ally themselves. Kumo. And that explained the absence of Minato, for if Onoki was here, that meant that he was here as well. The only shinobi capable of matching Minato in his speed. The fourth Raikage, unruly eye. Running away would be futile, and they still did not know how Kiri would react to this. They could attack Konoha on suspicion as well. There were too many variables. She looked into Onoki's eyes and smirked. We will see about that, and looked at the ANBU. That will not work. Just buy me some time, she said as she bit into her thumb and looked straight into Akihito's eyes. Do you trust me? She asked him as the ANBU captain and his team began to engage Onoki. I do, Akihito answered with a cough, and that was all she needed as she cycled through a set of hand seals and placed her hand on him. Reverse summoning jutsu. In a cloud of smoke, Akihito's body vanished, and a small part of Tatsuya appeared in his place. What is going on, Tsunade-sama? The giant slug questioned. We were attacked during the parley. Akihito was injured heavily. I need you to keep him alive by any means, she asked, and the slug nodded. We will do our best, and with that, she delved into the massive store of chakra kept hidden under the seal on her forehead and felt her body lighten as chakra overflowed her chakra networks, flushing her full of life and power as the various wounds on her body began to heal. And Katsuyu, she turned towards the slug as she felt her leg begin to regrow in seconds. Yes, Tsunade-san. We might need to try that thing, she said gravely. Are you sure, Tsunade-san? You have not mastered it yet, the slug questioned worriedly. She nodded as she stepped forward with reinvigorated energy, the ground cracking under her feet as she glared at the floating form of the third Tsuchikage. Yes, I am sure. 0000. Fushio Suzuki the water daimyo. I said enough, he shouted as the clamor in the room died down, as he stood surrounded by Kiri-nin, all of whom were looking suspiciously at the Konoha-nin around them. My lord, please, give us order, and we will take them down. Konoha has betrayed us, his ANBU commander asked as the sound of explosions rocked the area. There was fighting going on outside, and his heart was racing as he thought of what to do. Was it true? Had Konoha and Akihito truly betrayed them? Should he have given the order? 1,000 questions, yet no answer. My lord, your directions, and as he looked at the apprehensive faces of the Konoha-nin around him and at the faces of the Kiri-nin, he decided to make a final stand for peace. He decided to take a leap of faith as he exhaled and stand down, he ordered, seeing his men turn towards him with wide eyes. But my lord, unless we are sure that Konoha has indeed betrayed us, I will not issue that order, he said resolutely, his voice steely, as he looked at the Konoha men. I hope that you will put down your weapons as well, as a show of good faith, he asked, and the Konoha-nins hesitated until they did just that, as the tension in the room lessened. And then, in the next second, it happened as he saw the wooden wall behind him break, as a bluish blur rushed towards him. Watch out, my lord, but before he could do anything, he saw a kunai race past his head before suddenly he felt the ground vanish from under his feet, and he found himself at what seemed to be the roof of the empire. The suddenness of the movement surprised him, as he had to push down the nausea as he turned towards the man who had taken him away, the yellow flash. Konoha's Yandame Hokage. Namayaku-sama, he said as the man's eyes continuously darted around the clearing, which had been turned into a war zone. IWA and Kumo have joined hands and have attacked us. Both the Tsuchikage and Reikage are here alongside one of Kumo's Jinchuriki, he began gravely, and his heart leapt out at those words, for he felt all this effort on his and Akihito's part turned to ask in front of him. This is a disaster, he added tiredly, frustrated at this all. It is, the Hokage agreed, as he saw the very man who had attacked him break out of the castle as a Konohanin's body was sent crashing out, his arm cut off as he left a trail of blood. We have been thrust into another great war, the Hokage added as he turned to face him. This area is too dangerous. Evacuation in these circumstances is not possible, though I have a solution, he added as he looked him in the eye. And he realized what he was asking him of. Your teleportation technique, and the man nodded. Indeed, I can send you to Konoha, where you will be safe and also be able to inform the men of what has happened there. Your Mizukage has sent a messenger to Kiri as well, but we do not know whether it will reach the village or not, the Hokage told him, which was a grave decision. One that would need for him to trust Akihito and Konoha implicitly, it was a decision that could backfire massively. Yet these were perilous times. Where is Akihito? He asked, asking of his brother, and seeing the Hokage's lips thin. He was injured in the initial attack. His condition is precarious, but he is under Lady Tsunade's protection. She will not let anything happen to him, he said before he suddenly turned away from him and raised his kunai. I am going to need you to decide this quickly, Suzuki-sama, the man said as he watched that blue blur rush towards him once more. And then, with a steeled heart, he looked at him and made his call. Do it, and immediately, the man touched him, and he felt his vision shift, before suddenly felt his feet land on solid ground once more. The disorientation finally won, and he bent down and emptied the contents of his stomach on the wooden floor of whatever place he had been sent to. And as he finished, he looked up and found himself surrounded by masked nin, as a man with black hair and quite a recognizable face stared at him with a cautionary gaze. Who are you? And how did you get into the Hokage's office? The man asked. My name is Fushio Suzuki, and he saw the man's eyes widen at his command as he raised his hand, and the masked nin backed away instantly. I am the water daimyo, and I come bearing grave news. He began, the heaviness of the words he was about to utter a bit too much for him. The parley was attacked by a joint force from Iwa and Kumo. As we speak, both Kiri and Konohanin are facing both the Sandamade Tsuchikage, the Yandame Reikage, and one of Kumo's Jinchurikis, he finished. And he felt the implication of those words hit as the Anbu backed away and some of them gasped as well, as the Jounin commander of Konoha clicked his tongue. I am afraid war has been thrust upon us once more. Get me Lord Third and Fugaku immediately, the man commanded as a few masked nin vanished. And sound the alarms as well, he finished firmly. Konoha is at war once more. Chapter 56. Namikaze Minato. Minato watched the water daimyo vanish as the lighting cloak-coated form of Yandame Reikage crashed to his side, yet by then, he was already gone and appeared to the side of the man. With the daimyo gone, they no longer had a defensive liability and could force them to do as they wished. You have grown faster, Namikaze, the Yandame Reikage praised him as he stood tall and glared at him. Do you have any idea what you have done? He questioned sharply as he pulled out his kunai and saw the carnage all around him. We have stopped your village from making a mockery out of us. Konoha cannot be allowed to disturb the balance, the man snarled as his lightning cloak puffed up and lightning arched across his body. It is you and Iwa who have disturbed the balance. Konoha has only ever sought peace, he answered. I spit on your peace, the Reikage snarled as Minato raised his kunai. I spared you and your brother the last time we stood face to face, hoping that we could make the world better, he said, and the man scoffed. I will not show you the same mercy again, he said, and with that, he vanished, as the lines between himself and the Reikage blurred. Yet this time, he would show them why he was called the Yellow Devil. Minato's true ability lay not in his ability to face a singular opponent. No, his true utility lay in causing absolute chaos on the battlefield and with his kunai and seals spread all over. He blurred behind enemy nin as the Reikage tried to chase after him, yet to no avail, and then as Kumo and Iwa nin continued to dwindle, he could feel the tides of battle turn when suddenly he felt a massive build-up of chakra from the location of the Mizukage. He teleported to the formula he had left on her only to find the two tails Jinchuriki transformed with a red chakra cloak around her. Her features turned feline as she leapt on the ground on all four and gathered a massive chakra ball in front of her. Hokage, the Mizukage gasped as she nursed a wounded arm. The daimyo-sama has been evacuated and is safe. Konoha and Kiri are now in an official alliance, he said, and she nodded as she cycled through a set of hand seals and turned to face the blurred form of the Reikage rushing towards him. Namikaze. The man snarled. Lava style, great melting river. She then showed a literal river of hot molten lava at the Reikage, who was forced to jump back. Mizukage-sama, then we need to retreat. We need to pull back into our own borders, her Adao added as he faced a Kumonin with a giant sword. No, the Mizukage spoke resolutely as she turned towards her men. I will not abandon you and my men like this, she spoke. But Mizuka. Then I believe I may have a plan, he said as he saw the Jinchuriki gather a massive volume of chakra into her mouth. Tell your men to retreat. You, I, and Tsunade-sama shall cover their retreat, he said. But you will be outnumbered. The man spoke worriedly. You forget yourself, Ao, the Mizukage-sama added as she gave him a nod, agreeing to his plan. We are not regular shinobi, she began as she joined him on the side and chastised her subordinate. We are the pride of our villages, and we are those who carry the fates of our villages on our shoulders. We are cages, she said as she cycled through a set of hand seals. Send the signal. Begin the retreat. She said as Minato's hand blew an ominous blue as he threw a kunao towards Kumo's Jinchuriki. Sudden, hidden in the mist, and with that, the Mizukage doused the area in thick white mist, yet before it could thicken, a blue blur erupted above her. Lateral bolt of pain. From the front, the two tails Jinchuriki fired her own attack as well. Tailed beast bomb. Minato leaned down as he ran straight at the Jinchuriki, gathering his own chakra in the hand behind him before he threw forth another kunao. Ninpo, double flying Raijin. And with that, he vanished and appeared right above the two tails Jinchuriki, while the Mizukage was replaced by the tailed beast bomb rushed towards her. Raise Nan. And with that, he thrust down at the Jinchuriki's back. Boom. And then, as he pushed him down, grinding his chakra into her back, he was able to remove the cloak and reach her skin as he removed the Raise Nan and tried to put an end to this farce. 8 trigram. But he was too late. Get away from her Namikaze. And with that shout, a blue blur appeared right above him. Unruly, I was injured, and one of his arms lay limp by his side as he appeared above him. Lightning guillotine. And Minato could do nothing but jump back as he vanished once more and appeared beside the Mizukage herself, who was coughing up blood. I apologize. He was just too fast, she said, and he shook his head. It's okay, this is just beginning. 0000. Tsunade Senju. Onoki was a shinobi who had lived through the times of Hashirama and Madara themselves. He had fought in 3 great wars and, until a few years ago, had held IWA together single-handedly, carving a future for his village in the face of the overwhelming might of the other great nations. Yet, all his efforts ended up in failure with the end of the Third Great War, in which, despite their initial victories, Konoha would manage to gain the upper hand because of the actions of a single shinobi. That damned yellow devil had single-handedly routed one of their massive battalions, dealing them a blow they could hardly recover from, and so IWA was forced to concede and offer terms. And yet to his frustration Konoha would agree to those lenient terms, giving them a way out, and though they had coined it as them being afraid of the power of Iwa's elites, the truth was Konoha had little to fear from them. At this point in time, Konoha was the village with the highest number of S-ranked nin, with that damned monkey at the helm, followed by his 3 students, and then lastly that Uchiha brat and that damned yellow devil. 5 S-ranked nin followed by a slew of elite jounin who would no doubt grow up into monsters themselves. Konoha was simply too strong, yet IWA had taken a massive hit in the last war and so when the daimyo had ordered them to join hands with Kumo to attack this meeting, he had been skeptical. An alliance with Kumo was a bold idea, one that would help them somewhat balance the scales against the alliances Konoha was building with Kiri and even in aim. Yet this attack was not a good idea. Not at all, and with every passing second as he saw the Senju princess defeat his men while keeping him at bay. Tsunade Senju punched the stone dragon heading straight for her, as one of his nin slashed at her neck. She avoided the slash with a step back, yet the kunao did cut her across neck, yet she remained unbothered by the attack and crushed the jounin's head with a single punch. Why do you attack us? Do you have any idea of what you set forth? Of how many will die because of your actions today? The Senju princess snarled at him as her wounds healed again. The healing reminded him much of her own grandsire, and though she was nowhere near the level of Hashirama, her seal-less healing bore much resemblance to that monster. And he did indeed know of what he had set forth. Yet he was a kage and, despite his reservations, was forced to consider the orders of their daimyo, who had grown much paranoid of the growing influence of the Land of Fire and their daimyo. And then with how Kumo had gained such vital intel about the location, and had shared it with them, there was little he could do to push back against such a plan, despite his own hesitations. I have done what I believed was best for my village, he said as he watched his men surrounded her. He brought together his hands, rousing his chakra. Konoha must be stopped lest you become too powerful and ask to develop a hegemony, and with that, he pulled back his hands as a luminescent cube glue between them. Particle style, atomic. He saw her look around, trying to carve a path out for herself, yet she was surrounded. Suddenly, she saw her eyes land on him, and he heard the sound of lighting crackle. Hold her down. Make sure Tsuchikage-sama's attack hits. His men shouted as they reached for her. Right in. Dismantling jutsu. Chidori. And then he heard the sound of birds chirping as he pushed his attack at the Senju princess, who had somehow jumped straight at him. He saw his attack cut off her legs, yet she remained unbothered as she appeared straight above him and pulled back her arm. Cha-a-a-a-a. And he was forced to defend himself as she punched him with all her might. Boom! He was sent railing into the ground, his whole body taken aback by the sheer force of the attack. Tsuchikajese. You. Those hair, you are him. He heard his men snarl as he coughed up blood. One of his arms was broken, and he could barely see out of one of his eyes, yet he was a cage. He looked up and found, the legless form of Tsunade Senju hit the ground. As his men tried to surround her, a young shinobi pierced through them, zooming across the area as if a flash of lightning before he came to a stop in front of her, his hair a silvery white, a mask covering the lower half of his face. At the same time, in one of his two eyes, a red Sharingan spun ominously. You are him. The one who blew up the Kanabi bridge, the Iwanin gasped as he came face to face with Konoha's youngest monster. You are Hotaki Kakashi, the White Fang's son, the copy ninja, another one of Konoha's monsters, son to another monster, thankfully a dead one, for if the White Fang were alive, he doubted they would have stood a chance at all. Onoki fought through the pain and his dwindling reserves as he raised his only working arm and pushed his chakra into it. Particle style. He coughed up blood as he felt his reserves fall, as Hotaki fought off the Iwanin, trying to keep him away from the Senju princess, whose wounds were healing a bit slower. Get out of the way, Hotaki! She roared, but it was too late now. Atomic dismantling jutsu. Boom! Chapter 57. Fugaku Uchiha. It had only been a bit over a year since the Third War had come to a close. Their forces rarely got used to the peace times. The reconstruction efforts had just come to a close, and the shinobi were just beginning to get used to these peaceful times. And now those times were again coming to an end, as Konoha found itself at war once more, and now, from being a simple squadron leader, he now found himself an elder of the village, making decisions for everyone. As everyone here knows, Iwa and Kumo have attacked the meeting point. As of now the water daimyo is safe, but according to Minato's report fire daimyo's condition is precarious. Shikaku Nara began as the village's most powerful elite gathered in the Hokage office. We need to send reinforcements. An elite squad has been gathered, but that is not all we must do, Shikaku added as he opened up a map. I propose a quick offensive against Kumo, he began. Fugaku-san, I believe that you should lead the reinforcements, he said, turning towards him, and he nodded. And who shall lead the offensive? He asked and saw the Jounin commander turn towards the third Hokage, Sarutobi-sama, Konoha's most prized weapon other than Minato himself. The third may have retired, but that did not mean his prowess had lessened. He was still the professor, the inheritor of Hashirama Senju's legacy. Lord Third, I hope that you would be willing to lead the offensive, he added. But Jiraiya-sama is in aim, and the shortest path to Kumo runs through aim. If we have Jiraiya-sama attack Kumo, it would. No, Shikaku cut in. The daimyo-sama's directions were clear. We will not trample on aim's sovereignty. And it would take us too long to get their permission. Preposterous. Who is aim to stop us? This is war. We have done so much for the. Shikaku is right, Lord Third cut in, stopping the Hyuga clan head from saying any more. If we engage Kumo through aim, it would simply turn aim into a war zone once more, destroying everything we have done in peacetime. And there is one more thing, he added as he stood up. Unlike before, aim is united for once. There are no more factions. If we do not enter aim, and Kumo does, how do you think Hanzo Hattori will respond? He asked, and everyone became silent in the room. We must leave at once, Fugaku. Let us go, he said, nodding as he left the Hokage office. Fugaku was leading the reinforcements, an elite unit designated to provide relief to Minato and the shinobi with him when suddenly, their sensor nin stepped forward. Commander Fugaku, I am sensing a massive chakra up ahead. There is a squad placed there to stop us from moving forward, and he frowned. How big is the chakra signature? He asked. It is very large, I believe it may be one of their Jinchuriki, and that was a surprise. Inoichi, he spoke, and his second-in-command stepped forward. Yes. Leave only a quarter of men and move ahead with the rest. I will deal with this, he said. Are you sure? Yamanaka asked, and he nodded. I am, he replied, slowing down and beginning to divide the men. Just as he sensed the first enemy chakra signature, he pushed the chakra into his legs. Now. He pushed forward and watched his unit split into two while he found himself facing a platoon of Iwa and Kumo nin. Fire style, great fireball jutsu, and he threw a massive fireball at them. Boom! And then he watched a shinobi blur through the air as he appeared right behind of the massive fire. Your fires are not hot enough to burn me, Uchiha, he heard the man mutter as he Fugaku halted the advancement of his platoon and watched as his fireball hit the Iwa nin straight. Boom! Yet as the dust cleared, he watched as the Iwa nin stood there without a scratch, his hair dark red, and a metal helmet around his face. He was Hiroshi, the Jinchuriki of 4 tails. I have been wanting to meet you in battle for quite some time, Fugaku Uchiha, the man began. What is the Jinchuriki of 4 tails doing here? He asked, recognizing the man from Iwa's bingo book. I have been ordered to stop you from advancing, Uchiha, he spoke. Fugaku nodded as he pushed his chakra into his eyes. I am afraid I cannot let you do that, he said, and then his vision cleared up. His eyes glowed an ominous red, and they morphed into a 3-pronged shuriken, his Mangekyo Sharingan. Let me show the true power of fire, Hiroshi snarled as he cycled through another set of angels. Katon, raging Moki flames, and he watched as 4 torrents of massive firestorms rushed towards him, yet he did not budge, for he had a slew of men behind him who could not take the attack. So, he simply pushed chakra into his eyes and let the attack come towards him. Susanoo. Boom! The massive explosion shook the entire area, as smoke covered the whole area, and yet as the dust cleared, he stood tall, with not a single burn mark on his jacket, as a skeletal red structure erupted around him, shielding him from the attack. You were saying something. 0000. Minato Namikaze. Speed for a shinobi opened up possibilities that could turn the tides of a battle in the blink of an eye, neutralizing the greatest of advantages because no matter how powerful your technique may be, it would simply be useless as long as it did not hit. Yet the 4th Reikage had both. He was an extremely fast shinobi, who alongside that possessed his Kekii Genkai, the lightning cloak allowing him to ignore major attacks. And it was because of that duality that despite fighting for quite some time, Minato and Terumi May had not been able to land a massive blow to the man or his Jinchuriki, who was fighting with hampered chakra networks. We need to end this soon, the Yondame Mizukage added from the side, and he nodded. I believe that you should now retreat, he said, and she turned towards him. But I cannot leave you to face those 2 alone, she said, her concern valid yet unnecessary. The Yondame Mizukage was young, even younger than him, and though she was powerful, she had yet to reach her full potential, and being faced with such adverse circumstances had taken a toll on her. She had taken quite a bit of damage, and though she was far from being done, Minato felt it best that she make his escape now, as he felt the half-seal he had placed on the Kumo Jinchuriki weaken, the Baijuyu chakra eating away at it slowly. Do not worry about me. The longer we stay here, the more we will be playing into their hands. You should leave now and join your forces in their retreat, and I shall hold them back before doing the same, he assured her, and she nodded. Both of them were experienced shinobi, and there was little need for further debate as she nodded before cycling through a set of hand seals. Then I wish you the best of luck, Yondame Hokage, she said as she prepared for a massive ninjutsu. Minato saw the Reikage rush towards him like a lightning bolt. He used his Hiration to appear behind the man but was surprised when he found the Jinchuriki waiting for him there. Lightning style, lighting balls, and he watched as half-dozen lighting balls appeared behind her in an instant and rushed towards him. Boom! The explosion tag he had thrown at the Reikage exploded as he heard the Mizkage shout. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. And immediately, the temperature of the air rose as a massive torrent of fire rushed towards the Kumo Jinchuriki, who could not avoid the attack. Minato himself made a clone with a quick hand sign and watched as the lightning balls hit the clone as he sensed the Reikage's chakra right behind him. I have got you now! I screamed as Minato quickly replaced himself with his clone, as he appeared on the rooftop of the now destroyed castle as an explosion rocked the area. Boom! That was a direct hit on the Reikage, yet he doubted it would matter much. He sensed the Mizukage's chakra vanish as she made her escape as Kakashi's chakra began to flare, telling him how his plan was coming to completion. You think that would work on me? Unruly, I roared as he cut through the smoke and glared at him, his chakra cloak buzzing with electricity as he roared at him. Of all the shinobi he had faced, I was one of the most problematic. His lighting cloak made him quite a difficult enemy, forcing Minato to get too close to land a finishing blow. Rei's Nan could cut through the cloak, if not by itself, then mix it with nature manipulation. There were other techniques in his arsenal as well. And then there was the fact that he was a cage, and slaying a cage had consequences. A cage was part of the status quo. Killing him would destroy any chances of a peaceful resolution of a conflict, though he doubted there was much chance of that either way. It seems that the Mizu cage has abandoned you, I taunted as Minato's gaze narrowed at the Jinchuriki and how her body seemed to be healing from the burns she had just relieved rather quickly, indicating that the seal he had used to block the Baijuyu chakra was deteriorating. However, that was not the only seal he had placed on her. Who says that I needed her to defeat you in the first place? He said as he took a kunao from his pocket and saw the Reikage's chakra build up. You are not walking out of here alive, Namikaze. He roared as he vanished once more, and Minato threw a kunao at him before throwing one in the air. This is greater than me and you alone, and he watched as the man blurred right beside her, as Minato's senses focused on the 3 chakra signatures on the other side of the castle, before he pushed past his limits and activated 4 Hiration tags in an instant. Ujito Nii was replaced in the blink of an eye with Tsunade Senju, as he utlassied the marker he had placed on the Jinchuriki when he had tried to seal away her Baijuyu chakra, and Kakashi appeared in his place, the Raikage's attack going above him as the sound of birds chirping appeared in the area. And he appeared right above the man, his chakra roaring at his call as a blue orb appeared in his hand. Right in. Ninpo. Chider I. Raise Nan. Boom. Chapter 58. Third Tsuchika Onoki, the fence sitter. Onoki watched his technique rip through the very air, leaving in its wake a path of absolute destruction. The one attack from Hiruzen's student had been a surprise. He had expected little from her, despite her name and heritage, for she was famous as medical ninjutsu specialist, and he had not expected such strength from her. He huffed as a dust cloud covered the area, and watched carefully for any hint of movement, yet as the dust cleared his eyes widened, as he found himself staring at the victim of his technique. A blonde, yet not the one he had been facing this entire time. No, what he saw was half the remaining body of the Kumo's Jinchuriki, the one who was to attack alongside them. It couldn't be, he gasped, and his fears were proven correct as a person blurred and appeared right behind the Kumo-nin's falling body, and a sealing formula erupted all over it, containing the massive Baijuyu chakra that was beginning to come off of it. You! He snarled as he straightened up and watched the man who had destroyed Iwa standing there, in front of him. The Kumo Jinchuriki's body vanished into a puff of smoke as Minato Namikaze, Leaf's infamous yellow flash, looked him in the eye. You have some nerve showing your face to me. He snarled as his feet lifted off the ground, and the young Hokage looked at him. Do not worry. You will not have to see it for long, he said as he took out his kunao and narrowed his eyes at him. You have made a mistake today, Tsuchikage. Konoha offered you all generous terms at the end of the war. We showed mercy when we did not have to. But this goes too far, the Hokage said solemnly as his chakra roared. You have plunged us into another war, and this time, there will be no mercy, he said, and he grit his teeth. You think that just because you are a little bit quick, you can spout nonsense, he snarled as he roused up his own chakra, bringing together his hands. He saw the man cycle through a set of hand seals as well. I had thought better of a shinobi such as yourself. Yet you have only disappointed me. But this will go on no longer, and with that, he leaned down. Doton, fighting blade rod, and at those words, a literal ragged mountain erupted from the ground, reaching far into the skies, blocking his vision of the yellow flash, and so he pushed forth his chakra rather quickly. Particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu, and his technique ripped through the mountain making nothing of it, leaving behind only a dust cloud, when suddenly he saw a figure blur past his right, and he felt a shiver run down his spine. I told you, didn't I? And he ended his technique as he saw him racing towards him, a blue orb of chakra glowing in his hand, and he tried to move away, yet the yellow flash was faster and appeared right behind him. Ninpo. And just as Onoki braced his chakra and formed a thick cover of earth to protect himself from the technique, he felt the air ripple with electricity, and in the blink of an eye, the fourth Raikage appeared above him. Raiden, killer guillotine! He shouted as he brought down his heel at the young Hokage's face, and so without any movement or hand sign, the young blonde vanished once more as the Raikage went barreling into the earthen mountain. Boom! The whole mountain collapsed from the sheer force of the attack, which had missed him by an inch, and he landed on the ground. Where is she? He heard Ryaka's shout as cut through dust cloud with a swing of his arm. Answer me, Namikaze. Where is Yuki too? And he did not miss the exhaustion and the injuries on the man. The young Raikage was strong, nearly as strong as his own father, with much faster than his old man, but he was young and had taken upon himself the hardest task. The young Hokage, and yet somehow he had failed. His cloak was nowhere near as thick as it had been at the beginning of this operation, and his arm lay limp by his side, and the man bled from his abdomen. He was in a bad situation, not that he himself was much better. His chakra reserves were depleted, and he was injured, and it was only through sheer will that he kept going. Yet, on the other hand, their opponent was seemingly unbothered. The young Hokage stood there with a poise he had only ever seen in his predecessors, the Sandame and the Nidame Hokage. I will rip you to pieces. The Raikage snarled as his chakra roared once more, the last vestiges of his reserves probably as Kumonin appeared behind him. Raikage-sama, you need to be cautious. Let me heal you. They said. Go away. Darui, see. I need to kill that damned blonde. And with that, the ground beneath his feet cracked. I had hoped that we could make a better world than our ancestors, the young Hokage began. Then you are a fool, he said as he stepped forward. We are shinobi, men bred and trained for war. We have only one purpose, and that is to fight. You were naive to think that you could change the world all alone, he said, and the young blonde nodded. Yet I never said I wished to do it all alone, he said, and the words cut across him, as Tay Blonde turned towards the Raikage. I had hoped that we could have done that together so that we would have left the world in a much better position than the one we had found it in, he added. Yet it was not meant to be. But no matter, if it is war Kumo and Iwa want, then it is a war they will have, and with that, he leaned down as the raikage rushed through him. Earth-style grand earthen prison. And with that, 2 giant walls rose up around him, cutting off the Hokage's retreat paths as the raikage barreled towards him in the blink of an eye. You may have caught us by surprise. But that is over. Goodbye, raikage, Tsuchikage, and with that the blonde vanished. Boom! And he felt the blonde's chakra vanish as an explosion shook the whole ground. Yet when the dust cleared, what remained was but the unconscious form of the 4th raikage. 0000. Tsunade Senju. Tsunade stared at the pale form of the young daimyo and gritted her teeth as she listened to Tatsuya's damaging report about his injuries. We have done all we could, but he is not stabilizing. His injuries are simply too severe, the slug said, and she shook her head. No. I am letting him die on my watch, she said as she leaned down beside him and began to supplant his chakra, trying to aid his body in the recovery as she waited for Minato. And then he felt it happen, as she felt the air shift behind her as a sealed body appeared before Minato appeared as well. I have her, but she is heavily injured, and the seal I have could break any second, he said as he pointed towards what remained of Kumo's Jinchuriki. Tatsuya had told her about Akihito's situation during the fighting. Tsunade had spent several minutes thinking of a solution, knowing that neither Konoha nor the world could lose Akihito as things were right now. And yet, to save him, she had no options except one. A gamble, a massive gamble that she hoped would pay off. Tsunade-sama, you do understand that this is very risky. Turning someone into a Jinchuriki at that stage in life is always a risk, let alone allotting such a valuable power to a politically sensitive entity. Either way, the ramifications of your actions could be massive, Minato warned. I know. She shouted as Tatsuya brought forward the Kumo Jinchuriki's body. But Konoha needs him. The world needs him. I cannot let him die, and if there is anyone who can survive this, then it has to be him, she said as she stood up and turned to face him. Minato, you must trust me on this, she said, and he nodded. All right, he said after a minute. Then teleport back to the village. I know you must be on your last legs as well. Jiraiya is on the way back right now, as soon as he arrives send him here. He will assist me in the sealing process. Until then, I will keep them both alive and make the necessary arrangements, she told him, and he nodded. But your own reserves, he asked and she shook her head. In here, in the summoning realm, Tatsuya can heal me without using my own chakra. I will be fine. Leave things here for me. You go back to Konoha and lead the village as a cage should, she ordered, and he acquiesced. Good luck, Lady Tsunade. 0000. Katsugawa Mayuki. Katsugawa Mayuki had been plagued by an ominous feeling for hours. The sensation reminded her of times when her own brothers had been assassinated, and this ill feeling made her restless and anxious as she sat there in her room. Akihito had left for the parley a few days ago, and the whole castle had lost much of its buzz with his departure as courtly matters slowed down. In his absence she was to rule the province alongside the prime minister, yet. And then she heard a knock on her door, and her heart sank as she turned towards it. Who is it? She asked. My lady, it is Hyakka Sosuke. I bring urgent news, and those words amplified her anxiety as she stood up. Come in, she said, and the servants opened the door, and the prime minister walked in. His face was marred with worry and anxiety, and she felt her heart race as she asked even before he had given her his respects. What happened? And his gaze lowered at her words. I bring grave news, my lady, he began, and she felt her heart break. The peace summit was attacked by Iwa and Kumo. No. She gasped out and felt her head spin, and only the helping hand of her servant stopped her from falling down. The attack was unsuccessful, and both the cage and the daimyos were able to retreat, but Akihito-sama was heavily injured during the ambush. Chapter 59. Orochimaru the Snake Sannin. Orochimaru stood in the cave with the Gedo Mazo once more after escaping the clutches of his once teammate in aim. Seeing Jiraiya in a Megakure had been a surprise, yet it had barely affected his plans. He had been following the 3 young aim nin for days now and was acutely aware of their strengths and weaknesses, and so when he had struck, he had known exactly how to tackle each and every one of them. Madara's will had already warned him of the secrets and powers that the redhead may possess, and so when the fight had begun, he had been his first target. A simple seal to stop him from molding chakra had been enough to make him practically powerless, and dealing with the other 2 was relatively simple. They were good specially for their age, yet were not a massive threat to him as they were. In a few years, he could not say. Things just might be different. Yet that all could change, and it could change very easily, given what he held in his hand. The Rinnegan. It had taken him some time to track down the lore surrounding these eyes and reason out what made them so special. And what he had found out had surprised him, a jujutsu that went beyond the Rinnegan and Byakugan, one possessed by none other than the Sage of the 6 Paths himself. No wonder Madara Uchiha had sought them for himself. It must be tempting, he heard a whisper and felt his heartbeat quicken despite the feebleness and fragility evident in that tone. He turned to his side and saw a pair of red Sharingan focused entirely on his form. The feeble form of Madara Uchiha looked down at him impassively as if watching a child, his gaze going through him as if looking at his very soul, aware of his every thought. Given your curiosity, you must be aware of what you hold in your hands, he stated as Orochimaru gulped. The power and the history of those eyes, of what they represent and what they can do. It must be tempting to take such power for yourself, the man asked, no anger or accusation in his tone. I would any. There is no need to lie, he cut in, and his lips thinned. How could he know his thoughts and desires? He was a Sannin. He had worked with Danzo and many other shinobi, yet even all of them had never looked at him like that, read him as the geriatric old man barely alive was doing now. And what if I am tempted? He decided to end the facade, looked the man in the eye, and smiled. He was old, barely alive, a Sannin in his prime, a student of a Hokage. Could he stop him? You can be tempted. Power tempts everyone. It does not bother me. But if you do decide to act on such temptations. And then he felt the air in the cave shift, as those eyes glue, the tomo in them spinning as he spoke a bit strongly. Then that could be a bit of a problem, he finished, and Orochimaru scoffed as he picked up the container with those prized eyes. And what would you do? You can barely even stand. You are but a relic of times, long gone while I am the snake Sannin. What could you even do to stop me? He scoffed as he smirked and released his own chakra. He ordered the snakes that roamed around the cavern to bind the man. He smirked as he saw them slither up the old man's legs. Come on, show me what you would do, old man. He smirked as 3 snakes bound him in whole. Yet, despite being bound by his summons, all 3 of them were ready to bite him at his one command. He was impassive, looking down at them as if at a child. You think too highly of yourself. And then he felt his vision shift, as all the color from the world vanished as he felt a sharp pain from his neck. As he tried to look at it, he felt his body stiffen, refusing to follow his own commands as he felt his heart get wrung in fear and anxiety as he saw Madara Uchiha appear right in front of him. You forget who I am, he said, and Orochimaru finally turned his eyes and saw that the kunai that had struck his neck was wielded by his own body, his own hand, and arm, which had a black shadowy creature covering it. I am Madara Uchiha. Know your place, you pesky little snake. 0000. Jiraiya the Toad Sage. The news of the attack by Iwa and Kumo on the parley between the daimyos had filled him with a sense of hopelessness. It had not even been a year since the Third Ninja War had come to a close, many of them were still just beginning to recover from that disaster, and now they were set to begin another war, one that would not resolve easily. Despite being victors of the last war, Konoha and their daimyo had leveled softer terms on Iwa, showing mercy when they did not have to, only in hopes that such future conflicts could be avoided. Yet Iwa had thrown their generosity in their face and had made fun of them through this attack, and he doubted that such terms would be on the table again. So, you are leaving? Hanzo the Salamander asked as Jiraiya stood opposite to him in his solar. Yes, the aid my country promised to aim may have some delays, but I have been assured that it will continue to arrive. Another liaison will be sent to oversee its distribution, but I am afraid I must leave and do my duty to the village, he added, having received missives from both the capital, the village, and Tsunade. Hanzo the Salamander seemed surprised by that. And what am I to offer as recompense for that aid? Perhaps my village. After all, AIM offers the shortest routes to your enemies' villages, he asked with a scoff, and Jiraiya shook his head. No, we demand or ask for no such thing. We will stand by the terms of our agreement. This is not AIM's war, and Konoha and its allies will not make it into one. No shinobi from our side shall enter into your lands without your explicit permission. We will respect the sanctity of AIM's borders, and it was a big gamble. Very big gamble. That is the promise of our daimyo, and Konoha and its allies shall honor his word, he added, and saw Hanzo's eyes narrow. And you, what do you think of your daimyo's command? After all, you must understand that it could end up costing you and your village much in this new war that has been thrust upon us, he asked, and Jiraiya shrugged. It is naive, he responded truthfully. And it was indeed. The daimyo could have easily strong-armed AIM into giving them those routes, and he did not believe that such a thing would have been difficult to achieve. But in the end, he was choosing to trust in AIM, choosing his own principles, and that was naive honorable, but naive nonetheless. Many people called Hashirama the same thing, Hanzo began as his eyes glowed. But he was not naive. He was better than us, and now we live in an era of his creation, an era that I believe is coming to an end, he said as he stood up. Go, Jiraiya of the Sannin. Do your duty by your village, and give your leaders my word that as long as you keep to your word no shinobi from Iwa and Kumo shall threaten your borders from AIM's territory, and the declaration was good news for them. Because he was sure that as they sat here, Kumo and Iwa would be trying to enter AIM to attack Konoha, and now that was no longer their problem. As for AIM's ability to deal with these threats, well, Hanzo Hattori was not one to break his word. He had given them his word, and that was enough. I shall convey your words, he said as he stood up and began to walk out of his solar. I have heard that your daimyo was attacked. How is he, the young daimyo? The man asked as he was about to step out of the solar. He will live. And the man smiled. I know he will. 0000. Fushio Suzuki. A week or so had passed since the beginning of open hostilities between the Konoha-Kirisuna alliance and the Iwa Kumo alliance, and this war was proving itself to be as deadly as all the previous one. Konoha's initial gambit had paid off, and they had been able to land a crippling blow to Iwa and Kumo, whose forces had been bogged down by the Omegakure's forces, as they tried to traverse through aim to attack Konoha. They had believed that much like the previous wars, using a mix of bribes, threats, and subterfuge they would be able to do as they had done so for years, and cut across aim to hit on Konoha, or face Konoha in an aim. Yet this Omegakure was different, it was united under a single banner and had the support of the fire, water, and wind country, which were trading with it in food, and arms on equal footing. Ending its dependence on Kumo and Iwa, rendering them powerless to exploit the rainy nation. Yet the nature of this war was quite different than the previous ones, for Kumo and Iwa had attacked the daimyos, who were a political entity, rather than a military one. An act which would not have been possible without the acceptance of their own daimyos, for if they were against such an act they would have admonished their villages by now. But no such action had happened, and this had changed everything. As was evident by the letter from his half-brother, Akihito, who had suffered the most grievous of injuries from that attack. Fire country has long held an imbalanced alliance with the wind country. Their whole economy and food supply depend on us, and the wind daimyo understood that and has already given his support to this. His half-sister spoke as she sat there opposite to him, pained and distraught, yet her back was straight as she cut the figure of imperial goddess. This is unprecedented. Not in 100 years has such a thing been called, he pointed out, and she nodded. But Kumo and Iwa have overreached, another voice cut in. Sitting beside Mayuki was Lady Chiba, Akihito's sole concubine and the infamous oracle. They attacked Akihito with no cause when he had only ever been benevolent towards them. Our lord husband has every right to do now as he may wish, for his enemies have acted without honor. They deserve no mercy, and now they shall get none. She said the last words scathingly, and oftentimes, the relationship between the main wife and the concubines would be filled with strife. He himself was to wed 4 women in the name of alliances. Akihito had always been cautious of this. He had never really liked the idea of multiple causing it the root cause of political strife. Yet despite having a concubine of his own, from the rumors, Lady Chiba and Mayuki had a rather good relationship. Will Water Country stand behind us in this? Mayuki asked again. And he thinks over the proposal and what it would mean for himself and his country. Akihito once told me that you and him believed in leaving the world a better place, believed in a peace that would last more than a decade. Mayuki spoke softly, looking much more like the girl she had when she had lost her mother. And they did, it was one thing that had brought them together, for they saw the world as it was from the eyes of a common man whose life and family were razed by the devastation of war. And they wished to change that. We did, he replied, and she smiled forlornly. Akihito hates war as well. He detests it. It was what drove him to be so lenient towards his enemies, yet our enemies tried to kill him. They tried to kill the very man who had shown them mercy no other lord on this land ever would, and yet now he is fair. And so implore you, elder brother, she said as she looked him in the eye. Believe in him once more, she said, and after a minute of thinking, he finally nodded his head as he picked up his brush. Then I stand behind him, and you in this, he said as he signed his name on the document, one that would change the very face of the continent. Water Country stands behind its allies. Our enemies have indeed overreached. And now this goes beyond war. And so, as the Water Daimyo, I call for it as well, CRIM. Chapter 60. Tsunade Senju. Tsunade watched as a pale and weak Akihito wrote his message on the missive, as Tatsuya surrounded him, constantly healing him, keeping him alive and conscious despite his injuries. It had taken her a week to stabilize him enough, and even that had required liberal use of Irai ninjutsu and his Uzumaki retainer's services. Yet even now, he would not survive out of the Shikotsu forest, which was filled with vitality and sen chakra, helping his body mend. Yet as soon as she took him out of there, she knew that he would die. Have this sent to Mayuki and the Prime Minister. They will know what to do with it. Give the second one to Minato, he said as he pushed forward the 2 missives, and she nodded. You are damn stubborn, you know that, she admonished, for despite his condition, he had insisted on working at even now had spent hours making plans for the war. Chastise me, Tsunade-san, he said while huffing. I am depending on this very stubbornness to save me, he said as he winced in pain. Rest, I will be back with Jiraiya soon, and we can begin the sealing, and he gave her a thumbs up as he closed his eyes as Tatsuya surrounded him once more. Keep an eye on him, Katsuyu-chan, and inform me if anything happens, she asked her summon, who nodded eagerly. Of course, Tsunade-san. I will be waiting for your return. Minato namikaze. Minato had never thought that there would be another war so soon after the last, beginning in the early days of his reign as a king. Yet that was what had happened, and with Kumo and Iwa striking first, striking at their daimyo, all options at peace were exhausted, and they were in open warfare, and Konoha had emerged victorious from the first gamble. And yet that victory had come at a cost, as everything in life did. Lord Thurt and his forces were able to strike at Iwa, while Iwa's own forces were stopped in aim. Our gamble paid off, and now all routes from aim to Konoha have been cut off. If Iwa and Kumo wish to strike at us, they must do so using the longer routes, he announced to his counselors, which had expanded for the war effort. And this was going to be the most consequential of the meetings if Lord Daimyo's message was any indication. This is what Akihito-sama sought when he made his alliance with AIM, Lady Tsunade spoke up as she looked towards the Jounin commander. While we may have lost access to AIM's land as well, so have our enemies, and with AIM politically stable and united, none will be able to use it to attack us. She cut off the border between their lands and AIM on the map that was laid out on the table. Our alliance with Kiri also makes sure that our border to the west will also be secure, and so it is only the eastern border that we have to guard, she said, highlighting the border in question. That may be true, but there are reports that Iwa and Kumo have turned their eyes on Suna after they failed to attack us and are thinking of attacking them. Suna alone will not be able to handle this, Shikaku pointed out. We will need to send a unit to help them, Jiraiya-sensei added. Fugaku would have been perfect for the job, but his fight with Iwa's Jinchuriki has left him injured. It will be a few weeks until he is at full health and ready to be deployed again, Shikaku, and that had been their biggest cost yet. To carve out an escape route for the men retreating from the Parley's location, Fugaku had engaged Iwa's Jinchuriki and his squad with a numerical disadvantage. Facing a Jinchuriki, especially a complete one such as Rashi of the lava style, was a behemoth of a task. And yet he had done his duty. Despite being outnumbered, Fugaku had managed to keep them all occupied long enough to secure for them a passage to retreat, and yet the battle had cost him much, and right now he was in the hospital, stable thankfully but still out for the count. How about you, Tsunade-san? Shikaku questioned, and she immediately shook her head. Both Jiraiya and I are unavailable for combat for at least a week, she informed him, and he knew the reason. They were going to seal the two tails into Daimyo-sama, to save his life. Through Herculean effort, Tsunade-sama had been able to stabilize Akihito-sama's life, yet the attack had left him in a much weaker state, and the only way to save him was by making him a Jinchuriki. Kiri will not be able to help either. The Mizukage had to face another Jinchuriki to secure the retreat of her own forces, their forces must be exhausted as well, Shikaku added, as he tried to think of an appropriate plan. What if we redirect Sensei's forces, Jiraiya-sensei advised, and he thought about that. He is pressuring Iwa's border at the moment, but if we send out two smaller platoons, one to take his position and harass Iwa's border forces while the other to reinforce his forces as he joins up the Suna border forces. But Sensei is old now. Is it wise to ask so much of him at this point in time? Tsunade-sama questioned, and Jiraiya-sensei scoffed. You underestimate Sensei, Tsunade. He is not one to tire so easily, and if there is anyone who can pull this off, it is him, he said, and it was the most solid plan they had. He is not called the professor for nothing, Shikaku-san added. And we can also send one of you as his replacement once you are done with your task, Shikaku added, and he nodded. Then that is it. Have a message relayed to Lord Thurt and begin assembling the two platoons, he said to Shikaku, who nodded, and then he turned towards Jiraiya-sensei and Tsunade-sama. I leave the sealing of the Baijuyu to you, he said, and they nodded as Tsunade-sama left the room, taking Jiraiya-sensei with herself as he leaned back and sighed, feeling weary from the pressure he was under. Konoha's position was much better than one would imagine. They had struck first and had also captured an enemy Baijuyu, something that would have meant absolute victory at any other time in past wars. Yet for this one, it was just the beginning. You seem to have something on your mind, Shikaku-san. He questioned the Jounin commander who still sat in his office. Is it truly wise, putting a Baijuyu in the daimyo-sama? He asked, and that was a valid question. A Baijuyu was an enormous war resource, especially to Konoha, who could not depend on Kushina for quite some time, given that she was pregnant. And using it to save a daimyo's life was unorthodox but necessary in his own eyes. It is, he replied. And is it wise to support him in his other ambition? Until this point, all three great wars have been apolitical, with only the shinobi spilling blood. If we change that and escalate as he proposes, we will be entering uncharted territory, and indeed, it was unprecedented. Previously, even during the war, trade and talks between the associated countries were affected little, even as the hidden villages fought, yet Akihito was set to change that and the whole world alongside it. Do you speak against it? He asked, seeming to think about it for a second before he shook his head. No, but this would change the world as we know it, he said. That it will. 0000. Hyakuya Sosoke. Gathered in the Great Hall were all the lords, high and low, along with all the ministers and advisors to the daimyo, whose seat remained empty. The war had begun in full, and word about the treachery of Iwa and Kumo had spread all around, and yet, despite it being a few weeks since the beginning of open hostilities, no major announcement had been made from the daimyo's castle. And today, that will change, as the doors to the hall opened up, and there stood the princess herself, clad in the finest of robes. Yet unlike before, she did not look down demurely but straight ahead with a fiery gaze as everyone bowed to her. She made her way to the throne and sat down on the seat beside the daimyo. Raise your heads, she spoke softly, as silence hung in the air. Today I have gathered all of you here on behalf of my husband and your daimyo, Akihito Shirahoshi, who even now fights for his life because of the treachery of our enemies, enemies who live and survive only because of our own mercy, she began, as everyone hung at her every word. They thought to cripple us, taking advantage of our mercy, she began, and mercy it was. Even after the war, the daimyo had imposed no new tariffs on Stone and Cloud Country, allowing them to buy grain and other necessities from their markets at fair rates. He had not imposed heavy sanctions, or recompense either, allowing them to rebuild their devastated lands, yet they had this mercy back at them. And now they shall suffer for it, as they never have before, she finished ominously. She took a blade offered by Lady Chiba, and he saw many realize the significance of this gathering. This will no longer be a simple war between villages, and then she pulled back her sleeve, and raised it, placed the knife's edge on the skin. I, as the wife of the fire daimyo Akihito Shirahoshi, call forth. And she pulled the knife as blood spurted from the wound on her arm. Crimson Sky. Chapter 61. Some 2 years later. Hyakuya Sosoke. The attack on the parley between Fire and Water Country had started a conflict that was being dubbed as the Fourth Great Ninja War, yet it was, in truth, a misnomer, for this war was not like the other wars. This was not a simple conflict between ninja villages, as the previous wars had been reduced to the daimyo maintaining a political dialogue, with trade and other more non-shinobi advents often going on as normally. Yet this time, the attack on parley had been made at the behest of the Lightning and Earth daimyo. It was a disgraceful act, especially when the Fire daimyo had spoken against leveling stricter sanctions on Iwa and the country despite having emerged victorious in the last conflict. The attack on the parley was a major slap on the face of the young Fire daimyo, who had responded in kind to the hostility shown to him and declared Crimson Sky. Crimson Sky was a declaration that broke the status quo that held for over a century and was the declaration of open hostilities between regions. It was announcing one's ambition to rule over an entire continent. It was a bold decision, confirming the very fears that had made the young lord unpopular, but ambitions and declarations often remain hollow in the face of lackluster performance, and Lord Akihito Shirahoshi was not one to underdeliver. All trade with Iwa and Kumo, and their subsequent villages and allies had been cut off, most of it getting redirected to Aim, Kiri, Suna and their other allied villages, and with their province being the greatest producer of grain, it had seriously hampered Iwa and Kumo's food security. Iwa and Kumo produced many essential things, including weapons, gems, and the most important of all, Kumo's advanced electronics and technologies. The weapons they could make were on their own, for they had minds of their own, but the electronics from Iwa was something that none of the three allied great lands could make, or at least they had all thought so. Under his direct leadership, they were producing electronics and technologies equal to or even more advanced than the ones from the Lightning Country, more or less ruining their economy. Even on the shinobi side of things, Konoha had buckled down and realized rather quickly that rather than trying for a swift victory, it was better for them to conserve their forces and simply choke their enemies through a lack of food and other resources, exhausting them until they had little choice except to surrender. And yet, all was not well. Despite the successful war efforts, there was another side to it. The initial attack had injured the Fire Lord greatly, the extent of his injuries unknown to any of them except his two wives, and to this day the young daimyo had yet make an appearance in the capital. And though his commands and orders would be relayed dutifully, carrying his seal and written in his hand, yet his ascension had been an unpopular one, and war, even a successful one, carried with its costs. Laws were being enforced in the land with an iron fist, specifically on the nobles whose extravagant lives had been affected the most by the stoppage of trade to Lightning and Earth Country, and add to the fact the contentious ascension of Lord Akihito, treason began to brew in their lands. It would have been easy to crush had the young lord not asked him to hold back and let it fester, and now it was at their doors literally. Mayuki-sama, he bowed in front of the Lady Empress, who still occupied the seat to the right of the empty daimyo's throne, one which had sat empty for over 2 years now. The rebelling lords have laid siege to the capital. They are 800 strong, led by around 13 samurai and 4 lords, he informed her. 13, she confirmed, her expression not shifting a bit at the news, and she looked unbothered by the precarious situation they were in. He could see the other nobles beginning to look around nervously as Lady Mayuki stood up. That is less than I imagined. Are the forces from Shinoi ready? She asked, and it was the only action they had taken. Many lords allied with the crown had offered to send their men, their samurai, to assist the daimyo in putting down this rebellion, yet he had refused them all, citing that he would manage on his own, and yet to face such odds they had summoned only the daimyo's most loyal forces from Shinoi. They are my lady. But they will not be enough, I know of their prowess, and yet the numerical disadvantage is too. When did you begin to question the wisdom of your lord, Prime Minister Sosuke? The Empress questioned, and in the 2 years, she had truly come into her own, becoming the spitting image of her father as she commanded the court with authority and regalness that he had never seen. But my lady, it has been 2 years, and yet we have not seen a glimpse of the daimyo-sama. They all call you a usurper, believe that you occupy the office of the daimyo illegally, he added as she walked down the throne and up to him. Let them wag their tongues. They will have their answers soon, she said as she walked forward. Take me to the borders. I wish to address the lords who have risen up against us. 0000. Katsugawa Mayuki. As a princess, Mayuki knew of politics, understood it, and yet, like many others, she believed it to be the same as governing. And yet they were entirely different things. And since her marriage she had truly begun to understand that difference, and now as she rode through the capital and watched that despite being surrounded by an enemy force, despite the region being plunged into a devastating war, they were ready to lay down their lives for her, were ready to sacrifice everything they had for her, and Akihito. And it was this reverence that drove these lords to rebellion, apart from their own ambitions, of course. At the start of this conflict, Akihito's directions were clear, that in no way should his office lose the support of the people. And so, laws had become stricter for nobles, exploitation of commoners was punished, and stopped, extravagancy, smuggling, and all such things were punished by the daimyo's office without prejudice. Many among those who had risen up today had tried hoarding their grain to make them reverse their decision of Crimson Sky, trying to incite rebellions, yet the palace had stepped in with its own grain, driving these lords to poverty, and with Akihito's success in improving farming and making alternatives to Lightning Country's advanced gadgets, the daimyo's throne did not lack for money. In some ways, their coffers had continued to balloon up during the war, with the prices of essentials remaining stable despite the war, and all those nobles who sought to incite rebellions failed in doing so. They had information about their movements from day one, about who was supporting them, where they gathered their men, where they hoarded their gold, and so forth. It would have taken a single command to dismantle it on day one. Yet Akihito had instructed her to let them fester, to root out his opposition in one fell swoop. As she reached the border of the capital, she was greeted by the capital and Shinoi forces, clad in full armor and ready for war. Their commander, a familiar face she had not seen in quite some time, stepped forward. This humble servant greets the moon of the empire, he said ceremoniously as he bowed to her. Rise, she said with a smile as her husband's previous right-hand man, and now the mayor of Shinoi, stood up, clad in full armor, sword to his side. It is good to see you after so long, Jin-san, she said, and the blonde man smiled. You as well, Mayuki-sama, he said as he began to walk by her side. Are the preparations complete? She asked, and he nodded. They are. Our men are ready. At one signal, we will have the lands of all these lords in our control, and that was the plan. Rather than making an open display of power, Akihito had ordered her to rely on Jin and use his special corps to infiltrate the lands of the rebelling lords to give them no retreat and to prevent further bloodshed. What of Akihito-sama? He questioned warily. Unlike herself, none in the region had seen him, and even for her, it was difficult to visit him given the complicated logistics involved. Yet getting a baijiu sealed inside oneself was not easy, especially when that someone was in as frail a state as Akihito. It had taken time for his body to assimilate the baijiu chakra and recover, and now it was finally time. Soon enough, all this time spent in separation would bear fruit. As she reached the command station on top of the wall, she found herself staring at the rebelling force in full. She took out a scroll from her pocket and rolled it on the floor, and on it a massive sealing formula was inscribed. She bit her thumb and raised it over the formula, and blood dropped into it as she closed her eyes. Come. Puff. Through a cloud of smoke, he emerged, stepping forward in a dark blue, rich kimono with the symbol of fire inscribed in the back. His hair was now long enough that it reached way down his neck and covered half his back, held together by a red thread. Akihito, she gasped as he turned to look towards her. The years had aged him, destroyed the boy in him, and turned him into a man. He was now 3 heads taller than her, and through the opening of his kimono, one could see the chiseled body underneath alongside a blue tattoo that ran down his shoulder and covered his arm. The men behind him all bowed as they saw him, just as she did as the former daimyo stood there once more, a sword lying on his shoulder. I believe the preparations are complete, he asked as he stepped forward and stared at the men gathered in front. They are my lord, Jin said. He nodded as he took her hand and made her stand, looking into her misty eyes. I have troubled you much in these years, he said softly, and she shook her head. For you, I would carry a burden 100-fold that, she said, and he smiled. You shall never have to. Never again. And with that, he stepped forward and jumped on the edge of the balcony, showcasing a level of agility that she had never seen before him before, and looked down at the men gathered there, before she felt his chakra roar like a fiery tempest. She felt as if she was enveloped in a loving warmth, though she doubted the men below felt it the same way given how they all stilled and many fell to their knees as he roared. Who dares stand against me? Chapter 62. Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze had little desire for war, yet he had been thrust into one not even a year into his time as the Hokage of the Leaf. The Fourth Great Ninja War, a war that had stakes unlike any other war before it had begun with the attack on the parley between the water and fire daimyo, had become an all-out war. Despite its scale and stake, it proved itself to be a shorter war than any before it, and it was all because of their daimyo. Early into the war, when the whole of Konoha was nervous about entering a new war so quickly after the previous one, direction came from the daimyo about a plan to keep the casualties minimal during this. Rather than seeking a swift victory, Konoha decided to fight a war of attrition and exhaust their enemies' supplies. Of all Tei 5 main provinces, Konoha was the most fertile and well-endowed, and they were going to leverage that. The declaration of Crimson Sky had been met with skepticism, for such a thing had not been done in centuries, for all the provinces to align behind one man, proclaiming him shogun, and yet if the reports from the other provinces were accurate, it was seeming more and more likely. Is this accurate? He asked Shikaku, who nodded. It is. The situation with the Earth Daimyo is rapidly deteriorating. There are open riots over lack of food and famine. And rather than placating them, he ordered his own ninja to slaughter all the protesters, and that was Konoha's true power. Something that had never been employed by their daimyos for trade between the provinces was a necessity, for each area provided something valuable, and for Earth, that was weapons, steel, and precious stones. Nobles before the current daimyo cared greatly about these things, though Akihito Shirahoshi was not his predecessors. He ordered the ninja to slaughter them. He asked. Involving the ninja in provincial politics was a big taboo, something that was both a said and unsaid rule, especially in internal matters. Yes, because according to the reports, even the guards of his own castles joined the riots, for their own families are starving. There is a faction there that supports making peace and holds the current daimyo responsible for the mess they are in, and that was just as their own daimyo had predicted, that soon enough, with enough scarcity of resources, factions against the war will form in the nobility's court. And given that it had been Iwa and Kumo and their subsequent provinces who had initiated this conflict, the Fire Daimyo had declared terms of ending the conflict a mere day after the beginning of the war. Crimson Sky, the acceptance of a shogun. What is the situation within Kumo? Are they behind the daimyo or this new faction? He asked, and given the poverty, their spies and information had been easy to come by. It's mixed. There are many grievances among the shinobi forces as well, and they feel as though the daimyo has thrust them into a conflict without much thought. Especially with casualties being what they are and us and the allies fighting as we have been, they are aggravated with their own leadership, and that was the thing that needed to break. It was now an open secret that the attack on the parley had been a ploy of the Earth Daimyo, and hence, all the blame for the subsequent events now lay with him. And what of Kumo? He asked. That was another side of the war. However, interestingly, their last daimyo died a year ago, and a much younger one took his place. While their forces are eager for war, their daimyo, or more specifically, his council and advisors, are averse to war as well. Their economy has been hit hard, and with no money, they are barely hanging on. They do not have open riots but do understand that if Iwa and Worth fall, Kumo will have to join in as well, and so it all depended on Iwa and Earth Kingdom. What of our own forces? He asked. The morale is high. Our casualties are only 2/10 higher than peacetime numbers, the new medical corps is showing its usefulness, and with the daimyo's offer providing ample funds despite being in wartime, one could argue that the village is thriving, and it was indeed. Konoha was not planning sweeping attacks. After the initial onslaught, they had backed off, set up supply lines, and pushed slowly, and one could say that both Kumo and Iwa were now prisoners in their own villages. Kumo had already lost one of their Jinchurikis, and Iwa's 2 Jinchurikis were spent as well, with one of them currently in Aim's custody. There was speculation that the ninja had defected and had gotten captured on purpose. And he leaned back, ignoring the mountain of work on his desk. What do you think of it all? He asked, and Shikaku sighed. When this war began, there was a part of me that wished to say I told you so, and indeed, Shikaku had voiced concerns over the parley and its relative need. Despite being a shinobi, I understand very well the trade relationships between the provinces and how necessary they are for a functional village and such, and so when the call for Crimson Sky was made, I thought it a rushed move, but I can easily say that I am thankful that I was wrong, he said bluntly admitting his own mistake. In that way, I have to give it to you. You were right to trust the daimyo. This, and that he raised a folder. This is not a war. This is an annihilation, and the rest of the villages, Kage and the daimyos can see that. Akihito Shirahoshi has decimated their economy and their morale without taking any drastic steps. He has dismantled them all systemically, and that was the truth. It was one thing to fight an enemy on battlefield and defeat them, it was another thing to orchestrate the things the way he had. Through manipulation of information, battles, and other such means, he had turned the people of Earth and Lightning against their own establishments, and that included their shinobi as well. Honestly, even I would find it hard to battle an enemy like our current daimyo, Shikaku added, and that was high praise from the man who was regarded as the genius tactician throughout the continent. I do hope that we can play shogi one day. 0000. Akihito Shirahoshi. The world had changed a lot in the last 2 years, the hegemony of the 5 great villages had essentially been broken, and now a new nation had taken center stage. A war had begun, one that was set to change the very face of the world. He had changed much. Neither becoming a Jinchuriki nor the shogun had been his intention, and yet both things had been thrust upon him. Given what he knew of the disaster coming, he had no choice but to accept the burden. The Tsuchikige's attack had left him nearly dead, and he had thought he would never wake again, yet here he was, alive after 2 years of constant effort and support. He had survived through the efforts and sacrifices of many people, and now it was his turn to pay them back. He saw the enemy still as he made his first public appearance after 2 years. The enemy had more or less used his absence as an excuse to further his own goals. Jin, he turned towards his once trusted advisor, who now served as governor of his lands. Yes, my lord, the man bowed. Tell the men to hold their fire. I will take care of this myself, and after issuing that order, he jumped once more. All the time and effort he had spent showed its effectiveness as he glided through the air and landed in front of the rebellion encampment. I recognize those banners, Lord Saigasa, Lord Hattori, Lord Bansho, he spoke, recognizing those banners and watching as 3 lords heading the rebellion stepped forward. There were others of course, but these 3 were the leaders of the rebellion. You are alive then, you peasant, the old Lord Bansho insulted him, and he did not react as he focused his gaze on the old man. Lord Bansho Chiaki was the leader of the conservative faction. He had been rather perturbed by his ascension and was the son of the daughter of the Earth Daimyo, with whose behest and support he had arranged this coup. And you are a traitor, Lord Bansho, he challenged, and the old man smirked. We are no traitors. It is you who seeks to disturb the balance that has existed for 100 years. Your ascension and actions are a disgrace to the tradition and honor of the land of fire itself, and it is time that we end it, and at that, he raised his sword, and the men gathered behind him. Even now, your hubris shall be your downfall. You, in your arrogance, came down to face us all by yourself, you fool. He taunted, and Akihito sighed, lamenting what he was about to do already. For despite the years, his dislike for violence and killing had not lessened, but if he was to unite the provinces and end this cycle of wars and hatred, then he must first clean house. To all those gathered here, I offer a final chance at clemency. Run to the forest on the side, and you shall be spared, he offered, using his chakra to enhance his voice so it could reach everyone. Stay, and none shall find even your remains. He finished threateningly, hoping that there would be men smart enough to take his warnings, though alas, very few were. You stand here alone against the might of all these men. And yet you think you can win. You are as delusional as they say you are, Lord Bansho taunted as he raised his sword, and the men readied behind him. Send one of your men to the side, Lord Banso, Akihito ordered as he let go of his chakra. The years spent in the Skihatsu under the tutelage of Tsunade Senju and the Slug Sage had done him much in achieving his full potential, especially now that he had access to the power of a Baijiu. So that he may tell the tale of your demise to your backers, and with that, he took out his sword and raised it straight up. Attack! The man roared, as his face twisted realizing that Akihito knew of the truth behind this campaign, and so the army rushed forth, as a sea of men crashed towards him with their weapons ready to kill him. Akihito closed his eyes and reached into the depth of his chakra. Matatabi, lend me your strength, he whispered, as chakra burst forth. As you say, and with that whisper, he felt chakra bubble inside him, and he focused it all into his blade as a literal firestorm erupted, and flame roared into the skies, and he could feel the sword creak in his hands, as the massive chakra was channeled through it. And then he reared it back, enclosing all that chakra into his blade, and watched as it became charred and black in color, with flames running all over it. Ninpo! He whispered. He used all his training to control and contain the chakra, and he brought down his blade in a single, slow strike. Kyakujitsujin! Blade of the rising sun! And the tip of his blade touched the ground as he let go of his chakra. Boom! And immediately, the ground cracked, a chasm forming and devouring the whole rebellion army, which screamed and raved as they fell to their deaths. The chasm left behind only a crumbling sword, such that as the screams died, only the hilt remained in the hands of Akihito Shirahoshi. Chapter 63. Tsunade Senju. Tsunade Senju had returned to the village many times, though her visits had always been brief, as she collected all the necessary information about the war and vanished once more into the summoning realm to treat Akihito. The last 2 years had been a flurry of activity, but finally, the long and arduous times had come to an end. "It is good to see you, Lady Tsunade," Minato greeted her as she found herself once more in the Hokage office, yet this time with none of the stress of the previous times. "It is good to be back as well," she replied as she sat down. "Is it finally over?" he asked, immediately asking about Akihito's treatment and availability. This had been a major headache for Konoha and Fire Country in general. Akihito's ability to fight the war from behind the curtain could not be underestimated. She had watched him plan and plot the whole conflict while being on his deathbed, yet his absence had not inspired much confidence. After much struggle, she was able to stabilize him enough that he could return to his castle for some time, around 6 months ago. And with the rumors of a rebellion growing, she had thought that he would do it, yet he had refused and had stayed back to regain full health while training with the Baijuyu chakra that he now had running through his body. "Yes, it is," she replied and saw Minato sigh in relief. "That is welcome news," he added, and she nodded. "That it is. He should be taking care of the rebellion that rose against him as we speak," she told him, and Minato nodded. "Yes, many in the council were worried that a force as large as that had been allowed to lay siege to the capital. I did assure them of Lord Daimyo's handling of the matter, but still, this will be a great boon for the morale, and it would be, for this war was not one between the hidden villages primarily. This was a war between the provinces and the 5 so-called nations. It was one reason Akihito had tried to keep shinobi casualties to a minimum, so as not to force the shinobi into a back corner but rather do so to the daimyos and the political elites of the 2 aggressor nations. Those damn geezers! They are still running their mouths," she scoffed, angry that the council of clan elders hadn't really learned that their time was over and that the era was shifting. "Well, you know how they are," he said with a smile, and she indeed did. After all, she had had to shut those geezers up herself a number of times. "Regardless, I bring word from our dear daimyo as well," she said as she took out the missive scroll she had been handed and gave it to Minato, who took it and began to skim over it immediately. She saw him raise a brow as he turned towards her. "Do you know what is written here?" he asked, and she nodded. "I do," he had written it in front of her. "He plans to end the war within months?" Minato asked, and she nodded. Immediately after the war had begun, Akihito was decisive in his decision-making to not let this evolve into a traditional war and had focused his attention on the political centers rather than the military ones. And so, through careful and patient maneuvering, agents had been mobilized to infiltrate the nobles of Iwa and Kumo to steer the masses and the nobles towards a surrender. The embargo on trade and the ruination of their respective economies had lit the spark which his agents later stoked, and now in Earth Country, there was open rebellion against their daimyo, and Lighting Country was now ruled by a council of reagents, most of whom blamed Earth Country for their demise, and sought peace as well. Both Iwa and Kumo are exhausted. The time of peace before the war was not enough to shake off the weariness of the last conflict, and they were thrust into this one so quickly. Both are looking at one another. As soon as one of the nations falls, the other will follow suit as well, she added, and Minato nodded. "That is good. Our forces are all ready to lay siege to the villages at a moment's notice. I will alert them to be prepared to take action at a moment's notice." "You should," and with that, she leaned back. "So, tell me, how does it feel being a father?" And she saw his smile falter as he rubbed his chin. "Honestly, quite exhausting," he replied, and she smiled. "With a kid so loud, I would imagine so as well," she replied, for she had met the little Naruto, and that boy was a hellion. "Yeah, but I wouldn't trade it for the world," and his smile and optimism were what made him a great cage. "Whe. Lord Hokage." An ANBU appeared in the room with a blur, and she saw his expression shift from a gentle and caring father to the deadly and cutthroat leader of a ninja village. "What is it, Peacock?" "It's Kumo, sir. They are attacking again. They are saying Killer Bee is leading the attack again." "Well, it seems like the war is not quite over yet," he said to her, and she nodded. "Kushina-sama and her team have moved to intercept. She has denied any request for backup." 0000. Akihito Shirahoshi. Akihito stared at the massive schism in front of him, his chakra network strained by the sheer volume of chakra he had just channeled as his body adopted to the massive volume of chakra he now possessed. The blade of the sword in his hand turned into a charred husk, and the remains of it were taken by the air, leaving behind only a hilt, which he pushed back into the sheath as he stepped forward and stopped at the edge of the schism. There was little to see except a gaping hole, the screams and cries of the army now long dead and buried, and he shook his head, despondent at the loss of life, yet he knew that it was necessary. After a small prayer, he turned back and jumped towards the massive fortress once more. He reached the platform easily and rejoined Jin and Mayuki, who were looking at the devastation in front of them with startled expressions. "Clear out the remains and have their lands seized. They will be redistributed in the next week after I hold a full court," he ordered, and his command broke Jin out of his trance. As you say, daimyo-sama, his aide replied as he knelt down. And open the gates. Make it known that the siege is over. We have won, and with that, he turned towards Mayuki and saw her look at him with a resolute expression. He had truly no desire for bloodshed, and so when he had heard initial reports of a front forming against him, he had sent missives to the lords asking for their grievances and had received nothing but rebuttal from them. Even when they had laid siege, he had sent one of his men to negotiate with them and had only received a single thing in response. We will kill you and end your line. And so the last draw had been made, and their fate sealed. Come, let us return to the castle, he said as he offered her his hand. She nodded as she took his hand, and they began to descend down the massive wall. By now, the massive gates were being opened up, and the people of the city were all gathered together as they watched him and Mayuki descend from the tower and reach for their carriage. They cleared out a path for them as he made his way through the massive cheer with Mayuki beside him. The capital has not changed much in my absence, he remarked as he turned towards Mayuki, who nodded. It has not. Your measures were able to preserve the people's way of life. I have never seen such prosperity, even during peacetimes, yet now, even while being at war, none are hungry for the day with your measures, she remarked with a smile. Well, they are not quite cheering for me now. Are they? He said as he pulled back the curtain and lowered the window. The cheers and chants reached them, most of them directed at Mayuki herself, who blushed at the praise. I did only as you ordered, she replied. And yet they love you for it, and then they reached the castle, and Akihito took to the platform, as a throng of people gathered in front of him. He stepped forward and used chakra to amplify his voice. People of my country. 0000. Orochimaru the Snake Sannin. The last 2 years had been quite an experience for Orochimaru as he tore through the fabric of science and reached as close as one could to figuring out the truth of life, chakra, and their world. And the revelations had been truly shocking. The power they had always thought to be of their own creation, the very power they used to wage wars and make jutsus, was far more complex than he had thought. And then there was the task he had been assigned, an impossible task of bringing back the dead. And not just any dead. He was to bring back the most powerful shinobi of his time. The implications became clearer to him with every passing day, yet he could do little but carry out the task assigned to him, as he found himself at the mercy of the darkness that covered half his body. A darkness which claimed itself to be Madara's will, but Orochimaru was not fooled. This was not a Kakra construct, this was a being, one much more ancient than Madara himself, one that might even be manipulating the legendary Uchiha clan leader. But he needed time to figure it all out, time for all his actions were scrutinized by this darkness, giving him respite only in his own mind as he tried to escape out of his predicament. And as he stared at the two bodies floating in chemical pods in front of him, both near lifeless and identical copies of one another at first glance. Yet, in truth, they were anything but. Age was but one aspect. Their cells and composition were entirely different, and he once more examined the massive and intricate sealing formula spread all around it. So be it then. With that, he bit his thumb and placed it on the sealing formula, despite knowing that, in some ways, his action was dooming the world. Kai. And with that, the sealing formula glue. Boom! The whole cave collapsed in a massive explosion, sending shockwaves that rocked Rice Country. Through the rubble, a whisper came. Finally. It has been quite some time. Chapter 64. Kushina Uzumaki. Much had changed for Kushina Uzumaki in the last 2 years, and her life, which at one point seemed like a directionless ship, was now filled with activity once more. The birth of her son, the learning of the truth of the Baijuyu, becoming a complete Jinchuriki, and so forth. She could argue that she had grown more in the last few years than she had in the last decade. And now, as she blurred through a throng of trees, silent as a whistle, her team behind him as they moved to intercept Kumo's own special team, she found herself thinking of the person who had brought this change to her life. The Fire Daimyo, the young shogun as he was called nowadays, for by now it was certain that he would become a fabled shogun, given how the war had progressed. There was no question about him losing, only about when he would win. The news of the attack on him had devastated and caused panic in all of the village, and then they were all thrust into another war, not even a year past the last one. Yet this war had been anything but like the last ones. This had become a full-on political war, in which shinobi involvement had only lessened with every passing day as their daimyo literally squeezed the warring regions of their resources, choking them in a way. And it had worked, as Konoha consolidated its gains from the initial days, and began to reinforce their own positions rather than overextending and putting their men in jeopardy. The other village simply found themselves entrapped in their own land, surrounded on almost all sides by Konoha and its allies, and with the embargo on trade the war ate away at their resources. And now the war was all but over, and in all of the continent, she was amongst the handful of people who knew that better than anyone. He is right ahead. Leave him to me, she ordered, and a chorus of affirmative reached her ears as she jumped forward. A clash between Jinchurikis was no small thing, and of this team of hers was smart enough they would back off and let them settle this, as they had done so in their last 2 meetings. Are you ready? She found herself asking the prisoner inside her. Yet. That damn octopus couldn't wait another day. She heard the retort back, and 2 years ago, she never would have imagined that the Kuno, Kurama would become a secret confidant of hers. Here. I have given you my chakra. Do not disgrace me. She heard him chide her, and she found herself chuckling as she replied. Don't worry about that. I will teach that younger brother of yours a lesson, and with that, she jumped forward as she felt a massive influx of chakra and immediately felt her senses and surroundings change as a red-orange hue began to cover her, enhancing her senses, as Kyuubi's chakra mixed with her own making her perhaps the most powerful shinobi of the continent. She pushed it through her leg and pushed, and its forest blurred as she appeared right above the 8 tails Jinchuriki. So, you are finally here for the dance, Red Princess, he began, as a red chakra began to envelop him as she raced towards him. Boom! Their fists clashed, and their eyes met as he roared. Get away! And the Kumonin backed off as she pushed the chakra and adamantine chains erupted from her back as Kumonin backed off, throwing his swords into the air and using them to parry away her attack as he landed on a branch a few meters back. You ready to dance, princess? Nah, she replied as she lowered herself, her chakra roaring in her body as she smirked. I am ready to win. 0000. The third Tsuchikage Onoki the fence-sitter. In hindsight, a part of him had known that he was making a mistake. Attacking not just 1 but 2 daimyos during a peace parley not in any way concerning his own village and lands was a massive aggression that would not go unanswered. Yet Iwa was enraged. He was enraged. Their pride wounded due to the loss suffered by them during the end of the last war, the memories of that blonde devil's devastation still fresh in their minds, so they had not rebuffed much when the order from their daimyo had come. And now, a bit over 2 years later, they were suffering the consequences. The initial attack had been a failure. They had managed to injure the fire daimyo and had thought that the ensuing turmoil would paralyze Konoha, allowing them to make swift moves. But the boy had survived, rescued by that accursed Senju princess, and then had begun an onslaught unlike any they had ever seen. Crimson Sky is the declaration for a shogunate, one that Prom used to destroy the established world order and reform a new one. And he would not back down. Iwa had just begun recovering from the last war, which had depleted them of both men and resources, and the gamble they had taken had backfired greatly. And now, with food shortages rampant, weapons scarce, and rioting all over the capital, Iwa was in no place to continue the war. They could not even attack Konoha, for they were simply prisoners in their own land, surrounded on all sides by Konoha and its allied forces. Their vanguard, commanded by that damned monkey summoning Sarutobi who rebuffed all their attacks living up to his name as the damned professor. And now their time was up, the last gamble of their daimyo had failed. The rebellion forces have been put down. All the lords and soldiers participating in it were killed. The fire daimyo has made a public appearance after 2 years, and morale in the fire country is higher than it has ever been, his Jounin commander read, as Iwa's councilmen gathered at his call to discuss the future of the war. So quickly? He asked, and the man shook his head. We have no report on the how. But it has been confirmed that the man did not use any shinobi in the operation, that it was his own forces that helped him secure this victory, and that was another issue. What of our own daimyo? He asked. He has secluded himself in his castle with a few loyal men as massive riots take place all over the province. His governors have betrayed him and marched towards the castle as we speak. We received one more letter from him earlier in the day calling for Iwa Nin, and he could feel all the eyes turning towards him. Accepting that request did not settle well with him. There was a reason shinobi were not to be involved in the affairs of the state, and he did not believe that a massacre was the solution. Have we received any word from Han? He asked. Of the 2 Jinchuriki from Iwa, now only one remained, and even that was a stretch. Both Han and Roshi had spoken against the war at first, and then at one point in the war, seeing the futility and the sheer loss of life for them, both had confronted him, asking him to seek peace once more. Acting as mouthpieces of the fire daimyo, and he had accused them of treason and retaliated. Another mistake, for in the aftermath Roshi would go on to defect, and Han would go into the mountains citing that he would always be there to defend his homeland but would take part on no offense. Tell Han that he is to return to the village tomorrow, he said, and saw the heads of all the councilmen turn towards him. Tsuchikage-sama, but he has refused to entertain any such offer before, his Jounin commander added. He will not refuse this one, he said as he stood up and addressed them all. After all, Iwagakure cannot function without a Tsuchikage, and his declaration was met with wide eyes and surprise. But Onoki-sama. Many began, but he raised his head, stopping the protests. Konoha and the fire daimyo will hardly accept peace with me at the helm. And in some ways, I am just as stubborn. I know many of you in this very hall spoke against my decision of joining hands with Kumo in attacking the daimyos, and even today many of you tire of this useless war. He began and saw many lower their heads, for they may not have denied him openly as Roshi and Han had, but indeed, he was aware of the grumblings and the dissent, for a man knew no greater loyalty than his own hunger. And hunger was widespread right now. To those of you who cannot let go of the hate and anguish in their hearts, make preparations. All of you shall depart with me at dawn tomorrow as we launch the final assault on Konoha forces to the south, he roared and saw many turn towards him. But my lord, this will be suicide. Both the Mizukage and the retired third Hokage man that sighed, came the answer and he shrugged. They may, but this will be it. This will be my calling. If I am victorious IWA shall have a chance to turn the tide. And if I fall, I name Han as my successor and leave IWA in his hands, he declared and saw everyone stare at him silently. You are all dismissed, he ordered, and he was left alone in his office. If his own estimation was correct, then the daimyo's castle would fall by tomorrow, and the next daimyo would call off the war, and Onoki would much rather die on the battlefield than become a prisoner to his own village and province. As he sat alone in his office contemplating his fate, suddenly, the door was blasted open. Hey, old man! He heard a familiar roar and looked and found a young familiar face barging into his office. What am I hearing about you, sensei? Deidara, his only student, barged into his office. They are saying you are retiring. Chapter 65. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi had become truly old. He was amongst the oldest shinobi alive today and had seen the shift of the eras from the Warring State period to the era of the Five Great Nations, a change led by his sensei and his brother, Hashirama Senju. It was a step towards the establishment of peace, a step towards making sure that no young children would be forced to fight anymore. And yet the dream had failed to deliver, the conflicts between clans simply became conflicts between hidden villages, and the never-ending cycle of war continued. And yet the eras were shifting once again, and this time it was not a shinobi doing so. No, this time, it was through the actions of a daimyo, an entity that held more power than one would initially think. The start of the Fourth Great War, not a ninja war, for this was not truly a ninja war, and more of a political and provincial conflict had begun a year into the ending of hostilities. And yet this war was unlike any war before it, with the Konoha, Suna, and Kiri alliance simply overwhelming their opponents, and yet rather than going for a killer strike, one aimed at the hearts of Kumo and IWA, they had been directed to prolong the conflict, a decision he had openly debated against initially, and yet with every passing day he realized the true intent behind it. For with every passing day, the Earth and Lighting Province saw their own people protesting against the war, which had devastated their economies, leading to mass starvation and rioting. It had also hampered IWA and Kumo's ability to wage war, essentially neutralizing them in a way he had never thought possible, and yet with shinobi casualties being as low as they were, Kumogakuer and Uegakuer shinobi realized the futility of their actions as well and saw that there was no path to victory for them. I must say, it has been an honor to serve alongside you, the young kunoichi added from the side as they stood at the edge of the cliff, and she marked another shift in the era. She was the first kunoichi to take on the mantle of a Kage, and rightly so. Terumi Mei reminded him in many ways of Tsunade and Mito-sama and was a kunoichi brimming with talent. The feeling is the same here. I must say, before this, I would never have thought that Kiri and Konoha would ever become allies given our history, he added, and a bloody history it was. Kirigakuer was the primary instigator of the Uzushio massacre and the bad blood between Kiri and Konoha because that was too much. And yet they were now allies, their fates entwined with each other unlike he had ever thought possible. There are many things that we would have thought impossible 2 years ago, but now they are a simple reality, she added, and he nodded. Still, I can see why they would call you the professor. I doubt anyone in the... Suddenly, he perked up, stepping forward as the Mizukage beside him quietened down as well. It seems like it is finally happening, he uttered as he sensed the chakra signatures coming their way. Indeed, but this means that the fighting in the Earth Province has escalated beyond control. This is the final push we were warned about, she iterated, and indeed, a letter from Minato had come warning him about something similar. Get the men ready, he said as he bit into his thumb as she blurred towards the main encampment. Summoning jutsu, he whispered as he pushed his hand against the ground. Monkey King Inma, and with a cloud of smoke, his Leal summon appeared behind him. Is it finally time, Sarutobi? Inma asked, and he nodded and leaned down. Yeah, it seems it is, he replied. Good, this has been a rather dry war, and with that, Inma looked up much like him as they saw their enemy flying over them, hands folded on his chest, a scar now running down the side of his face, one obtained in his fight against Minato. I was beginning to think I would never see you again, Onoki, he greeted the shinobi. You are far from home, Sarutobi, Onoki replied, and he felt him build up his chakra as he pushed his own chakra into his feet. Not as far as you, and with that, he saw him bring his hands together. Particle style. Transform. With that order, Inma shifted, pivoted using the staff, and jumped right into the air. Atomic dismantling jutsu. Extend. 00000. Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina Uzumaki jumped from one tree to another, parrying attacks, doling out attacks of her own as she fought with the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, yet despite the destruction and devastation around them, the truth was that not a single Konoha or Kyomonin had yet died from this conflict. At this point, their fights were well-crafted dances, somewhat of a spar as she twisted and avoided a tailed beast bomb, as she retaliated with her own adamantine chains. The Kyumo Jinchuriki jumped back, his body covered in red chakra that formed 6 tails. As their forces were exhausting, she knew that they must end this soon. "I can feel your brother's chakra," she muttered as her expanded senses caught onto the Reikage's chakra. "Is he coming here himself?" he asked as they entered into a taijutsu exchange, exchanging punches. His sword clashed against her own chains as they tumbled in the forest. "Yeah," she replied. "Is he still set on continuing this war?" she asked. "He is a Kage, he must never show weakness, but he tires of the war as well. We just need the first domino to fall," he replied seriously, his wrapping now gone as they both jumped back, their last attack leaving a massive crater behind. "Boom! That will happen soon," said the Reikage, whose speed was monstrous. In that short clash, he had managed to cover the bulk of the distance. She took out the special kunao from her pocket and, in a swift motion, threw it straight into the air above her. "With brother coming here, I am gonna have to get serious," he said as he leaned down. She saw his skin turn a reddish hue until the red chakra cloak masked his facial features, and a skeletal structure appeared on his shoulder and body. "Kurama," she requested herself and felt her own chakra shift as she felt the 9 tails infuse more of his chakra into her own. And then, as the air crackled, she felt him race towards her, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of him, his lightning cloak covering his body. The Reikage had only grown grumpier since his loss to Minato and had made it his mission to target her owing to her position as Konoha's Jinchuriki and her relationship with the Hokage. "I finally have you, Uzumaki," he snarled as his elbow raced towards her face, and yet she did not move an inch as she simply pushed her chakra into her adamantine chains to neutralize Hakubi and Killer Bee. "Lateral bolt of pain," he screamed, yet she did not move. She simply saw a light blur past her as a kunao landed near her feet. In the next instant, she felt the air shift, and she found herself right above the Hakubi, with the very familiar blonde where she had been moments ago, with a giant blur orb of chakra in his hand. "Raise Nan! Ninpo, adamantine prison," and with that scream, 8 adamantine chains erupted out of her back and rushed down, and pinned down the Hakubi, each one chain skewering one of its tails into the ground, as she herself landed on its head with a massive thud. "It is over," she said as she blocked 8 tails chakra, immobilizing it. "Be!" The Reikage snarled as he raced towards her, yet she did not budge as she saw him blur towards her once more, this time aiming a kick at her head, and yet Minato appeared beside her in a blur and blocked the kick with his hand. Boom! Much to the surprise of Reikage, who was stunned by this display of physical strength, something which was considered a weakness of Minato. "I believe I am your opponent, unruly eye," Minato said as he pushed down his neck and stared the Reikage in the eye, yet this time his eyes were different. Rather than the usual blue orbs he had, this time his eyes were orange with a horizontal slit in them with an orange marking under them. "Those eyes," the Reikage gasped as she smirked. After all, she was not the only one who had gotten stronger. Thunk! The Reikage pivoted and spun around, attacking Minato with his other leg, but he blocked it as well. Boom! The massive force behind the attack kicked up a storm, yet Minato did not budge as he glanced back at her. "Can you handle this?" he asked, and she nodded. "Leave the Hakubi's Jinchuriki to me," she assured him, her hands together in prayer as her chains pushed down the Baijuyu chakra tails, keeping the 8 tails immobilized. "Good," and with that, he shifted, and she saw him squeeze his hands, and the Reikage was forced to jump back as she heard the sound of bone cracking. "So, you have really mastered it as well, Minato," the Reikage said as he stood straight and glared at Minato, who straightened up as well. "The technique of that damned toad sage. Senjutsu," he remarked. "This fighting is futile. You and I both know Kyumo cannot win this war," Minato said. "Retreat and surrender, for that is what is set to happen in the future anyways," he added, and the Reikage gritted his teeth and shouted. "Ah!" And his chakra cloak bulked up as lightning danced over his body. "You dare! Hokage! I will show you the true might of Kyumu. 0000. And in that moment, as Hokage and Reikage fought, Kushina and Killer Bee found themselves engrossed in a talk until suddenly she felt immense pain in her abdomen as Kurama rose up from its lumber, whispering menacingly. "That chakra! Impossible!" Chapter 66. Unruly Eye, the fourth Reikage. I watched Namikaze standing there, those orange markings underneath his eyes showcasing the mastery of Senjutsu, a technique that only a handful of shinobi had ever mastered. To his senses, that bastard's chakra felt at ease, calm like an ocean, even though his senses screamed at him to run and escape, and yet he could not do that. He was Tei Reikage, the leader of his village, and if they were to break the stalemate they had found themselves in, this was the place to make a stand. They had both the Hokage and Konoha's Jinchuriki in their sight, hence this was the time to make a stand. Already, his daimyo, or more specifically, his council, were calling this war a mistake and were ready to capitulate to Konoha and Fire Country. He knew that they were just waiting for the first domino to fall, and if reports from Iwa and Earth Country were anything to go by, that domino was set to fall anytime. The scar running down his shoulder ached as he leaned down, reminding him of his failure to protect Uchiha, and he remembered the promise he had made to himself on that day. You dare! And he blurred through the air, aiming for the leaf's accursed red-headed Jinchuriki, trying to go past the blonde bastard as he tried to free B, yet suddenly, as he was a few paces away from her, he found the blonde blur in front of him, blocking his punch once again, making him stop. I am your opponent, the blonde uttered, and it unsettled him how his chakra was still not roused, not roaring, but was quiet and at peace. Not her, and with it he felt his body blur as he suddenly found himself in an unknown place, alone, before the blonde appeared again. Now we can fight at peace, the blonde said, and he realized that he had just used his technique on him, and he snarled. You bastard, and with that I jumped at him once more. As he blurred behind him and swung his leg at high, yet he simply ducked, without glancing back, and tried to swing a kunao at him. Still, the blonde was not the only one who had gotten stronger, and so he redirected his chakra, hardening the cloak at that point as he drummed up a lighting arrow in his hand. Ninpo, Kaminary's spear. And he threw it down at the cage, yet before he could see his attack connect, he heard a small whisper from the blonde. Senpo, frog Q might. And he felt it after years. A punch landed on him as he was sent tumbling back, and his feet dragged on the earth before coming to a halt as he coughed up blood. It has been quite a few years since anyone has landed a hit on me like this, he said as he wiped away the blood from his face. Senjutsu. It really is a scary thing, he commented. Give up, You and I both know that there is no way that you can win this war. Kumo and Iwa's alliance is a farce now, with both your nations and villages distrusting each other. Your morale is down, and you no longer have bodies or resources to throw at us, the blonde uttered, making him grit his teeth, for though scathing, it was the truth. There was no winning here. Not currently. Konoha's forces were simply too powerful. Their third Hokage was strong enough to tackle 2 or 3 S-ranked nin himself, keeping them occupied while their other forces ran amok on the enemy lines. The Uchiha bastard, the Toad Sage, the Senju princess and so forth, they simply had too many S-rank or near S-rank shinobi in their ranks. And then there was him. Namikaze Minato. He had not openly joined the fray in leading any offensive. Still, he was their true hidden weapon, teleporting and providing backup to any location at any time, which instantly made him the biggest nightmare. He alone covered up all their weakness, shored up their defenses, and made their offensives just more lethal. If they were to have a chance at turning things around, Namikaze Minato needed to die. You may be right. We may not have a chance to win as of now, but that all can change easily once you are gone from the picture, I said as he toned down his chakra, reaching for the newly inscribed seal over his shoulder as he smeared a streak of blood on it. But I cannot give up. Not until I have avenged my failure from that day, he said as he felt another chakra invade his own and mix with it. The invasion of this foreign chakra made his chakra coils scream in pain and agony, yet he did not wince as the color of the chakra cloak around him began to shift, getting darker and darker until it became the pitch-black lighting of his own father. Then so be it, Namikaze roared as he pulled up his own hand. A blue orb appeared in it, but this time, it did not remain a simple orb. No, he watched as it formed edges like a shuriken, and a whistling sound began to rumble throughout the forest. The sheer amount of chakra he was pushing into the orb told him that this would be his penultimate attack, and so he would reciprocate as he channeled all that black lighting into his right hand. The skin on his band burned, and he could feel it overwhelm him, yet he did not bother as he leaned down and pushed his feet into the ground. Ninpo. He roared as he pushed his chakra into his legs. Senpo. Namikaze spoke as the ground underneath him cracked, forcing his feet into the ground. Black lightning. Raisin Shuriken. Boom. 00000. Hiruzen Sarutobi. The land around him lay destroyed, craters, cracks, charred trees, and the blood-soaked ground showed the sheer depravity and scale of the battle that had just taken place. Even his own body ached from the wounds of this battle, as he stood there huffing, his limp arm beside him as a dozen nin stood around a single body, sweat dripping down their faces as they spent their chakra trying to suppress a shinobi, the likes of which the world may never see again. Hey, he heard Onoki huff as he lay there, his haori and cap now long gone, his hair disheveled and burnt as the sealing formula kept him rooted to the ground. You Konohanin still try and cling to that noble facade of yours, he taunted, yet Herzuin knew that there was little nobility in keeping Onoki alive. This is not en. Spare me your lies, Hiruzen. Onoki roared, and even with a dozen nin trying to suppress him, his chakra roared forth, bringing many of the 12 to their knees as Onoki glared at him as he lay there chained in a sealing technique. You have won. End my life? He asked, and before he could answer, the Mizukage stepped forward. Your crimes are many, Fence-sitter Onoki. You spurned peace and attacked a parley, breaking all laws and traditions as you and your village plunged this village into another war. A needless war, she challenged sharply, and the old Tsuchikage scoffed. And yet you still spare my life. Onoki challenged. Because the man who you tried to kill wishes for you to see the peace that you spurned, the peace that your generation could never imagine. And though he may be wrong, yet he believed that there is a role still left for you to play in the times to come, and with it she brought up her own hand and the seal began to expand. Fuyin. And with that Onoki's chakra was fully sealed, as a healer Nin began to heal away his injuries. 0000. Chiba Mayuki. Her once friend and now lord husband had always cut a striking figure, and yet his face had always contained the hints of youth and naivety. But now, 2 years later, as she watched him rest with his young son sleeping in his lap, she saw not the boy with the promise of a greater potential, but a man who was set to unite and rule the whole continent. You have something to say, he spoke softly. Though his face was well at ease, and he was smiling, the sense of danger and power he exuded made her shudder. Akihito was always very powerful, but now it was an entirely different thing. It is nothing, she said, and he opened his eyes as a stray bird came and settled down on his head, and it was what made her feel the serenity around him. It was unnatural, yet she would not use that word to define it. It is not. I can feel it, as can your thoughts and intentions. Say it, he asked again softly. Mayuki was asleep. The Empress had spent many a sleepless nights ruling in her lord husband's absence, and though she had helped her as much as she could, Mayuki had carried the brunt of the duties alongside rearing and caring for a child. I wish to say that you seem ready to shoulder the very burden you so often shunned a few years ago, she spoke up and saw him smile. What do they say? One often finds his destiny on the road he takes to avoid it, he finished, and she frowned. I am afraid I have never heard of the saying, she replied, and he shrugged. It's something I heard a long time ago, he finished as he closed his eyes, and there was silence for a second before he frowned. Kumo and Iwa have fallen, he announced quietly, making her frown as to how he became aware of this news while sitting in his courtyard. Ho! The Earth daimyo has been killed in the riots. A council has replaced him and will soon name a successor. However, they had sent directives to Uegaku to lay down their arms, he finished. Will Onoki accept? She asked, knowing full well that, in the third Tsuchikage, Onoki was rather stubborn and bull-headed. It seems Uegaku has a new kage. Han of the Five Tails has been installed as the fourth Tsuchikage, and he shall accept the order from the daimyo office, he told her as he opened his eyes. And with Iwa falling, Kumo shall follow, she asked, and he nodded. They will. Especially now that we have captured the fourth Reikage. He was defeated by Minato Namikaze in a duel, he finished as he rose up, and the bird resting on his head did not even budge as he stood up and passed his son to a servant nearby. With this, we will finally have peace, she said with a sigh and heard him scoff. I am afraid you are wrong, Mayuki, he said as he began to walk past her. This is just the beginning. 0000. In another corner of the world, a man with a wild mane of hair smiled as his summoning jutsu failed. He smiled as his eyes glinted an ominous red. A smile blossomed on his face as he whispered into the air. Interesting. Chapter 67. Kushina Uzumaki. It's over, she told the Hakubi Jinchuriki as she sensed the Reikage's chakra grow static, hence marking the end of his fight with Minato. The fighting had taken a toll on him as well, yet he seemed fine as she loosened her chains and jumped back as the Eight Tails Jinchuriki stood up. So, brother lost, he asked, and there was a hint of sadness in his tone. He did. He is alive and will be captured, but as per the daimyo's assurances and agreement, he will not be harmed or mistreated as long as Kumo bends the knee, she told him. The 2 years had come with a set of revelations that she had never imagined, revelations regarding the true nature of the Baijiu, their origins, and most importantly their ability to allow instantaneous communication between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast themselves. For the past 2 years, Akihito has engaged each and every Baijiu and their Jinchuriki in backdoor diplomacy, offering them and their villages a way out of the bloody conflict they have been thrust into. There had been skepticism at first, yet 2 years of constant back and forth had mellowed down both sides, allowing for open dialogue eventually, which had borne its fruit given that right now, each of the pages of the 5 great hidden villages was either a Jinchuriki or closely associated with one. I am counting on you and your leaders to keep their word, Uzumaki. He spoke seriously, and she nodded. I know. But that was the offer, we have spared your brother's life and in return you shall put an end to this useless war. Soon enough your own council of reagents shall call for a surrender, accept it and do not cause further bloodshed, she elaborated, and he nodded. I shall do what is necessary. Then suddenly, she felt herself still as she felt a visceral fear grip her and the Baijiu lying inside her as she heard Kurama warn her. Watch out. Hakubi must have done something similar to herself. Killer Bee jumped back as well, and yet there was no attack whatsoever as she tried to sense the cause of the distress. They're in the trees. And she followed the directions and stilled as she saw the person standing there. His hair was dark, pitch black, and grown out like a wild mane covering half of his face. The other half of his face lay bare for her to see, the structure so similar to the statue built near the Valley of Peace, the very place where he was supposed to have taken his last breath. So, you are the new keeper of that nine-tailed beast, he taunted, his voice haughty and unperturbed as he gazed at her with no fear. A surprise, for she had gotten quite used to how everyone would cower at her sight and the feel of her sheer chakra. And she could feel Kurama's anger and rage at the sight of him. The man, who had, in a way, set all this in motion, both the good and the bad. Oi, that face. It means young Akihito was not lying, Killer Bee gasped as sweat dripped down his forehead. She saw that eye turn towards her hair, as she saw his brows come together for a second. Send a message to Akihito and all other baijus. Tell them that he is here. She asked Kurama, who growled yet nodded. I already have. Those red hair and that chakra. You aren't one of Hashirama's brats now, are you? He asked with a taunting smile, and she shook her head. I am not. I am Kushina Uzumaki. She began. And you should not be here, Uchiha Madara, she finished as she began gathering her own chakra. An Uzumaki, hey? No wonder I found your chakra to be rather familiar. You must be from Mito's clan. Though I wonder. He began, still looking so nonchalant while addressing two of the strongest Jinchurikis in the world. You do not seem surprised at seeing me, how? He asked. We are not as oblivious to your plans as you would think, Uchiha Madara, and we will not let you succeed. Your time came to an end long ago. You should be in your grave, and we will make sure of that, she said as she pushed forth Kurama's chakra and reactivated the Baijuyu chakra mode as he raised a brow. The Nine Tails chakra? How can you control that? No matter, and at that, she gave Killer Bee a nod as they both vanished in an instant. Double lariat. Double lariat. They both tried to whack off his neck, yet before they could hit him, a blue skeletal ribcage appeared around him, blocking off their attack. I shall soon have you under my control. And with that, an arm was swung at her, and she pushed out her chains as she blocked the attack just as Killer Bee brought out the Haxabee's tails. She was sent railing back as she saw the blue hue rise and take the form of a skeletal figure. You are strong, he said as she saw him raise his hands. But not strong enough. And at that, he brought together his hands. Katon. And at that, she brought together her hands as she began to gather the Baijuyu's chakra in her hands, as a purple orb began to form on her hands, much like Killer Bee did. Ninpo. Majestic Destroyer Flame. Tailed Beast. They both shouted, yet before they could let go of their attacks, she felt herself blur as she appeared right beside the Uchiha relic, much like Killer Bee as the Uchiha frowned. Swish. Bomb. She screamed as, in another blur, another figure appeared right above him carrying a giant blue orb. Senpo, Otamara's Nan. Boom. And the whole area exploded. Then all three of them jumped back as the forest around them burned away, covering the whole area in dust and smoke. Senjutsu. They heard the voice, and she immediately felt herself still. It has been quite some time since I have seen that, it continued, and she watched as the dust cleared only to reveal the form of Madara standing there, with not a single scratch on his body. Still, I never thought I would see a Konoha nin work alongside a Kumo ninja. The world has gotten quite interesting. He said as he smiled. No matter. I just came for a greeting, and as a payback for showing me this unique spectacle, I allow you all to keep your lives, he finished as she saw those red eyes spin. For the time being, that is. Puff. And then, in a puff of smoke, he vanished, showing that all that power was simply from a damn clone. 00000. Akihito Shirahoshi. His most trusted counselors sat in front of him as they gathered to act on the latest information they had just received, both the official and the unofficial one. As the victor of the war, I have called for a grand council, he announced and saw the Prime Minister nod. All the daimyo and the cages shall answer my call and shall gather in the land of iron, where we shall hammer out the pathway for the future, he announced as he turned towards Jin and Mayuki, who sat beside the Prime Minister. The war is over. We have won, he announced and saw them all smile and rejoice. All except him and Mayuki, for only the both of them, knew of the true danger lurking for them in the near future. Who shall accompany you for this summit, Akihito-sama, Hi Akiya Sosuke, the Prime Minister asked him, after all they would not want a repeat of what had transpired the last time. The Hokage shall join me along with Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama. Though I will be accompanied by members from the Guardian 12 as well, a privilege which the rest of the villages will not be allowed, he added and saw him nod. That is fair. Shall I make the announcement for the end of the war and victory, and he nodded. I shall address the nation as well, but Sosuke-san, I want you to continue the wartime measures. Keep the smitheries and the factories running. Come up with an appropriate excuse, but I do not want production to stop, he added gravely, and the Prime Minister frowned. But why, my lord? We have won. Why must we continue these measures? Our stores are full enough to arm Konoha twice over. Despite the war, we have not expended our resources too much, he added, and he gulped down. Because we are not done fighting yet, he said, and the man backed off. Because there is still one more war to fight. The meeting continued for an hour after that, yet now both Jin and Sosuke had left, leaving him alone with Mayuki, his wife, who seemed much concerned and much like himself as she asked softly. Is he really back? She asked, and he nodded. He is, he told her. After all, it was no use hiding it now. The summit, you think he will come there? She asked, and he nodded. I think he will, and she bit her lip. You just came back. And yet, you must march into another war. When will this end? She asked, and he asked himself the same question. As much as he detested conflict, it had become part and parcel of his life ever since he had become daimyo. And he wrapped his arm around and pulled her into his side. We are ready for him. This war was a pretext for this ultimate battle. This is the one Mayuki, the one battle that may decide it all. 0000. Back near the cave, Madara opened his eyes once more. As he closed, he disappeared and smirked. The world has changed quite a lot since I was away, he said as he rose up from the crouch position and glanced back towards the snake Sannin standing behind him. Now tell me, how are the rest of the preparations? Everything has been prepared as per your wishes. They are ready. Chapter 68. Fushio Suzuki, the Water Daimyo. There was a time when the prospect of a shogunate had seemed like nothing but a pipe dream. An impossibility that none would ever get to witness, and yet now, as he read the official letter of invitation from the Fire Daimyo calling on him and all the other great daimyos for a grand council, the first of its nature, he found himself on the precipice of making history. A grand council, hey? That is so like him, he said as he folded the letter and passed it to his Kage, who now sat in front of him, having returned from the front lines just for this. All the Kages, and the daimyos gathered in one place. Something like this has never happened before, Terumi May added, and to this day, he was thankful that the orange-haired kunoichi was the Kage rather than anyone else. Unlike Akihito, Fushio did not have a fine grasp of shinobi affairs, and Kirigakure was a mess that would have swallowed any other man. Yet, thankfully, the orange-haired kunoichi had been able to save the village from its doomed destiny and transform the culture in just about 3 years. The prolonged war had allowed them to focus all of their turbulent energies on their common enemies, allowing the shinobi to build bonds and camaraderie. This was rather lacking in Kiri's forces, which had always been inclined toward an individualistic approach and accolades. Their alliance with Konoha had also helped. With simpler and robust trade agreements, basic necessities like food, clothes, and medicine were no longer scarce, and these measures had done much to simmer down his people's anger and anguish. And now, as the years passed, and more people saw their kids grow up in relative peace, with ample food and other luxuries, the people in Kiri began to see the advantages of peace. No man has ever united the continent as such either. This whole thing is unprecedented, he remarked as his eyes shifted to the other occupant of the room. She had grown much in the last couple of years, and gone was the young kunoichi who would titter around nervously in his castle. No Hararin was the official liaison between Konoha and the Fire Daimyo in Kiri and Water Country. She was a sort of ambassador, chosen because even among all of Konoha none had the courage to take on such a dangerous and tumultuous assignment. The chance that the alliance between Kiri and Konoha would end and that the life of whoever had taken up this duty would be forfeit because they would be in the heart of enemy territory, surrounded by enemies on all sides. And yet she had nominated herself for the task, and though she and Kiri had no intention of harming her, her actions spoke of courage and daring. Will you be joining us for this? He asked her, and she shook her head. I am afraid not. I am set to leave for Konoha in a day. The daimyo-sama awaits your decision, she asked. Kiri and Water Country will accept it, of course. Tell him that we shall stand by him, he assured her, and why wouldn't he? This was their dream, their ultimate goal. And now, after years of trials and tribulations, it was finally within their grasp. Is there anything else? He asked and saw her hesitate. Another reason for why the kunoichi had been sent here as liaison was because Akihito thought her to be trustworthy, and her association with the Hokage allowed for instantaneous transmission of sensitive information that was known only to a few people in the entire world. There is another piece of information that is only for yours and Mizukage-sama's ears, she began, and his eyes narrowed as he straightened up and, with a small nod, tapped his finger thrice on the ground and immediately felt the presence of his guards vanish. What is it? He asked. It has not been made public yet, but during the last confrontation between Kumo and Konoha forces, there was an event that the daimyo-sama wanted to inform you about, she began shiftily. The last battle, a fight between Unruly I and Minato Namikaze, and the yellow flash had lived up to his name and felled the man considered by many to be a tailless-tailed beast. After that battle, the Konoha forces had swapped in, taking advantage of their advanced positions and encircling Kumo and Iwa in their respective provinces. Even now, no Konohanin had entered the given villages, and as a sign of respect, Kumo and Iwa knew that all it would take was one signal, and their villages could be razed to the ground. "What is it?" he asked, already a sense of foreboding taking over him. During the last battle, when Kumo and its forces had decided to surrender, Killer Bee from Kumo and Kushina Uzumaki from Konoha were attacked by an enemy, she continued, and his eyes widened in surprise, much like Terumi Mei's. Both of these were not regular shinobi. They were Jinchuriki. Fully trained Jinchuriki with full control over their Baijuyus, and though Kiri itself had one fully trained Jinchuriki of their own, Utakata had been rather clear about it that while they were all Jinchuriki, none could compare to the strength and prowess of the Kyuubi when it came to martial matters. Who would be idiotic enough to attack not just one but two Jinchuriki? He asked. The very man that Akihito-sama warned us all about all those years ago, she answered as she looked him in the eye. He stilled at those words, and Terumi Mei's eyes widened. You cannot mean. Mei gasped, and the brown-haired Konoha Kunoichi nodded. I am afraid it is true. We were too late, she said as her fists balled up. He is back. 0000. Minato Namikaze. The end of the war had been nearly as swift as its beginning. With one final battle, the war was over in all but name. Iwa, Kumo, and their respective provinces had all surrendered, and though Konoha had not entered their villages, or castles, samurai from the Fire Country and daimyo's office had reached their capitals and were now overlooking some rather discreet matters of governance. This was the first time a shogunate was being adopted in 100 years. However, this was a land of tradition, and even now, rules and traditions of that time remain alive. The governance model for a shogunate was complex. It was not an absolute monarchy, as it was thought to be. Basically, all the continent would be ruled collectively by a council comprising the daimyos and the shogun, and the shogun could pass any law as long as he had the support of one of the other 5 daimyos. This was the reason that rather than trying to appease Akihito-sama, the Earth and Lighting Countries councils were trying to approach Water Daimyo, and Wind Daimyo, trying to form a block against Akihito-sama. A plan that was set for failure for Minato. Although he may not have known much about the Wind Daimyo, he did know a lot about the Water Daimyo and knew that Akihito would have his backing, and then there was also Lord Hattori from AIM, an unknown in all this. But all this would come later. For they had a bigger problem, one that, if left unchecked, could devour their whole world. So, you were right. It truly was him behind everything, Jiraiya-sama added, his tone grave and serious as the shinobi elite of Konoha gathered in the daimyo's office to decide on their future. Madara Uchiha is a man possessed. He is an enemy, who has the resources and the mind of Orochimaru to back him up. Underestimating him would be fatal, Akihito began, and the Lord had changed much in the last 2 years. Gone was the boy who had spoken of a dream of uniting the world, and bringing peace only to be replaced by a man who had paid a steep cost for his ambition. The years had taken from him his youthful appearance, and now, with his sharp features maturing, he had an angular face and sharp, steely eyes that looked at you as if all your secrets lay bare in front of those eyes. He wore a checkered blue kimono with a dark vest underneath, and one of his arms rested out of his nagai as his sword lay bound to his side. I never knew that Orochimaru was involved with someone like him, Jiraiya-sama added. For the last 2 years, it had been his task to look for his old teammate, and despite his efforts, he had failed to do so. We do not yet know whether or not he is working with him willingly or not, Akihito-sama added in defense of the Snake Sannin, and both of his teammates shook their heads at that. Still, if he is indeed back and after the Baijuyu, as you say, then you need to cancel the Grand Council. At that gathering, he will have access to 3 of the 9 Baijuyu, including the 2 tails, because of your presence. He will definitely attack it, Tsunade-san added, and he nodded. Yes, Lady Tsunade is right. You can either postpone it, or send a representative. Maybe Lady Mayuki. Mayuki has suffered enough, the daimyo-sama cut in sharply, and his chakra roared as well, and there it was, the sheer presence of the beast that lay hidden inside him. Akihito Shirahoshi was strong. His chakra, while not extremely large, was substantial for his age and nature of prowess, but now it was an entirely different story. The 2 years spent in Shikotsu Forest had changed him, and the time he had spent training with the slugs and Tsuan-sama had made him a powerhouse of his own. Minato would bet that under the right circumstances, the daimyo-sama himself was at least an S-ranked threat himself. The very reason that I have called this council is to bait him out. A proud man like Madara Uchiha will not give up such an opportunity and will make an appearance during the Grand Council, and he was right. The attack on Kushina and Killer Bee had been motivated by a similar mindset. The man was testing them, trying to get a measure of them. And even then, even the combined might of himself, Killer Bee, and Kushina had managed to barely scratch a clone. Just how powerful was he? But that is idiotic and dangerous, Tsunade-sama added. It is. But it is also our only chance to separate Madara from Orochimaru, he added, and their eyes widened as they realized his plan. I believe that the reason we have not been able to locate the Snake Sannin, is because of interference from Madara Uchiha, and when Madara Uchiha comes to the Grand Council, in that short window of time, we must locate the Snake Sannin to ask him of the secrets of Madara Uchiha's rebirth, the daimyo elaborated. But why would that bastard ever help us? Jiraiya-sama asked. I cannot say whether he will be willing, but we need to find him, and we need those secrets, and at that, the young lord looked at his sensei. And it will be up to you to find both. I shall lend to you, Kirin-san, and you can employ the help of any other nin you wish, but this task can decide the future of this world, Jiraiya-sama, and it is my belief that only you can carry this out, he finished, and the whole room was quiet as sensei looked the daimyo-sama in the eye. It is a massive undertaking, one that will be extremely dangerous. The swiftness and secrecy of the operation would. And before the young lord finished, his sensei rose up from his seat and spoke in a resolute voice. I will do it. Chapter 69. Matatabi the Two Tails. To Matatabi, humans were detestable. They were primitive beings filled with greed and malice, each hungry for power and influence. There was a time when she, and the rest of her brethren thought themselves as guardians of the humans, burdened with protecting by their father. And yet, as the years went by and human depravity grew and grew, they became recluses, fearing that the humans may seek them and their power for their own personal gain. They were powerful, each of them carrying within itself enormous chakra and special abilities, and yet the years of war had honed human capabilities as well, and in their thirst for power, many a human had developed ways through which they could control her and her brethren. Many had retaliated. Kyubi, with her pride, had sought to protect them and had massacred humans by the thousands in her thirst for revenge, and so had Shikaku. While others had simply chosen to go into seclusion, choosing to forego the duty set onto them by their father. And in their solitude on only the lingering hope of the prophecy remained, one speaking of a boy that would bring them together and change the world. They had thought that the time would come when word of a shinobi capturing them all had come, and yet that was not true. Hashirama Senju had not come to make peace. No, the man was much like the rest of the humans, drunk on his power with no concern over what he was doing to them. He used them as bargaining chips, bartering and selling them for his cheap vision. So their lives of solitude became lives of imprisonment as they were sealed from one Jinchuriki into another, and with no hope in sight of this gruesome cycle coming to an end, a miracle had happened. Yujito's death had made her sad. She had watched the Kumonin grow up from infancy in front of her own eyes, and though the kid was her jailer, she was not blind to the tragedy that the blonde's life had been. And so when the attack on that parley had failed, and Yujito's body began to give up, she sighed and accepted that she would either die or be transferred to a new host. A host that would change everything. Unlike Yujito, her new host was not so young, and neither was he a ninja. He was a daimyo, a noble of the highest class, one that ruled over a whole province, carrying even more power than a cage. His life force was nothing but embers barely holding on to the thread of life, and yet the seal used to constrain her to his body was nothing like the one she had experienced before. It was weak and accommodating, one she felt she could easily break if she wished to, and yet she knew of the skill of Konoha's seal master, knew that he could employ a seal much harsher and more powerful than this one, and yet he had not. And then he had appeared, walking into the mindscape. He looked at her with pity and awe as he sat down in front of her. Unperturbed by the chilly killing intent, she focused on him and spoke of words she had not heard till that day. I am sorry for putting you through this, Matatabi. And he took her name, the one given to her by her father. And with that apology a friendship had blossomed, one that sought to end the tragedy of Jinchuriki and Baijuyu alike. You were not being honest with everyone, she spoke to him as she rested in his mindscape. Akihito sat there, sitting cross-legged, honing his control over chakra and natural energy, as he nodded. You are afraid of that man, of just what might happen during this grand council, she added, and he opened his eyes and gave her a tired smile. Only a fool would not fear Madara Uchiha, he replied, and the mention of that name made her teeth grind. That had man's atrocities against her own brethren were simply too much, his ambition for them and how he wished to use them threatening the end of the world. Even with nearly 5 of my brethren and the strongest shinobi of the time, she asked, and he nodded. Even then, I would dare say that we are at a disadvantage, he elaborated. Then why have you not called for the rest of my brethren? Perhaps with all 9 of us, we could even the odds, she asked, and he smirked. I made an offer to all of them, and I cannot force them to come. Not after I have promised them autonomy, and this is good in some ways. For if we do fail, at least the world may have a chance at survival, he said, and that had been the promise. Freedom is not just for herself but for all her brothers and sisters. He was the one, the boy her father had spoken of. The one who would unite them all and change the world. After becoming her Jinchuriki, he spoke of the connection they all shared. She was surprised to learn how he learned of it. But in the end, he managed to convince her to use it to make contact with the other Jinchuriki. And so, in 2 years, he had managed to turn them all to his side, convincing them to loosen their seals and make peace with the Baijuyu sealed inside them and share their pain. It was hard to trust humans after so much time and baggage, but following Kurama's example, a dialogue had begun. And for those unconvinced, his next promise would make the biggest difference. This shall be the last time a Baijuyu is sealed in a human. I am to become a shogun soon enough, and when I do, it is my pledge that those of you who seek freedom shall be freed of your jailers and left to live freely as long as you do no harm to the humans. It was a bold offer. One which only he could enact, given his authority as a shogun. And to show his sincerity, he would make a show. Isabu, the Three Tails, would be offered sanctuary by the Kirigakure rather than being sealed, and now their brother Swan was free. So did Son Goku, who wished to escape the war, and much like his own Jinchuriki, he would be offered sanctuary in a Megakure. So, all of them had begun to understand that he was the boy their father spoke of, the one who was set to change the world. The seal is complete, you know, he began, smiling at her. She frowned as she lay there, amused by his voice. I know, the seal that would allow for the safe removal of a Baijuyu from a Jinchuriki. It had taken Konoha's premier seal master over a year to design the thing, and the project was completed only a few days ago. Though I plan to make an announcement during the Grand Council, I would not begrudge you if you wish to leave me now, he offered, and it was a gesture unlike any other. And have you die, she scoffed, remembering just how he had clung to life when she had been first sealed into him. No, I will stay with you until I see you keep your promise, she said haughtily as he smiled at her. Thank you for everything, Matatabi, he said, and she nodded as she wrapped her tail around him. She took in the senjutsu chakra he had gathered and began to store it for the times that lay ahead. I shall thank you when you keep your promise. 0000. Orochimaru the Snake Sannin. Both shame and pride filled him as he stared at the person standing in front of him and felt the sheer power emanating out of him. Recreating Madara Uchiha's body had been an astronomical task, one that had taken nearly everything out of him. It was a task done with reluctance and fear. The more he became aware of the man's plans, the more he regretted ever joining hands with him. And as he told him about all the changes that had transpired in the 2 years since he had vanished from the world, he saw the man nod, a smile on his lips. A shogun, it has been quite some time since I have heard that title, the man finished, and just by simply standing there, one felt the power emanating out of him. Orochimaru of the Sannin was a weak shinobi, he would consider himself amongst the elite of his time, and yet even someone like him was nothing in comparison to the powers of the man sitting in front of him. I made the same proposal to Hashirama when we first joined hands, to put our backs behind the first fire daimyo to make him a shogun. And yet Hashirama would refuse to believe in his nonsense till the end, the man reiterated, and the way he spoke of Hashirama was in reverence, and despite their battles and contrasts, there was a certain element of respect whenever he spoke of it. To think that a mere noble would be able to do this. These are indeed interesting times, he finished as he looked straight at him. Alas, he is too late. If only he had been born 100 years ago, he finished as he began to stretch his hands. You spoke of a grand council, one where all the nobles and the cages are set to gather, the penultimate Uchiha asked, and he nodded. Indeed, it is set to take place in a month's time. The location is being kept a secret, but I have received word that it is set to take place in the Land of Iron, he reported, knowing that he had no choice but to. Good, that shall give me just enough time to get used to this new body of mine, he said as his eyes turned from their scarlet to the penultimate purple of the Rin-Egan. Are the other preparations finished? Came the question. They are. Then summon them. Let me test the power of that white-haired bastard's creation. And so, he did, and so an hour later, when Orochimaru found himself alone in his lab, he looked at himself in the mirror and found only half a face staring at him, the other covered by a grotesque dark creature, one he was made to believe was Madara's wool. But if his own conjecture was true, then it was anything but. And though he was caged at the moment by this abhorrent creature, a snake was anything but slippery, and so as he wrote down a simple report, far, far away, a white-haired shinobi would open his eyes, startled at the signal he was receiving. Chapter 70. Mikoto Uchiha. When the sirens of war had rung once again, Mikoto had imagined the worst as she held onto her new babe with all her might, holding it near to her body as she imagined the bloody conflict up ahead. Many in Konoha were tired of the constant wars, yet their daimyo had been attacked during a peace parley, and Konoha needed to retaliate. And retaliate they had, and in all but a few years, Konoha had decimated Iwa and Kumo, wrecking their economies, starving their people, and bringing both villages and provinces on the brink of collapse. It was an unconventional war focused more on economic ruin rather than a contest of shinobi forces as their daimyo flexed the might of their province's ideal geography and pivotal position in the food supply chain. I cannot believe the war is nearly over, she remarked, as she found herself sitting on the very porch when the sirens had rung again, with the very same friend, though with a much bigger company, she would add. Yeah, this one was one strange war, Kushina added from the side. Her red-haired friend had just returned from the front lines after fighting in the decisive battle between Kumo and Konoha. There were rumors that she had fought the infamous Eight Tails Jinchuriki to a standstill as Minato dismantled the fourth Reikage. And yet, despite the good news, she had not missed the sheer tension in the air and how stiff her friend and lord husband remained. The end of the war and Konoha's striking victory were cause for great celebrations, and yet both seemed rather troubled with each passing day. Kushina, she began softly as she looked at Ataki and her friend's red-haired apprentice playing with their two little toddlers. Yes, her friend turned to face her as Mikoto began. What is going on? She asked and saw the redhead's eyes widen at her direct question. What do you mean? She tried to downplay it, but she had had enough. I mean, why are you and Fugaku so worried despite the war coming to a close? She added, and she saw her friend try to shake her head. It's nothing like tea. Do not lie to me, she said sharply, and immediately, the red-haired kunoichi quieted down. There is something going on, she added. She was herself a jounin and was able to pick up the signs, how the wartime measures had not been loosened despite Konoha's triumphs, how the shinobi force was still on high alert, ready for a massive attack. I can sense it, this imperceptible tension that grips the village. And only you, Fugaku, and a select few seem to be able to grasp the whole thing, she continued and saw Kushina's lips thin. Well, I don't know how much I can or should say, her friend added with a sigh. Though keep what I am about to tell you to yourself. If things go as we suspect, the rest of the village may know soon enough as well, Kushina began. The truth is that the war is not as over as we may believe it to be, Kushina began, and she was taken aback by those words. She had expected as much, given the actions for the last few weeks. This war was simply a prelude to a greater conflict, all set up by a man so powerful and dreadful that even with the combined might of all the great nations, we still find ourselves on the back foot, and she could not believe those words. You have to be lying, she retorted, thinking it an exaggeration, but Kushina shook her head. I am not. This shinobi's strength is something that we cannot underestimate. He could single-handedly reshape this entire continent if he were not stopped. For the past 2 years, even as we fought against Kumo and IWA, the elites of Konoha have been preparing for this great fight, trying to prepare themselves for this eventual battle, Kushina answered. And now all the rigorous training by Fugaku, made sense. It was a bit surprising that Konoha had not swept both IWA and Kumo in one giant strike. It seemed that the village was preserving its strengths, more specifically, the strength of its elite. You speak of him as if he is a god. As if it is Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha come again, she gasped out and saw Kushina turn towards her. You don't know just how right you are. And so, as her friend shared her great burden with her, both of them found themselves simply sitting there, even as the sun set and the moon rose in the skies. Their children, long tired from playing, now rested in their laps. Boys born months apart, her son Sasuke with the Uchiha's black curls, and Kushina's with his father's short blonde hair. So, you plan to face him? She asked, and Kushina nodded as she sifted through her son's locks. I do, she replied softly before adding. I have to. Not for myself but for our son and for his future. I am amongst the few who can stand a chance, she replied. But what if? And words failed her as she stifled those dark thoughts and refused to continue, though Kushina understood her question. Then I entrust him with you, she answered, and guilt and pain wrenched her gut as she saw her friend look at her with that smile. We will do our best to defeat this man, but if we fail, we shall try our best to buy the world a bit of time. Time for the next generation to grow and succeed where we have failed, and at that, her friend reached into her pocket, took out a small scroll, and passed it to her. When we made peace with Kiri, this was part of the deal. This scroll contains the key to the Uzuio lands. I have spent the last year reconfiguring the seals around it while clearing out the remains of the battle. If the worst comes to pass, go there. The seals there will hold against anything. 0000. Onoki. Onoki had expected death when he had engaged Sarutobi and the Konoha forces as a last-ditch effort to turn the tide of the war, even though in his heart, he knew that there was little chance that they would succeed. War was not simply a conflict of shinobi, determined by strength even though that was the biggest part. War had many facets ranging from politics, logistics, morale, propaganda, rhetoric, and so forth. The truth was that despite their initial grievance and hate, IWA and Kumo had never truly been able to justify the restart of hostilities to both its shinobi and its common folk, who had had little to no time to recover from the effects of the last war. All this had been aggravated by the losses suffered by them in their initial days as they failed in their attempt to assassinate the new and young daimyo and then failed at attacking Konoha through aim, taking massive losses in their attempt to traverse those lands. And now their fate was sealed, as Onoki found himself sitting in a cell, his whole body chained, which had hundreds of seals on them, keeping him from moving an inch or molding even a spicule of chakra. However, he was not the only one, for beside him was none other than the Reikage brat, who was chained much like him. Yet, to his surprise, they had been treated relatively well, given their crimes. A respect to their station as cage perhaps. And then he heard the doors to his cell open. As he heard the sound of footsteps entering the room, two pairs he quickly identified, as the seal on his eyes stopped him from seeing. The only sense he still had was his hearing. He heard them come to a halt in front of him before a small voice commanded. "Unseal their eyes and mouths, and leave me." This was not that blonde devil. No, this was someone else, someone he could recognize easily. "But my lord. Do as I say. I see no danger here, and wasn't that an insult?" He felt the seal on his face untangle, and he opened his eyes. It took a moment for them to adjust to the darkness in the room, and as the fogginess cleared up, he found himself staring at the face of their new guest. He was young, younger than even that blonde bastard, with a chiseled, angular face and dark raven black hair running behind him. The kimono he wore was made of the finest cloth he had ever seen, and his iconic sword was there bound to his belt as he sat in front of them. The boy they had tried to kill. The daimyo that had started it all. He doubted there was anyone in the whole continent who did not know of him by now. Akihito Shirahoshi, the fire daimyo, and the first shogun in 100 years. And as he saw him looking down at him, he did not see the hate, anger, or haughtiness he had expected to see. He saw pity and determination in those eyes. "Are you here to finally put us out of our misery?" he asked as he looked the boy in the eye. "No, as much as I loathe you and your actions. I am afraid death will be too small a punishment for you and your sins," the boy began, and he scoffed. "Do not talk to me about sins, boy. You here to gloat, then gloat," he challenged. "And what should I gloat about? The thousands who lost their lives because of your bullheadedness when you refused to accept the generous peace I offered you all," the boy snarled. "Regardless, I am not here to tell you that both IWA and Kumo have laid down their arms," the boy announced. And that was expected, and he saw the Raikage grind his teeth at that as well. "I leave for a grand council soon, where the official declaration of the end of hostilities will be made," the boy announced. "Then why are you here talking to us old-timers?" he asked. "Because I want you to accompany me on this trip." Chapter 71. Jiraiya the Toad Sage. There was a time when the world seemed to be going in a circle. The times of war and peace followed each other like seasons and seemed to be becoming the new norm. Peace, the very purpose of creating the hidden villages, became a pipe dream as conflicts of clans turned into conflict of villages, and though this time there was no ever-present conflict like during the Warring State era, the great ninja wars were just as deadly. And yet, that era was about to change once more. And Jiraiya was set to witness that change with his own eyes, as the whole continent was set to be carved into a single shogunate, a feat thought impossible but one that was becoming a reality with every passing day. And yet before they could do this, they had to overcome one major challenge. A relic of the bygone era, trying to reshape the very world. Madara Uchiha. When he had first been told about the true enemy hiding in the shadows, he had dismissed it all, considering it nothing more than a conspiracy theory. But with Tsunade herself supporting their daimyo's word, he had no choice but to investigate, and in the end, the truth was even more shocking than he had thought. Madara Uchiha was alive and seeking to return to his prime, a very dangerous prospect that they had failed to stop. Now, their only hope lay in defeating the Uchiha legend, a feat not easily accomplished. "So, are you ready, Kushina?" he asked the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, the first one who had managed to tame the nine-tailed beast. That one thing had transformed Kushina Uzumaki from an S-ranked nin to an SS-ranked nin, making her one of the strongest people alive today. "I am," the redhead answered, and they found themselves standing on of the Hogue faces, ready to carry out the task they had been entrusted with. "Still, do you really think it will work?" she asked him, and he shrugged. "We will have to find out," he replied. The truth was he had been trying to find Orochimaru for years now, trying to locate his old teammate so that he could bring him to justice for the crimes he had committed against the village. Yet to this day, all his efforts had failed him, and if he was to trust their daimyo's words, then it might have been because of Madara Uchiha. And now, with the council set to happen, he believed that Madara might be distracted, allowing his old teammate to give out a signal. "I am still quite bummed, though," Kushina added, and he raised a brow. "At what?" he asked. "At being excluded from the whole council thing," she bailed out as she turned towards him. "I cannot believe they left me here with you and took that green spandex wearing weird genin," she balked out, and he laughed. "Yeah, that was a surprise," he replied. Akihito Shirahoshi had 4 shinobi accompanying him. 3 were the obvious choices, Tsunade, Fugaku, and Minato. But the problem came with the third. It was a shinobi named Might Dai. An older shinobi who had the rank of genin, because he could not use any genjutsu or ninjutsu. All of them had argued against the decision to include this rather unique but powerless shinobi in the lineup, believing it to be a waste of space, especially when there was a high chance that they would be attacked by Madara during the summit. But the young lord had persisted, going so far as to comment that the green spandex-wearing shinobi was his true trump card. Well, yeah, that was a surprise. No one can tell what goes on in the mind of our little daimyo, he replied. Wasn't that the truth? Yeah, he could have taken Lord Third. Or anyone else for that matter, yet for some reason, he chose that genin. Gods, I just hope it all works out, she sighed out and he nodded. Yeah, me too, and with that, he stretched his arms before he unbuckled the straps and unfurled the massive scroll tied to his back. Come, let us begin, he said as he unfurled the giant sealing formula. Kushina walked forward and settled down in one of the sealing arrays while he did the same in the other. Given that I alone was unable to find out the bastard's location using senjutsu, the daimyo-sama believed that combining that sensory technique with Kyubai's specialized sensing may help us locate Orochimaru. Yeah. Let's get on with it, and with that, she plopped down, and he saw her chakras shift. In an instant, the red in her hair was gone, and so was her regular shinobi outfit. Only to be replaced by an orange chakra hue that covered her from head to toe as her eye transformed into slits. And even as she sat beside him, the presence and chakra radiating off of her was something he had never seen. He doubted that even in his sage mode he could defeat her, and to think that Madara's clone had toyed with her in this state told him just how powerful of an enemy they were dealing with. Damn these youngsters, he cursed as he plopped down and closed his eyes, and began to absorb the natural chakra in the air, and soon enough, he felt his senses shift as he entered the sage mode. The 2 years of the war had given him time enough to master the technique, with the daimyo putting special emphasis on senjutsu, believing it to be their best weapon against a Madara Uchiha armed with the legendary Rinnegan. As soon as he entered the sage mode, he felt his senses expand, they merged with Kushina's sensing abilities, and he began to feel more of the world than he ever had. The sheer volume of information coming to him was maddening, and only the tranquility provided by the sage mode helped him siphon through all of it as he scanned the world for a sign. And they sat there, for how long he did not know, until he felt it. A small blip, yet that was all he needed to recognize that chakra and presence, and in an instant, he opened his eyes and stood up. That's him, he said. He watched as Kushina rose from her position as well. He looked to the skies and saw that they had turned black and that night had fallen. You have his coordinates, he asked, and she nodded as she put her hand on his back. Let me give you a little push. 0000. Fushio Suzuki. Fushio and his retinue were running a bit late, given that they were waiting for someone rather special. On Akihito's instructions, he had called out the elite from the Kiri-nin, or more specifically, the more hinged of the elites in their ranks, for even after 2 years of relative peace, Kiri-nice, especially the elite, ended up being rather unhinged. However, that did not matter much given that he had their Mizu cage ready to whip them into line whenever they got a bit rowdy, and according to her, the stability in the last years aided by the relative peace had allowed their nin to get settled, and ease into life. Now, even as he looked at the whole spiraling village in front of him, he found it rather lively and joyful rather than the gloomy and desolate place he had overtaken nearly 3 years ago. Will he really be here? He asked Terumi May as he stood there on the roof of the cage building. He will be. A letter came from him earlier showing his willingness to come to the summit, she told him. Is it really wise to take a Jinchuriki with you, knowing that you are probably springing a trap? She asked, and he nodded. Akihito is doing the same thing, and so will Kumo and Iwa. It is good that Utakata has volunteered. Kiri cannot lose its prestige by not bringing a Jinchuriki to play their role in this great battle, he added, and at that, the other cage guard stepped forward. Why cannot we just get on with it? He spoke as he joined them from the side, his white hair falling down on his face, hiding his eyes, and his sharp teeth speaking of just who he was. You promised me that I would get to fight an opponent unlike any I have ever seen. I just want to get on with it, the young shinobi continued. Behave yourself, Mangetsu. Do you know just who you are speaking to? Terumi May raged, but he had gotten used to the young nin's attitude. He had been one of the 3rd Mizukage's vanguards, a shinobi believed to rival even May in his prowess. A prodigy unlike any seen by Kiri. The true 7-headed demon of the mist, with mastery over all of Kiri's 7 ninja swords. Kiri's penultimate devil, Mangetsu Hojiki. And then suddenly, the boy perked up and turned to the side, his expression losing the nonchalance. I think he is here, and at that, he suddenly found a few bubbles falling out of the skies, and frowned before suddenly he saw a rather large bubble flying towards them, inside which was a shinobi dressed in a blue kimono with a flute-like an object in his hand. It's him, May told him as the bubble landed and exploded, and the shinobi walked towards them. I apologize for the delay, Mizukage-sama, daimyo-sama. I had to find a chaperone for my student in my absence, he gave a small bow and nodded. Let us waste no more time. With that, Kiri's retinue began its journey to the summit. 0000. Back in, Aim Hanzo watched the 3 nin gathered in front of him and marveled at the progress the 3 had made in the 2 years as the orange-haired kid wore the white haori of a cage with that signature cage hat. The boy gave him a nod and stepped forward as he walked out of the main building and through the large crowd of gathered Aim nin as they left for the summit. The shinobi saluted them as they walked through them until they reached the edge of the city, and at that, Yahiko turned towards his friends. Let's go. 0000. In Suna, the third Hokage found himself staring at the two of his most elite shinobi, ready to escort him and their daimyo to the summit. Suna's Jinchuriki's age made him unsuitable for the journey, and so he stayed back, but that did not mean Suna would let the other villages overshadow them. Are you sure you are up for this, Cho? He asked the old puppet master, and she smiled and nodded. Ma. I don't know what you are talking about. I am still quite young, you know, and as his eye twitched at her answer, he shook his head, taking it at face value. Let's go. Chapter 72. Akihito Shirahoshi. The journey to the Land of Iron was quiet and contemplative. Each person in his retinue knew of the danger that lingered for them, knew of the war set to happen, and though Mato Dai was rather unique in trying to cheer up the mood, even he had given up rather quickly, realizing that this was not the usual kind of crowd. And say what you will of the eternal genin, he was strong. Akihito had been surprised to find the man alive, yet after one small talk with him, he knew that this was the man who had created the legendary technique that would become a beacon of hope for the allied shinobi forces against the indomitable Madara Uchiha. It was cruel of him to use him this way, to bring him along as such a destructive and self-sacrificial shinobi. But Akihito was tired of playing fair, especially when it came to a shinobi who should have died. If Madara Uchiha did not care about playing fair, well, he could only reciprocate. This was the final bout. The final battle. The battle to end all battles, and if they emerged victorious in this, all the sacrifices would be worth it. Is it wise bringing the two of them along? Minato asked me, as he pointed towards the carriage at the back carrying the two captured cages. And he had thought much about it, but the truth was that none could deny the strength of Onoki and Unruly Eye, or their influence for that matter. If the alliance was to succeed, both Kumo and Iwa needed to see it for what it was, an alliance rather than an occupation. Both Onoki and I had been treated as per their station. He had strictly prohibited any torture, and other interrogation techniques, and had made sure that they were treated well, for they were still cages, and commanded the respect of thousands of shinobi. They can be useful assets in this fight. Assets that can help us bring our ties with Kumo and Iwa closer. It is a risk indeed, and I have been cautioned against trusting both of them by many men, but what can I say? I am a hopeless romantic, he said with a smirk, and Minato reciprocated and chuckled as he shrugged. As always, I will trust you. After all, you haven't led us astray yet, he said, and he nodded. And I am grateful for your trust, Minato-kun. None of what we have built and achieved today would have been possible without you. You made this all possible as much as I, and it was rare for both of them to have such a face given their rather bust schedules, and most of their communication would often be done through Tsunade-san, who was currently watching over their two prisoners. And then he felt it, as a message arrived from Kurama. And he closed his eyes, immediately. They have begun their search for Orochimaru, he added suddenly, and saw Minato's eyes nodded. You still believe that the Snake Sannin is involved in this somehow, he asked, and he could understand why the man would doubt him. Apart from those Zetsu remnants there was nothing tying them both together, but that was enough for him with all he knew. Yes, he answered. And that he could be turned to our side, he added, and at that, Akihito shrugged. Orochimaru is a proud man. He is as brilliant and as conniving as a shinobi can be. If there is anyone who can make a failsafe while working for Madara Uchiha, it can only be him. Orochimaru of the Sannin was not like Kabuto. He was not blinded by ambition. He was a calculating, heartless monster. By now, the man must have seen through Madara's intentions and realized that if the man achieved his goal, then there would be nothing left for anyone in the entire world. It would mean the end of civilization as we know it. And in that case, he had no choice but to ally himself with us. And what will his cooperation cost us, and can Konoha even bear it? Minato asked. We will have to, he said as the carriage came to a stop as they reached their destination. Akihito looked out the window and saw the massive spiraling city in front of him, as a retinue stepped forward. He himself rose from his seat and stepped out of the carriage and was surprised to see the person who had come to welcome them. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Mifune, Akihito began, and the older samurai nodded and bowed. The honor is all mine, Akihito-sama, he said with a smile. Come, let me lead you to the main castle, he said, and Akihito nodded. He joined the man, and they began to walk through the Land of Iron. Have the rest of them arrived? He asked, and the older samurai nodded. Yes, the rest have gathered and preparations for the Grand Council are complete, he informed him. Then let us not waste any more time, and with that, he roused his chakra as the old man did the same, and then, in a single push, he jumped up and fell down through the hole in the rooftop and laid it in the hall where the rest of the daimyos and lords had gathered for the meeting. As he landed slowly, he saw the two guards associated with each daimyo step forward to protect him. He also saw several familiar faces. Fushio Suzuki was smiling at him as Utakata and Mangetsu stood in front of him. Darui and C stood in front of their own daimyo as a young Raza and Cho did the same for theirs and so forth. But one person had no guards there. He sat there, looking at him. Half his face was covered by the mask, and he raised a brow. So, you are finally here, boy, he said as a greeting, and Akihito nodded as he began to walk towards his seat, right at the head of the gathering on the platform raised. Let the council commence. 0000. Fushio Suzuki. The atmosphere in the council room was tense as Akihito took his seat. His entrance was as flashy and unorthodox as his whole personality, breaking the mold of a stuffy politician. Akihito's strength lay in his strangeness. His ability to cut through norms and anguishes so deeply rooted in their world, his ability to see beyond his circle of influence and into the whole wide world, set him apart from everyone else in the world. And now they were all going to hear that vision. More than half a century ago, a similar council was held, he began as he addressed them all, and not just them but the cages sitting beside each one of them as well, while as a showcase of his own prowess Akihito did not have any of his own shinobi behind him. It was called the 5-Cage Summit, for its 5 participants. A gathering called by Hashirama Senju as he sought to put an end to the hatred of the era we now call the Warring State period. And yet, even in that meeting, concerns were raised at the disproportionate power possessed by Konoha by virtue of it being created by the alliance of the 2 strongest clans of that era, he began, and it was all well-known history. Hashirama Senju sought to remedy that going on a campaign, as he gathered the 9-tailed beasts, and then distributed them to the villages, as fail-safes, to protect their lands, and yet we would go on to make a mockery of that, mockery of all that effort and reject the very idea of peace. His voice grew louder. We let our conflicts grow, we fought war after war, only adding on to the mistake of Hashirama Senju as we killed millions, in the pursuit of what? Nothing. He roared. All of us gathered here are creations of that man's era. And yet, none here ever tried to live up to his dream, tried to further his dream of peace as we slaughtered one another for our greed and ambition, he continued, rising from his chair. And yet, now it is time for us to put an end to the era of Hashirama Senju. It is time for us to step forward and create our dreams and era. We need to correct his mistakes so that we may bring forth a better future for our children. For how long will we all continue to slaughter one another? How long shall we rejoice at the suffering of our neighbor? His tone became soft. I have not come here to make you submit or to make you bend the knee. I am here to welcome you into a new era, one where we shall strive to leave the world a better place. To make sure that we do not repeat the mistakes of our past and have it so that we need to send children to war. We can be better than that. We are better than that, he said as he stepped forward. For we may divided by borders, by color, and by so much more. But we are united in the love for our children, in the hope for their future, and so let us bring an end to this era of wars and danger and step forth into an era of peace and prosperity for all. And many other joined him in the cheer, and yet he did not miss the snarling faces of many in the crowd. The new Earth Daimyo specifically had his fists balled up, and so did Kumo's as Akihito continued. And for all those who cannot find it in their hearts to let go of their hatred and pain. Let me be the carrier of that burden, put it on me, your hate. Your pain. I shall bear it as a badge of honor, I shall bear it all with a smile, for I am no longer the daimyo of Fire Nation. I am the Shogun, and I shall carry your burdens for you. He roared, his chakra leaking as it sent waves, cracking the very floor as he raised his fist into the air. And then he felt it. That presence, and immediately Mei was in front of him, and so were the rest of the cages, all except the Hokage, who stood behind Akihito as a voice interrupted their gathering. You truly are worthy of that title, Akihito Shirahoshi, the voice rippled across the room. He looked towards the source and saw him standing on the roof, looking down at them. And yet you are as naive as Hashirama, he gulped as his throat dried up, and Mei whispered. It truly is him, she gasped, and he nodded. He had seen only drawings of the man, and they could do no justice to his sheer presence as he jumped down and began to walk toward Akihito. Who are you? Lord Mifune, the samurai lord of the Land of Irons, stepped forward, as did a dun or so samurai, their hands on the hilts of their blades, yet the man with the wild mane of hair was unbothered as he looked straight at Akihito. Wake up to reality. Chapter 73. Minato Namikaze. After Akihito's revelations about their real enemy lurking in the shadows, Minato looked up all he could on the man known as Madara Uchiha. He was taken aback by the man's sheer fear. Minato Namikaze was strong. He was amongst the few shinobi in the world who had achieved the SS rank in the Bingo Boon, the only shinobi alive who had this rank. And yet if the reports he had read about the man were anything to go by, Madara Uchiha was a shinobi in a class of his own, one shared by only the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju himself. And yet all he currently knew, he had read about the man. Yet now, as the man stood in front of him, he realized that words could hardly do justice to the monster who stood in front of him. Now, despite being a cage, being hailed as a genius, and having spent the last 2 years preparing for this very eventuality, he still found himself gripped with dread as those dark orbs landed on their daimyo. You truly believe that you A mere samurai, a politician, could do a better job than Hashirama, the man snarled as sheer fear gripped the hall. He saw the clattering teeth of many daimyos even as their pages shielded them, pages who had their faces pale at the intervention, with nearly all of them recognizing that iconic mane of hair. You criticize his work and his accomplishments while the peace you enjoyed was obtained through that man's sacrifice, he continued to ask as he looked Akihito-sama in the eye, and the young lord did not back off. Despite knowing the danger and prowess hidden in those irises, he looked up straight into the man's eyes as he began. Hashirama Senju was a great man with an even greater dream. He dreamt of peace, of a world where no children would have to go to war, and his voice was slow and melancholic as he said those words. And he did not dream this future alone, he dreamt it up with a friend. With someone he considered a brother, someone who would help him achieve his dream and usher in this new age we now live in. And yet, for all his grandeur, he was not a god. He did not consider his work the ultimate achievement of his vision. He knew that it would take time, and here he made his only mistake. He smiled as he raised his hand and let the Baijuyu chakra cover it. In his attempt to buy that time, he tangled with powers he did not understand. He rushed to a conclusion and trapped sentient beasts inside humans, turning the very instruments of peace left to us by the sage into weapons of warfare and destruction, and at that, the Baijuyu's chakra wrapped around him, coiling around his arm as a blue flame lit up. And he saw Madara's eyes narrow as he saw that display of control over Baijuyu chakra. So that is your vision, he began, and Akihito-sama nodded as he closed his fist, extinguished the flame, and looked Madara Uchiha in the eye. Indeed. I wish only to push forward the change begun by Hashirama Senju and build upon the foundation he left us with in the best way I can, and to believe as he did, he smiled. That those who shall come after me, after us, shall have a Hashirama of their own. One who would break the mold and take up and correct the mistakes I make, and with that, there was silence. And what if you fail? You shall entrust the future of millions into hope. A blind hope. You have experienced the carnage that ripped through this world because of Hashirama's failures. You would let that cycle continue, he asked. Akihito-sama shrugged. There is no such thing as absolute peace. People fight, they kill, they hate just as easily as they love one another. Wars will happen after me, maybe even in my own lifetime. There will never be a time when the world shall be free of war and conflict, for peace is only the respite between these conflicts. What we can hope to do is to shield the most downtrodden amongst us, to continue to believe in the generations to come to do better, to dream better, he finished, and Madara Uchiha's face twisted as he shook his head. You are just as naive as Hashirama then. Finally Hanazo the salamander rose from his chair. His eyes widened with shock as he looked at him. You. It really is you, he gasped out, and he saw Madara glance towards him. Salamander boy, Madara Uchiha smiled as he looked on at the man. Who is that man? Get him out of here. The wind and lighting daimyo snarled, ordering their pages as Madara Uchiha chuckled. I am afraid that even with all of us here, that would not be easy, Lady Cho spoke as she stepped forward, her face marred with worry. For that man is the one of the two who can be credited with creating the shinobi system as we know it. He is amongst the strongest shinobi ever produced in these lands, she answered in Madara Uchiha. It seems my tale is quite as forgotten as I thought, and with that, he turned to face the rest of the councilmen, turning his face away from him and Akihito-sama. As pure as your shogun's intentions may be, he shall face as Hashirama Senju did, he began, his voice booming across the room despite being barely louder, for that was the nature of the silence that gripped the room. Nothing ever goes as planned in this accursed the world. The longer you live, the more you realize the only things that exist in this reality are merely pain, suffering, and futility. Everywhere you look, where there is light, shadows will be found as well, and his words gripped the room as he stepped forward, basking in the moonlight, which illuminated his face as he raised his hand. As long as there is a concept of victors, the vanquished will also exist. The selfish intent of wanting to preserve peace means there will be war. And hatred is born in order to protect love. These are causal relationships that cannot be separated. I want to sever the fate of this world, he broke forth as he raised his hand. A world of only victors. A world of only peace. A world of only love, and sweat dripped down his face as he saw him proclaim his vision. I will create such a world. One where I shall take away from you your very will to war. A genjutsu, so strong that it would envelop the whole world in its embrace, taking away all your worries and ending this whole cycle of war, he finished, and he saw many pale at those words. Just who is he? The lightning daimyo gasped out with a pale face as the man smirked. I am the ghost of the Uchiha, the only man here who stood to shoulder with the one called the god of shinobi, he finished with a smirk. Madara Uchiha, and with that, the whole room gasped as many denied those words. But the older generation of shinobi present did not do that, for they felt him. Felt his prowess and recognized him for who he was. And you, boy, at that, the man turned towards Akihito-sama. Pure as your intentions, maybe you are as naive as Hashirama. He would have liked you, Pity though that he is no longer here to stop me, he said, and Akihito-sama smirked. I do not think I am much like the man you speak of, and more importantly at that, he saw Akihito-sama's face shift as he looked the man in the eye. I am far better prepared than you would think. At that, the floor of the council room cracked as 4 shinobi appeared from right below the man and encircled him with their attacks ready. Chaaaa. Konoha Senpyu. Lateral bolt of pain. Earthen golem. Almighty push. Boom. 0000. Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Kushina's little push helped him traverse nearly half of the country, and the rest he had been able to cover for himself as he rushed towards the subtle chakra signal he had received earlier. As he arrived, he found himself standing outside a decrepit cave, one covered by seals. Orochimaru's work he easily recognized. He had broken through many such seals when Konoha had been investigating his friend's work and research over the years, and the horrors he had seen inside shook him to this day. And as he broke the seals, after all, Orochimaru's shoddy work was no match for his own, and began to walk towards the cave until he suddenly stopped as he felt a chakra coming out of it. And then he watched as a silhouette appeared and walked outside, and his eyes narrowed as he snarled. Orochimaru, he snarled as he watched his once friend, turned traitor, walk outside, and yet he was not his friend in whole, for half his body seemed to be covered by a black shadowy object, obscuring his chakra. It has been quite some time, old friend, Orochimaru smiled, and he snarled. Don't call me that, he raged as stood tall. His sage mode gave him an ominous feeling about the dark thing covering Orochimaru. We are not friends, not after what you have done. You did not just betray Konoha, you have betrayed the whole of humanity, he raged and Orochimaru smiled. So, you know, he asked with a narrowed gaze and he smiled. We do, he replied and saw his eyes glint. You mastered it? He asked, and he nodded as he brought together his hand. Surrender, and I will make it as painless as possible, he replied, and then suddenly Orochimaru's body changed as he brought together his hands, and another voice, this one much more gnarly, came out. I am afraid he cannot do that just yet. And with that, he put down his hands. Did you really think I would miss out on your little signal, Orochimaru? He heard another voice snarl as Orochimaru's chakra roared forth. Summoning jutsu. He jumped back and felt an ominous chakra appear. I know of all your slippery plans, you snake-faced bastard, he heard this other voice continue, and he stilled as he saw exactly what had been summoned by Orochimaru. The daimyo-sama had mentioned it and propped up the idea, yet it seemed far-fetched at the time. And yet it was happening, the forbidden technique created by the second, a kinjutsu unlike any other that broke the very rules of reality. Edo Tensei. And right now, he found himself staring at the recreation of the body of the greatest shinobi to ever grace these lands. The god of shinobi Hashirama Senju. He stilled as he saw the man open his eyes. His sclera was dark, and his skin was pale. It had cracks in it as if formed and held together by clay as Orochimaru put up his hand. Attack him! Came the order, and he felt the immense chakra of the first Hokage rile up and despite being in sage mode Jiraiya felt fear grip his heart as he felt the man's gaze lock up on him. Atag! And then he saw it blur, and before he could even react, a massive explosion shook the entire area. Boom! And then, through the debris, all he could watch was the Hokage gripping Orochimaru's body by the neck and holding him against the wall. What is the meaning of this? The foreign voice gasped, and then he saw it, at the neck of the first Hokage Orochimaru's seal and now, as the man opened his eyes instead of the dark irises, there were golden eyes with snake-like slits staring back as a cruel smile appeared on the man's face. You think too highly of yourself, you damned creature, Orochimaru's voice snarled out of the first Hokage's mouth. You! What are you doing? He said, watching as Orochimaru's body began to turn into rock, a clear indication of natural chakra overload. Teaching you what it means to go against me. Chapter 74. Akihito Shirahoshi. For as long as he could recall, it had been years since Akihito had truly felt fear grip his heart when facing an opponent. He had always faced any opponent head-on, and his meticulous nature allowed him to plan and plot against any ability and plot. And yet, as he felt Madara Uchiha's chakra appear on his radar, fear gripped his heart. Despite all the preparations he had done, all the shinobi at his disposal, he felt fear grip his heart as he felt the man's eyes land on him, and yet he persisted. As the opportunity arrived, he gave the signal, and immediately, the ground beneath the man's feet cracked as 4 of the chosen ones appeared around the man in an instant, launching their attack on him. And yet he saw it. Those eyes shifted as the red in them vanished, only to be replaced by a deep purple as a wave rippled through the whole area. Almighty push, he heard the whisper as he let his Baijuyu chakra cover him, and a massive explosion rocked the area. Boom! The explosion transformed the whole building into rubble, and yet, as the debris cleared up, he stood there, he reached for his sword and cut across the debris and stones that threatened to cover him. Ninpo, Wind Cleaver, he whispered, and his chakra roared forth, cutting across the stone and giving him a path to the surface. He jumped up and found him standing there, his hands still folded over his chest as he raised a brow as others apart from him appeared out of the debris one by one. None of them were injured too heavily as Madara raised a brow. So, this is what it was. A trap, one set for me, he asked as he looked him in the eye, and Akihito nodded. You planned all this, he asked, sounding impressed as the rest of the cage, their guards appeared out of the debris. Your time is over, Uchiha Madara. You are outnumbered, he said and watched as the guard units began evacuating the other daimyos and yet the cages still stood, looking at Madara Uchiha ominously as the man stood in the center of the crater watching them all impassively. You are not the only one who prepared for this, Shogun Akihito, he said as his hair rustled and a massive summoning formula appeared right under his feet. Poof! And then an instant, he watched as several bodies appeared right around the man, all of them pale-skinned with cracks in their skins, and he heard many a gasp at that, for these were the bodies of previous cages and other great shinobi. Impossible! Lord Second! Father! And so forth, and at the center of them stood Madara Uchiha, his Rinnegan, looking at them like pests as he looked at him. You don't seem surprised, he said with a frown. I expected nothing less from a shinobi of your caliber, but I am afraid we cannot let go so easily, and with that, he felt Minato appear in front of him, and then he was joined by the other cages, one by one. I am ready, he said as he raised his kunao, and Akihito nodded, riling up his own chakra. Terumi May jumped in first, and then the third Kazekage, and then Onoki, and then I. Leave him to us. Handle these other shinobi while we take care of this relic, I snarled as his Kakra cloak roared. Both of them glanced back at him and gave him a nod. Akihito reciprocated as he felt Matatabi release all the natural chakras she had gathered, and immediately, he felt his senses turn sharp, expanding all over the area as he felt every shinobi's fear, his apprehension and the sheer wrongness of all the reanimated shinobi. Even you. Onoki seemed surprised as he saw his eyes change. A black marking appeared underneath them, and a circle was on his forehead. Damn! You are an interesting man, Shogun, the third Kazekage added as his magnetic sand began to coat him. Do it, he said, and Minato raised his hand and formed a tiger seal as 4 shinobi appeared around them at marked signals, as he felt the air shuffle. Ninpo, 4 phoenix flame formation. And then, 4 giant walls went up around them as Madara stepped forward. Let me show you the difference between our powers, and with that, he cycled through set of hand seals. You think these walls protect you? No, they only imprison you. Let me show you what it means to be a true shinobi, and with that, he felt his chakra build up, and it was massive as everyone perked up it. Katon, majestic flame destroyer. He spewed a massive torrent of flames straight at them, and he watched the eyes of the cage widen as they perked. Go, leave this to me, he ordered. As he stepped forward, he took out his blade and began to push his chakra into it. I said go. He ordered, looking them all in the eye. And they all vanished as he raised his sword in the air. Suddenly, it began to gleam an ominous red as he raised it and swung it down swiftly as the shinobi around him blurred away. Ninpo, World Cleaver. And then he brought it down in a single swift motion and the massive torrent of fire was cutting a path straight for Madara Uchiha, who shielded himself as a blue skeletal figure began to form around him. And yet the rest of the cages engaged him as Tsunade Senju appeared behind him. Is this really the only way? She asked, and he nodded. It is. Even while being outnumbered, we truly do not stand a chance against him. The only way to win against Madara Uchiha is to exhaust him, to throw so many bodies at him continuously that we tire him out, because despite the firepower we have, ending this battle when one swiping attack is simply not possible, he replied before he turned to look towards the Senju princess. The heaviest toll will be on you, Tsunade-san. Will you be fine? He asked, and she bumped him on the head and smirked. Who do you think you are talking to, you brat? She scolded him as she turned to look forward with a grave expression. I am ready, though I think you are wrong, she said as she sat down cross-legged, and a sealing formula expanded from underneath her. You are underestimating us quite a bit, she said, murmuring as he felt her chakra roar. He turned to look forward. Against him, it would be criminal not to. Grand Summoning Jutsu. 0000. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Back in Konoha, Hiruzen sat in the Hokage's office once more, tired and impatient as the Jonin commander joined him. They were among the few people totally aware of what was set to happen at the Grand Council meeting, and if their recent visitor was any indication, their worst fears had indeed come true, and their daimyo's fears had been proven correct. Do you really think his plan will work? Hiruzen asked Shikaku. The man was the smartest shinobi he had ever known, a sentiment echoed by their daimyo, who seemed rather fond of the man and had called him to his own castle to discuss a most secretive plan. It is the best bet we have, Shikaku answered as he sighed. One would think, that given his achievements, our daimyo would be a rather bold person, yet I found him to be rather cautious, one who would much rather play the long game, and the plan he made is a perfect amalgamation of that, and he had noticed it too. Given that the young boy was set to become the shogun, he had believed him to be proud and headstrong, and he was anything but that. He was prone to doubt and often made elaborate plans. Madara Uchiha, I cannot fathom facing a monster such as him again, he said, for he might have to if things did not go as planned. He was ready, even now with Minato's seal resting around his neck, ready to summon him to the battlefield if necessary. Let us hope that it does not come to that, Shikaku sighed, and he could feel the man's apprehension. Was it truly wise letting her go though? Questioned Shikaku and he shrugged. I couldn't really stop her now, could I? Herzuin replied. The next generation had long surpassed them all, achieving heights they had not thought possible, and Kushina Uzumaki was one of those very people who had changed the game completely. To this day, no shinobi had been able to master the Nine Tails chakra to become a complete Jinchuriki, and yet she had done just that. Mastering the Nine Tails' chakra unlike any of her predecessors, becoming a full Jinchuriki, and adding to that her own skills, she was one of Konoha's strongest shinobi, putting her on par with their very best. All we can do now is pray for their victory and believe in them, he said as he picked up his pipe and began to smoke to calm his nerves. Indeed. 0000. Back in the land of iron, Madara Uchiha stood in within the chakra cage that had been made for him, his armor now showing some marks of wear and tear, a few bruises and cuts across his skin, making it seem that he had come out of a spar. And yet a huge bluish hollow covered him, one holding two glimmering blades in its hands as he looked down at the 5 bruised and battered shinobi in front of him, hailed as the best amongst their villages. Didn't I tell you earlier, boy? The man addressed the so-called shogun who had yet stayed behind, protecting their so-called healer. Even the 5 kage are no match for me, he snarled, thinking it an insult that the boy thought he could defeat him. The battle had lasted about half a day, and though they were strong, they were no match for him. Will you finally join in now? Madara Uchiha could feel the boy's chakra, feel it in its magnanimity and the Baijuyu's chakra that had mixed with it. The boy may not be a shinobi, yet he was capable, and of those markings around his eyes were an indication he had mastered sage jutsu as well. I am afraid my time has not yet come, the boy answered, still standing strong in his defiance. And I am still not done, he felt it suddenly, the Edo Tensei shinobi, the one summoned by that pesky little snake, began to vanish as his own body began to unravel. Yet not like them. No, he felt it become hard, turn into stone as he felt a foreign chakra invade his own and he realized it for what it was. That damned snake, he snarled as the Susanoo vanished, and he looked at his hand and saw the tips of his fingers harden. Natural energy, this damned pesky thing, it was a technique he hated from the bottom of his heart. It had brought his defeat when he had faced Hashirama all those years ago, and even now, it troubled him. And the way the boy was smiling, this was his doing, somehow. So, you think this can defeat me, he asked, and then he closed his eyes, locating the damned seal pumping his body full of natural energy, and he found it. And in an instant, he reached for his kunao and cut off his arm, not even flinching at the pain he felt, as his arm fell to the ground. I don't need 2 arms to deal with the likes of you, he added. He saw their eyes widen as the Edo Tensei shinobi vanished. Then he looked towards the limping bodies of the 5 kage and brought up his soul hand, molding his chakra. Katon, majestic flame destroyer. And none of them had the energy to stop his attack, and yet they did not make a move as suddenly, he felt their chakras vanish, and he heard another whisper. Sudan, Great Water Wall. Chapter 75. Orochimaru Snake Sannin. Madara's little pet's identity had always bugged him, the chakra he had sensed from it told him that he was not who he claimed to be. This was not Madara's will, not it was something far more sinister, something that may or may not have been manipulating the whole world for centuries. And as it clung to its body, he knew that there was little that he could do that would evade his eyes, and so he had to rely on something he had made before being trapped in this cave. Cursed Seal Orochimaru perfected his seal as he worked to make a body for Madara and then implanted it on the body that he had used to reanimate the first Hokage, hoping that it would hold, allowing him to carve out a body out of the man's chakra. You really thought you could control me, Orochimaru snarled. His consciousness shifted from his body to the Shodame's body. You dare defy Master Madara, you cur. Boom. And the chakra roared. The first Hokage's chakra roared forth with his emotions, and his own body was slammed into the rock as the black shadowy creature shook, unable to escape from the grip of his hand, as he looked it in the eye. I see through your lies. He snarled and felt the chakra of the body stiffen. You are not Madara's will. No, you are something else. Something far more sinister, more ancient, he smiled as he felt his chakra quiver with anxiety. Then suddenly, before he could do anything else, he felt his consciousness get dragged down, and in an instant, he found himself face to face with the man known as the God of Shinobi. That chakra. It is the same one I felt all those years ago, he heard the man speak as he stared him in the eye. Orochimaru was absolutely still, his body could not move as he found himself awestruck by the sheer chakra he felt. He had placed a control seal inside the man so he could control him, but the Shodiami had broken it with his chakra, rendering his control useless. "You snake shinobi," the man addressed him suddenly, and Orochimaru looked at him in the eye. "I think you have had enough fun," and with the first chakra roared forth. "I am going to need my body back," and with that, he felt himself getting pushed out, as he felt his whole body getting pushed out of the cursed seal on the man's neck, as the reanimated first Hokage stood in front of him, pinning the black shadowy creature to the wall. "That chakra," he heard his old teammate gasp, as the forest around them became alive, and he saw the flowers blossom all around them as the man opened his eyes, which now had black marks under them. "Now, tell me," the first Hokage's voice rang out in the clearing as he held that black shadowy figure against the ground. "Just who are you?" A second later, he saw the figure twitch suddenly. Yet the first Hokage crushed the whole stone wall with a single push, his chakra roaring as his eyes narrowed. "Do not even think about getting away. Answer me, you creature, what are you?" And then he saw that creature's lips turn up as he heard his own voice come out. "Do you really wish to know the answer to that Azura's incarnation?" 0000. Terumi May. In all her years of life, Terumi May had never felt pain like this before. Every part of her body hurt, her clothes had blood soaked into them, and her chakra was so severely exhausted that she could barely even stand. Facing Madara Uchiha was no easy task, even for the 5 Kage. They had fought him for hours, days, and getting injured, nearly dying only for Leaf Tsunade Senju to heal them, and yet the man had remained unmitigated, parrying away everything they had to offer, as if it was nothing. His eyes saw through their attacks, his defenses did not buckle an inch at their efforts, while it took them nearly all their strength and power to parry a single strike from the man. Only now did she realize that Akihito Shirahoshi was right to be so afraid and why the young shogun had been so meticulous in his planning when it came to the man that was Madara Uchiha. For he was no man. He was the devil itself. An unkillable devil. And when all hope had seemed lost and she and the rest of her cages had exhausted themselves to the bone, Minato Namikaze had teleported them out of the ceiling formation. "Gods," she gasped as she watched steam fill the entire four-walled prison that had been set up to entrap Madara Uchiha, and as she tried to stand up, she was stopped. "You should not move," Tsunade Senju's slug-like summon added as the soft hum of the healing chakra began to close up all of her open wounds and bruises. "You have severe internal bleeding, and your chakra reserves are exhausted. Please stay still and let me give you first aid," the summon added, and she nodded as Minato Namikaze sat there beside her, bruised and battered. He was the most powerful shinobi she had known. His sage mode put him above and beyond any cage present here, yet even he failed to do any considerable damage to Madara Uchiha. "Just what kind of a monster is he?" she gasped out. The rest were all blacked out by now, and only the two of them were still left standing. The reanimated shinobi had now all begun to collapse as the mist cleared up to reveal the form of one Hanzo Hattori and the cage of a Megakure, along with two more shinobi standing in between Madara Uchiha and their shogun. "So this is your plan?" Madara Uchiha's voice rang out as those eyes landed on her, and then the Shogun-sama, who stood there with an undaunted blade, struck the ground. "He has finally figured it out," Namikaze gasped out as Madara smirked. "You plan to trap me here and keep sending bodies my way using that blonde's teleportation technique," Madara Uchiha reasoned out as he stood there, with only his arm, and yet she was not delusional to think that he was at any disadvantage. "That technique of his reminds me of that white-haired monkey," the man continued as his eyes narrowed. "That would mean that there must be a sealing formula right here," and at that, he closed his eye before his lips turned up as Minato clicked his tongue. He figured it out, the Yondaime Hokage clicked his tongue as Madara Uchiha chuckled. "Ha ha ha, I see now. You have it. You are Berte's sealing formula," he said as he chuckled, his eyes looking at the Shogun-sama, and now it all clicked together. "This was why he stayed inside?" she asked, and Minato Namikaze nodded. "Yes, if Akihito-sama falls, then this whole thing falls. Any other solution we might have used would have been taken out by the man. I offered to bear the seal myself, but all this would have fallen apart the second I was incapacitated," he added, and she realized that they had planned it all in depth. "Is this why Tsunade-sama is in there as well?" she asked, and he nodded. "She is the failsafe to both protect Akihito-sama and to heal those who engage Madara. Today, Tsunade Senju is going to live by her own 3 major commandments of an Irionin," he added. She knew of the 3 famous commandments, something she grossly ignored. "You truly are courageous, Akihito Shirahoshi. Risking your life like this, I, Madara Uchiha, declare you worthy of your title. You truly are as meticulous as you claim to be," he roared as he raised his hand. "But you are still no match for me," and with that, she felt the ground shake as Madara Uchiha opened his mouth. "Mokyuton." And as she heard those words, she gasped, much like the blonde beside her. "Impossible. No way. Grand Forest Emergence. 0000. And then days, if not weeks later Madara, a battered and bruised Madara Uchiha, stumbled forward as bodies upon bodies of battered, bruised and dead shinobi lay around him, and he halted as he came upon the battered body of one Akihito Shirahoshi. You fought admirably until the end, Madara Uchiha complimented. His reserves had not fallen so low, his body so battered unless his opponent had been Hashirama. Alas, you were faced with me, or otherwise you would have won, and at that, he picked up his gunbei and raised it. But now this ends. You have failed, Shogun Akihito Shirahoshi. And with that, he brought it down. Clank. At that, Madara Uchiha looked up and found the all-too-familiar face of his oldest and only friend and rival staring at him. He had sensed that chakra before and thought it all a ruse, but he was not mistaken. It was really him. This is enough, Madara, Hashirama warned, as Madara smirked. So, you are finally here, Hashirama, he smiled as a fire raged inside his heart. I have been here for quite some time, he replied, making him frown. Then why didn't you interfere? Why didn't you try and stop me as you did all those years ago, he asked, and Hashirama's face softened as the presence finally registered. The presence of an army, and he looked up and found himself surrounded by shinobi on all sides, shinobi of different uniforms and colors and nations. Because I was waiting for them, he replied as Madara looked all around him as Hashirama knelt down and placed his hand on the head of the young shogun, and the wounds of the boy began to vanish. Our time is long gone, Madara, Hashirama began as his face softened, his lips turning up into a smile. This is their time. Their era. We old fools have lived our lives, made our choices, our mistakes. It is time to let them make theirs, he said, and he snarled. How can you say that? He raged. Look around you. Look at them. They are weak. Weaker than we ever were. I alone toyed with them, the so-called best of this generation, and even together, they failed to stop me. Madara raged, and Hashirama shook his head. Are they really so weak? He questioned. He looked around and saw many of the shinobi he had put down struggle back to their feet. The blonde medical ninja did so as well. Her whole body was littered with cuts, and her skin hung over her bones as she looked up at Hashirama. Grandfather. She gasped out. It really is you. And Hashirama smiled. Rest now, Tsuna, Hashirama said as he placed his hand on her head. You have done well, and with that her eyes closed as Hashirama once more looked at him. Are they really weak? No, they are just as we were, even better, for they have shared with each other their pain. That they desire to move forward, to make the world a better place as we once did, he said, and he raged. I refuse. I refuse. There is no such thing as peace in this world. It is but the respite between conflict. No, I refuse to accept this. I will not accept such a false world. Madara snarled as Hashirama's eyes hardened. Then you leave me no choice, and as he tried to make a move, Madara jumped back. You are exhausted. Even at your best, you failed to conquer me. As you are now, you have no chance of defeating me, Hashirama Senju challenged as he put himself in between Madara Uchiha and the so-called shogun of the land, who had now risen to his feet. Rest well, Akihito Shirahoshi. I will handle him, Hashirama said to the young boy with a reassuring smile, who was looking at him awestruck. You are the Shadame, he gasped out, and Hashirama smiled. Indeed I am, he replied as Akishio Shirahoshi looked around him and saw the army gathered around him. Did you? And the Shodima shook his head. No. I did not. I just led them here, he said. Each and every shinobi, here volunteered to come here of their own volition, knowing just the kind of monster they would be facing, he said. And few would ever have the courage to face death, for that was what facing Madara Uchiha was. Death. Thank you, for showing me that I was not wrong, that humans could indeed one day understand each other and make peace. Hashirama continued before he softly. And for righting my mistake with the Baijuyu. I never really understood the true nature and purpose of the Baijuyu and made a grave error along the way. I am grateful to you for making amends for my mistake, he added. I refuse to accept this false reality. This false peace. Madara snarled as he brought up his soul hand, and his chakra roared forth, sending ripples across the clearing as Hashirama stood forth. What is he doing? He asked. I may not be able to defeat you here, Hashirama. Madara raged, as his Susanoo burst forth, four-faced and eight-armed, each making a hand seal as Hashirama felt a surge of chakra unlike any other he had ever felt, and that was something incredible for a man who had faced the Kyuubi. But I can still reject this world. And with it he felt a huge shadow overcome him, and with a thumping heart every shinobi in the clearing looked up and found themselves staring not at the skies, but at meteors heading their way. Ninpo, Tengai Shinsei, Madara uttered as he collapsed to the ground. As everyone gasped, many fell to the ground. Impossible. Even after all that, he still had this up his sleeve. Just what kind of a monster is he? Is this even real? Is this the power of a god? Everyone. And Hashirama Senju was surprised as he saw Akihito Shirahoshi step forward, his voice booming across the clearing. What will you do now, Akihito Shirahoshi? Will you abandon this country? Abandon your people? Your ideals? Madara raged. Have you lost your mind, Madara? Do you have any idea what you are doing? You would destroy the world rather than admit your defeat. Hashirama raged. Show me that I was wrong. Show me that your so-called peace can survive this. Madara cackled as Akihito Shirahoshi stepped forward. We will, and then his face changed, his eyes turned into slits, as dark markings appeared under them once more, as chakra burst forth from him, chakra so ancient, so ominous that it made the very ground shake. This chakra! Hashirama Senju gasped, as the rest of the cage struggled to their feet as well, bruised and battered. They rose along with their guards and their men as Akihito Shirahoshi's body began to morph, his skin turned porcelain, as a cloak of white appeared over him. 6 dark orbs appeared behind him. Impossible! Madara Uchiha gasped as he saw a red circle appear on his forehead, as all Cage roused their chakra as well. We will not let this end. Not like this. The Raikage snarled as his lightning cloak burned black, as the rests began to mold their chakra as well. And then they all jumped forth, alongside many other shinobi as they attacked the meteors, and none amongst them fled as the shogun of the land raised his blade, and in that moment, chakra from all 9 bijos radiated off of him as his blade lit up. His feet ascended from the ground, as he drew his blade as he raised, as it cracked and turned to husk. Ninpo, Zanka no Tachi. And fire raged on, shooting up into the skies, flames of orange that turned to blue and then white, before they vanished as he swung his blade back, and the sword cracked up. Kyoshitajin. 0000. The end. And the main story comes to an end. There are 2 epilogues that will be uploaded soon enough. Chapter 76 Epilogue. A Teacher's Tale. Itachi Uchiha. The world had changed much ever since Itachi Uchiha had donned his Hitai to become a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village, for he was part of what was now termed the New Era or Shogunate. Many years ago, after getting tired of the violence and the deaths of their loved ones during the Warring State era, 2 people, 2 shinobi belonging to 2 clans with great animosity between them, joined hands to usher in a new era, the Hidden Village era. And yet peace would still elude the world. Wars between clans simply turned into wars between hidden villages, with each fighting for dominance, fear, and hegemony. The world would see 4 great ninja wars, in the span of a little over half a century, with deaths tolling into the hundreds of thousands. That was until the last war, the Great War. One that had begun with an attack on the fire daimyo by Iwa and Kumo as the young lord was set to formalize an alliance with Kiri and Water Country. Iwa and Kumo would attack the peace talks, planning to kill the young lord to cause mayhem in Konoha and Fire Country, to whom they had both just lost a war. Their attack would fail, and though the young lord would be severely injured, he would survive and make a claim for a shogunate, calling for Crimson Sky, something that had not been done to this day. And yet few knew of the true intentions of the young lord, and Itachi Uchiha was amongst those few. His friendship with Shisui Uchiha allowed him an insight into the happenings of that time that few would ever be privy to. 10 years had passed since that day when he heard those sirens go off, signaling the start of another war. He had thought then that he would much likely participate in that very war, yet such a thing would never come to pass. And though he trained daily as he had since his father had first taken him to the battlefield, he did so, no longer carrying the burden of trying to end all war, for his dream had already been fulfilled. By the man whose statue now stood in front of him. The kids in front of him were watching with surprise and amazement, the grand statue that had been erected in remembrance of the day when the world had changed once more. And now, can anyone here name the monument we are standing in front of? He asked. The cabal of students gathered in front of him, each of them looking at the statue around him with awe and adoration, for these people were legends, people who had set forth the foundation for the world they lived in today. Many hands went up at his question, and he pointed out a student. They are called the Shogunate Foundation, the boy from Kiri answered, and he shook his head. I am afraid not, he corrected gently, and the black-haired girl frowned. They are called pillars. Another voice interrupted them, and he looked to the side and found that all too familiar face of his brother answering with a small scowl. These include the 7 statues, 6 for the pages of that time, and the 7th one for the shogun who each cut down a meteor with the help of 1,000 shinobi and protects everyone, he answered, as a dutiful student. That is correct, Suzuki-kun, he praised, and his brother's cheeks turned rosy at the praise as another student chimed in. Hey! He didn't ask you, duck-haired idiot, and he could feel the headache coming as his brother rounded off on the blonde. Shut up, you blonde idiot. It's not like you knew the answer, Suzuki challenged, and though Uzumaki Naruto was a brilliant student, academic and bookish knowledge wasn't really his forte. What does it matter if I know the name of a statue or not? I am still going to be a better shinobi than you, Naruto challenged loudly as their usual classmates sighed helplessly while those from Kiri and Kumo began to watch each other's faces nervously, clearly not used to the usual banter between his brother and the son of the Yandame Hokage. And not just that, I am going to be the greatest shinobi that ever lived. Naruto claimed boisterously. As if you fool. You cannot even beat me, and you think you can be a better shinobi than Big Brother, let alone all the cages. Sasuke scoffed, and before Naruto could go on another tirade, he knew he had to step in. Naruto. Sasuke. Enough, he said, and saw them both perk up at that. I believe both of you have the potential to be the greatest shinobi, he complimented and encouraged them, as was his duty as their teacher. See, even Itachi-sensei believed that I could surpass him, Naruto claimed as Sasuke rolled his eyes. We must move on. There is quite a lot of ground to cover, and with that, they entered the massive garden-like building, where flowers from all parts of the continent were planted to show unity, with the 6 statues of the cages placed around the garden, each acting as a pillar holding up the roof of the building. Sasuke was right, though. This whole monument is called the pillars, representing the people that act as the pillars holding the weight of this changing and peaceful era, he added as he pointed towards the greatest statue placed constructed in the center of the building of the man who had made this all possible. Akihito Shirahoshi, the shogun, and unlike the rest he held the roof up with a single hand, the other holding a sword, which was probably the most well-recognized blade in the entire continent. The name of all the shinobi who participated in the final battle are inscribed on the walls, while the roof has the names of all shinobi who died during the First, Second, Third, and Fourth Great Ninja War, symbolizing that we must not forget the sacrifices of our forefathers, and that we must carry on the burden of their sacrifices, their failures and their victories on our shoulders, he added as the students all looked around in awe and amazement, not truly understanding the significance of those names, and the sacrifices that had been made. And yet it did not really bother him. They had all grown up in an era of peace and prosperity, where the world had changed greatly. And then they came upon the final monument, one not built. It was a single sword, a katana which had cracks in it, as it stood there, stuck in the ground. This was the blade that had cut the largest of the meteors set to destroy this whole country and bring ruin to the world. This was the blade of their shogun. And this is the shogun's blade, another voice cut in, and he looked up and found his Kiri compatriot joining them once again. Yuki Haku was a member of the Yuki clan of Kirigakuer, a clan that was famous for its ice release Kekii Genkai. This trip was a coordinated effort that included the second-year academy students from all the villages, and such was the shift in the era and time that amongst the villages, many had not even deigned to send a representative with their students, trusting the others, him and Yuki Haku, to care for their students as they would for their own. It is a samurai katana, crafted by Seikanji Hagakure, a renowned bladesmith from Fire Country, though 2 very special people took part in its making as well, he asked, as he joined him with a nod. Can anyone name who they are? He asked, and he saw many students frowning until someone finally added. Namikaze Minato and Kushina Uzumaki, and it was a Kiri student with fine razor-sharp teeth, showing that he was probably from the Hokage clan. Hey! Naruto and the rest of the Konoha students seemed surprised by that. Tyoyuken and Kaa-san, Naruto gasped as Haku smiled. Indeed, the blade was made with their help, for they provided the sealing formula inscribed near the hilt of the blade. A formula that was inspired by one of Kiri's infamous legendary blades, the Kyubikaribasho, Yuki Haku added. And makes Kyubikaribasho so special? He asked. And when no answer came, he decided to answer it himself. The blade has the ability to reform itself by extracting iron out of blood, he added. He saw many students getting impressed by this as he turned towards the blade. The Shogun-sama chose to leave the cracked blade as it was and stuck it into the ground to mark the end of the war. As a symbol that there had been enough bloodshed, that it was time to put down the blades and embrace peace, and though there had been hiccups at first, the world had indeed changed. And now, to this day, this monument marks the beginning of the new age and the shogunate. Okay, now hurry along, we are going to have lunch and then we are all going to go see the Chunin exams. Later on, he found himself in the booth watching down the genin gathering for the Chunin exams when he felt another presence behind him, one he was rather familiar with. So you are finally here, Shisui, he greeted his fellow Uchiha shinobi, who smiled as he greeted him and shook his hand. Yeah, the guardians get rather nervous whenever Shogun-sama comes to the land of iron. The nightmare from all those years ago is kinda imprinted on the captain's head now, he said, and why wouldn't it be? Chiryu-san still did not want to let me go, but Akihito-sama helped me get away, and it still surprised him that his childhood friend was so close with the most powerful man on the continent. So, he is here, he asked, and Shisui nodded, looking towards the main building. Yeah, he is up there meeting with all the cages and the daimyos, Shisui replied, as he joined him in looking over the arena, where thousands had gathered to watch the Chunin exams, and yet unlike the tense atmosphere as it had been years ago, the air was almost joyous. People were huddled together, booths were set up with merchandise, banners were hung around, and he even spotted a few cheering squads. Man, Chunin exams these days are a far cry from what we experienced, Shisui added, and indeed, they were more for Shisui than himself. You were a wartime promotion though, right? He questioned. Yeah, but one of my teammates had been to one. He says he can hardly believe that they have turned into a festival at this point, Shisui added with a bit of longing. And indeed, they had. Stricter rules had been applied, mortal wounds were banned, and it had been nearly 7 years since any candidate had died. The focus of the exams was now more on creativity and unorthodox application of chakra, as each village made to highlight its skills. It is a good thing, though, he added softly, and Shisui nodded. Definitely, and with that, he leaned forward. So, any outlier from our side this year? Shisui asked him, and he shook his head. I am afraid I cannot say, though I did hear that Hatake-san failed his team this year as well, he added, and Shisui groaned. Again, he nodded along. Damn, that man is harsh, but he is the youngest ANBU chief for a reason. You don't become an ANBU chief before 20 unless you are special, and that was a compliment. Hatake Kakashi was the Leaf's biggest rising star, one that lived up to the fame of his own teacher, the Yellow Flash, the Yandere. There was a time when it was thought that Shisui could be his equal, but the Guardian 12 had taken up his clanmate, and though he doubted that Shisui's growth had stagnated. It was true that his actions were not highlighted, unlike those of Hatake Kakashi. Have you thought about joining the Jounin teacher unit? Shisui suddenly added, and he shook his head. I am fine as an academy teacher, he replied. He had found his calling, helping young kids traverse through their youth in a meaningful way as he led them and helped them along as they searched for their own way in life. Man, you would make a killer sensei, and with Naruto and your brother coming up. I don't think anyone other than you could handle those two, Shisui added, and he shook his head. Sasuke and Naruto do have a rivalry, they both butted heads continuously, pushing each other further, and were at the top of their class. Even Akihito-sama thinks that, and he perked up at that. Akihito-sama? He questioned, and Shisui nodded. Yeah, your name came up a few weeks ago, and he showed a rather keen interest in you. When I told him about your career choice, he had some strange words for you, Shisui began as he looked him in the eye. He said it was a career that suited you and that you would indeed make a damn good sensei. Itaka narrowed his eyes, trying to sense the lie, and yet he found it not. You are not lying, and Shisui shook his head. I am not. I can take you to him right now, he offered, and Otaka shook his head. I would not like to disturb a man like him, Shisui chuckled. Nah, he wouldn't mind. Damn, he might even challenge you to a bout as he did me all those years ago, Shisui began turning around, leaning against the railing. You have told me that tale many times, Itaka cut in before his friend could ramble on as Shisui wilted. Such callousness, Shisui whined as the noise in the arena died down, and a single figure emerged from the topmost booth, clad in a blue and black kimono. He stood there, with the 6 Kage standing behind him as he raised his hand into the air. Let the Chunin exams begin. And as he looked at the man who had changed the world as he knew it, he thought of Shisui's words as he whispered in reply. Jounin sensei, I will think about it. Chapter 77 Epilogue 2. Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze sat in the highest booth for the Chunin exam, as he looked down at the vast arena down below and the thousands of people from all parts of the arena sitting around the arena celebrating joyously as if at a festival. A much contrast from the Chunin exams of his time, and he could not be more prouder as he saw both participants and the populace laughing and smiling as the exam began. And it was at such moments, that he could scarcely imagine that such a scene would have been completely unimaginable just a bit over a decade ago, that this piece was not even as old as his son, and that it was something that he had helped achieve. Something that he had helped build. It was the proudest achievement for him, for a man who had achieved too much while not even being in his 30s yet. It is surreal, isn't it? The only other occupant of the room added, joining him on the balcony as they watched the first stage of the exams begin down below, one that was basically a race through the forest, but to be run without touching the ground even once. It is, he replied. It was a test of chakra control over large distances, a skill rather important for a shinobi, yet there would be no bloodshed. Teams were allowed to force other teams to the ground, using any means necessary, but it was now an unwritten rule that fatal force should not be used. There were proctors stationed inside the forest, trained ANBUs looking over everything, ready to intervene if anything went wrong, though they rarely had to. The kids in the forest had none of the baggage of his generation. They had been born into a peaceful, united world, one where there were no grand wars to fight. I doubt anyone would have imagined such a thing a decade ago that we would be having Chunin exams like this, the man beside him added with a chuckle. Apart from him, he was a person who had accomplished more in his life than any other man in history. For he was the person who had made all this truly possible. He was the shogun of the continent Akihito Shirahoshi. I doubt even Jiraiya-sensei would have been optimistic enough to think up something like this, he added with a chuckle. And yet it is a reality, the young man added, and he nodded. One that we must strive to persevere. We must continue to move forward and not linger on our past. Indeed, and he couldn't be more proud to have made this possible. But his work was done. He had served as Kage for over a decade now, and though he was young and still considered to be the strongest Kage alive, he believed it was time for him to put down the mantle. That is why I made the decision I did, he added. Being a Kage was his and Kushina's dream, and he had achieved it and much more. But now he had a family to think of. He had his children, the young Naruto and Makimo, and the one that was set to arrive in a few months. So, it was time for him to hang up the mantle and pass it on to the next generation as he had done for himself. Have you decided on a candidate? He questioned, for though the man beside him was the Shogun, he was yet also the daimyo of the Fire Country, the one who oversaw the Hokage appointment, and though the ministerial duties that came with it were mostly seen after by his lady wife, the Lady Mayuki, he knew that when it came to ninja affairs, few had an insight like their Shogun. The list you sent was rather exhaustive and young, the man added, and Minato shrugged. I consulted my council, and most of them believed that with the world as changed as it is better that we pass the torch to the younger generation, trusting them to build upon all this. And look at IWA and AIM. Both their Kages are rather young, and I have heard rumors that even Mei-san from Kiri is thinking of retiring and passing on the torch to her apprentice from the Yuki clan, he argued, not that he needed to. For he knew the man beside him cared little for age. After all, he himself was younger even than Minato and was the strongest person in the continent. In IWA, Onoki's student was set to take the mantle of the 4th Tsuchikage in a few years, while Yahiko no Akatsuki Aim's Kage was younger than him. Then there was the situation in Kiri where Mei Terumi had a whole slew of options to choose from. Call it what you will, but it will be odd to see someone else in the Hokage chair, the young daimyo added, looking towards him. The youthful features from their first meeting were now long gone, and he stood even a head taller than Minato as his raven black hair fell down his back. Even now, he stood here dressed in a black and red kimono, with one of his arms resting in its fold, covered in bandages. Even a decade later, the wounds from that day had never really healed. You will get used to it. Plus, I am only retiring from being a Kage. I do hope that we will remain friends, he offered, and the young shogun nodded. Of course, and with that, he sighed as he looked up. The truth is that had I not been threatened by your lady wife with severe bodily harm, I would have rejected your resignation, he added. Minato chuckled nervously, already aware of Kushina's letters to the man. He could only thank the gods that Akihito was as good-natured as he was. Otherwise, that could have been trouble. But I have made my decision. Of course, the person is rather young and will need a few years to come into his own, during which I expect you and the council to help him along, and he nodded. Of course, he added quickly, which was expected. But he was rather curious about the man's choice. So, who is it? He questioned, only for them to be interrupted by a knock on the door. Come in, Akihito-sama ordered, and the door to their booth opened to reveal rather familiar figures. Both of them had black hair and were dressed in simple black trousers and a shirt, along with a jounin flask jacket. On their shirts was a single symbol highlighting their heritage, a gunbei split in half, red in the upper part and clear white in the lower one, the symbol of one of Leaf's founding clans, the Uchiha clan. Hokage-sama, Shogun-sama, the shinobi with curly hair spoke rather causally, even as the one beside him glared at him and gave a proper salute. Shogun-sama, Hokage-sama, Itaki Uchiha greeted them both, and he saw the glint in Akihito's eyes and realized that this was his choice. Itaki Uchiha was his choice. And once more, Minato was rather impressed. The young Uchiha scion was hailed as a prodigy unlike any and had taken it upon himself to reform the Konoha's academy system, something he had done rather well. His name had been on the proposed list, much like the shinobi who stood beside him. Uchiha Shisui was a shinobi that needed no introduction. His fame reached every corner of the world where many young shinobi aspired to follow into the footsteps of the clandestine teleporter. At ease, Itaka-san, I have called you here as my guest, Akihito-san welcomed the young Uchiha boy as he motioned for him to join them. Come join us. I have always wanted to meet you, Itaki Uchiha, the young shogun said, and there was genuine appraisal in his tone. When had he even learned of the boy? But did that really matter, though? He had made his choice, and it was rather fine. I would be honored, Uchiha Itaki replied rather stiffly as he joined him and Akihito, even as his childhood friend bumped him on the shoulder. Don't be so stiff. You are his guest, said one, handing the message to Uchiha's guardian. He was rather looking for the punishment if any of his current antics were leaked to Chiryu-sama. I have heard much about you, Itaka-kun, Akihito smiled, and the boy frowned, not realizing the source. And he was rather curious as well. I do hope you remember Karin-kun. She would often regale me with tales of your greatness when she would come to visit her mother, and it all clicked together. The Uzumaki girl was Itaka's classmate. How is Karin-kun? Itaka questioned as his eyes slightly widened. She is fine. She is in AIM currently working with her mother, trying to trace out any other Uzumaki clan members, and that was one thing that Kushina wished to do as well, but with her own children growing up, she had little time for. But still, the Uzumaki clan was seeing a revival. In the decade since, they had traced out around 10 members, and though that was a far cry from the thousands of members it had once, still it seemed that the Uzumaki clan was not as dead as they had thought it out to be. That is good, the boy smiled genuinely. She did tell me that it was her dream to find more of her family, and it was heartwarming to see this made possible. Then the boy joined them as they made small talk, and he could see this for what it was, an interview. He suspected that midway through it, the boy caught on as well, even though he suspected that he had no inkling of its purpose. Shisui Uchiha, as nonchalant as he may seem, picked up on it as well and was looking rather curiously at him. Do forgive me, but I read your academy file once, Itaka-kun. Akihito-kun suddenly began, and he saw that the Uchiha boy was taken by surprise at that claim. It was years ago, for reasons I will not divest, but I found myself rather intrigued by the words written inside it, the young lord continued as Uchiha Itaka frowned. Which words, Shogun-sama? Your dream, he continued, and the Itaki Uchiha's eyes narrowed as the Shogun-sama looked him in the eye. I found it rather fascinating, such clarity of thought from a boy so young. A dream that mirrored my own, he complimented as he turned towards him. It was the very thing that we dreamt, Minato-kun, all those years ago, he said before he looked out the window as Minato nodded. It is a dream of idiots, the dream of wiping out all warfare from this world, and at that, he turned towards Itaki Uchiha, who had grown serious as he asked him. Tell me, Itaki Uchiha. Do you still pursue this dream? The boy thought about it for a second before he looked Akihito-sama in the eye. I do. 0000. And so, the tale comes to a close. It was a small idea that expanded as I wrote it, and here it is. Hope you guys like it. Drkest out.